Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 3, however. Having such a wolf lurking outside, watching us like a tiger, is actually not bad. A slight arc appeared at the corner of Jizang's mouth. He opened his inventory. After the harvest from last night, the number of gold coins had reached a terrifying 370. Just looking at this long string of numbers was enough to make one dizzy with excitement. He first spent 120 gold coins to purchase 6 new enhanced labor robots, and equipped them with rare grade tools to replace the 5 ordinary labor robots at the S grade gold mine. Now, both the SS grade gold mine and the S grade gold mine were fully staffed with enhanced labor robots. He opened the S grade gold mine to take a look. Gold mine S grade mining slots. Output per slot: 800 gold coins. H base efficiency. Slot 1 enhanced labor robot efficiency Kung 100%. Tool efficiency Kung 50%. Slot 2 enhanced labor robot efficiency Kung 100%. Tool efficiency Kung 50%. Slot 6 enhanced labor robot efficiency Kung 100%. Tool efficiency Kung 50%. Total output 14,400 gold coins. H. Evaluation: a super gold mine of extremely high quality. Possessing it is equivalent to owning an inexhaustible treasure vault. 14,400 gold coins plus 31,500 gold coins. The current income had reached 45,900 gold coins per hour. Extremely awesome. The remaining small labor robots and the 6 labor robots were arranged to work in other S-grade resource territories. After breakfast, many brothers also arrived one after another to work and pay off their debts. The efficiency bonus of manual mining was still quite good. Survivors who could enter a super main city generally had a physique of 30 to 80 points or higher, coupled with rare grade tools. Their mining efficiency was only slightly worse than that of the enhanced labor robots, however. Their stamina was not as good. They generally had to rest after an hour of digging. The yields of heavy oil, alloy, elemental ore, and super timber began to be produced continuously. Jizang did not stay idle either. He found Gu Qingyu and hired her to continue forging the moon's blood for him at a price of 300 gold coins per forging session. Now that the moon's blood had reached the secret treasure grade, the required EXP had also increased tenfold. The forging materials from elite monsters provided negligible effects and were too time-consuming. He simply took out all his materials and exchanged them with his subordinates for super-grade monster materials at a 15:1 ratio. Combined with what he already had on hand, he had over 50 super-grade monster materials, plus 1 king-grade monster material. Additionally, he specifically entrusted Long Yucheng to help him purchase a large quantity of forging materials from super-grade monsters and above throughout the entire main city on a long-term basis. He planned to push for the legendary grade Moon's Blood within these next 2 days. After arranging these matters, Jizang turned his gaze toward his vehicle. He rubbed his hands in excitement. He was a super big spender now. All the various upgrade parts that he had previously shied away from due to their price could now be easily handled. First, the secondary units. Jizang looked at the Sentry Robot. Sentry Robot Type, Defensive Unit Evaluation. One of the high-level intelligent robots. Uses super energy stones as a core and electrical energy as a drive. Can perform 24-hour sentry duties, as well as daily chores and gathering activities. The Sentry Robot is a highly powerful combat platform that can be equipped with various specialized firearms, including but not limited to anti-materiel weapons, heavy weapons, individual electromagnetic rifles, high-frequency oscillation blades, neural interference ray guns, micro-fusion-powered weapons, and more. Upgrade requirements: 5,500 gold coins, 1,000 parts, 3,000 steel plates, 50 alloy, 1 level 3 chip, 1 rare grade motor, 1 super energy stone. This was something unlocked since Tier 3. And now he could finally acquire it. The single most expensive material was the final item, the super energy stone. A single one of these cost 15,000 gold coins. Jizang purchased it immediately and clicked Upgrade. Chapter 160. High Voltage Electric Grid. A brand new upgrade path for turrets. The next moment, The original secondary vehicle bay glowed with a burst of white light. A robot nearly 2 meters tall, covered from head to toe in mechanical components, appeared inside the bay. "Greetings, Master. I am Benben." The sentry robot emitted a synthesized mechanical voice. 2 red dots lit up on its round head. These were multi-line laser radars, which also integrated various sensory devices. The alloy armor on its body utilized a fully modular movement system, allowing it to adapt to any individual firearm. Jizang equipped it with an individual electromagnetic rifle. These relatively basic special weapons were clearly not enough to match the true potential of this robot. However, these were all he had for now. He would help it upgrade when the opportunity arose later. "Benben, from now on, you will stay on the 3rd floor. If I am not around, just follow Juju's orders." Benben clattered as it moved, walking directly to the war zone on the 3rd floor. Next up was the motorcycle. This was the cheapest, requiring a total of 2,500 gold coins, 1,000 parts, 3,000 steel plates, and 20 alloy. It was a mere pittance. Jizang casually clicked upgrade. A motorcycle vehicle with a length of 3.5 meters and an extremely exaggerated design appeared in the secondary vehicle bay. However, aside from the giant triangular spike on the front, the motorcycle had no other armaments. Fortunately, the chassis, armor, and engine were synchronized with the main vehicle, so its future durability would remain top tier. When the time came, he could have the sentry robot or other combat units ride this motorcycle directly into the battlefield. It was essentially a Terminator straight out of a sci-fi movie. Subsequently, Jizang spent 3,000 gold coins, 3,000 parts, and 10,000 steel plates to upgrade the small armed helicopter. A formidable-looking armed helicopter appeared in the secondary vehicle bay. It featured folding rotors and an 8-seat cabin space, 2 in the front, 6 in the back. There were also 8 air-to-ground missiles hanging from the weapon pods on both sides, exuding a lethal aura. Furthermore, beneath the nose of the aircraft, a dedicated slot for a turret base was reserved. This was the only place besides the main vehicle where a vehicle turret could be mounted. However, it was limited to firepower discharge type turrets, which meant the upgrade path of a close-in weapon system sues. The 3 turrets on the main vehicle haven't been upgraded yet either. I'll leave one for a new turret unlock later, and just get the others done all at once. Jizang opened the exchange. He had previously hoarded 3 sets of infinite ammo Kung infinite durability. Only a few days had passed, and the price of each had already doubled. But even with the doubled price, it was only a few thousand gold coins. Things were different from the early stages now. In the early stages, a single infinite ammo machine gun set could dominate the entire field. Now, if you didn't upgrade to higher tiers, you couldn't even scratch the paint of someone else's vehicle. Adding 3 super gun barrel cooling units and 3 Gatling guns, he upgraded the main vehicle and the armed helicopter with 3 brand new machine gun bases. In an instant, the total level of the mobile Doomsday fortress increased by 6 levels. This was also the cheapest way to stack levels. Jizang opened the upgrade panel for one of the machine gun bases. Upgrade path, close-in weapon system SUS upgrade requirements, 500 gold coins, 100 parts, 1,500 steel plates upgrade path, flamethrower turret upgrade requirements, 350 gold coins, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, 50 fuel upgrade path, anti-aircraft gun upgrade requirements, 1,500 gold coins, 1,000 parts, 50 alloy upgrade path, laser cannon upgrade requirements, 3,000 gold coins, 2,000 parts, 200 alloy, 1 laser core upgrade path, high voltage electric grid upgrade requirements, 50,000 gold coins, 5,000 parts, 1,000 alloy, 10 super energy stones. 1 electric grid core requires level 5 power generator high voltage electric grid. This brand new upgrade path for tier 4 vehicles is quite interesting. Jizang's eyes brightened slightly as he opened the details page for the 5th upgrade path. Upgrade path. High voltage electric grid level 3. Under the modification of super energy stones, the heavy machine gun transforms into an invisible, ultra high voltage electric grid covering the entire vehicle, capable of instantly releasing 700 kilovolts of electricity, easily killing super grade monsters and below. In the external discharge state, It can form a high-voltage electric field with a radius of 50 meters, creating effective continuous damage. Upgrade requirements: 50,000 gold coins, 5,000 parts, 1,000 alloy, 10 super energy stones, 1 electric grid core. Friendly reminder: the high-voltage electric grid requires massive power support. Do not use it lightly unless you have an extreme-grade vehicle and the top-tier power generation equipment for the current stage. Otherwise, it is easy to cause a total power depletion for the entire vehicle. 700 kilovolts. Jizang felt his scalp tingle when he saw the data. Even 1 kilovolt could easily electrocute an ordinary person into charcoal. This thing could output 700 kilovolts, however. It was truly expensive. He checked the exchange to see. Power grid core costs 50,000 gold coins each, and super energy stones are 15,000 each. 10 of them would cost 150, and that's already 200,000 right there. Adding in the other equipment materials, the total cost comes to nearly 300,000 gold coins. The money he has on hand is actually not enough. Damn it all, Jizang muttered to himself, the excitement he felt just a moment ago vanishing completely. After some thought, he decided to put this project on hold for now. However, he still reserved a slot for the high-voltage power grid. As for the 3 already upgraded machine gun bases, he upgraded 1 into an anti-aircraft cannon, 1 into a close-in weapon system, and 1 into a flamethrower turret. The close-in weapon system was installed directly onto the armed helicopter, and he conveniently upgraded it to the Land Shield 3000. Furthermore, Jizang gave Juju direct authorization. In future battles, Juju can remotely control secondary units like the armed helicopter, robotic wolves, and sentry robots to conduct joint operations on its own. This is the power of an AI. There is absolutely no need for Jizang, the master, to worry about it. Next was the flamethrower turret. Jizang placed it in the war zone on the 3rd floor and upgraded it to the purgatory oil pump. It is now configured with dual oil pumps, 1 in the front and 1 in the back, doubling the efficiency of burning enemies. Finally, the anti-aircraft cannon was placed in the center of the vehicle roof, close to the prism tower. He took a look at the upgrade description for the anti-aircraft cannon. Surface-to-air missile nest level 4. Upgrades the anti-aircraft cannon into a 32-unit surface-to-air missile nest, equipped with laser guidance, a range of 40 kilometers, and a warhead capable of carrying 50 kilograms of high explosives, allowing for powerful interception of aerial targets. The missile nest automatically replenishes once every 20 minutes, with infinite reloads. Upgrade requirements: gold coins x 15,000, parts x 5,000, alloy x 500, heavy oil x 300, laser guidance core x1. Chapter 161, Hypersonic Missiles. 1,000,000 gold coin weapon of mass destruction. Holy crap, this is good. Jizang's eyes lit up. This surface-to-air missile nest could be considered his longest range strike capability at the moment. It's a pity it's purely for aerial targets. He wonders what it could evolve into at the next level. Jizang checked the price of a laser guidance core, 12,000 each. He bought it immediately and clicked upgrade. The next moment, the anti-aircraft cannon on the roof turned into a patch of white light and quickly dissolved into the deck beneath his feet. When the white light completely dissipated, a raised area 6 meters long and 5 meters wide appeared on the roof deck, featuring 32 intimidating riveted armored covers. Jizang connected to the vehicle's neural network and focused his mind. The 32 armored covers beneath his feet immediately opened upward, revealing the cluster of missiles waiting to be launched. Awesome! Jizang felt a surge of excitement. He checked the upgrade overview for the next level of the surface-to-air missile nest again. Hypersonic Missile Nest Level 5. Upgrades the surface-to-air missile nest into 16 hypersonic missiles, paired with an inertial navigation system, a precise range of 100 kilometers, a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers, and a maximum flight speed exceeding Mach 5. Each missile warhead is equipped with a deep penetration device, possessing extremely strong armor-piercing, bunker-busting, and penetration capabilities. The warhead payload reaches 500 kilograms, capable of targeting land, sea, and air targets in all weather conditions, with an impact kill radius exceeding 150 meters. The missile nest automatically replenishes once every 20 minutes, with infinite reloads. Upgrade requirements. Gold coins x 200,000, parts x 50,000, alloy x 10,000, vibranium x 50, laser guidance core by 5, deep penetration device core x 1. Good heavens. Jizang's gaze narrowed slightly. This, right here, is the real weapon of mass destruction. He could literally bomb someone else's territory from here. And with such powerful penetration capabilities, given the current state of others' defensive armaments, interception is almost impossible. It's a pity. The total value of resources required for the upgrade exceeds 1 million gold coins. Although he has the capability now, the priority of this hypersonic missile nest isn't high enough yet. Vehicle armaments are getting more and more expensive, even more expensive than advancing the main vehicle itself. Jizang shook his head helplessly. He still has about 100 gold coins on hand, but he doesn't intend to continue upgrading the vehicle during the day today. He wants to return to the plains first. He needs to meet with Chen Xiaoyuan, get some fruits and vegetables, and incidentally use the intelligence he gathered. The situation won't change much for the time being, and staying in the super main city all the time is useless. Moreover, tonight, the first wave of monsters from the second round of survival, Abyss Invasion, is about to descend. He plans to stay in the super main city to withstand the pressure of the double-strength monsters. So, these matters must be taken care of in advance. Jizang gave orders to the butler, Juju, telling it to be responsible for watching over the vehicle and the territory while he was away. Afterward, he called Li Jiangwo and gave him some instructions. However, before leaving, Jizang opened the trading post and searched for spacetime stones. This spacetime stone is a consumable material required for the epic grade item portable wormhole beacon he obtained from opening a small boss treasure chest last time. Previously, cross-region trading hadn't opened, and since he was still on the plains, he basically had no use for this wormhole item. So, he had temporarily shelved it. But things are different now. His territory in main city No. 6 is very far from the plains. So, he must get this thing sorted out. On the trading post, a row of spacetime stones was listed, totaling over a dozen. The most expensive one was priced at 99,999 gold coins, ranged by bid price. The lowest was only 30,000 gold coins, and among them, 5 were actually listed by the same person. He wondered which channel they used to get so many. Materials like this, which aren't usually needed but have high rarity, are the easiest to haggle over. Jizang haggled relentlessly. The seller, likely having struggled to offload the items for a long time, was anxious to finally encounter a customer willing to negotiate, gritting his teeth. The seller bundled all 5 spacetime stones together and sold them to Jizang for 80 gold coins. The transaction was complete. What a massive steal! Jizang looked at the 5 stones shimmering with mysterious luster in his hands. A surge of joy rising in his heart. Spacetime stone evaluation. An extremely rare and precious material, produced within the mysterious spacetime rifts of the Rift world. Obtaining them is incredibly difficult and carries high risk. Spacetime stones possess extremely pure spatial energy and can be used to activate various spatial weapons, spatial devices, and spatial talents. Friendly reminder: the value of a spacetime stone is extremely high. If you intend to sell, be sure to find the right buyer. Jizang nodded, feeling very satisfied. 5 opportunities for spatial warping were now successfully in his possession. Next, he walked to the storage area and took out the previously acquired portable wormhole beacon. There were 8 beacons inside the device, and he decided to leave one directly inside his vehicle. Puffing! A strange sound rang in Jizang's ears, as if a nail had been driven into the fabric of space. He looked over to see a translucent white beacon, slowly rotating in a phantom state, surrounded by wisps of peculiar spatial silk. No. 1 wormhole beacon location. Mobile Doomsday Fortress main vehicle. A line of information appeared. Jizang then placed the second beacon within his own territory. Since they could be retrieved at any time, he might as well just place them. After finishing, Jizang finally put on his fully charged smart full-body armor, preparing to set out. Danzai, let's go. Daddy is taking you on a grand adventure, Jizang called out. Danzai, who had been playing on the second-floor balcony, heard this and immediately scrambled down in excitement. tripping over itself in its haste. Denzai had started eating meat exclusively now, specifically the highly nutritious dragonfish meat. In just one day, it had grown significantly, reaching a body length of over 3 meters. "Why are you still running like that? Can you act a bit more like a dragon?" Jizang scolded it, annoyed by its clumsy running posture and the way its large tongue lolled out in excitement. Denzai didn't care at all. It tilted its large head and let out a couple of gurgles, as if urging him to hurry. But before they could leave, Huahua came running over anxiously. Its short legs moved quickly as it grabbed onto the armor on Jizang's leg, climbed all the way up, and clung to his neck, refusing to let go. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jizang grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and held it in front of him. "You're still too small. You can't go out." Huahua meowed, its fluffy little legs paddling in midair. It looked just like a child being left behind while the rest of the family went on a trip. Its eyes watery and filled with grievance. Chapter 162, Returning to the Plains. Seeing Chen Xiaoyuan again, even Denzai stretched its head over, nuzzling Huahua and then rubbing against Jizang's chest, signaling for him to take its little sister along to play. Its gaze was expectant and firm, as if saying it could protect its little sister now. "Fine, fine. But don't run around when we're outside." Jizang sighed helplessly. Since Huahua couldn't fly, Jizang had no choice but to place it against his chest, covering it with the smart armor and leaving only a transparent glass shield. Afterward, Jizang took the 2 little ones, walked to the ejection elevator, and flew directly out from inside the fortress. The morning sun was high in the sky, and the land of the main city before him was full of vibrant life. "Let's go." A bold smile tugged at the corners of Jizang's mouth. Particle streams erupted from the spirals in his palms, and he flew off toward the distant sky with Denzai. Whoosh! High in the sky, the fierce wind whistled past. Hills and streams, like a painting, stretched and converged across the land. Many territories of various sizes were nestled here, and occasionally, one could see vehicles and human figures busy at work, a scene of peace and tranquility. Unfortunately, this peace was far too fragile. An hour later, Jizang and Denzai arrived at the teleportation entrance of the main city. The massive portal looked like the most peculiar creation between heaven and earth, with every flicker of its light signaling the immense power of space. The man and the dragon passed directly through the portal. After crossing the vast ocean of shimmering light, the entire world changed drastically. The familiar plains, the lush greenery stretching to the horizon, were full of tolerance and vitality. Even Jizang couldn't help but unlatch his helmet, close his eyes, and take a deep breath of the fresh air of the plains. His entire being, down to his very soul, felt refreshed. There's no place like home. Having been away for 2 days, he found he had actually missed it. "Master G, that's Master G. Master G is back." Several figures below shouted toward the sky, waving excitedly. They were members of the Shanghai Alliance responsible for guarding this area, having set up a simple camp next to the portal to take shifts every day. The leader on duty today was none other than Zhou Zhoulong. Jizang deactivated his smart full-body armor and descended from the sky. "Xiao, you're on duty today." Zhou Zhoulong and the other brothers rushed over in great excitement, intending to greet Master Ji properly, when a white dragon suddenly swooped down from the sky. Holy crap, a dragon! The group was so startled they nearly fell over. "It's fine, don't worry about it. That's my pet," Jizang said. The group finally relaxed, but they couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Master Ji was truly Master Ji. He could even tame a legendary creature like a dragon as a mount. The word awesome simply wasn't enough to describe him anymore. Zhou Zhoulong asked, "But Master Ji, why did you come back alone?" "I just came back to pick up a few things and will be heading back shortly. Old Li told me you all have been doing a great job with the base construction lately." "Oh, Master Ji, you've certainly come to the right person for that." The two exchanged pleasantries and sat in the camp for a while. It was only then that Jizang learned that all the survivors in the entire Shiyu Plain had gathered at Twilight Canyon. They were currently putting all their efforts into building a modernized human city. One could only say that the Chinese people truly lived up to their reputation as a construction-oriented civilization. No matter where they went, they were always thinking about building houses and farming the land. The news of Ji Zhang's return quickly spread through the regional channel, sparking a wave of enthusiastic commotion. Everyone was calling out for Master Ji to come and inspect the results of the base construction. Ji Zhang had no choice but to reply in the regional channel, intending to head over later. For now, he still needed to visit Chen Xiaoyuan first. Man and Dragon took off once again, heading straight for the Starry Forest. The portal was closest to the Starry Forest, so they arrived in no time. However, now that he had the ability to fly, he didn't need to take the winding, roundabout paths and soon reached the canyon where Chen Xiaoyuan was located. It remained a lush, tranquil, and idyllic sanctuary. However, the ground had changed significantly. In addition to the previous farmland, several new plots had been cultivated nearby, planted with all sorts of fruits and vegetables he had never seen before. They were vibrant and succulent, looking very well tended. But what surprised Ji Zhang the most was that the ones working hard to carry water and labor were not Chen Xiaoyuan, but 3 diligent little robots. The 3 little robots worked without complaint, braving the hot sun, huffing and puffing as they carried water and applied fertilizer. It looked like they had been at it for quite a while. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow, looking past them. He indeed spotted the figure of a young girl lying flat under the shade of a tree. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyuan was still wearing her loose, cartoon-patterned casual clothes, lying very leisurely on a lounge chair, her small, snow-white feet resting on the edge of the chair, swaying back and forth. She wore large sunglasses on her face, covering most of it. Beside her, a small robot held a fan pointed directly at her, blowing her soft, long hair across her forehead. Another small robot held a plate of sliced fruit, standing by at the ready. As soon as she opened her mouth, a grape would be delivered into her little mouth. Ji Zhang couldn't help but laugh. He deactivated his full-body smart armor and descended from the sky, landing in her little paradise. Asterisk beep, heap, heap, asterisk. The alarm lights nearby blared urgently, and even the vehicle's defensive armaments activated automatically, with the weapons locking onto the intruder, while the girl, who was enjoying her leisurely vacation, was so startled she nearly jumped off the chair. She looked up in a panic, but upon seeing Ji Zhang's mischievous expression, her shock turned into pleasant surprise, and her eyes brightened beautifully. She put on her little slippers and ran toward Ji Zhang. Only halfway there did she realize she had just been teased, so she put her hands on her hips, pouting and turning her head away indignantly. "Why didn't you tell me when you got back? You scared me to death." Ji Zhang crossed his arms, amused. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, having arranged for a few little laborers and servants. Jealous, aren't you?" Mentioning this, Chen Xiaoyuan was quite proud. "These are my exclusive little robots. If you beg me, it's not like I couldn't lend you to." "Oh, you've reached a Tier 3 vehicle, have you?" Only then did Ji Zhang notice that her little chopped pepper fish head vehicle had grown a size larger and now featured several new devices and armaments. With a cozy little wooden cabin built beside it, this opened the floodgates. Chen Xiaoyuan happily ran over to her vehicle and began to introduce her new home to Ji Zhang as if showing off her prized possessions. Watching her full of vitality, Ji Zhang's eyes softened with a smile, and he let out a slow breath, his entire body relaxing. Around them, birds chirped and cicadas hummed, and the sound of a clear spring flowed nearby. The cool morning breeze swept through the flowers and trees in the canyon, bringing a refreshing, subtle fragrance. The pace of these past few days had been too fast. He had been constantly on the move, buried in trivial matters, and his mind had been in a state of high activity. It really took the magic of Chen Xiaoyuan's little nest to truly allow his body and mind to relax completely. Chapter 163, The Girl's Lap Pillow. A long-lost day of leisure. "What are you spacing out for?" The girl turned back, hands on her hips. "I'm not spacing out, I'm listening." Ji Zhang sat down casually on the grass, closing his eyes to enjoy this quiet and comfortable moment. Manhua, who had been hiding behind him, also peeked her head out at this moment, her large, watery eyes curiously watching the pretty big sister not far away. The moment she saw Manhua, stars appeared in Chen Xiaoyuan's eyes. "Wow, so cute." She hurriedly ran over to Ji Zhang and squatted down. "Is this your pet? What a cute little kitty. Her name is Manhua. Oh my, Baby Huahua, come here to auntie. Chen Xiaoyuan reached out her hands and carefully took Huahua. Huahua was usually shy, but she didn't seem to resist Chen Xiaoyuan, obediently letting her pet and stroke her while letting out soft meows. The girl's heart melted at the sound. She held the cat up high and even placed it on her head, as if wearing a super cute cat hat. However, soon, Chen Xiaoyuan noticed Jizang's state, as if he were about to enter deep meditation. She reached out and pinched his cheek. Feeling a bit of heartache, Jizang, what is it? Are you a bit tired? Yeah, a little. I just feel like this place of yours is very comfortable, and I want to lie down for a while. Jizang said in a lazy tone. Wanzi, get me a pillow. Chen Xiaoyuan sat beside him in a duck sit position but didn't move. Jizang looked at her and noticed her face was a bit red. He asked, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoyuan shyly gestured toward her legs and said in a very soft voice, well, do you want to borrow these? You didn't say that sooner when there was such a good deal. Jizang didn't stand on ceremony at all and lay down immediately. The girl's lap was warm and soft, with beautifully symmetrical lines, and he could smell the faint, natural fragrance emanating from her body. Tsk. This is unbeatable. Jizang closed his eyes in contentment. Chen Xiaoyuan used her hands to gently massage his temples, making Jizang so comfortable that he fell asleep in no time. The little fox cat's body was also soft and fluffy as it lay on the girl's head. Eyes closed, fast asleep, one big, one small. They both drifted off into a deep slumber. Only Danzai didn't know where it had run off to play. There hadn't been a sign of it for the better part of the day. This sleep was incredibly refreshing. When Jizang slowly woke up, he felt something cool and chilly on his face, as if something had been placed there. He opened his eyes, and the little pagoda made of pebbles that had been resting on his forehead came tumbling down with a clatter. My pagoda! The girl cried out in distress. Chen Xiaoyuan, are you sick in the head? Jizang wiped the pebbles off his face, speechless, and sat up. Chen Xiaoyuan, HMPH. Who told you to sleep for so long? It's almost noon, time to eat. Jizang caught the scent of food. You cooked. It wasn't me. It was Xiaowu. Look. Chen Xiaoyuan pointed to a small tent at the back of the vehicle. Inside the tent, there was a gas stove, a seasoning rack, everything one could need. A two-wheeled robot, wearing an apron, was busy tossing a wok, moving so fast its feet barely touched the ground. On the dining table nearby, 7 or 8 steaming meat dishes were already laid out, glistening and succulent. Just looking at them made one's mouth water. Wait, where did you get this robot? It can actually cook. Jizang was stunned. Even he didn't have one. Impressive, right? Xiaowu's a specialized culinary robot. I upgraded it specifically and fed it tons and tons of recipes. The girl looked smug as she pulled Jizang toward the dining table. Jizang had indeed gone a long time without eating such freshly cooked, steaming home-style meals. His appetite was instantly piqued, and he devoured bowl after bowl. Even Huahua had its own new, exclusive little bowl and was busy burying its head in its food. Chen Xiaoyuan watched happily, constantly refilling their bowls. After they were wined and dined, she took Jizang to tour her new vegetable garden, introducing him to many new varieties of fruits and vegetables. Then, she harvested many precious, non-tradable fruits and vegetables on the spot so he could take them to the super main city to eat later. After these days of careful cultivation, the garden's yield and quality had improved by more than just a few notches compared to before. Not to mention the familiar faces like Spirit Essence Cabbage, Starlight Spirit Fruit, Mist Treasure Fruit, and Blazing Sun Fruit. Chen Xiaoyuan had also cultivated brand new, secret treasure level rare varieties like Heavenly Cloud Purple Vegetable, Fire Dragon Treasure Fruit, and Thunder Breath Fruit. First was the Heavenly Cloud Purple Vegetable. Eating it could increase one's mental power by 5 points in one go, limited to once per week. This was the first rare vegetable capable of increasing mental power, which was a very significant breakthrough. As for the Fire Dragon Treasure Fruit, it was a fruit that increased fire attribute affinity for someone with a fire attribute talent. This was the cream of the crop. Finally, there was the Thunder Breath Fruit, which likewise increased thunder attribute affinity. It was perfectly suited to Jizang's specialty. When he saw the panel information for this item, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Thunder Breath Fruit Grade, Secret Treasure Fruit. Description: a mysterious fruit tree species grown in the starry forest. It is a super mutated fruit formed by absorbing the faint magnetic fields of heaven and earth over a long period. The Thunder Breath fruit contains a large amount of pure thunder energy. Consuming it can significantly increase the body's lightning affinity, providing huge benefits to those with thunder-type talents. Warm reminder: consumption is prohibited for those without thunder-type talents. Otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to the body. These stats were truly overpowered. And the most critical point was that this fruit had no quantity limit, meaning as long as your body could handle it, it could be consumed infinitely. However, the yield was an issue. Chen Xiaoyuan explained that fruits of secret treasure level and above were rare and hard to come by, making targeted cultivation very difficult at the current stage. But this was already more than enough. A large basket was filled to the brim with fresh fruits and vegetables of all sizes. Your yield is really high now, Chen Xiaoyuan. You must have made quite a bit of money recently, Ji Zhang said with a smile. Of course. I can earn at least 3,000 gold coins a day now. Pretty amazing, right? The girl held up two of her slender, onion white fingers, as if making a V sign. Seeing Ji Zhang's shocked expression, Chen Xiaoyuan looked smug. She leaned close to his ear and whispered in a seductive tone, "Little Zhang, if you call me mommy, I might consider supporting you. You can eat as much as you want in the future, no money needed. I'm not a gamer." Ji Zhang glanced at her, pinched her collagen-rich cheeks with both hands, and pulled them to the sides. "Where did you learn that?" No, I won't do it again. I learned it on the internet." The girl made a tearful face and raised her hands to beg for mercy. Ji Zhang let her go and said, "All right, trade with me. Double quotes out, just take them. No need for money. Or are you short on cash?" It's not like I can't transfer some to you." Chen Xiaoyuan initiated the trade while calculating. She still had 3,500 gold coins left in her little treasury. Taking out 3,000 was no problem, but she still needed to buy seeds tomorrow. She did the math and put up to Chapter 164. "How are you so rich? Did you rob a bank?" But the moment she placed it in the trade window, her eyes went wide, because on Ji Zhang's side of the trade window, a long string of numbers appeared. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 digits. 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. "How are you so rich? Did you rob a bank?" The girl nearly jumped up. "Ji Zhang, is it a lot? This is only 3 hours of income." 3 hours. Chen Xiaoyuan's eyes were almost losing focus as she muttered, "Are super main cities really that profitable? I work so hard farming every day and only earn a few thousand gold coins. I thought I was doing pretty well. It's okay. A few thousand gold coins is still great." Ji Zhang patted her head. Why? This isn't fair. I clearly worked so hard." The young girl slumped down as if she had lost all strength. As a hoarder who felt happy earning every single gold coin, the impact of this massive sum on her worldview was simply too great. "All right. It's not like everyone can make money as easily as I do. Most people inside don't even earn as much as you. Really? That's a relief. Then I'll accept this money. I'll save it for you." "No need to save it. Spend it as you need. The first round is tonight. You should hurry up and upgrade your vehicles and defenses. Safety first. I know." The two chatted for a while longer, and then Ji Zhang prepared to leave. He had to head to Twilight Canyon next. Originally, he wanted to take Chen Xiaoyuan with him so she could get to know everyone. However, she was a homebody with social anxiety who preferred staying in her own little world. No matter what he said, she refused to go. So, he eventually had to give up. Ji Zhang handed her the half-acre fertile field special item from before, gave her 500 units of dragonfish meat, and left a wormhole beacon in the canyon before taking Manhwa and preparing to set off. "I'm off. Then when will you be back next time?" "I don't know. It's not certain." The bright smile on the girl's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disappointment. Ji Zhang patted her head. All right. I'll come visit you when I have time." Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyuan's eyes brightened up again. Okay, then I'll wait for you." Leaving the quiet little canyon, Ji Zhang flew outward. At this moment, Danzai didn't know where it had run off to play. It was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, Jizang possessed the spirit god talent. So, he followed the traces in the air and tracked it down. Not long after, he found Danzai about 10 kilometers away. The little guy was fighting a powerful super monster. It was an adult ghost fierce wolf, possessing extremely ferocious combat power, and at this moment, it had completely fallen into a bloodthirsty, frenzied state. But Danzai wasn't taking it seriously at all. It was just toying with the opponent, occasionally flying over to smack the wolf's face with its tail, then letting the creature chase it. It was incredibly cheeky. Jizang unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly turning the ghost fierce wolf into charcoal, and scolded, "Still playing? Let's go." Danzai then flew up with its head hanging low, following Jizang toward the direction of Twilight Canyon. After leaving the starry forest, Jizang headed straight for Twilight Canyon with Danzai. Long before the news arrived that Master Ji would be visiting in person today, the entire canyon had already fallen into a state of jubilation. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners, looking just like a festival. In the regional channel, the discussion had been ongoing since the morning, filled with excitement. "Master Ji is coming soon. Hurry, hurry, brothers. Get the vehicles ready. Set up all the infinite ammo armaments later and fire them as a salute for Master Ji. The honor guard at the entrance, keep it neat, show some spirit." Why was I cut from the honor guard? I don't look that bad. Come on, big sister. Do you think you can be a greeter just because you're pretty? Do you understand anything about boys and temperament? I just heard Captain Zhou say that Master Ji brought a dragon back with him. Is that true? It's verified. The brothers at the duty camp are going crazy. They said they've actually seen a dragon now. Twilight Canyon was in an uproar, especially at the main entrance. A huge crowd of people had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as Jizang's figure appeared in the distance, the whole place erupted in cheers. "Welcome, Master Ji, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk rows of cannons, loaded with fireworks and salutes, exploded in succession, filling the sky with confetti. Jizang was stunned by the scene. He had only mentioned it in the regional channel. He really hadn't expected everyone to put on such a show. After he descended from the sky, the honor guard, carefully selected on both sides of the gate, immediately played a welcome melody, asterisk beep dash beep dash bap dash bap. Although it wasn't very professional, it was quite festive. Jizang helplessly covered his face before walking over. "Master Ji is awesome, Master Ji. I love you. I want to have your babies." All the high-level leaders of the base had come out and were standing at the entrance to welcome him. The greeters on both sides were wearing matching cheongsams, each one elegant and graceful. "Master Ji, on behalf of all the survivors in District 5631, welcome home." The person who came forward to shake his hand was named Zhou Zhong. He was previously a captain-level powerhouse of the Shanghai Alliance and was now the temporary head of the base, as well as a very responsible and capable figure. Beside him were other former high-level members of the Battlefield Alliance and the Shenfeng Group. Because of Jizang's existence, all the factions in the entire region had basically merged together. Now, there was no distinction between them, and they were collectively referred to as the base. Jizang said with a wry smile, "I was just passing by to take a look at how the base construction is coming along." "Why did you guys go through all this trouble?" Zhou Zhong laughed bitterly. "Please don't misunderstand. We wouldn't dare do this on our own. This was all organized spontaneously by everyone. You can check the regional channel if you don't believe me. Old Zhou, wouldn't dare take the blame for this." Jizang was ushered into the base while being surrounded by the crowd. Danzai, following behind, was much more of a social butterfly than Jizang, because it discovered that wherever it flew, it would trigger a wave of excited cheers. It immediately got excited and started flying around everywhere, as if it were on a parade. Hua Hua was the exact opposite. She burrowed into the back of Jizang's collar, peeking out at the surroundings, and would only shyly hide away when someone teased her. After entering the base, Zhou Zhong and the other high-ranking officials accompanied him the whole way, earnestly introducing the place to Jizang. The scenery around them had indeed changed significantly since his last visit. The residential area, which had been under construction during Li Jianwo's time, was now completely finished. built entirely from high-strength timber, with the addition of various leather floorings and wooden furniture. Every room looked quite decent. Furthermore, there were 3 super-sized canteens, 2 large training grounds, and 1 activity center. Beyond that, there was a mining and smelting zone, a lumber yard, a combat readiness zone, and even a base committee responsible for handling the distribution of everyone's daily affairs. Life could be considered to be flourishing. Chapter 165. Master G leads the dungeon run personally. The slots are being fought over like crazy. It must be said that the survivors' capabilities were truly formidable. They had managed to build such a magnificent, large-scale human community in just a few short days. However, the defensive capabilities were still lacking for the time being. It relied basically entirely on the 2 turrets at the entrance and the survivors' own vehicles. The first wave of monsters was set to arrive tonight, although the powerhouses from the super main city would return to hold the fort by then. Jizang was still not very satisfied with the base's strength. If the monster's impact were too violent and the base's defensive line collapsed, it would be game over. How were your defensive turrets constructed, Master G? We used design blueprints opened from treasure chests. We just placed and upgraded them. With the costs covered by the base's construction fund, let's build another one. I'll cover the costs, Master G. How could we let you do that? The high-ranking officials looked at each other, hurriedly trying to decline. Stop talking nonsense and get me a design blueprint. Yes, yes. We'll get it done immediately. Also, are there any dungeon mission scrolls, preferably C rank or higher? Dungeon mission scrolls? We actually do have one. The captain of the 2nd Guard team opened one from a Night Shining treasure box last night. It's a B rank dungeon mission scroll. All right. Have him come see me. Yes, at this moment, the tour had concluded. Accompanied by several high-ranking officials, Jizang arrived outside the main gate's defensive line. The people at the entrance were still working fervently to reinforce the defenses, and seeing Master G arrive caused another wave of excitement. Everyone, quiet down. Master G has just decided to personally fund the addition of another defensive tower for the base. Everyone, give him a round of applause, Zhou Zhang announced directly. As soon as this news broke, the entire area erupted into thunderous applause. The men, women, and children working there clapped until their hands were red, and cheers rose one after another. Master G is mighty, Master G is awesome. In truth, before this, everyone had been harboring significant fear and anxiety regarding the second wave of monsters, terrified that the base tonight would repeat the tragic experiences of the first wave. But now that Master G had returned to inspect the base, it was as if a stabilizing force had taken root here, and everyone felt a sense of security. The way they looked at that young figure was far more than just reverence. He was simply the guardian deity of District 5631. Soon, a defensive tower design blueprint was handed to Jizang. Jizang chose to place it right in the center of the final defensive line. It had both depth and range coverage, making it the optimal spot for a defensive tower. After spending 10 gold coins to complete the placement, Jizang immediately began continuous upgrades. Starting from the level 1 initial arrow tower, it went to level 2 high-speed arrow tower, level 3 rapid arrow tower, and level 4 multi-shot rapid arrow tower. It reached the same level as the other main defensive towers. But that wasn't all. Jizang actually upgraded it one more level, reaching the level 5 maxed out ultimate high-speed crossbow turret. It cost a total of 60,000 gold coins. When the ultimate high-speed crossbow turret appeared, the entire scene went wild. A max-level defensive turret. That was just too damn fierce. The news spread rapidly throughout the entire base, causing morale to soar and countless people to chant "Long live Master G." Meanwhile, the guard captain who possessed the B-rank mission scroll, Shu Dashin, also rushed over from the front lines in great excitement to answer the summons. Shu Dashin held the mission scroll in his hand, and the moment he saw Master G, he couldn't even speak clearly as he handed it over. "My Master G, this is the item you wanted." Her. Jizang took the mission scroll from him and glanced at it. Dark Rainforest Mission Scroll Dungeon Rank, B-Rank tickets. 10 send invitation tickets to any survivor. Once they agree, they gain entry qualifications to the dungeon to clear it together. Suggested ticket price: 500 gold coins each. Evaluation: This mission scroll belongs to an entry-level dungeon, suitable for survivors with a constitution of 100 or higher, strong innate talents, and powerful equipment. Please be sure to make all preparations before attempting to clear it. Once the dungeon clear fails, the survivor will face an extremely high risk of death. Friendly reminder: personal vehicles cannot enter the dungeon. Dark rainforest. The corners of Jizang's mouth curled up slightly. It looked quite interesting. He said, "Shudashin, right. How much do you intend to sell this mission scroll for?" "I'll buy it." "Master G, why are you saying that? Take it whenever you want." No money needed. If I dared to take your money, the captain would beat me to death later." Shudashin scratched his head with a foolish grin. Jizang patted Shudashin on the shoulder. "That's fine. I plan to go in and clear it, so I'll count you in for one slot." Hearing this, Shudashin was so excited his hands were shaking. "Holy crap, thank you, Master G." A dungeon mission scroll was no laughing matter for survivors like them who couldn't even enter the super main city. This wasn't an entrance ticket to a treasure trove, but a death warrant, the kind where you die the moment you go in. And it was a B rank one at that. It was likely that apart from Master G, no one in the entire district 5631 could take it down. Shudashin was absolutely thrilled. This was the rhythm of having a god-tier player carry him to success. Zhang and the others nearby were also quite excited. Ji and Shudashin had already taken to spots, which meant there were still 8 left. But to everyone's surprise, Jizang did not directly choose people for the remaining 8 spots. Instead, he adopted an auction method. He announced this directly in the regional channel. The remaining 8 spots would go to the highest bidder. Furthermore, all the funds raised would be transferred to the base's defense fund. This was truly a top-tier big shot, returning to the novice village to carry people for free. In an instant, the entire base was plunged into unprecedented fervor. "Holy crap! Captain Shu's B-rank dungeon is opening. GE is leading the team personally. Damn, nobody fight me for it. I'm going all in." GE is purely carrying people this time, not charging a single cent. Holy crap! I can only say that whoever gets a spot is going to take off. The last time people came out of a C-rank dungeon with GE, they were all at the level of Commander Lee total big shots. This time is even different. It's a B-rank dungeon. The rewards are even more insane. Damn, I'm so envious of Shudashin. He got a guaranteed spot right off the bat. It's starting. Amidst the soaring emotions, this spot auction officially began. Because time was limited, a collective bidding mode was adopted. Within the 10-minute bidding window, the 8 people with the highest bids would win the spots. Moreover, supervised by the base committee, one had to possess sufficient funds to place a bid. After Zhang announced the start, the fierce bidding war began immediately. Since they were fighting for the top 8 spots, everyone was chasing and stacking their bids. The 8th place bid went from the initial 1,000 gold coins to 2,000, then 3, after a few minutes. Even the high-level officials began to join the auction, and the price was pushed up to the sky-high figure of 5,000 gold coins. Chapter 166. A big shot carrying the team, B-rank dungeon Dark Rainforest. The most terrifying part was the final 10 seconds. All the deep-pocketed powerhouses and talent masters utilized their connections, borrowing funds from brothers and friends, and combined with the large amounts of gold coins they had hoarded, they began the most insane bidding. With 3 seconds left on the countdown, the highest bids jumped repeatedly, especially in the final second. The top 8 amounts were all sniped. Some with deep pockets barely managed to hold onto their positions. Others were directly backdoored and replaced by other powerhouses. Hitting closed. First place, Yuan Gang base high-level official, 18,000 gold coins. Second place, Zhang's 17,600 gold coins. 8th place, Yuan Mao, 12,100 gold coins. An incredibly intense auction thus came to an end, leaving everyone's hearts pounding. Holy crap! I got backdoored, damn it. The last 3 seconds were like madness. I had 3,000 gold coins on hand and thought I could grab one, but damn, even 8th place is 12,000. That's heaven-defying. To be carried by GE once, 12,000 is totally worth it. I just hate that I don't have the money. I'm impressed. How are those big shots on the leaderboard so rich? They look rich. But they've all borrowed like crazy. Okay, just now. Captain Zhozhong was so anxious he ran off the stage to borrow from every brother in his team. It's over. Everyone on that list, once they come out, they'll definitely be top-tier big shots. I'm dying of envy. But this is a good thing too. This wave raised over 100 gold coins. Our base's construction will definitely reach a new level. GE is truly amazing. Coming back this one time, he's taking the whole base to new heights. This is the true meaning of when one person attains the Tao. Their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. We're all benefiting. Haha. After the auction ended, the 8 winners still had trembling hands as they paid the committee. The hall was a flurry of activity. Jizang sat to the side drinking tea. He took the opportunity to eat all the fruits and vegetables Chen Xiaoyuan had brought him, feeling a warm glow throughout his body. After this wave, his physique increased by another 45 points, successfully breaking through the 700-point mark. Moreover, under the effect of the Thunder Breath fruit, his internal lightning-type talent ability received a massive boost. This was a miraculous kind of improvement, stemming entirely from the foundation, like adding a large amount of steel and concrete to an already solid base. It became even more solid and firm. Ji. After paying, everyone gathered in front of Jizang. Although they were all burdened with massive debts, they were still incredibly pumped. Jizang said, "Yes." The group looked at each other in excitement and left to follow orders. Jizang continued to wait in the base. Before long, Gu Qingyu's vehicle arrived at the base entrance. She had come specifically to deliver equipment to Jizang, since they were all returning from the super main city to the plains tonight anyway. And it just so happened that Jizang needed to use the moon's blood. She had returned early. After an entire morning of forging, the progress of the moon's blood had reached 23%. On average, each super monster material added about 1% to the progress. Here, giving it back to you. Gu Qingyu struggled to lift the astonishingly heavy moon's blood and returned it to Jizang, then rubbed her shoulders. "That wore me out. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Gu." Jizang took the long blade and sheathed it at his waist. The two chatted for a short while. Upon learning that Jizang was going to take 9 other people to clear a B-rank dungeon, a resentful look drifted from the beautiful young woman, making Jizang pause. Gu Qingyu said gloomily, "Leader, you're being very mean." "Haha, next time. I'll definitely take you next time. I didn't think that much just now." Jizang laughed sheepishly. Gu Qingyu burst into a laugh. "All right, I'm just teasing you. I'm going to rest now. You all must be careful." "Understood, Sister Gu." After bidding farewell to Gu Qingyu, Jizang arrived at the main gate. At this moment, the other 9 members were already fully prepared and waiting for Jizang's orders. "Let's move out." With a wave of his hand, Jizang sat on the back of a large pickup truck and led the team toward the target location. Because the actual combat was about to begin, he only brought Danzai along this time. While Huahu remained at the base for the time being, the convoy moved at full speed, reaching the target location in less than half an hour. The entrance to this dark rainforest dungeon was located at the lower reaches of the Liubao River. This place possessed the natural landscape of a tropical rainforest, but it was countless times more terrifying than any tropical rainforest on Blue Star. Countless dense, primeval forests spread outward from both banks of the great river, stretching on endlessly. All sorts of ferocious beasts and venomous insects occupied every ecological niche here. Ever since the survival game began, this place had been a forbidden zone of life that no one dared to enter. Everyone climbed out of their vehicles, their expressions tense. Jizang distributed the tickets for this run to the group and said, "Take a look. We probably won't need to formulate any tactics this time. As for the main strategy, leave all the mobs, elite monsters, and the big boss to me. If there are any super-grade monsters, I will help you beat them until they are crippled, and you can go in for the finishing blow. That way, your ratings will be much higher. Go ahead and check your respective tickets." The group looked at each other and nodded solemnly. "Yes, Master G. Dungeon ticket. Level D. Grad location. Dark Rainforest. Click to view coordinates. Objective: slay the Hell Toad. Time limit: 6 hours. Starts upon entry. Point ranking: none yet. After clearing the dungeon, all rewards will be automatically distributed according to the point ranking, excluding special items. Friendly reminder: if the dungeon time limit is exceeded, no one will receive rewards, and teleportation will be unavailable. You will have to escape the dungeon manually. Hell Toad. Upon seeing this name, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This thing was definitely a king-level monster. They wondered what kind of scene awaited them inside. Once the tickets were verified, Ji-Zhang clicked Start Dungeon Combat. The next moment, mysterious runic teleportation rays appeared beneath everyone's feet. Ji-Zhang reached out and grabbed one of Danzai's dragon horns so that it would be teleported in with them. Whoosh! The surrounding scenery shifted in an instant. They were transported from the wide, bright plains directly into the depths of the rainforest. Splash, splash. The Liubao River nearby flowed with turbulent, surging water, and from time to time, one could see giant creatures leaping out to hunt ferociously. The surrounding ancient trees were tangled and knotted. The moment the group appeared, they startled a massive swarm of venomous insects, which surged toward them in a dense, swarming mass. However, everyone present was an expert among survivors, and such a scene no longer frightened them. They each began to use their own methods to clear the path. Snap! Ji-Zhang snapped his fingers. A ring of white lightning appeared on the ground, centered on the squad, and swept outward. Sizzle! As the lightning flashed, all the venomous insects were reduced to charcoal, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. Chapter 167. With so many monsters, of course I have to feed the blood of the moon. The group was deeply shocked. Master Ji's talent was just too damn strong now. He could even control lightning forms at will. Moreover, unlike the deep blue lightning from before, it had now evolved into a more violent, silver-white lightning. Just as everyone found their footing, a mechanical prompt sounded in their minds. Ding! Detected that a survivor's strength exceeds the dungeon standard. Do you wish to activate Abyss mode? In team voting, activate 0. Do not activate reminder. In Abyss mode, dungeon difficulty is doubled, and rewards are doubled. It's here. The group felt a jolt in their hearts. This was the legendary Abyss mode. The process of clearing the previous Goblin Nest dungeon had long since spread throughout the base, becoming a classic, well-known, and much-discussed battle. They wondered what choice Master Ji would make this time. You all should vote on this yourselves. I won't interfere. Ji-Zhang reminded them. If we activate it, the rewards will be much higher, but you will face the risk of death. If we don't, we'll just fight normally. The group looked at each other and quickly made their decision. The final voting result was 9 votes to activate, 1 vote not to. Fortune favors the bold. The survival game was a life or death struggle to begin with. If you're afraid of death, how do you expect to become stronger? They had already followed Master Ji here, so they might as well go all out. Once the vote concluded, Ji-Zhang directly chose to activate Abyss mode. Ding! Be Great Dungeon Dark Rainforest Abyss mode combat initiated. Countdown 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The mission had begun. Ji-Zhang didn't waste any more words. He told everyone to stay put while he went ahead to scout. And you, behave yourself, or I won't take you out to play next time. Ji-Zhang tapped Danzai on the head. Danzai lowered its head and grumbled twice, obediently staying in place. Afterward, Ji-Zhang drew the blood of the moon from his waist, his figure flashing as he dashed forward instantly. At the same time, his spirit god passive was fully deployed. Entering the eagle eye state, he quickly captured all the information in this patch of forest. 10 seconds later, he passed through the dense woods and arrived at a large, muddy wetland. This was the dungeon location. The moment he intruded, the monsters within the wetland instantly boiled over. Whoosh, whoosh. From within the muddy wetland, groups of hideous figures covered in sludge emerged. Blood Toad level, common monster evolution. A monster that inhabits the depths of the dark rainforest. They exist in massive numbers and can secrete lethal venom. Do not make close-range contact with them under any circumstances. Large Blood Toad. Level, elite monster evolution. An adult of the toad species. It can spray highly toxic pus and is extremely aggressive. Once you step into their territory, it will trigger their most frenzied retaliation. 2 types of monsters had appeared. Ji-Zhang scanned them casually. There were about 100 or 200 of them in the surroundings, all churning in the mud and charging toward him in a frenzy. But this was far too few. Ji-Zhang held Moonblood in his hand. and the thunder energy on his body was released, transforming into a dense magnetic thunder net that seeped into a large area of the wetlands. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Your master is already here, and you're still sleeping." After the thunder net had completely finished seeping in, he immediately intensified the thunder energy. Fizzle. Countless fine arcs of lightning suddenly appeared across the wetlands. The large and small toad monsters that had been resting in the mud and water were all shocked awake. In truth, for creatures of this level, it would only take Jizang a few minutes to wipe them out. But since there were so many of them, it would be a waste not to use them to feed Moonblood. Splash. A massive number of toads were startled awake. One hideous figure after another emerged from the mud, emitting sharp, baby-like cries filled with vicious killing intent and rage. They were packed densely together. The number reached as many as 5,000 or 6,000, and nearly half of them were elite monsters. There were even over a dozen super monsters. Jizang looked up, and a piece of information appeared. Toad Lord level, super monster evolution. A lord among the toad species. After hundreds of years of growth, it possesses a massive body spanning dozens of meters and highly concentrated venom. It is an extremely dangerous predator in the dark rainforests. Little trinkets. You sure are loud. Jizang smiled. He gripped Moonblood tightly and stood with his blade held horizontally. With his other hand, he pressed his earpiece lightly and said, "I've already explored the area. It's not a big problem. You can all come over now." "Understood, Master G." The group responded enthusiastically and immediately rushed toward his location. Meanwhile, a large number of toad monsters were now frantically swarming around Jizang. Some sprayed venom directly, while others opened their blood-red maws, preparing to tear into him. Swish! A cold glint flashed by. The circle of toads surrounding him was sliced in half at the waist, turning into chunks of flesh that flew backward. Successfully killed a blood toad. Gold coins Kung 0. 2. Doubled in abyss mode. Successfully killed a blood toad. Gold coins Kung 0. 2. Doubled in abyss mode. Successfully triggered Moonblood kill passive. Physique Kung 1. Successfully killed a large blood toad. Gold coins Kung 2. Doubled in abyss mode. A large stream of kill notifications appeared. Jizang's figure quickly transformed into a long rainbow, charging directly into the massive horde of monsters ahead. His current physique was at a completely crushing level. To avoid accidental damage from his own thunder, Jizang didn't even activate Heavenly Thunder Body. He used physical combat throughout to ensure the maximum efficiency of triggering the Moonblood passive. However, since it was a wetland battlefield, he still condensed to thunder energy fields under his feet, continuously releasing energy bursts similar to Thunder Flash. This allowed him to accelerate while remaining in a semi-hovering state to avoid getting stuck in the mud. Swish, swish, swish. Jizang's figure darted across the wetlands like lightning. Moonblood in his hand acted like a harvester wherever he passed. A large amount of toad fragments were sent flying. At this moment, Zhou and the others finally arrived. Seeing Jizang casually flick a super monster into the air with a single strike and gut it, they couldn't help but feel shocked. It had to be Master G, charging into a monster nest single-handedly as if it were just a game. "What are you standing there for? Come over and take the kills. Whoever gets them, gets them." Jizang crippled another super monster and, seeing the group still dazed in the distance, pressed his earpiece to speak. Only then did Zhou and the others snap out of it. They hurriedly entered the battlefield, rushing toward the super monsters that were already reduced to their last breath. Dan Zai was much faster than them. Upon receiving the information that it could join the battle, it became incredibly excited. With a flick of its tail, its figure instantly flashed out, moving so fast it created a sonic boom. Chapter 168. Instant kill of the Hell Toad. Physique skyrockets. Successfully killed a blood toad. Gold coins Kung 0. 2. Doubled in abyss mode. Successfully triggered Moonblood kill passive. Physique Kung 2. Successfully killed a large blood toad. Gold coins Kung 2. Doubled in abyss mode. Successfully triggered Moonblood kill passive. Physique Kung 0. Successfully triggered Moonblood kill passive. Physique Kung 3. This battle played out like a lawn mowing game, slicing through vegetables and melons. Although the killing efficiency was certainly not as high as Heavenly Thunder Formless, the number of monsters was still visibly plummeting. Jizang was having a blast. Toads were incredibly satisfying to hack at, and with the Moonblood passive adding stats from time to time, his adrenaline surged, making him more and more energized with every kill. Danzai also loved fighting now. It used its dragon roar with ease. A single breath downward would tear a large group of toads into pieces. Man and dragon were staging an ultimate killing spree. Meanwhile, Zhou and his party acted as the battlefield cleaners. They crouched and scurried about, using their strongest methods to land the finishing blows on the weakened super monsters. 10+ minutes later, as they pushed deeper into the battlefield, more and more monsters were being disturbed. Jizang took out a noise-emitting gun and fired a shot into the densest part of the monster swarm. Screech! An incredibly piercing noise echoed across the entire great wetland. All the monsters went mad, continuously surging toward the location of the noise grenade. And at the same time, the ultimate boss of this dungeon, the Hell Toad, finally made its menacing appearance. Moreover, it wasn't just one, there were two. Two massive figures surged from the silt at the bottom of the wetlands, rising like two mountains of mud. These two Hell Toads were over 50 meters in length, their bodies covered in black and red patterns. Within their gaping maws, scarlet tongues like giant blood-stained carpets secreted a deep green saliva, which dripped down their serrated gums and hissed as it hit the muddy water below. Croak, croak. Their cries were incredibly fierce. They actually drowned out the sound waves of the noise grenades. A piece of information appeared at this moment. Hell Toad male and female level, King Tire valuation. The Hell Toad is a sudden mutation of the Toad Lord. During their growth, they accidentally consumed too many dark creatures, leading to a mutation and evolution of their physical bodies. Although they have become the kings of the dark rainforest, they have lost their souls in the process, leaving behind only the predatory instincts of the toad species. They have dominated these wetlands for years, devouring any living creature other than their own kind. Once any organism dares to trespass into this forbidden zone, they will face their most terrifying wrath, Abyss Mode. So it really is two of them. Jizang stood with his blade held horizontally, watching the two colossal figures not far away. Danzai flew to his side, its sharp eyes locked onto the enemy's. Roar! The young true dragon let out a low-frequency growl. This was the first time Danzai had faced a king-tier monster, and the powerful pressure released by the opponents ignited the fighting spirit within its bloodline. Seeing Danzai like this, Jizang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This little guy is getting better and better, although he always complained about it. Jizang had witnessed Danzai's growth. Even though it was still at the super-tier monster level, it now dared to face a king-tier monster head-on. It truly is a dragon, Danzai. Do you dare to fight? If you do, I'll leave one for you. Lou. Danzai tilted its large head and let out a gurgle, signaling that it could. All right. Then the weaker one is yours. In the palm of Jizang's hand, a ball of dazzling lightning rapidly condensed out. Crackle. Violent lightning energy filled the surrounding space almost instantly. The white lightning was incredibly condensed. The restless arcs of electricity sputtering from it were already over 10 centimeters thick. Jizang shook his palm, and a fully charged lightning flash struck out instantly. Boom! The air spanning the hundreds of meters between them was torn from end to end by a thick, white bolt of thunder. The mighty lightning energy at the tip struck the more powerful male Hell Toad with precision. Boom hiss! In an instant, the Hell Toad's wide-open mouth was completely pierced through by the lightning. Its massive body split apart instantly, flying backward like a torn rag sack before crashing into the mud. Boom! A massive amount of lightning, along with mud and water, splashed outward. Its body, which had just been filled with violent killing intent, fell silent, leaving only a charred corpse with a gaping hole that gradually sank into the depths. Successfully killed one Hell Toad male. Gold coins come for 1,000. Mutated Dark Heart by 2. Doubled in Abyss Mode. A king-tier monster had been easily killed in seconds. The remaining one is yours, Danzai. Don't disappoint your old man. Jizang patted Danzai's head and turned to deal with the gathered monsters, leaving a bewildered Danzai behind. Returning to the monster gathering area, Jizang leaped into the air using lightning energy and scanned the mud flats below. By now, almost all the monsters in the nest had been lured over, piling up in a dense, writhing mass below. It's about time. Jizang slowly exhaled, Between his brows, a strange, blood moon mark slowly emerged. Black and red patterns snaked down from the mark, spreading across his skin like vines. And even his eyes turned a jewel-like, translucent blood red. Active skill, moon blood. Blood spirit state. Activated. Swish. Jizang's figure vanished from midair. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of the monster pile. A long blade aura extended from the air down to the ground, splitting the entire pile of monsters in two. Boom! The blood-red blade line exploded instantly. The toad swarm was instantly reduced to severed limbs, spraying high into the air. With just this one strike, hundreds of toads perished, turning into a stream of kill notifications and several physical nutrients before Jizang's eyes. But this was only the beginning. The second his feet touched the ground, Jizang launched himself backward again. Shing, shing, shing. Jizang's figure moved like lightning, darting back and forth through the monster swarm. In the blood spirit state, the killing range of moon blood increased fivefold, and with the boost of 10 times his limit speed, every slash of his blade resulted in a massive number of monsters being killed instantly, including the thousands of toads he had just slaughtered. There had been over 10,000 monsters in the muddy nest. Now, they were being whittled down at an incredible speed. In the distance, Zhou Zhang and the others watched this scene, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Chapter 169. Speedrun complete. New title: Guardian of the Homeland. Holy crap. What kind of speed is that? Damn, is this Master G's true strength? You guys are just too inexperienced. Master G hasn't even gotten serious yet. I was at the scene of the battle against the Corpse King, and it was way more exaggerated than this, my god. And this scene is still considered a conservative playstyle. Are you kidding? Did you not notice that lightning strike just now? It instantly killed that hell toad. It's probably because we weaklings are here that he can't go all out. Otherwise, the mere shockwave alone would have finished us off. Holy crap. Holy crap. Another wave wiped out. Stop thinking about picking up scraps for a second. Let's retreat. They're coming this way. Didn't a king-level monsters appear earlier? Where's the other one? Holy crap. Master Dragon is fighting it too. Everyone turned to look. On the distant battlefield, the white dragon was already engaged in combat with the female hell toad, although the white dragon was constantly being chased and yelping. After a round of fighting, the hell toad, a king-level monster, hadn't actually gained any advantage. Instead, it had several new wounds on its body. The group exchanged glances and smiled, feeling truly helpless. It was one thing for Master G to be a beast himself, but even the young pet he'd raised, which had only been born a short while ago, could go toe-to-toe with a king-level monster. This was just too damn overpowered. But then again, it was to be expected. This was a true dragon. The nobility of its bloodline alone was something 10,000 toads couldn't compare to. Zhou Zhang, Shu Dashan, and the others no longer planned to scavenge for super-level monster loot. Since this was a carry session, they would just wait for Master G's instructions later. They simply took a small wooden boat out of their inventory, squeezed onto it together, and started smoking while watching the battle. They were filled with infinite emotion. Master G was surely destined for a much broader world in the future. Having the experience of fighting alongside Master G and Master Dragon today was something they could brag about at the dinner table for the rest of their lives. 10 odd minutes later, the entire battlefield had been completely cleared. Only that young, handsome figure remained, hovering alone above the great wetlands. Hu Jikang slowly exhaled, feeling a sense of swelling and numbness throughout his body. This state wasn't due to the prolonged battle, but purely a passive effect of the moon blood. His physique had increased too much in one go. This horde of over 10,000 monsters had triggered 74 attribute drops for him, totaling 168.5 points in physique, at a 1% drop rate. That was a bit unlucky, but in truth, it wasn't really the moon blood's low probability to blame. It was because many of the monsters had been smashed to pieces by his high-speed moving body, and naturally, those didn't count toward the moon blood's kill data. Jikang shook the mud and blood off his blade, sheathed it, and spoke into his headset. Come and collect the kills. There are still some super-level monsters in there that aren't dead yet. Yes? Zhou Zhang and the others immediately felt as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. They jumped up and rushed over in a frenzy to scavenge the kills. Jikang rested on the spot for a while, Watching Danzai in its fierce battle with the Hell Toad, Danzai's evolution speed was to fast. From the beginning, when it could only run for its life, to adapting to the rhythm of the fight and starting to counterattack. And now, it was becoming more and more fluid, even showing signs of suppressing its opponent. In particular, its use of the dragon roar had reached a level of pure perfection. It could even control the size of the release range to increase precision and lethality. By now, the Hell Toad's body was covered in dozens of bloody wounds of varying sizes, and it had fallen into a state of complete madness. However, the Toad's most relied upon weapon, its venom, had absolutely no effect on a pure-blooded true dragon like Danzai. The venom sprayed onto the dragon scales, but it couldn't even burn through the glossy glaze on the surface before being shaken off like dirty water. Moreover, the Hell Toad couldn't fly and couldn't catch Danzai at all, so it could only be bled out from a distance. The stalemate dragged on for nearly half an hour. Danzai finally used a charged dragon roar to blast through the Hell Toad's skull. Boom. The Hell Toad's body shuddered violently, a large amount of blood gushing from the gaping wound. Its entire body fell into the mud like a puppet with its strings cut, gradually sinking. As a pure-blooded true dragon that hadn't yet left its infancy, Danzai had finally completed its first cross-rank kill in its dragon life. Pure-blooded true dragon infant has successfully killed a Hell Toad. Gold coins come for 1,000. Doubled in Abyss mode. A kill notification popped up. It made Jikang, who was watching from afar, unable to help but shout, "Well done, roar." Danzai tilted its head back and let out a resounding dragon roar, as if some of the memories in its bloodline had been awakened. The majesty of an ancient holy spirit, emanating from deep within its body and soul, slowly spread outward. It caused the heavens and earth to resonate, and the winds and clouds to churn. This was the first time Zhou Zhang and the others had felt such an aura from the ancient era. For a moment, their bodies even began to tremble slightly, involuntarily. It wasn't fear, but an instinctive awe of the body toward a higher-ranking life form. This B-rank dungeon campaign came to a complete end here. The big boss carried them the whole way. There was nothing more to say. It was just pure satisfaction. And at the very moment the dungeon was cleared, a long-lost title notification sounded in Jikang's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new title, Guardian of the Homeland. Jikang's eyes lit up instantly. His fourth title had appeared. Guardian of the Homeland. Rare grade title attributes: Physique Kung 30, Spirit Kung 80. Special attribute: Shelter of the Homeland passive. When carrying the wishes of over 1,000 people, you will receive the Shelter of the Homeland buff, gaining 0.1 to 10 points of permanent spirit attribute per day. The more people and the stronger the wishes, the more spirit attribute is gained. Extra kill gold coin bonus, none accumulated evaluation. The youth who stepped out from his homeland will eventually return in glory. Obtained by using strength that completely surpasses the dungeon to help other teammates in the same region clear a B rank or higher dungeon for free in the spawn area. Jikang carefully reviewed the details of the title's overview, his eyes shining brightly. Good heavens! It was actually a spirit-type title. It added 80 points in one go. And even more impressive is that passive skill BUFF. It carries the power of wishes, permanently increasing my spirit attribute every day. I really didn't expect that a casual act of helping newcomers today would actually unlock such an incredible title. However, I wonder if this spirit-boosting BUFF requires me to wear the title all day for it to take effect. I'll have to find an opportunity to test it later. At this moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully cleared the B-rank dungeon Dark Rainforest. The point ranking is now being announced. Chapter 170. Opening the golden treasure chest again. Scroll of Whispers of the Ancient Demon God. We cleared it. It's coming. It's coming right now. Master G is invincible. How? Bring it on. Zhou Zhang and the others were incredibly excited. They waded through the mud and trotted all the way to Ji Zhang's side, waiting nervously and excitedly. Ji Zhang himself was also very expectant. Last time, in the Goblin Nest, he had achieved an SS rank rating. He wondered if he could reach SSS rank this time, but the next second, Ji Zhang was completely dumbfounded. Ranking list: first place, Ji Zhang damage output share, damage taken share, support share, boss kills, rating obtained. Rank highest rating for Transcendence Settlement reward obtained, Golden Treasure Chest X1 friendly reminder. Transcendent refers to survivors whose strength significantly exceeds the dungeon's difficulty, to prevent high-level powerhouses from over-participating in low-level dungeons. All survivors judged as Transcendents can only receive a maximum rating of rank. Damn it! Seeing the last line of the note, Jizang couldn't help but grumble to himself. There's actually such a ridiculous setting. I get sanctioned even when I'm just farming a low-level dungeon. There are several tiers of rewards between a rank rating and an SSS rank rating. I'm truly speechless, but thinking about it, it's fine. After all, this trip was easy. I got a spirit-boosting title and a golden treasure chest. So, it's all profit. The ranking list continued to display the rankings and rewards for the others, although they had taken down quite a few super monsters. Because their participation in the battle wasn't high, their ratings weren't particularly high either. All of them receiving a B rank rating. But this was a B rank dungeon after all. Even with a B rank rating, they each got to silver treasure chests. The moment they saw the rewards, everyone's palms trembled with excitement. These were silver treasure chests. If they opened even one good item, they could take off immediately. Back then, Commander Lee and Captain Go only had B rank ratings, and each of them only got to bronze treasure chests. The over 10,000 gold coins spent on the tickets were absolutely worth it. Settlement complete. All rewards have been distributed to the survivors' inventories. Dungeon time remaining, 4 hours 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Survivors may choose to explore freely before the countdown ends, or exit the dungeon immediately. Jizang clapped his hands. All right, let's go. Everyone nodded heavily, unable to wait to go back and open their treasure chests. Jizang clicked on exit dungeon immediately. A teleportation ray appeared beneath everyone's feet. The next second, the environment shifted, and everyone returned to the outside world. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There were less than 2 hours left until the first wave of monsters from the second round of Absol invasion arrived. Time was quite tight. Jizang didn't plan on returning to the base, anyway. Huahua was being taken care of by Gu Qingyu, and he could just pick her up when he returned to the super main city. He gave a few instructions to Zhou Zhang and the others, then put on his full-body smart armor and left with Danzai. Upon learning that Master Ji had just cleared the dungeon and was about to leave, the regional channel was immediately filled with reluctance and farewells. Jizang replied to them, telling everyone to be careful with their defenses tonight. Afterward, he headed straight toward the direction of the portal. Actually, he could have used a space-time stone to perform an anchor teleportation, but that item was quite precious. So, he preferred to save it if he could. In any case, there should be enough time. Jizang set his armor's thrusters to full power and flew at maximum speed. After the battle just now, Danzai seemed to have undergone a rebirth, possessing more of the majesty that a true dragon hatchling should have. Moreover, its flight speed was now faster than Jizang's armor. It zipped through the air, occasionally darting far ahead and then waiting for Jizang in the distance. It did this several times in a row, never tiring of it. Jizang felt a nameless fire rising in his heart. He thought this little guy would be more steady after growing up, but it was still the same old brat, cheeky and truly asking for a beating. Not long after, Jizang passed through the portal with Danzai, and the other side of the portal was bustling. A large number of vehicles were on their way back to their respective original regions. Among them were Yixingzhou, Li Jianwo, and other capable subordinates of Jizang. No one knew what the intensity of the first wave of monsters tonight would be. Those who didn't have absolute confidence in their own strength didn't dare to stay in the super main city. In the plains area, everyone defended together. Not only was their combined strength greater, but it was also easier to defend. In the super main city, one not only had to endure monster attacks of doubled intensity, but one also had to defend alone, which was too much pressure. In the entire main city, besides Jizang himself, he had only left behind Long Yucheng, who was in charge of both defense and intelligence. He was specifically responsible for monitoring all the sentry eyes. This was to prevent the outer territories from being raided by other main cities under the cover of night. 5:40 p.m. Jizang finally rushed back to his territory. The entire territory cluster was now empty, with only Long Yucheng left guarding the entrance. Seeing Jizang land, He immediately came forward to greet him. Master G, HMM, everyone else has left, right? They set off an hour ago. Brother Lee and Brother Yi are leading the team. And the other survivors in the main city have also retreated to their respective native regions. The time is about right. You should head back to your own territory first. I will send to secondary units to help you with defensive coordination. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Understood, Master G. Long Yu Chang's expression was tense as he immediately took the order and returned to his own territory. Phew. Ji Zhang returned to the Doomsday Fortress and let out a slow breath. Running back and forth like this was quite exhausting. However, now was not the time to rest. He immediately ordered Juju to take control of the two secondary units, the robotic wolves and the armed helicopter, to head out and assist in the defense of Long Yu Chang's territory. With the control of Juju, the intelligence steward, these two secondary units could unleash formidable combat power. After settling this matter, Ji Zhang finally took the golden treasure chest he had obtained from this dungeon out of his inventory. The golden, shimmering chest radiated an alluring luster. Let's get something good. Ji Zhang rubbed his hands together. Asterisk creak clank, the lid opened, and a large pile of gold coins and materials popped out. Obtained gold coins by 2,100. Alwa X80, Ice Spirit Stones by 20. Vibranium X1, level for chip by 1. Obtained Iron Pickaxe Legendary Grade X1. Obtained Whisper Scroll of the Ancient Demon God X1. Obtained Grade A Talent Fragment by 1. Obtained Grade B Talent Fragment by 9. Looking at the items that appeared before him, Ji Zhang's eyes lit up instantly. The gold coins and materials in the first row didn't matter anymore. The most important things were what followed. Iron Pickaxe Legendary Grade Category Evaluation. A super tool empowered by divine strength. Its ability to mine resources is incredibly astonishing. When equipped on a labor robot, it increases tool efficiency by 250%. Friendly reminder: as the progress of the super main city advances, the price of high-tier tools may continue to rise. Chapter 171. Brand new Grade B Talent Wind Walker, Limit Break Awakening. Damn, the first one is a big one. Ji Zhang was pleasantly surprised and immediately opened the exchange to check the prices. When he looked before, there was only one legendary grade iron pickaxe listed for 200,000 gold coins. But now he couldn't see any at all. Either they had been snatched up by others, or the sellers had taken them down. It was currently in a state of being priceless and unavailable. He took another look at the price of secret treasure grade iron pickaxe. And sure enough, it had risen from 8.0 gold coins to 13. The prices of other grades had also surged by more than half. This tool alone makes it worth it. Ji Zhang felt invigorated. He put away the legendary grade iron pickaxe and continued to look at the second item, which was also the final item from this golden treasure chest. Whisper Book of the Ancient Demon God Category. Word Spirit Book Valuation. A mysterious word spirit book left behind by an ancient demon god. It contains a recorded word spirit from the past. But no one knows how powerful this word spirit is or what price must be paid to use it. Friendly reminder: once the word spirit book is used, it will permanently become an ability of the user. Whether it can be successfully activated depends on various attributes, conditions, and the environment. This is actually quite interesting. Ji Zhang took out the dark green scroll that was floating in the chest. A word spirit book left by an ancient demon god, capable of learning a brand new skill. Ji Zhang opened the scroll. As the fabric flattened out, a deep, airy green light continued to bloom from the surface, reflecting onto his face. At the same time, he felt a profound energy, as if a seal had been broken, surging continuously within the scroll and converging into a mysterious magic circle. Ding! Do you wish to learn Word Spirit, Endless Life, Word Spirit, Endless Life Evaluation? When using this Word Spirit, you can release a massive amount of life force, allowing yourself or others to recover a large amount of health. You can also inject life source energy into the earth to make all things grow. Life force is a world authority of the ancient gods and demons. If your physique and spirit stats are too low when using this Word Spirit, you will suffer a backlash. At best, your lifespan will be reduced, and at worst, your life force will wither away. Friendly reminder: the usage threshold for Word Spirit, Endless Life is Physique 500 Kung and Spirit 100 Kung. Friendly reminder: the higher the physique and spirit stats, the greater the power and range of the word spirit. Looking at the lines of description, Jizang's heart trembled. This was incredible. A word spirit ability with no upper limit. And it was a life-type word spirit, which belonged entirely to the realm of gods. He wondered what kind of grand scene it would be to release this word spirit once his physique and spirit reached a certain height. Would he be able to reshape mountains and rivers with a single thought? Jizang's imagination ran wild. He clicked confirm learning. The next moment, he clearly felt a mysterious knowledge enter his mind. This knowledge was not a memory, but rather an instinct carved into his soul and genes. Jizang mastered all the techniques and essentials of this word spirit, as well as the true words to activate it, as if he had been born with them. Truly miraculous. Jizang muttered to himself, but he didn't intend to try it now. The consumption of such a skill was too great. Even with his Guardian of the Homeland title equipped, his spirit was only just over 100. He estimated that using it once would exhaust his mental energy. Trump cards must be saved for the very end. Finally, Jizang turned his gaze to the last two types of talent fragments. There was no need to mention the grade A talent fragment. He had just synthesized Spirit God last time. And now, with this new fragment, he only had 6. As for the grade B fragments, they were already complete. Exactly 10. Jizang clicked to synthesize immediately, accompanied by a brilliant light flashing before his eyes, and notification sound followed. Ding! B-grade talent synthesis complete. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent Wind Wielder B-grade Wind Wielder grade. B-grade active skill. Wind Mill. After activating the skill, consume a large amount of stamina to summon the wind elements in the surrounding air, forming a massive windmill to shred enemies. Helpful hint: the shredding range and intensity of skill Wind Mill are highly correlated with your physique stat. Helpful hint: after Limit Break Awakening, if the host possesses a lightning-type talent, you can combine them to unleash Wind Thunder Purgatory. Evaluation: Wind Wielder is a very rare Wind-type talent among B-grade talents, possessing miraculous effects against aerial enemies. The moment he obtained the talent, Jizang felt a clear stream flow through his entire body. It was as if a gentle breeze had blown through him from head to toe, leaving him feeling completely refreshed and unblocked. A Wind-type talent. Jizang felt a surge of joy in his heart. This pull was truly lucky. But it wasn't over yet. The B-grade Limit Break gem from the last treasure chest could be used right now. He took out the B-grade Limit Break Awakening gem and crushed it directly. Bang! The gem shattered, and a wisp of golden light flew out, shooting into the center of Jizang's forehead. That indescribable, marvelous sensation circulated within his body. Talent Wind Wielder successfully awakened. Following the notification sound, the entire talent panel changed. Wind-Wild or Limit Break Awaken grade. B-grade active passive skill. Wind Mill. After activating the skill, consume a large amount of stamina to summon the wind elements in the surrounding air, forming a massive windmill to shred enemies. Skill Wind Breath passive. The Wind Breath talent can greatly increase the host's affinity for wind elements and reduce the damage taken from enemies' wind-type attacks. Combined skill Wind Thunder Purgatory enabled while using the Wind Mill skill, and fuse it with lightning energy to unleash a massive scale Wind Thunder Purgatory, dealing devastating damage to enemies. Wind Wielder is a very rare Wind-type talent among B-grade talents, possessing miraculous effects against aerial enemies. The combined skill after Limit Break Awakening possesses powerful capabilities that rival or even exceed the strongest A-grade elemental talents, though it also has extremely high requirements for the physique attribute. All set. Jizang clapped his hands together. This haul from the golden treasure chest was truly satisfying. He had obtained words of power and a B-grade talent in one go, along with a pricey legendary grade pickaxe. Comforting. It was a pity he didn't have time to test the power right now, but he had to finish the necessary preparations. Jizang stepped out of his vehicle and arrived before his territory still. He had spent quite a bit of money today, but he had earned even more. In the 8+ hours since he set out this morning, the gold mine had produced over 300,000 gold coins for him. Subtracting what he had spent and adding what he earned from the dungeon, he still had 300,000 on hand. Still wealthy. Jizang grinned. Having a mine at home really is great. He opened the Defense Construction tab. Chapter 172. The second round of Survival Absol Invasion officially begins. Defense Towers current quantity. Arrow Tower by 2. Cannon Tower by 2 quantity limit. Evaluation. Rapidly constructing defense towers will allow you to leave your territory without any worries. Constructing Arrow Tower requires gold coins x 1000. Constructing Cannon Tower requires gold coins by 1000. Constructing Frost Tower requires gold coins by 500. Ice Spirit Stone by 500. Constructing Ghost Tower requires gold coins x 100,000. Soul Stone by 20. Constructing Shockwave Tower requires gold coins by 200. Helpful hint: after upgrading a level 1 defense tower, the level 1 defense tower will stack 10% of the average attack power of all armaments on the main vehicle, and so on. At max level 10, it will stack 100% of the main vehicle's attack power. As his territory level reached SS grade, the quantity limit for defense towers had also increased proportionally to 12. Furthermore, 3 brand new defense tower upgrade paths had been added. Jizang stroked his chin. Once a defense tower is upgraded, the entire path becomes fixed, with limited space. He certainly couldn't just focus on the basic Arrow Tower and Cannon Tower. However, he still needed to raise the levels of the existing 4. They were quite cheap anyway. Jizang spent tens of thousands of gold coins to upgrade both Arrow Towers and both Cannon Towers to level 3. Because the main vehicle's Cannon Towers had just undergone a comprehensive upgrade in the morning, the 10% attack power bonus had surged from 13,050 to 21. Coupled with the upgrades to the 4 basic defense towers, the panel stats saw another massive spike. Arrow Tower level 3 attack power, 500 cum 63. 30% bonus from main vehicle attack range, 2000 meters fire rate for shots second. Evaluation. An extremely high-speed Arrow Tower with a rapid fire rate, massive range, and powerful attack, capable of dealing fast and precise damage to incoming enemies. Upgrading to level 4 Arrow Tower requires gold coins by 50. Cannon Tower level 3. Attack power, 1500 cum 63. 30% bonus from main vehicle attack range, 1000 meters fire rate, 5 shots a minute. Attack splash radius, 30 meters evolution. A powerful intermediate cannon tower with devastating destructive power. Each shell can deal equal damage within a 10-meter radius, capable of holding off large numbers of strong enemies. Upgrading to level 4 Cannon Tower requires gold coins x 80. Not bad, pretty badass. Jizang revealed a satisfied smile. With such high attack power, one volley should be enough to blast the crap out of the monsters. Next, he carefully examined the details of each defense tower. The Arrow Tower belongs to the ultra-long range, single target, and high fire rate category. The Cannon Tower belongs to the medium to short range, area of effect damage, and slow fire rate category. However, starting from the third one, things were completely different. Frost Tower level 1 attack power, 380 kung to 1110% bonus from main vehicle attack area control dilution range, 2000 meters. Fire rate, 1 shot a second area control attack splash radius, 100 meters passive skill Frost Infection. Monsters hit by the Frost Tower will enter a frozen state, slowing their movement and significantly reducing their attack power. Evaluation. The Frost Tower is a very powerful area control defensive tower. It can exert a huge effect when facing a wide variety of enemies in massive quantities. Constructing Frost Tower level 1 requires 50 gold coins and 500 Ice Spirit Stones. This one is a control turret. It's quite interesting, but 500 Ice Spirit Stones is a bit daunting. Jikang felt a toothache. Among all elemental ores, Ice Spirit Stones are the most expensive and rarest, with a unit price reaching a staggering 100 gold coins. Just these 500 alone would cost 50,000 gold coins. He shook his head and looked at the next one. Ghost Tower level 1. Ghost attack power, 10 kung 10. 10% bonus from main vehicle attack individual dilution ghost attack range, 3000 meters. Number of ghosts that can be released simultaneously. Evaluation. The Ghost Tower is an extremely special defensive unit. Its tower body imprisons 2,000 ghosts. Once fully released, they can inflict continuous strikes on enemies within a 3,000-meter radius. All ghosts are in an invincible state, and all damage dealt is soul damage. Constructing Ghost Tower Level 1 requires 100 gold coins and 20 soul stones. Soul attack. G-King raised an eyebrow. This was an attack method he had never heard of before. Moreover, the ghosts sent out were in an invincible state. It was a pity that the main vehicle's attack bonus was diluted by the 2,000 ghosts, so the cost effectiveness didn't seem very high from that perspective. This defensive tower clearly relied more on its own level. He checked the price of soul stones, which was about 500 gold coins each. It was still quite cheap, but it would definitely skyrocket later on. He immediately bought 500 to stock up. Afterward, he looked at the last defensive tower. Shock Tower Level 1 attack power, 20,000 cum 21. 10% bonus from main vehicle attack range, 4,500 meters fire rate. 8 shots in a minute area attack splash radius, 100 meters evolution. The Shock Tower is one of the strongest area of effect defensive towers. The shockwaves it fires can create extremely intense strikes within its range, shattering the flesh and blood of enemies. Constructing Shock Tower Level 1 requires 200,000 gold coins. You're the one, Shock Tower. G-Kang's eyes brightened, and he made his decision immediately. Click construct. Whoosh! 200,000 gold coins were spent instantly. On top of the territory's stone wall, a giant defensive tower 15 meters high slowly emerged from the white light. This defensive tower was built from pitch-black stones, with a massive base, a slender middle, and a torch-like circular platform at the top. Countless magical energy fluctuations swirled and flowed within the platform, causing even the space to distort. This was the Shock Tower, a super heavy weapon that cost 200 gold coins even at level 1. However, G-King did not choose to place it on the city wall this time. The kill range would be too limited there. He moved the defensive tower to the center of the territory. The 5,000-meter range was more than enough to radiate across the entire territory's surroundings, forming a super defensive line with the Shock Tower as the core. Finally, G-King spent another 30 gold coins to upgrade the city wall. The original stone wall grew rapidly under the shroud of white light, eventually forming a circle of iron walls 6 meters high and 2 meters thick. Iron wall level for defense, 3,000 cum 21. 40% bonus from level for thorn armor evaluation. An indestructible iron wall capable of withstanding attacks from the vast majority of monster lords. It is a powerful guarantee for the safety of the territory. Upgrading to Super Elo Wall requires 100,000 gold coins done. After upgrading these territorial defenses, G-King let out a long breath. Now, there was only 1 minute left until 6 p.m. He opened the world channel. The messages above were from more than half an hour ago. Those who remained in the super main city now were the top powerhouses, and no one was talking or communicating on it. Time passed slowly just like that. Finally, the sky turned completely dark. An invisible black mist silently covered the earth. At the same time, a mechanical system prompt sounded in everyone's mind. Ding! The second round of survival, Abyss Invasion, has officially begun. Regional survivors, please prepare. Survivors remaining in the super main city, please prepare. Monsters from the Abyss will come to greet you. Chapter 173. Splitting Monster Absol Three-Headed Dog. The Power of the Shock Tower. As the voice fell, a terrifyingly low roar rolled in from the dark world outside. Or, burgle burgle, woo. Grim figures began to emerge upon the earth. They were countless three-headed demonic dogs. Each one was several meters long, with sharp claws and fangs, and thick black fur like steel needles. Their scarlet pupils glowed with ghostly fire, like a legion crawling out of hell. Their entire bodies filled with a fierce, deathly aura. Jizang sat in the driver's cabin, observing these monsters through the surveillance footage transmitted back by the sentry robot on the 3rd floor. Absol Three-Headed Hound. Absol Monster Strength doubled level, Super Monster Evolution. A dark race sealed in the Absol world during the Primordial War. Empowered by dark energy, they possess an extremely powerful life regeneration ability. Once their physical bodies suffer severe damage, they will undergo a split. Each Absol Three-Headed Hound can split up to 2 times on any battlefield where Absol Three-Headed Hounds appear. All death will be dominated by them. Splitting monsters. Jizang's gaze sharpened, and they were all, without exception, Super monsters with doubled strength. It seemed these things wouldn't be easy to deal with. At this moment, Long Yu Cheng's nervous voice came through the radio channel. Master Ji, they're here, Ji Zhang. Understood. How many monsters can you see on your end, Long Yu Cheng? Within visual range. About 50 or so. Many have also appeared near the territories of the other brothers. But they aren't attacking the undefended territories. Ji Zhang got it. Stay steady and hold your ground. If you can't hold on, spend some money to upgrade the city walls. Long Yu Cheng, yes, the brief call ended. And a battle unlike any they had experienced before was about to unfold. Whoosh! A chilling, eerie wind blew past. On the ground, those hideous figures were rapidly approaching the territory's city walls. Ji Zhang observed the surroundings. Currently, there were over 300 Absol three-headed hounds approaching the entire territory, and the number on the periphery was still constantly increasing. It seemed that the defensive pressure borne by each territory was directly proportional to its land area. Swoosh! The arrow towers with the longest range had already begun firing. With the 30% attack power bonus from the main vehicle, the arrow tower's attack power was ridiculously high. The shrill arrows pierced through the air, striking an Absol three-headed hound directly, instantly tearing its body apart as a large amount of blood splattered everywhere. But the Absol three-headed hound did not die from this. Screech! Amidst the sharp hissing, the mangled body of the three-headed hound rapidly split into two smaller two-headed hounds. Their injuries completely healed. With even greater speed and a more frenzied posture, they charged toward the city walls. Clack dash clack dash clack. The two arrow towers acted like machine gun turrets, quickly locking onto targets and unleashing fierce attacks. One Absol three-headed hound after another was harvested, only to constantly split. The number of demonic hounds on the ground began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the arrow towers were single-target weapons after all. Facing this many monsters, they were truly struggling, as some monsters breached the 1,000-meter inner defensive circle. The two level 3 artillery towers also entered attack mode. Boom! Shells erupted, landing in the monster swarm and exploding into fierce balls of fire. Each shell had a kill radius of over 20 meters, dealing heavy damage to the Absol three-headed hounds. But to completely kill one Absol three-headed hound, one had to deal with its 1 split into 2 and 2 split into 4 process, a total of 7 lives, which was quite troublesome. Nearly 5 seconds after the artillery and arrow towers opened fire, Ji Zhang finally saw the first kill notification. Successfully killed an Absol three-headed hound. Gold coins come 100. Splitting heart come 2. Doubled for Super Main City. After the first Absol three-headed hound was killed, the subsequent kills gradually became smoother, and notifications began to pop up continuously. Meanwhile, located at the center of the entire territory, the shockwave tower finally began to exert its power. Accompanied by the sound of energy charging, the disc at the top of the shockwave tower lit up, and then it instantly released a cylindrical shockwave. The shockwave swept across, directly hitting the group of demonic hounds closest to the city wall. Rumble! Within a 50-meter radius of the shockwave's impact point, all the monsters were instantly blasted into flesh and blood powder by the high-frequency vibration. Even the ground below showed a large, deep circular indentation, and the blood from the air splashed down, forming an artificial pool of blood. Successfully killed an Absol three-headed hound. Gold coins come 100. Doubled for Super Main City. Successfully killed an Absol three-headed hound. Gold coins come 100. Splitting heart come 2. Doubled for Super Main City. Successfully killed an Absol three-headed hound. Gold coins come 100. Doubled for Super Main City. No splitting, instant kill. A large string of kill notifications appeared directly in Ji Zhang's mind, making his eyes light up. He hadn't expected the shockwave tower to be able to counter this kind of splitting monster. Next, the 5 artillery towers worked in unison, beginning to frantically shred the monsters on the outskirts of the territory. And fortunately, the territory was still too large. There were already 700 or 800 Absol three-headed hounds, and quite a few had already rushed to the edge of the city walls, beginning to attack the iron wall frantically. It seems that, just like ordinary wild monsters, all land-based monsters generally won't climb over the walls to invade. They only think about flattening the walls. Ji Zhang stroked his chin. This was actually quite user-friendly. He just didn't know how long these monsters' attacks would last. However, the foreplay should be over. Ji-Zhang moved his mind. With a rumbling sound, the gates of the territory slowly opened. At this moment, all the Absol three-headed hounds seemed to sense something instantly, their scarlet eyes becoming even more bloodthirsty and violent. They no longer besieged the city walls from all directions but frantically swarmed toward the open gate, opening the door to beat the dogs. Ji-Zhang curled his lips and directly set the vehicle to combat mode. All the artillery towers turned toward the gate in unison. The moment those hideous figures appeared, the Doomsday Fortress unleashed its most violent firepower. Bang 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 bang, PFFT, 1 land shield 3000, and to purgatory oil pumps, serving as the core combat power for ground warfare, wove together a terrifying web of firepower, continuously shredding the hellhounds. There was no need for the prism tower. That would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. These 3 turrets, combined with the territory's defensive towers, were more than enough to inflict absolute destruction and suppression upon these 3-headed dogs. This battle was incredibly easy. Before long, nearly 1,000 hellhounds had all been reduced to scattered limbs and fragments of flesh and blood across the ground. The gold coin earnings alone reached a staggering figure of over 100,000. Chapter 174. Visitors from Main City No. 1. Phantom Beast Windbreaker activated. The forging materials were a bit scarce, even with the doubling effect. There were barely 100 of them. After the peak of the first wave of monsters had passed, Ji-Kang closed the main gate and let the territory's defenses handle the rest on their own. However, compared to Ji-Kang's relaxed response, the other survivors on the World Channel were not having such an easy time. These were super monsters with doubled combat power and the split attribute. During the first 7 days of the survival process, every single one of them would have been a major boss. The World Channel, which had been silent just a moment ago, now began to overflow with wails and cries for help. Some of those people had stayed behind to defend only because they were worried about being ambushed by others at night. Others had harbored greedy intentions, thinking they could go out and loot other people's territories after surviving the attack. But they never expected the first wave of monsters to be terrifying to such a degree. Save me. Someone save me. Brothers in Main City No. 8. Who can help me? Coordinates. I'll pay 30,000 gold coins. Damn it all to hell. Why won't these super monsters die? Are you guys crazy? You didn't even upgrade your territory walls or defensive towers, yet you dared to stay in a super main city. Isn't that just asking for death? I'm finished. The wall's defense is about to collapse. Those guys who can't hold on, teleport out now. You might still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, once the territory cell is destroyed, you won't even be able to escape. Watching these messages, Ji-Kang shook his head with a smile. It seemed that not only the strong had stayed behind, but also these idiots. Xiaolong, how is the situation on your end? Ji-Kang asked Long Yucheng. Stable, Boss Ji. Your secondary vehicles are too fierce. Long Yucheng's eyes were fixed tightly on the battlefield outside, his voice filled with excitement. The mechanical wolves went without saying. They were slaughtering everything. The small armed helicopters were even more invincible. Not only was their mobility high, but that super machine gun was terrifying beyond measure, plowing through the battlefield back and forth like a tiller. With these 2 heavy hitters holding the line, the dozens or hundreds of hellhounds in the vicinity couldn't even get close to his walls. But just then, a warning of abnormality suddenly appeared on one of the sentry eyes monitoring an outer territory that Long Yucheng was watching. Boss Ji, something's happened. Long Yucheng immediately grew tense and hurriedly observed the warning of abnormality triggered by the sentry eye. Ji-Kang, what is it? Long Yucheng carefully identified the situation and reported quickly. 5 seconds ago, at the outermost heat territory in the east, a hellhound was hit and split. The method of attack is unknown, but it definitely wasn't from their own kind. Nor was it a wild monster. Hearing this news, the corners of Ji-Kang's mouth curled up slightly. They had arrived, just as expected. Ji-Kang, keep observing. Notify me immediately if there's any news. Long Yucheng understood. Meanwhile, near the outer territories, 3 Tier 4 ghost vehicles were passing through the area silently. Damn it, who was that? Are you trying to get us killed, or rough? Scolding voice rang out over the vehicle's radio. Another person responded nervously, "Team leader. It really wasn't my fault. That three-headed dog just ran into us itself. My vehicle has giant spikes on the front, and it just sliced it open. Damn, everyone, be careful. The leader of this main city No. 6 is very strong. If he discovers us, we're all going to be in deep trouble." The ghost vehicles continued to sneak forward. Little did they know, a micro-drone had already quietly arrived in their vicinity. Every subtle tire track on the ground was recorded by the drone's super camera and marked on the radar map. Boss G. There are 3 tier for ghost vehicles in total. It's very likely they are from main city No. Lan Yuchang was extremely nervous. It's fine. They've arrived at the perfect time. Ji Kang laughed. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Ji Kang had already switched his title to favored one of the homeland, causing his spirit attribute to soar. Afterward, he equipped the Phantom Beast windbreaker he had obtained from opening a small boss treasure chest earlier. Although this piece of armor was only of rare grade, it could consume spirit power to enter a disguised state, making it perfect for stealthy infiltration and eavesdropping. After obtaining this armor last time, it had been gathering dust in his inventory, but now it was finally coming in handy. With a thought, his entire body instantly turned transparent. This transparency wasn't true invisibility, but rather his entire body becoming completely assimilated with the surrounding environment and ecology. He still existed in the physical world, but it was very difficult for biological entities in the real world to perceive his presence. Ji Kang walked out of the Doomsday Fortress, stepped lightly on his toes, and vanished from the spot in an instant. The 3 ghost vehicles moved like ghosts through the gaps between the various territories. Meanwhile, the other team members and residents sitting in the back of the vehicles were using devices to record the defensive levels of the territories they passed. Before long, someone reported over the radio, "Team leader, the boys can't hold it anymore." The burly man in the lead furrowed his brows. "Find a safe place, and make it quick." Soon, the 3 ghost vehicles stopped behind a patch of hidden bushes, and all the vehicle doors opened. Over a dozen people piled out, pulled out their gear, and began to relieve themselves on the spot. They had been rushing here from main city No. 1 without a moment's rest, and they were already exhausted to the point of collapse. So they all began to grumble and complain. "Brother Liu, could this main city No. 6 already be empty? We haven't seen a single living soul since we started. Damn it, some of them haven't even upgraded their basic defenses. Sigh, I think those big shots up there are just being overly cautious. A mere Ji Kang, they should have just come over and wiped him out directly." Exactly. Main city No. 2 is already gone. What's a few more of these backwater cities? They should just go for a total unification and be done with it. I don't see any of these places putting up a fight. Team leader Liu said impatiently. "What the hell is the point of telling me this? Go tell those big shots. I'm not the one giving the orders." Brother Liu, don't be angry. Once we finish this trip, you'll definitely be promoted to a captain. All right. Finish up and get back on the vehicle." Soon, the group continued on their way. Leading the way was a massive 3-compartment touring vehicle, luxuriously decorated and spacious. It could even rival the RV Ji Kang once had. In the very back row were a young man and woman, both residents. They were operating the equipment while secretly playing a game of stacking blocks. A series of suppressed gasps escaped them. The man said nervously, "Keep your voice down. If Brother Liu hears us later, we're both done for." The woman ignored him entirely, biting her lip as she continued to arch her snow-white neck, indulging in her passion. But just then, the man's eyes suddenly widened. "Baby, look at that seat. The seat. What seat? Can you even focus?" The woman pinched him in annoyance and looked back. Her gaze passed through the bar corridor, and she saw that the seat in the front row, which had previously belonged to a man, was now inexplicably depressed. It looked as if an invisible person were sitting right there. The man rubbed his eyes, wanting to confirm it, but the woman forcibly turned his face back. "Finish what you started first." Chapter 175, Eavesdropping on the Wind, accidentally stumbling into a cuckoldry drama. While the two continued their illicit affair, the 4 people in the front row were chatting away. "Old one, does your district really have 50,000 people left?" "Hey, I don't even know if half will be left after tonight. These three-headed dogs are fucking insane. It's a good thing we made it into main city no. Otherwise, I don't know how we would have defended the plains. You guys in Old Wang's district are doing alright. You were lucky enough to have enough survivors to just barely make the cut for main city no. Unlike Brother Liu, whose district only has 2,000 people left. Being able to get in under those circumstances is true strength. Brother Liu is a man of status, and like us, haha. But speaking of which, this vehicle ride-sharing voucher is actually quite useful. This is my first time sitting in someone else's vehicle. I'm a resident now. 2. TSK Brother Liu. This vehicle of yours is no joke, it's luxurious. Hearing the flattery, the frustration Brother Liu felt from being sent out on this assignment dissipated quite a bit. He snorted and said, "My crappy vehicle is nothing. You should see Commander Zhao's vehicle, that's what you call impressive. It was just upgraded to a tier 4 ultimate equipment 2 days ago. To be able to step inside it once in this lifetime, I would have no regrets." The conversation opened up, and the group showered Brother Liu with so much flattery that he began to feel a bit lightheaded. Just then, a voice rang out from the back row. "Brother Liu, what is our main city's next plan? Tell us brothers about it." As soon as these words were spoken, the others immediately chimed in. "Yeah, Brother Liu, tell us a bit. A high-level figure like you must have inside information. Give us brothers a hint." Information from main city no. One had been strictly sealed off recently. Even the survivors below had no way of knowing anything and could only follow orders. Everyone had been stifled for a long time, and their hearts were filled with infinite curiosity and anticipation. Only low-level cadres like Brother Liu could vaguely hear some rumors. "This is classified." Brother Liu lit a cigarette with a pretentious air. The sense of superiority that came from possessing information others didn't, while letting those below know that he knew, made him feel infinitely smug inside. This was class. But to fully release this sense of satisfaction, this wasn't enough. Sure enough, the brothers in the back seat pestered him with flattery, looking as if they were dying to know. After being pestered for several minutes, Brother Liu reluctantly violated protocol. "No one is allowed to leak a single word of this. I'm only telling you because I consider you my own people. Brother Liu, please. We brothers guarantee we'll take this to our graves." The group urged him on with excited expressions on their faces, but in their hearts, they were cursing him. This bastard really knows how to keep people in suspense. He thinks he's so great just because he knows a little secret. Finally, Brother Liu gave a general overview of the battle plan he knew. In reality, it was the grand plan to annex main cities no. 3 through no. Main city no. 1 was currently divided among 3 major factions, whose combat power was evenly matched, leaving them unable to do anything to each other. Because there was a massive cake in the form of main cities no. 2 through no. 9 below. The top factions and powerhouses of main city no. 1 had reached an agreement at the very first opportunity to form a unified front. They did this solely to quickly harvest the other main cities. The battle plan for main city no. 2 had taken them a full day and a half to execute perfectly. The consumption was huge. The harvest was also massive. But now, they had already alerted the enemy. The other main cities were now on high alert, and there were faint signs of them forming an alliance. If they were to annex another main city now, it would inevitably force the others into the same camp, which would make things difficult to fight. Main city no. 1 was strong, but precisely because there were so many powerhouses, resources were relatively spread thin. Even after splitting the spoils of main city no. 2, it wasn't enough to go around. This was a deadlock. That was why they had scouts like him infiltrating other main cities. The goal was to figure out the true bottom line of each main city and then directly implement their strategy. Brother Liu said pretentiously, "Do you know what this strategy is, Brother Liu? Tell us quickly, Brother Liu. Hurry up and tell us. You're killing me with suspense." Brother Liu lit another cigarette, and the lackey in the passenger seat immediately offered a lighter, clicking it to life. Brother Liu took a deep drag and said with dramatic emphasis, "To subdue the enemy without fighting." The group was stunned for a moment. The voice from the back seat sounded surprised. "Damn. Are we using Sun Tzu's art of war now?" Brother Liu let out a cold snort. After this grand sweep, the higher-ups planned to send envoys to enter all the main cities for negotiations. We will make them hand over a portion of the output from their resource fiefs as protection money. For those who refuse, we will kill the chicken to warn the monkey right on the spot. For those who agree, they can honestly act as blood pumps to provide transfusions for main city no. Upon hearing this plan, the lackeys around him were instantly enlightened. What a ruthless move! Using military coercion and psychological manipulation to plunder a massive amount of resources without wasting a single soldier. Brother Liu continued, whoever dares to disobey, main city no. 2 will be the cautionary example. Furthermore, once this move is played, it will be unlikely for the opposing side to form an alliance. They will only be dismantled and defeated one by one. After all, as long as there is a way to survive, who would want to fight to the death against a crushing behemoth like our main city no? Even if a powerful figure appears and manages to tie all the main cities together into a single rope, we can still manipulate the negotiation chips to create a few turncoats who will stab them in the back. That part is too easy. Brother Liu sneered. Therefore, as long as one main city agrees to our terms, the entire situation will tilt completely in our favor. By then, main city no. 1 will be nourished by a massive influx of resources. We can tear up the alliance whenever we want. It wouldn't even matter if we swallowed them all in one gulp. After hearing this, everyone marveled, their hearts surging with excitement. If that day truly came, even small fries like them would be able to fill their pockets to the brim. However, the only thing to watch out for is this Jizang from main city no. 6. Before we came, the captain repeatedly instructed me to find a way to figure out his true background. Brother Liu, is this Jizang really that exaggerated? Rumors say he has a tier for extreme load vehicle, but I think it's all just piled up with brute force. And he only unified main city no. 6 by playing dirty. Brother Liu snorted coldly. Even if it was playing dirty, he has now mastered the art. He has unified the entire main city, and the amount of resources at his disposal is something we dare not imagine. It is highly likely that he will become a major threat to us in a short period of time. Someone asked, then what happens after we figure out his background? That's not something we can manage. The chess games of top-tier powerhouses are not something small fish like us can interfere with. Everyone, get back to work. Brother Liu flicked the cigarette butt away, turned his head, and called out in a softened voice, baby, hubby, sweet. Cloying voice came from the back seat. The woman walked over with a rosy flush on her face. I'm so tired. And you're still making me work. Then just let Zhou Bing do it. You can just order him around if there's anything to be done. Brother Liu stroked the woman's burning cheeks and coaxed her for a moment, then immediately turned back and glared at the resident named Zhou Bing. What are you standing there for, you brat? Go get to work. Yes, yes. Brother Liu. The man hurriedly agreed while his heart pounded, his gaze constantly darting toward the seat from earlier. That trace was already gone. Chapter 176. No one guarding main city no. 6. Buying nuclear-powered robots. Over the next few hours, the convoy scouted most of the territory belonging to main city no. Until they arrived near Jizang's territory, they didn't dare get too close, instead releasing a reconnaissance drone from a distance. Higher, a bit higher, I see it. Damn, how is it so big? How? Where are the vehicles inside? Holy crap, he went back. Ha 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 ha, what a coward. He didn't even dare to stay in the super main city for the first night. In my opinion, this guy is just bluffing. Now, any squad sent from the main city could easily flatten his territory. Though the defense level is quite high, he actually upgraded to iron walls and level 3 turrets. What about the resource thieves? Too far to get a shot, but there seems to be a gold mine. Fly closer. The reconnaissance drone flew over. But before it could even get near Jizang's territory, it was shot down from a distance by an arrow tower. The camera feed instantly turned into static. Damn it. Brother Liu jumped up and cursed angrily. This reconnaissance drone was worth over 10,000 gold coins and was specifically entrusted to him by the higher-ups. Now it was completely totaled. Having lost their most important means of reconnaissance, the group was now flying blind. They had no choice but to report the intelligence back. Before long, a reply came from above. Brother Liu, what did they say? Are they going to send people to invade? The group asked anxiously. Brother Liu had a strange expression. They Want us to spread the news about this place? What? Everyone was stunned, not understanding the intention of the leaders. Isn't this just handing over a main city for nothing? But they didn't dare to say much. After all, they weren't the ones giving the orders. Pack up, retreat. At Brother Liu's command, he led the other vehicles in a U-turn and left the territory cluster. Not long after they left, Jizang's figure slowly emerged from the ground. He looked at the recording device in his hand, a subtle arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Master Ji, they've left. Long Yuchang's message came through from the back end. I know. Xiaolong, you'll have to pull an all-nighter. There's likely a good show coming up later. Jizang laughed. Master Ji, I'll follow your instructions. I can stay up as long as you need. That's fine. After ending the conversation, Jizang returned to his territory. It was already past 10 p.m. The entire Abyss invasion offensive had weakened significantly, but there were still continuous waves of monsters charging toward his territory. Jizang casually unleashed a few bolts of lightning to instantly eliminate the monsters, then recalled the Doomsday fortress from the dense forest outside. Afterward, he opened the world channel. Sure enough, rumors were already spreading that main city No. 6 was left unguarded. It didn't spark much discussion, but it was precisely this silence that spoke volumes. This move by main city No. 1 had truly struck a vital nerve. In a situation where everyone was looking out for themselves, they had dangled a massive temptation, one that wasn't overly risky, yet offered a path to rapid growth. Many would choose to take the gamble, and once they did, the so-called alliance would instantly collapse, leaving not a shred of trust behind. Jizang, however, was playing them at their own game. He was waiting for the situation to develop exactly like this. Whoever came knocking, he would make an example of them. His reputation would be established, and his justification would be unassailable. It's like someone handing me a pillow just as I'm getting sleepy. Jizang felt delighted. He returned to the interior of the Doomsday fortress, took a shower, changed his clothes, and began tallying the night's gains while eating a late-night snack. In the roughly 5 hours from just now until the present, the gold mine had brought in another 200, combined with the nearly 200 gold coins earned from continuously killing monsters. His total gold count had now surpassed the 400,000 mark. Beyond that, there was a pile of miscellaneous materials produced by his other resource fiefs. I'm rich again. I need to see if I can pull off something big. Jizang couldn't help but remark. He opened the vehicle panel. Mobile Doomsday Fortress tier for speed limit, 180 km per hour, 10.0 T displacement durability, remaining fuel, 255 units range, 8,925 km upgraded components. Full module shooting day, Wheel of Fate, Majestic Force Field Device, Crossbow of Judgment, Smart Butler, Motorcycle, Mechanical Wolf, Light Armed Helicopter, Sentry Robot, cannot be upgraded. Tires, seats, bed, sofa, headlights replaceable. Engine level 6, wheel hub level 6, chassis level 6, air conditioning level 6, refrigerator level 6, power generator level 4, center console level 4, full interior level 4. Targeting radar level 4, armor turrets. Thorn armor level 4, land shield 3000 level 4, purgatory fire pump level 4, surface to air missile nest level 4, prism tower level 4. Total level vehicle advancement requirements: 1 million gold, 500,000 parts, 2 million steel plates, 30,000 alloys, 50,000 heavy oil, 3,000 shining gold, 1,000 vibranium, 100 super energy stones, 3 war fortress machine souls, 1 heavy-duty synthesis platform machine soul. Advancement unlocks when components reach level 100. Kong evaluation: a powerful Doomsday fortress capable of raising cities, covering sea, land, and air combat ecosystems, the king of heavy-duty mobile vehicles. After the previous round of upgrades, the total vehicle level had reached 88. Only 12 levels remained until it became a Tier 5 vehicle. However, those 12 levels wouldn't be easy to achieve. Even calculating based on the cheapest components, it would cost at least several million in gold and materials. The snowballing speed still isn't fast enough. Jizang rubbed his chin. He had originally planned to upgrade the Thorn armor, but upon reflection, his self-preservation capabilities were definitely sufficient. Even if he encountered the strongest and most violent super siege, the kind that even the thorn armor couldn't withstand, he still had his own personal combat strength to fall back on. It wouldn't be a major issue. The super main city was ever-changing. He still needed to accelerate his mining efficiency. With this in mind, Jizang decided to temporarily forgo upgrading the main vehicle and instead churn out 2 nuclear-powered labor robots first. He walked to the territory monument and opened the shop. Here we go. Excitement flickered in Jizang's eyes. Asterisk swish, asterisk swish. He clicked to purchase directly. Gold minus 200, gold minus 200. Watching his money vanish like flowing water, Jizang couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. But it was all worth it. Accompanied by a flash of white light, 2 large robots, each standing 3 meters tall, appeared before the territory monument. The mechanical components on their bodies shimmered with a dark golden metallic luster, possessing a streamlined, ultimate aesthetic beauty, and like all other robots, these 2 had a micronuclear reactor integrated into their chests. The deep blue light within was as profound as the starry sky. They didn't need charging, they only required periodic refueling with reaction materials to work continuously. Chapter 177, Main City No. 7 brazenly invades Jizang's territory. Weather weapons appear. A line of information appeared before Jizang's eyes. Nuclear-powered labor robot category, gathering unit. Evaluation. A top-tier labor robot powered by nuclear energy, capable of performing any gathering task within a 10,000-meter radius of the vehicle or within resource fiefs. Their gathering efficiency far exceeds that of other robots. They are the best partners for top-tier resource fiefs. Possessing one means you own a literal money-printing machine. Friendly reminder. After upgrading the relevant parts of the main vehicle, the gathering robot's intelligence, defensive armor, and mobility will also increase accordingly. The most badass one has arrived. Jizang felt a surge of excitement. He immediately gave the legendary Great Iron Pickaxe to one of the nuclear-powered robots. For the other, he spent over 10,000 gold coins to equip it with a secret treasure Great Iron Pickaxe. Afterward, he had them replace 2 of the enhanced labor robots and begin working in the SS grade gold mine. Asterisk ding. The moment the robots began striking the gold mine, an incredibly satisfying number popped up. Gold coin revenue count 61. Gold coin revenue count 61. Gold coin revenue count 61. Damn, that feels good. Jikang wore a smile on his face as he took a glance at the gold mine status window. Gold mine SS rank mining slots, output per slot. 1,500 gold coins, each base efficiency. Slot 1 nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count 250% 31. Slot 2 nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count 120% 19. Slot 7 reinforced labor robot efficiency count 100%. Tool efficiency count 50%. Total output 73,800 gold coins each. Evaluation. A super gold mine of extremely high quality. Possessing it is equivalent to owning an inexhaustible treasure trove. 70,000 gold coins per hour, plus the over 10,000 from this rank gold mine, along with the output from other resource territories. The total hourly production value exceeded 100,000 gold coins. Jikang's mouth nearly split from grinning. What else was there to say? 2 days until he could get a tier 5 vehicle. He closed the panel and blissfully lit a cigarette. Next, he would just wait for the guests to arrive. Time ticked by second, and soon it was the middle of the night. The World Channel had gone silent again. This time, there wasn't even a single person posting. As time passed, the monster attacks finally began to recede, leaving an eerie silencer on the territory. At this moment, Lan Yucheng was in his own territory, staring intently at the sentry. Boss Ji, a convoy has appeared. Seeing the abnormal image suddenly appear in the distance, Lan Yucheng broke into a cold sweat and immediately reported to Jikang. While reporting, he simultaneously maneuvered several reconnaissance drones within his territory to fly toward the direction of the arrivals. Oh, they're here. Jikang's voice sounded with interest. Can you see their district number? Not yet. Let me fly a bit closer, Boss Ji. There are over 20 vehicles, and their vehicle armaments are extremely powerful. They are all tier 4 vehicles. I see it. 6001, 6224. It's the people from Main City 7, those animals. They want to sneak attack us in the middle of the night. Long Yu Cheng was practically gritting his teeth. Boss G had already expressed his desire to form an alliance with these people yesterday. He hadn't expected that not only would they ignore the offer, but they were actually planning to annex Main City 6. If Boss G hadn't been personally overseeing things tonight, they might have actually succeeded. G Kane laughed. It's fine, don't be nervous. Main City 7 is the closest to us, so it's perfectly normal to see them first. Also, stop watching them with the drones. Send them directly to the large canyon 70 kilometers to the east. That is the only way to reach us. There might be others following behind. Long Yu Cheng understood. I'll get on it right away. Boss G. What about this convoy from Main City 7? They are about to approach our territory cluster. G Kang. I will handle it. The call ended. Long Yu Cheng nervously controlled the reconnaissance drones while observing the movements on the sentry eye screen with his own eyes, feeling more alarmed the longer he watched. The enemy's armaments were exaggerated. They were all fully equipped Tier 4 vehicles. These were the elite of the elite. At this moment, the convoy from Main City 7 had officially entered the territory cluster of District 5631. The lead vehicle, a super-sized pickup truck, moved like a behemoth rampaging across the land, sweeping across the ground at maximum speed. Inside the vehicle's cabin, a muscular, bald middle-aged man sat in the center like a king. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the surrounding images captured by the drone cameras. He was one of the true leaders of Main City 7, nicknamed Earth Cannon, or Boss 2. Boss 2. Main City 6 really has no one guarding it. We're going to make a fortune this time. Ha! That coward G Kane actually ran back. And he calls himself the ruler of Main City 6. Even having the nerve to ask the leaders of other main cities to come to Main City 6 to discuss matters. He didn't even dare to take on the first wave of monsters and just turtled back inside. Haha, Boss 2. I see that the defensive structures of many territories here aren't great. Why don't we just push through all the way? Excited shouts from other high-ranking members came over the radio channel. Boss 2's deep voice sounded. What's the point of taking that trash? We'll strike directly at the heart and take down G Kang's territory first. The vice leader immediately shouted, Brothers, move faster. Other main cities have teams on the way. If we're to slow and get caught up by other teams, it'll be a big problem. The experts responded excitedly, yes. Not long after, they followed the shore of the large lake and saw the massive territory surrounded by iron walls in the distance. Their eyes lit up like jackals, as if they were looking at a giant mountain of gold. Only Boss 2 felt a strange sense of confusion. A territory this large must contain at least an SS rank resource plot. According to the widely circulated intelligence, G Kang possessed a Tier 4 top-tier vehicle. How could he be cowardly enough to avoid the first wave of abyss monsters? Or was he harboring wishful thinking, believing that in tonight's situation, no one would come to invade? Thinking of this, a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of Boss 2's mouth. Then, I won't be polite. But just at that moment, above the dark sky ahead, a bolt of white lightning flashed across. The dazzling lightning jump flash line looked like a spatial rift appearing in the dark firmament. The light shone on everyone's faces, causing them to slam on their brakes in terror. We have a situation. It's a weather weapon, the vice leader shouted. The entire convoy shifted from a straight line into a crooked, chaotic mess of emergency stops, with several vehicles colliding into one another, descending into total disarray. Chapter 178. The Terror of the Wine Thunder Purgatory. Spare us, Master G. Rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder rolled across the sky. The lingering image of that dazzling bolt of lightning was still seared onto everyone's retinas, leaving them shaken and unsettled. They could not comprehend how such a thing as a weather weapon could exist. Could it be a defensive tower from the opponent's territory? Everyone stay calm, Master T shouted with a grim expression, looking upward. The next second, his pupils constricted violently. In the midair ahead, a figure wreathed in lightning was slowly descending. The man wore a silver-white thunder robe, with massive arcs of electricity dancing and leaping around his body. His clothes whipped violently in the wind, and white divine flames burned within his eyes and upon his brow. He looked like a true deity descending upon the world. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Who was that? An elf? A god? Or some kind of monster? It wasn't until the intelligence team used their vehicle's sensors to scan the target that they ruled out all their previous guesses. Because floating above the man's head was a clear, distinct sector code, Sector 5631. He is Ji Kang. A member of the intelligence team spoke these words, his expression filled with horror. It was also at this moment that a clear, slightly amused voice echoed from the sky. You all have such refined tastes, coming to visit my territory so late at night. Ji Kang looked down at the convoy below, a cold sneer hanging on his lips. Everyone's hearts trembled. They were tense to the breaking point. All their armaments lit up, aiming directly at the lightning-clad figure in the air. Master 2, they shouted in panic. What the hell are you all panicking for? It's just one person. You're letting a little parlor trick scare you like this, a bunch of losers. Master 2 spat fiercely, struggling to suppress the agitation in his heart. He picked up the microphone to broadcast outside the vehicle. Ji Kang, stop playing these mind games with me. Hand over all your resources and your territory honestly, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Ji Kang, you must be that mongrel dog from Main City No. 7, right? Master 2's composure shattered instantly. Screw your mother, you're asking for death. Ji Kang laughed. I can already picture you wetting your pants and begging for mercy, you mongrel. Veins bulged on Master 2's forehead as he roared, kill him for me. At his command, all the armaments on the surrounding vehicles opened fire simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The convoy's terrifying firepower instantly illuminated the ground. They were the most elite experts from Main City No. 7, although their sector was one level lower than Main City No. 6. The combat power of peak-tier survivors was still not to be underestimated. Close-in weapon systems, electromagnetic cannons, high-pressure energy cannons, and all sorts of various armed turrets, along with a massive barrage of homing missiles, were unleashed all at once. This explosive burst of firepower almost completely covered the airspace where Ji Kang was located. Whoosh! The lightning flashed away through the air. The extreme speed granted by the Thunder God body allowed him to perfectly evade the concentrated barrage. The target is over there. Pursue him. How can his speed be this fast? The scene was in total chaos. These nearly 20 vehicles transformed into anti-aircraft turrets, constantly chasing the figure in the sky. But they were unable to land a single hit. Master 2 was grinding his teeth so hard they were about to shatter. A lightning-type talent, and it was very likely an S-rank or higher lightning talent. At this speed, it was already difficult to hit him using only the armaments of Tier 4 combat vehicles. Normally, if they kept this up, they could indeed exhaust the opponent's stamina and secure a kill. But there was no time left. Teams from other main cities were already rushing toward this location. They had to finish this quickly. Combat talent team, step out with me. We're going to melee. Master 2 instantly equipped a set of heavy armor and was about to push open the vehicle door to charge out. But the next second, he felt an invisible, terrifying magnetic field suddenly envelop the land beneath their feet. The density of the energy in that magnetic field was so intense that even a top-tier powerhouse like Master 2, with over 100 points of constitution, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't even imagine what kind of constitution stat was required to trigger a talent skill of this magnitude. How could it be this terrifying? It's over. He decisively slammed the vehicle door shut and screamed at the top of his lungs. Don't get out, leave this spot immediately. But it was already too late. High above, the lightning figure, once again hovering in midair, had extended a palm toward them. His eyes filled with nothing but infinite indifference. He looked like a god about to judge the wicked. Windwalker and Thunder Formless combined skill. Wind Thunder Purgatory. Activate. Whoosh. Before anyone could react, a hurricane that had risen from thin air swirled up from the ground in an incredibly short amount of time. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sand and dust kicked up by the hurricane made the shape of the wind visible, rapidly transforming into a giant, millstone-like supercyclone. And within the massive wind wall, strands of silver-white lightning arcs began to emerge rapidly. They were like small fish in a surging river, swimming joyfully and restlessly. growing at a speed visible to the naked eye until they transformed into shimmering lightning snakes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In just 2 short seconds, these nearly 20 vehicles were swept into the massive Wine Thunder vortex. This was a dual-talent ultimate skill unleashed with the support of over 800 points of constitution. No tier for non-extreme vehicle could withstand such terrifying pressure. What is happening? Holy crap! Everyone screamed in terror. They felt their entire vehicles shaking violently, and the sound of terrifying electrical currents surged against the outer armor, as if they were about to be torn to shreds at any moment. ZZZZT. The gale and the thunder intertwined, and the entire cyclone rapidly expanded. It transformed into a vortex of wind filled with thunderstorms, even though they had all upgraded to level 4 external armor. Under the suppression of such terrifying weather, they truly felt a crushing sense of horror. Armored vehicles weighing over 10, or even several tens of tons, were simply swept up by force. The people inside were also suffering from the violent impact of the thunderstorm's magnetic field, their bodies convulsing from the electricity. Holy crap, we're flying! We're flying! What the hell is going on here, boss dude? Save me! My vehicle's durability can't hold on much longer. The vehicles were filled with miserable wails. What the others didn't see was that Boss 2 was howling too. His hands were gripping the grab handle tightly. The arrogance and anger he had felt just moments ago had completely vanished. Looking at the terrifying scene outside the window, his face was now filled only with fear and panic. What kind of ability is this, for God's sake? What the hell are the intelligence gatherers doing? Being able to flip over dozens of their level 4 vehicles with just one move, is this something someone from Main City No. 6 is capable of? How could someone with this kind of strength be in Main City No? Boss 2's mental defenses had completely shattered. He regretted his actions to the extreme. If they had known beforehand that Ji Zhang's strength was at such a level, they would never have dared to launch a night raid. Seeing that everything was about to be destroyed, T'Pau finally shouted into the external loudspeaker the words that brought him immense shame and humiliation. Master Ji, spare my life. Chapter 179, Ji Zhang, crawl out. This voice was almost completely swallowed by the commotion outside, but the entire Wine Thunder vortex suddenly tightened into a single line at that moment, and then exploded with a boom boom. A massive amount of wind blades and lightning arcs sprayed outward, directly shaving off a layer of the surrounding ground. 20 battered, nearly falling apart level 4 vehicles fell from midair, crashing down into a large pile with a thunderous roar. The survivors from Main City No. 7 inside were left dazed and disoriented, feeling as if they had just escaped death. If it had lasted just a few more seconds, the vehicles would likely have collapsed completely. Was Ji Zhang holding back? Everyone scrambled up from the ground in a sorry state, looking out the windows, still shaken. At this moment, that figure wreathed in lightning had already landed on the hood of Boss 2's vehicle. Only now did they truly see, at close range, the person who was rumored to have unified Main City No. 6 single-handedly, young, indifferent, with eyes carrying lightning flames that seemed to pierce straight into one's soul, making people tremble instinctively just by looking at him. According to rumors, he had relied on a level 4 ultimate vehicle and to consecutive opportunistic strikes to successfully seize the final fruits of victory. But looking back now, if anyone dared to call Ji Zhang a coward who rose to power through luck, they would have to rush over and slap them across the face. Damn it, with this kind of strength right in front of them, isn't it the most natural thing in the world for him to take the top seat? What kind of rumors are you spreading? If it weren't for these rumors, would we have come here to pull the tiger's whiskers? T'Pau didn't dare to be arrogant at all now. He just wanted to leave this place immediately. But the moment he looked up, he saw that young figure on the hood, and he froze as if turned to stone. Even though he was wearing a full set of heavy armor, he didn't dare to make any presumptuous moves. Ji Zhang slowly crouched down in front of the windshield, holding the moon's blood, piercing it as if it were tofu. The tip of the blade easily broke through the front windshield of the level 4 vehicle. It went an inch by inch until it reached T'Pau's throat. Boss 2 had completely lost the prestige of a Main City leader. The skin on his neck felt the extremely sharp aura emanating from the blade. It was a suffocating feeling of being completely locked on by killing intent. He knew that he was now only a hair's breadth away from death. Master Ji, It was us who offended you, please, as a great person. Don't hold a grudge against a small fry like me. Let us go. Bastu's voice was filled with a pleading, tearful tone. Crawl out. Jizang only coldly said those 3 words. Okay, I'll crawl out. Bastu threw down the weapon in his hand, raised his trembling hands, opened the car door, and slowly moved down from the vehicle. And you lot? Jizang tilted his chin slightly. Yes. Since the dignified Bastu of Main City No. 7 was already crawling on the ground eating dirt, the others had no shred of pride left. They hurriedly followed suit, not even daring to lift their heads. In the end, this group of uninvited guests crawled on the ground like earthworms until they were neatly lined up in a row. Jizang lit a cigarette, exited his heavenly lightning body state, and then, carrying the moon's blood, walked slowly in front of them. Master Ji, please don't kill us. If you kill us, you won't be able to claim our resource territories. Master Ji, we will listen to you from now on. The group begged for mercy in terror. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Jizang glanced at the still silent world channel and said with satisfaction, good. No one is running their mouth on the world channel. He sheathed the moon's blood. You have companions coming later, so just stay down honestly. Do you understand what I mean? The kind where you can't even move to take a leak. Yes. Bastu and his gang were on the verge of tears. They had truly kicked an iron plate this time. They came to snatch someone else's territory, only to end up as their prisoners. The best outcome now would probably be to become minors. At least that way they could save their lives. And if they served him as their master in the future, it wasn't impossible that they might regain their freedom one day. This feeling of falling from heaven to hell made them weep silently. Jizang wasn't in a hurry to settle accounts. He just sat on the pile of vehicles and smoked. He really didn't intend to kill these people, as long as they didn't dare to resist. Keeping them alive was more useful than killing them. The area of each main city was very large, and the population was high. Simply killing off this small group of leading powerhouses was meaningless. The other survivors in their respective districts would immediately swoop in to seize their resources and territories, effectively creating a new set of warlords. As a lone individual, dealing with the top 100 powerhouses across 10-0 districts required a bit of strategy. Preventing his own home base from being raided was the top priority. Therefore, aside from Main City No. 1, he had no intention of conquering the other main cities. Letting people like Tapao pay tribute on their own would suffice. It was also a blessing from the heavens that he had been given this opportunity to act with a justified cause. Master Ji, more people are coming. Long Yu Chang was reporting information in real time from the back end. After the reconnaissance drones were in position, this was already the 3rd wave of teams to enter the canyon. They were from Main City No. 5 and Main City No. 4, respectively. Furthermore, the strategy their teams adopted was the same as Main City No. 7, an elite squad led personally by their leader. By keeping the main force back at home to guard the base, they could prevent their own homes from being raided while simultaneously using a sharp blade squad to carry out aggressive invasions and strikes. 10+ minutes later, the convoy from Main City No. 5 appeared. Dozens of armed vehicles were rolling toward this direction in a grand, imposing procession. Leading the way was a Tier 3 heavily armored vehicle, nearly fully equipped, radiating an immense sense of intimidation. A smirk curled the corner of Jizang's mouth as he slowly stood up. More big hauls had arrived at his doorstep. Hum. The air emitted a subtle, vibrating hum. Arcs of lightning surged forth, gradually coalescing into a brilliant thundercloud above his head. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The terrifying energy of the lightning dissipated outward, causing Tapao and his group nearby to feel an extremely horrifying pressure. The mere stray arcs of electricity refracting and connecting to the ground were enough to shock them into numbness. Their hair stood on end, and snot and tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. Yet, no one dared to make a sound, all of them gritting their teeth and enduring it with everything they had. Damn it. Are we sure he isn't the god of thunder? Grumbled. At this moment, the thundercloud fully formed, releasing a majestic, heavenly might across this patch of the world. In the distance, the convoy from Main City No. 4 was still pushing forward. Their faces were filled with slight anxiety and tension. through their device scans. They had already discovered that someone had retreated through this path earlier, and their greatest fear was that main city No. 7, being the closest, would get there first. That would mean all their hard work would be for nothing. Full speed ahead. The leading big boss, Zhang Hu, urged them on incessantly. But when they took a shortcut across a forest area and saw that patch of brilliant thunderclouds suddenly appear on the horizon, along with a massive pile of broken-down vehicles nearby, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Those vehicles, destroyed beyond recognition, were clearly the convoy from main city No. 7 that had just gotten their first retreat. Quickly, it's a trap, Zhang Hu shouted into the radio, immediately wanting to turn the vehicles around and leave. However, a terrifying bolt of lightning, striking from several kilometers away, had already arrived first. Chapter 180. Take them all as they come. Whether one or a crowd, boom. The lightning light engulfed everything in the vicinity. This strike did not hit any of the vehicles. Instead, it slammed into the earth. The massive energy of the lightning shattered the crust within a 100-meter radius. The terrifying shockwave instantly sent all the vehicles near the epicenter flying into the air. Those further away were also forcibly overturned, rolling across the ground like giant balls. Large swathes of splashing lightning arcs instantly destroyed all the electrical circuits in their vehicles, and the people inside were instantly paralyzed, with many being knocked unconscious on the spot. The scene was filled with wails. Zhang Hu crawled out from an overturned vehicle, looking at the charred, massive crater in the ground and the scattered, overturned convoy around him. His expression had turned ugly to the extreme. He could not understand how the situation before him had come to pass. Where did that white bolt of lightning come from? And what had just happened to the main city No. 7 convoy? What the hell was going on with the intelligence from main city No. Zhang Hu felt as if he had encountered a supernatural event. He was completely bewildered. Fortunately, only a few vehicles had been completely destroyed. The others could still be driven if pushed upright. But just as he was preparing to reorganize his team, a figure wreathed in lightning descended from the sky. All the survivors from main city No. 5 who had crawled out of their vehicles stared blankly at the figure that had suddenly appeared above his head. The label for District 5631 was clearly visible. He is Ji Zhang. When those words were spoken, everyone reacted with instant, visceral stress. The squad leader closest to him even drew his weapon in a frenzy and charged straight at him. Swish. A flash of a blade cut through the air. The squad leader's head was severed from his body, and blood sprayed several meters high from his neck. No one had seen when Ji Zhang made his move. By the time they regained their senses, he was holding a black-red pattern long blade, unstained by a single drop of blood, resting it calmly on his shoulder. The entire scene fell into dead silence. No one dared to move at all. Are you Zhang Hu from main city No? Ji Zhang cast his gaze toward the man with the most powerful aura in the area and asked coldly. Zhang Hai's Adam's apple bobbed. I am. Ji Zhang took a 50-meter-long coarse hemp rope from his inventory and tossed it onto the ground. Tie your left feet. Everyone tie yourselves into a line. I won't say it a second time. After he finished speaking, everyone remained frozen in place. The only sound at the scene was the gurgling from the neck of the dead squad leader, which was still spurting blood. Ji Zhang's tone was indifferent. I'll only give you 5 minutes. Don't make me start killing. Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene became oppressive to the extreme. What did he mean? A 5-minute time limit? Everyone's brains were numb, almost unable to comprehend the scene before them. How had the Grim Reaper suddenly descended, and in such a way, without any warning, appearing directly and then forcefully suppressing everything? The timer had already begun. One person in the group was the first to scramble out, grabbing a hemp rope from the ground and frantically tying it around his own ankle. His action seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Quick, hurry, tie it up. Everyone rushed over, using the hemp rope to bind their feet. Some even began to shove and fight each other while scrambling for a length of rope. A few minutes passed. Everyone had the hemp rope looped around their ankles. Their eyes filled with terror as they looked at the cold, indifferent figure standing nearby. They had no idea what Ji Kang intended to do. Was he going to abduct them to his territory to work as laborers? Ji Kang did not speak. He simply picked up the end of the rope. However, he did not choose to walk. Lightning crackled beneath his feet, and a powerful magnetic field lifted his entire body, carrying him into the sky. The group of powerful captives from Main City No. 5 began to scream frantically. Like a string of dried fish tied together with hemp rope, they were lifted into the air one after another, yet they dared not resist at all. They could only let Ji-Kang drag them as he flew off into the distance. Not long after, Ji-Kang dragged the string of people and tossed them onto the ground. Thud, thud. Dozens of people fell into a heap, squirming on the ground in panic. Nearby, Tapao and his men, who were already lying flat in a row, were so frightened that they trembled, not even daring to look up. Master Ji, it was us who were blind and failed to recognize a true master. Zhang Hui, cold sweat on his face, stood up from the ground, intending to beg Ji-Kang for mercy to see if he could negotiate some terms. But the next second, the back of the Moonblood blade rested on his shoulder. In an instant, Zhang Hui felt a terrifying, indescribable force surge from the back of the blade, pressing down on his shoulder and forcing him to kneel to the ground. Bang! Zhang Hai's knees slammed into the earth, creating 2 large craters in the ground. I didn't tell you to speak, so don't speak. Ji-Kang narrowed his eyes and used the blade to slowly pat his face. At this moment, Zhang Hai's face was deathly pale, drained of all color, and his shoulder blades and kneecaps were already fractured. He wanted to respond with a yes, but remembering Ji-Kang's words, his parched lips trembled, yet he dared not make a sound. The others around them were even more silent, their bodies continuing to tremble uncontrollably. It was too terrifying. Zhang Hui, a leader with such formidable physical combat prowess, had been suppressed by Ji-Kang in a single encounter. The gap in their physical strength was like a chasm. They couldn't understand how such a monstrous powerhouse could appear in Main City No. The intelligence was completely wrong. This was nothing more than a fishing operation by a top-tier powerhouse. The information on the World Channel was all just bait, and they were the big fish who had traveled thousands of miles just to deliver their own hands. To go. Ji-Kang sheathed his Moonblood blade and called out casually, Master Ji, Master Ji, I am here. Tapao no longer dared to harbor any other thoughts. Hearing Ji-Kang call him, he moved from the ground like a loyal servant, looking up at Ji-Kang from a kneeling position. Every time a new group arrives later, you teach them what to do. I don't want to waste my breath, Ji-Kang said. Yes, yes. Tapao nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with wild joy. He had just been given a chance to be a lackey. After Ji-Kang walked away, Tapao immediately looked at Zhang Hui and the others, saying, Stay flat, don't move, don't speak, don't try to tip anyone off. Even if you need to pee, do it in your pants. Understand? I believe you are all smart people. You know what to do. If anyone wants to seek death, feel free to do so. Leaving behind these harsh words, Tapao, still kneeling on the ground, finally regained the feeling of being a boss. Damn it. It was a good thing he was the first one here and that Master Ji remembered him. Even if he had to be a laborer later, at least he could land a job as a foreman. Chapter 181, Unmanned and Defenseless. There's a god here. Why didn't you say so? Zhang Hui and his group were in a miserable state. They had a mountain of things they wanted to discuss, but forced by the iron laws laid down by Ji-Kang, they could only stay put, waiting like prisoners on death row, enduring the ultimate agony. However, the groups from Main City No. 5 and No. 7 were merely the appetizers. Next to appear were the powerhouses from Main City No. Just like the previous 2 times, Ji-Kang, from a great distance away, used his overwhelming dominance to round them up. However, since they were higher in the sequence, there was a gap in the strength of these top-tier powerhouses. The combat power they unleashed exceeded the combined total of Main City No. 5 and No. It was only after Ji-Kang took out several of their key figures that they finally recognized reality and gave up resistance. Immediately following that, the more distant Main City No. 8 appeared. There was no major battle. Ji-Kang easily took them down and hung them like a string of piglets in the pile of captives. Finally, the last to arrive was Main City No. 3. The strongest among them besides Main City No. They were the most confident and the most arrogant. They had dispatched a full 50 vehicles, led by the heads of the 2 major factions of Main City No. 3. intending to uproot the entire main city No. 6 in one go. Even though others had arrived first, they were confident they could hijack the situation halfway and force the others to spit out this big cake. They just didn't expect to run into a fully restored Jikang, who had just consumed an energy-replenishing fruit, possessed over 800 points of constitution, a growth-type weapon, a growth-type talent, and maxed out stats. The most intense skirmish of the night thus began. The battle was terrifying. A large area of the surrounding ground was turned into scorched earth, and dozens of Tier 4 vehicles were destroyed. Even the newly upgraded Tier 5 combat vehicle belonging to Zhang Wusheng, the leader touted as the strongest in main city No. 3, was riddled with large holes. In the end, he was dragged out of his vehicle by Jikang and tossed onto the ground like a dead dog. Don't kill me. On the chaotic, debris-strewn battlefield, Zhang Wusheng spat out a mouthful of blood-flecked foam, covered in gore. He dragged himself across the ground, raising one hand to shield his face as he begged for mercy in a trembling voice. The others on the battlefield were in no better shape. They had all been left completely stunned by Jikang's terrifying combat prowess. Another major leader had been killed in a single strike, dead beyond any hope of recovery. Before this, they had never imagined that at this stage of the game, someone could rely solely on their physical combat strength to single-handedly take on their massive group of high-tier vehicles without falling into a disadvantage. The strongest squad from main city No. 3 had been defeated just like that. A bleak night wind blew, dispersing the lingering smoke around them. Jikang scanned his surroundings, then tossed out a bundle of hemp rope and said coldly, "Tie your own feet. If you can't, have someone else help you. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you aren't tied up by then, you die." The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone turned their terrified gazes toward Zhang Wusheng. They had long since lost their composure, habitually pinning their final hopes on this last remaining major leader. "Help me." Zhang Wusheng uttered these two words in agony. 5 minutes later, the dozens of survivors at the scene were tied together in a row, with Zhang Wusheng at the front. Jikang grabbed the end of the rope and took flight, dragging this string of salted fish back to the gathering point where Tapao and the others were located. Flap, flap. The final group of people was tossed onto the open ground nearby. Although Tapao, Zhang Hui, and the others had long since become numb to the sight, the conspicuous sector serial numbers above the heads of Zhang Wusheng and his group Sector 2001, Sector 2025, Sector 2154, and so on still delivered a massive sensory shock. Main city No. The strongest existence currently, aside from main city No. 1, had been defeated in such a wretched state. There were several hundred people packed into the area, lined up in several rows. Before tonight, they were the top-tier existences in their respective sectors, the big shots who held sway over their own main cities. But now, they had all become prisoners who had lost their dignity, kneeling and sprawling on the ground without a shred of image, awaiting judgment from the true superior. Panic, unease, and remorse, all sorts of complex emotions flooded their hearts. They also desperately wanted to know why they had suddenly fallen into such a state. All the intelligence regarding main city No. 6 was complete bullshit. Jikang was no opportunist who had built his fortune through petty tricks. He was clearly a supreme powerhouse who stood at the very pinnacle. His 4th-tier ultimate vehicle, which had been rumored to be so legendary and miraculous, hadn't even made an appearance tonight. Every single fight had been won purely through raw physical strength. If they had known this in advance, they wouldn't have dared to come to main city No. 6 to raid the base, even if they had been given the guts of a bear. They now hated those bastards who had leaked the intelligence that main city No. 6 is undefended with a burning passion. Undefended, my ass. There's a goddamn god here. Why didn't you mention that? Jikang glanced at the time. Dawn was approaching. He smiled coldly and said, "It seems main city No. 9 isn't coming after all. Look at how smart they are. And like you bunch of idiots who believed a rumor the moment you heard it. Greed knows no bounds. And you tried to swallow an elephant." No one dared to respond. Even begging for mercy felt like it might provoke him. So they could only bury their heads deep into the dirt. Too scared to talk now. Come on, I'll let you speak. Tapao, you go first. Tell the truth. What were you planning to do when you came to main city No. 6 tonight? Jikang called out to Tapao first. Reporting to Master G. Tapao's voice was hoarse, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. We deserve to die. We were momentarily blinded by greed and wanted to come and seize Master G's resources. Very good. I like hearing the truth. Ji Kang's lips curled upward as he continued to ask the same question to Zhang Hui, Zhang Wushun, and the other leaders. Each of them steeled themselves to admit their crimes. This feeling made them feel as if they were in a real courtroom, as if punishment would descend the very next second. However, after spending dozens of seconds in this cruel and murderous atmosphere, they faintly saw a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The man before them didn't seem to have any intention of executing them. Ji Kang sat on the hood of a vehicle and snapped his fingers. Asterisk sizzle. A flash of lightning instantly ignited on everyone's feet, scaring them so badly they nearly jumped up after regaining their senses. They realized their ankles felt loose. The hemp rope that had bound them had been scorched through by the lightning, and the broken pieces fell to the ground. The crowd felt uneasy, glancing at each other before turning their eyes back to the young figure in front of them. Do you know why I'm not killing you? Ji Kang's calm voice rang out. The crowd remained silent. Only Zhang Hu mustered the courage to tentatively say, because we can be of use to Master G. We can help Master G mine for resources. Chapter 182. The Absolute Authority of Main City No. 6. Subjugating the major main cities. Zhang Hu had phrased it nicely, but in reality, it meant being slave miners. There were quite a few ruthless territory lords who were secretly doing this, but they were usually too concerned about their reputations to be too vocal about it. They had long anticipated this best-case outcome. Everyone present was a top-tier powerhouse, and none of them had weak constitutions. They were the perfect candidates for slave miners. Coupled with their own act of invading and plundering, they deserved it in terms of morality. So the other party likely wouldn't feel any burden using them. However, Ji Kang said something that caught them completely off guard. But you're only half right. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gave a start. What did that mean? I don't need you to be laborers, but you should pay the price that you owe. As the last two words fell from Ji Kang's lips, everyone's hearts tightened abruptly. Master G, we are willing to give up all our resources and territories. Just please spare our lives. Master G, me too. I'm willing as well. Everyone scrambled to express their compliance. It seems you are all quite sensible, Ji Zhang said with a cold, faint smile. Very well. Let me let you listen to something. After speaking, he took a recording device from his inventory, activated it, and tossed it onto the ground. A clear audio recording began to play. As for the content, it was, of course, the conversation between Brother Liu, the team leader from Main City No. 1, and his subordinates. The moment they heard the content clearly, everyone's pupils constricted violently. From the original plan of Main City No. 1, to their discovery that Main City No. 6 was completely empty after sneaking in, to reporting the situation and receiving instructions from above to spread misinformation. By the time they heard the end, an uncontrollable rage surged in everyone's hearts. They had originally thought this was a trap set by Ji Zhang. They never expected that it was actually Main City No. 1 pulling the strings behind the scenes. They had intended for the other main cities to fall into civil strife and mutual slaughter. They had been used as mere pawns. Even if someone had successfully seized Ji Zhang's territory tonight, they likely would have been swallowed whole by Main City No. 1 before they could even enjoy the spoils. And after the events of tonight, with the major main cities leaderless and suspicious of one another, it would be even more impossible for them to unite. They would have no choice but to agree to the other side's peace terms, lingering on for a while before being ruthlessly annexed. But when it came down to it, it was their own greed that had caused this. If they hadn't thought about coming here to take a gamble, how could they have ended up in this state? Master G. The recording ended, and everyone looked up at the young figure, speechless and choked with emotion. Being able to keep their lives in this situation was already a sign of his immense mercy. Had it been any other ambitious overlord, they might have slaughtered everyone on the spot and then launched a fierce, retaliatory armed invasion. I can spare you for what you did tonight, but the price that must be paid is unavoidable. Ji Zhang slowly squatted down, staring at the people lying before him, and said, I estimate that starting tomorrow, Main City No. One will send representatives to negotiate with you, demanding land and reparations in exchange for security. No matter what price they set, I will ask for 10% less than them. However, unlike main city no. 1. I will not leave you without a way to survive. As long as you stand on the right side and understand your position, I can guarantee that I will not annex you in the future, and furthermore, I will provide you with necessary protection when you are under threat. Hearing this, the hopeful gazes of the crowd lit up instantly. Master G, rest assured. Not to mention anyone else, our main city no. 7 will definitely follow your lead. I, Tugu, don't have much education. But if you say go east, I go east. If you say go west, I go west. Old 2 was the first to step forward and declare his stance, fearing someone else would beat him to it. Master G, Master G. The others also scrambled to speak, each vying to express their loyalty. Such terms were already a pie falling from the sky for these past days. What they feared most was main city no. 1, and for that reason, they had been striving to develop, searching for any opportunity to contend with them. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about uniting with other main cities, but in the super main cities, how is other people, let alone cross-city cooperation, even within the same main city, without absolute authority? No one could guarantee that the other party wouldn't stab them in the back at a critical moment. But now, a force representing absolute authority had appeared. Main city no. 6. Jizang. With his words to hold the line, who would dare to act rashly? And given his strength, it was truly possible for him to contend with main city no. You are all smart people. I believe you have your own judgment on what to do next. That is all. You may all return. Jizang waved his hand and turned to leave. Yes, 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 thank you. Master G, thank you, Master G, for your great kindness. Everyone was overjoyed as if they had been granted amnesty, and one by one, they scrambled away in a panic. Not long after, they drove their remaining vehicles and departed in several directions. This hardline suppression and negotiation with the top powerhouses of the major main cities had thus come to a complete end. Jizang soon returned to his own territory. Long Yucheng drove his vehicle over in a rush. As soon as he got out of the car, he asked with great concern, Master G, you just let them go like that? What if they betray us and defect to the enemy? Keeping them is useful. Without these high-level leaders to rule, the major main cities would become scattered sand, making them even harder to unite. Jizang said slowly, then turned back and asked in return, as for betrayal, do you think they would? Hearing this, Long Yucheng hesitated for a moment. Master G, I still feel that those people are somewhat untrustworthy. There is no guarantee they won't go back on their word. If you were a sheep, would you trust a wolf that is eyeing you hungrily and has already swallowed a big, fat sheep? Or would you trust the hunter who slapped them with a hunting rifle and then let them go back? Leaving behind these thought-provoking words, Jizang walked into his territory, leaving Long Yucheng standing there, lost in thought. The night grew deep. Everything was calm and quiet. On the World Channel, a strange silence persisted. There were only occasional, ordinary messages sent by groups of wanderers. 4:00 a.m. Jizang received friend requests one after another from leaders of the major main cities, such as Zhang Wusheng, Zheng Huan, and Tu Pao. Their words extremely humble and earnest. After accepting them all, Jizang created a small group chat. This alliance, hidden underground, consisting of one superpower and several strong ones, was born in silence. The entire process took less than half the night. At the same time, news that the major main cities had failed in their sneak attack on main city no. 6 began to spread across the World Channel. It was said that Jizang had not returned to the plains area but had instead laid an ambush near his territory. His Tier 4 high-end vehicle had displayed astonishing strength and deterrent power during this battle, repelling all the invading enemies. For a time, rumors flew across the World Channel, and people were filled with panic. Chapter 183, hourly output exceeds 90. 0. The movements of main city no. Main city no. Outside a relic temple, a large number of vehicles were parked here, almost all of them high-end military-grade equipment. Elite forces from various districts gathered here, drinking and smoking while shouting and boasting, creating a lively yet dangerous atmosphere. Inside the relic temple, A top-tier roundtable meeting for Main City No. 1 was underway. Before a round stone table engraved with mysterious ancient scripts, 3 people sat on stone chairs in a triangular formation, exuding an air of dominance. These 3 were the leaders of the 3 top factions in Main City No. Occupying the main seat was an old man with graying hair. He was the founder of the Heavenly Capital Association and a monster-level peak powerhouse who had cleared dungeons single-handedly back when he was on the plains. He was also, in the truest sense, the #1 big shot among the 10-0 districts of the entire super main city. District 1 Chuang. On the left sat a femme fatale, dressed in a sultry red cheongsam with a mink fur draped over her shoulders. Her lazy, beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of allure and danger, like a beautiful serpent ready to swallow a person body and soul at any moment. District 8 Shenkiayan. Finally, on the right sat a young man with a sunny disposition. His smile was bright and harmless. No one looking at his appearance would imagine that he had previously slaughtered the top factions of an entire district all by himself. District 9 Lu Bang Bang. These 3 individuals represented the highest authority in Main City No. Around them, their respective subordinates moved back and forth from time to time, reporting the latest situations to their leaders. How interesting. Main City No. 6 actually wasn't taken down. Could the information be wrong? How about on your end, Sister Shen? Lu Bang Bang asked with an intrigued smile. Our people have already confirmed it. The main forces from the other main cities have all withdrawn from Main City No. 6. It seems the damage to their vehicles was quite severe. That Ji Zhang. Shen Qiayan licked her upper lip. Her gaze hazy, is very strong. Aldrich, what do you think? How should we plan our next move? Both of them turned their gazes toward the old man in the main seat. Chuang's voice was deep and gravelly. Prepare to take down Main City No. 6. This person cannot be left alive. Shen Qiayan. What about the other main cities? Chuang followed the original plan. First, use coercion and inducements to make them cede their resource territories. If they agree, we won't attack for now. Let them develop for a while before we harvest them completely. If they refuse, slaughter them just like we did with Main City No. Shen Qiayan. When shall we execute this? The sooner, the better. Send your people out now. Ji Huang said slowly. They just had such a major friction with Main City No. 6, so their psychological defenses are at their weakest right now. We only need to play up the threat of Ji Zhang and then demonstrate our intent to recruit them along with our strength. They will all agree. Lu Bang Bang raised an eyebrow. Aldrich, should we also send someone to Main City No. 6? What if Ji Zhang also decides to yield? Shen Qiayan covered her mouth and chuckled, her words carrying a double meaning. A man that tough, would he really yield? A flash of sharpness flickered in Chuang's cloudy old eyes. Whether he yields or not, this person must be dealt with as soon as possible. He holds too many resource territories in his hands. If we let him grow, he will definitely become a major threat to us. Tomorrow morning, I will have Etienne go personally to meet him. Hearing the name Etienne, both Lu Bang Bang and Shen Qiayan felt a jolt in their hearts. Etienne, whose real name was Yuan Shaoshan. He was the strongest deputy leader under Zhuang and a top-tier powerhouse with an S-rank elemental talent. During the previous power struggle in Main City No. 1, this man had displayed astonishing strength and gained great fame. Hearing this name now, both Lu Bang Bang and Shen Qiayan had a bit of psychological trauma. That man was purely a monster. Zhuang now held the greatest say in Main City No. 1, and Yuan Shaoshan deserved at least 1/3 of the credit for that. It seemed the old man was truly serious this time. The peak meeting concluded. The signal from the highest level was quickly released, turning into an undercurrent that was about to sweep through the entire super main city. On the other side, the territory cluster of Main City No. Inside the mobile Doomsday fortress, Ji Zhang had taken a shower, changed into pajamas, and finally crawled into his comfortable bed. He had been fighting and rushing about all day, plus he had spent a long time using the Phantom Beast Windbreaker, which consumed a massive amount of mental energy. His mind was exhausted, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until 9 o'clock the next morning that Ji Zhang slowly woke up. He stretched on the bed, his bones popping and cracking, and his whole body felt relaxed. He got up, washed, ate, and took the opportunity to open the system backend to check his earnings. Total gold coins, 779,000. Looking at this astronomical figure, Jizang felt incredibly satisfied. Damn, this feels good. Counting money while sitting around every day is all there is to it. He had now fully tasted the sweetness of the gold mine, and he immediately spent a massive sum of 600 to purchase another 3 nuclear-powered labor robots, coupled with the secret treasure-grade iron pickaxes. He gave the SS rank gold mine another round of upgrades and replacements. Gold mine SS rank. Mining slots, output per slot. 1,500 gold coins, each base efficiency. Slot 1 nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count 250%. Slot 2 nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count 120%. Slot 3 nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count 120%. Slot 7 enhanced labor robot efficiency count 100%. Tool efficiency count 50%. Total output 115,200 gold coins each. Evaluation. A super gold mine of extremely high quality. Possessing it is equivalent to owning an inexhaustible treasure trove. It has broken through to over 110. Jizang nodded with satisfaction. He reassigned the retired reinforced labor robots to other resource-rich territories. Now, the pure gold production value exceeds 110. 0 gold coins per hour. And the total resource production value is approaching 130. 0 gold coins per hour. Another milestone reached. Jizang finished a simple breakfast and stepped outside. Unlike the sunny weather from before, today's sky was exceptionally dark. A fine drizzle fell from the heavens, feeling cold and damp against his face. Today's weather: light rain turning into super thunderstorm. Temperature 3 degrees centigrade to 18 degrees centigrade. Evaluation. A super thunderstorm is a rare meteorological phenomenon in the Middle Lands. A massive amount of lightning will strike within the storm zone, severely hindering the outdoor activities of survivors. Recommendation. Survivors with vehicles below Tier 4 are advised to seek out caves, low-lying areas, or other safe environments to take shelter. Chapter 184. The World Channel is in an uproar, collecting pledges of allegiance. The weather has changed. Huh? Jizang was somewhat surprised. The last time they had extreme weather was on the 5th day of survival, which was a period of intense, scorching heat. Now, finally, something different had arrived. And it was a thunderstorm. At that, Jizang's eyes brightened slightly. This was right up his alley. He would have to find an opportunity to test it out later. He hadn't yet tried absorbing lightning energy from the natural world. He wondered how the efficiency would compare to that of a lightning spirit stone. Jizang walked out of the territory. Outside the territory, a command camp had already been set up. Many of his brothers were busy moving back and forth, cleaning up the shocking battlefield. Seeing Jizang appear, everyone excitedly greeted him. Master Ji is out. Hearing these voices, Yi Xingzhou, Li Jianguo, and other high-ranking members immediately stepped out of their command tents. Master Ji. The group greeted him one after another. Gu Qingyu, standing nearby, also walked out while holding Huahua. Upon seeing its master, Huahua immediately leaped out of Gu Qingyu's arms, impatiently scurrying over to Jizang, burrowing into his clothes, and letting out a series of whimpers. It was afraid of being left behind again. All right, go home and play with your brother. Jizang lifted it by the scruff of its neck, teased it for a moment, and then sent it back to the Doomsday Fortress. Everyone is back. Let's have a meeting. Jizang glanced at the group and smiled. Yes. After Jizang stepped into the command tent, the others followed closely behind. At the conference table, everyone's expressions were somewhat tense. What happened last night was truly massive. Except for Main City No. 1 and Main City No. 9, the other 5 major cities had all dispatched their most elite forces to invade Main City No. If it hadn't been for Master Ji personally guarding the area and crushing the enemy, the entire territory of Main City No. 6 would likely have been wiped out by now, and the situation they were about to face would likely become even more passive. The powerhouses from those main cities who had fled in defeat last night were highly likely to defect directly to Main City No. When that time came, Main City No. 6 would face overwhelming pressure. And it was doubtful that even Master G alone could withstand opponents of that magnitude. Everyone's expressions were incomparably grave. As for Long Yucheng, the only one who knew the inside story, he had pulled an all-nighter and was still fast asleep. Without Ji Zhang's orders, he hadn't even dared to report it to the two big brothers. Master Ji, how should we respond to what comes next? As soon as he sat down, Yi Xingzhou asked with extreme urgency. Li Jiangwo was also filled with worry. The world channel is already in an uproar. There are all sorts of rumors. And the situation is extremely unfavorable for us. So, let me see. Ji Zhang opened the world channel with great interest. Sure enough, it was filled with heated discussions. What happened last night? I just got back. What are you all talking about? I just entered the main city too. Good heavens. Has the sky changed for the super main cities? Main city no. 6 exploded last night. Main cities no. 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8 launched a night raid on Ji Zhang's territory. What? Who won? I don't know if Ji Zhang won, but it's said that the other main cities retreated in quite a sorry state. Main city no. 6 won. Last night, Master Ji's Tier 4 ultimate vehicle showed off its might, nearly scrapping the Tier 5 combat vehicle of Zhang Wusheng from main city no. Holy crap, that fierce, no way. Our powerhouses from main city no. 5 went too. Damn, isn't that just tearing off the mask completely? Last night was just a test of the waters. A small-scale skirmish between top powerhouses. I'm afraid a major war is coming next. Don't do it. Isn't peaceful development better? It's really hard to end this now. This was a night raid, completely lacking in martial virtue. There's basically no room for maneuver. A war is definitely coming. Damn, there's still main city no. 1 lurking outside. I was hoping the major cities would form an alliance, but what now? I don't know, damn it. We're finished, sigh. Let's just wait and see. Holy crap, something big happened. An envoy from main city no. 1 has arrived. What does that mean, buddy? Which main city are you from? Main city no. 8. They really came. Damn, I just heard the news to main city no. 1 sent people to our side as well. What exactly is going on? As time passed, the messages on the world channel became increasingly dense. No one knew how the situation would develop next. Ji Zhang scanned the channel with his eagle eye status. And after gathering enough information, he closed the world channel. Inside the tent, the others were also watching the world channel, their expressions growing increasingly somber. Li Wei couldn't suppress his anger and slammed the table. Those animals. Yi Xingzhou's gaze was gloomy. They want to turn us into an isolated island completely. Once all the main cities defect to main city no. 1, we will have no room for negotiation left and will be forced into a hard fight. The atmosphere in the tent was silent, and everyone felt the immense pressure weighing on their hearts. Although main city no. 6 had Master Ji, a top-tier combat force, to hold the fort, and had successfully repelled the invading enemies last night. However, the upcoming great battle was an entirely different concept. Everyone turned their gaze toward Ji Zhang, hoping that their leader could make the right decision. Li Wei said in a muffled voice, Boss Ji, give the order. Whether we fight or retreat, the brothers will follow you. Yi Xingzhou also slammed his hand on the table. Old Li is right. At worst, we go down in flames together. We won't stay in this damn super main city. We'll head back to the plains. And the brothers will still be able to make a name for themselves. Boss Ji, make the call. The brothers are all listening to you. Only Li Jianwo had yet to speak. Based on his understanding of Ji Zhang was never the type to be passive and let others threaten him. Since this man wasn't speaking, he had likely already made up his mind. And it was the kind of decision that was a sure thing. Sure enough, a faint smile played at the corners of Ji Zhang's eyes as he said, Old Li, you two will each take a team later and head to the other main cities to find their supreme leaders. Hearing this, everyone froze, looking at each other in confusion. Li Wei's eyes widened slightly. This Boss Ji, are you trying to win them over? Yi Xingzhou also hurriedly advised, Boss Ji, that won't work. Main city no. 1 just went to them. If we go now, we will immediately fall into a disadvantageous position and expose that we are lacking confidence. Besides, The great battle that happened just last night proves that those people are ambitious wolves and a bunch of fence-sitters. We can't trust them. And it's even more impossible for them to trust us. Even Li Jianwo felt very puzzled by Ji Zhang's decision. But just as everyone was trying to persuade him, Ji Zhang raised his hand, stopping them from speaking further, and said, "Who said I'm sending you to win them over? I'm sending you there to collect rent." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly stunned. They were going to collect rent from the leaders of the major main cities. Yi Xingzhou asked blankly, "Boss Ji, what do you mean by that?" Ji Zhang explained straightforwardly. "Those people who returned in one piece last night were only able to do so because I let them go. The news that I repelled them after a great battle was also something I allowed them to spread. I promised them that no matter what price main city no one offers them, I will charge 10% less. This is the price they must pay, and it is their pledge of allegiance for joining my ranks. In other words, the 5 major main cities No, 3, No, 4, No, 5, No, 7, and No now belong to our camp. Just a moment ago, several main city leaders sent me private messages reporting the specific details of main city No one's negotiations with them. I told them to pretend to agree to the other side's conditions first, and then wait for my notification for specific actions. Sending you to collect resources and fiefs this time is to go and bring back their pledges of allegiance." Chapter 185. The Great Tang sends an envoy, exercising the might of a celestial empire. Hearing this, everyone's brains seemed to explode with a buzz. It was as if they had been struck by a lottery win, and an unprecedented sense of joy and excitement surged within them. Holy crap! We're taking off. No one knew how to describe their feelings at this moment. It was as if their family company was on the verge of bankruptcy and being besieged by a large number of competitors. When suddenly, the group's patriarch pulled out a stack of contracts, announcing that he had already acquired all of their opponents. It was absolutely exhilarating. Boss Ji is awesome. Li Wei couldn't help but shout. Yi Xingzhou and Li Jianwo also exchanged glances, their eyes burning with intensity. Boss Ji is truly Boss Ji. Who would have thought he had this infernal affairs move up his sleeve? With the major main cities united, they could truly pull the rug out from under main city No. Boss Ji, we'll go immediately. The 2 veterans stood up at once, however. Yi Xingzhou added one more question. But what about main city No? Although main city No 9 hadn't had much of a presence so far, it was still a major main city after all. In terms of resource quantity, it was the same as main city No 1 and not a presence that could be ignored. Ji Zhang waved his hand. "Don't worry about them. I never bother those who are honest and keep to themselves. Since they are law-abiding, I will allow them to continue existing. You to head out directly and coordinate your routes. As for how much to collect and how to do it, we will communicate remotely." Yes. Li Jianwo and Yi Xingzhou received their orders and prepared to lead their teams out immediately. "Wait!" Ji Zhang called them back, then returned to his territory and opened the territory stealth shop. He spent 50 gold coins to unlock the level to shop. Suddenly, many icons that were previously dim became bright, now unlocked for purchase. Among the lit-up icons were many items that were both highly practical and precious. For example, the Super Main City Entry Permit Single. This could be used by ordinary survivors to directly grant them Super Main City access, allowing them to have their own territory a month early. The price was as high as 100,000 gold coins. There were also Territory Stealth 30-second Invincibility Voucher, Convoy Teleportation Voucher, High-Level Tool Gift Pack, High-Level Resource Feat Gift Pack, and various other miscellaneous items. What Ji Zhang wanted to buy this time was exactly the Convoy Teleportation Voucher. Convoy Teleportation Voucher includes Anchor Point category, one-time consumable function. After placing a teleportation anchor point at the target location, you can use the teleportation voucher while traveling elsewhere to collectively teleport up to 50 vehicles back to the anchor point, with a maximum distance of no more than 200 kilometers. Friendly reminder: before the teleportation voucher is used, the anchor point can be placed and retrieved an unlimited number of times. Purchase cost: 20,000 gold coins. Ji Zhang immediately bought 2 teleportation vouchers. He gave one to Li Jianwo and one to Yi Xingzhou. telling them to keep them safe and use them well. Leave an anchor point in advance every time you go to a main city. If you truly encounter a threat, leave when you need to. Ji Zhang instructed, looking at the teleportation voucher in their hands. The two couldn't help but feel a warmth in their hearts. Ji truly handled matters meticulously. He was beyond reproach when it came to his brothers. Truly benevolent and righteous enough. The two of them solemnly took their leave from Ji Zhang, then prepared to go out and handle matters. Li Wei, watching from the side, was filled with envy. It had to be those two big brothers, who deeply enjoyed Ji's favor and trust. Ji, that. Li Wei spoke hesitantly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ji Zhang turned his head. What is it? Ji, can I also take some people out or something? I'm afraid the two big brothers might be too busy. Don't worry. I guarantee everything will be handled perfectly. Li Wei scratched his head and chuckled. 2 teams splitting into 2 routes will be enough. Ji Zhang patted his shoulder. If you're feeling idle, go take over from Long Yucheng. From now on, you'll be in charge of intelligence work. You'll take the day shift, and he'll take the night shift. Yes. Li Wei stood at attention and saluted, overjoyed. He became the head of intelligence. After dealing with these matters, Ji Zhang returned to the Doomsday Fortress. He opened a bottle of champagne and prepared some small snacks. While slowly sipping, he contacted the leaders of the major main cities through the back-end system. Currently, Main City No. 1's negotiation teams had already been dispatched to all main cities. Moreover, the price they offered and the rhetoric they used were all the same. That was, from now on, according to a long-term ratio, they had to hand over 2/3 of their resource territories and pledge allegiance to Main City No. Main City No. 1 could guarantee their protection from invasion and continuous stable development. Furthermore, they also promised that after taking down Main City No. 6, they could reduce the 2/3 ratio to 1/2. This was purely painting a rosy picture. When contacting Ji Zhang, Zhang Wusheng, Zhang Hui, Tu Pao, and others spared no verbal artistry, cursing as fully as they could, utterly lambasting Main City No. They also declared that when the time came to besiege Main City No, they would definitely act as vanguard and pioneers for Ji and thoroughly wipe out that bunch of beasts. According to Ji Zhang's arrangements, the major main cities used the excuse of needing to inventory their resource territories to temporarily stabilize the envoys from Main City No. 1, allowing them to rest for a night and wait until tomorrow to collect the resource territories. Now, they were just waiting for Ji Zhang's people to go and accept this pledge of allegiance, and then they could prepare to turn hostile against them. What was more surprising was that Main City No. 9 had also been sent envoys from Main City No. 1, but their attitude was extremely firm. They directly rejected Main City No. 1's demands and immediately expelled the envoy team, not yielding an inch. This action directly caused a huge uproar on the World Channel. This was tantamount to a direct declaration of war. However, Main City No. 9 also gained a large amount of support from various wanderer groups because of this, and its prestige soared for a time. However, it was foreseeable that they, with their most unyielding stance, would also face Main City No. 1's most terrifying wrath next. They would undoubtedly become the chicken in the idiom killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhang Zhuan, the top leader of Main City No. 9, naturally sought out Ji Zhang and expressed a sincere desire for an alliance. Ji Zhang's battle last night had shaken the entire super main city, and he had become the most outstanding existence among all main cities, a benchmark for resisting plunder and hegemony. It was precisely because Ji Zhang had set such a brilliant example that Zhang Zhuan dared to make this life-threatening decision. Ji Zhang also agreed. However, although they were on the same front, protecting the other party was impossible. Other main cities had paid protection fees, so he would naturally lend a helping hand at critical moments. But Main City No. 9 was merely an ordinary ally with shared interests. They could advance and retreat together and not invade each other. But resisting external enemies still depended on themselves. After handling these affairs, another hour had passed. The rain outside gradually grew heavier. Danzai and Huahu were both seeing rain for the first time, and excitedly ran around the territory, chasing and playing with each other. Now that he had some free time, It was time to do some upgrading. Jizang turned his gaze towards the intelligent butler. 3 upgrade options for physical butler immediately appeared. Chapter 186, Upgrading Gorgeous Maidness. A living person appears. Gothic Lolita requires Gold X 20,000, Level 5 Chip X1. British Style Beauty Butler requires Gold X 300, Level 5 Chip X1. Gorgeous Maidness requires Gold by 50,000, Level 5 Chip X1. Looking at these 3 options, Jizang truly had a bit of decision paralysis. The first was a cool and aloof personality, a spirited Gothic Lolita. The second was an all-rounder, a mature beauty big sister. The third was a sweet, cute, gentle, and obedient little maid. What a pity. Only 1 tier for vehicle could be unlocked. After hesitating for a moment, Jizang still decided to choose the most expensive one. No, 3 maid. You're the one? He spent 15,000 gold coins on the exchange and instantly bought a level 5 chip. He directly clicked upgrade. The next moment, the holographic robot Juju, which had been floating beside him, suddenly transformed into a ball of white light. The white light rapidly grew and merged, finally forming the figure of a girl in a maid dress. As the white light shattered, skin like white jade and congealed fat, and a slightly puffed skirt hem gradually appeared. A sweet maid of about 20 years old thus appeared before him. Looking fresh and vibrant, she had a cute, round face, exquisite and beautiful features. Soft, medium-length hair draped over her shoulders, adorned with a curved headpiece, and a magnificent bosom that the white pleated fabric could barely contain. Master. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of shyness. Jizang was completely dumbfounded. Are you sure this isn't a real person? She can even blush, he said. The little maid obediently opened her cherry-like mouth. The scene was too suggestive to describe in detail. Jizang reached out and touched it. There was actually saliva. Are you really a robot? That's not it, master. The little maid looked a bit bewildered. Jizang was completely shocked. Are you really a carbon-based life form? The little maid. According to your understanding, master. Jizang, what is your name? The little maid name. I don't have a name. Jizang rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, from now on, you shall be called Kiku. No, let's go with Kiku. Understood, master. A glimmer of joy appeared on Kiku's face. She looked at the man before her with pure, clear eyes, her gaze filled with undisguised adoration and loyalty. However, Jizang's expression remained serious as he asked a few key questions. Are you a true living being? Do you possess self-awareness? Do you know where you came from, master? Kiku doesn't know. Kiku thought about it, looking somewhat lost and distressed. But in my mind, there are so many memories of you. And this place, this is my home. The more she pondered the question, the more distressed she seemed to become, and tears began to fall. Pitter-patter, master. Kiku really doesn't know how to answer. All right, Kiku. Don't think about it anymore. Forget those questions. Jizang sighed and patted her head. Only then did Kiku gradually calm down and stop crying. From now on, you will be responsible for the daily affairs of the vehicle. Also, you know Danzai and Manhwa, right? Jizang pointed to the 2 little ones outside the window now. Now it was one big and one small. Danzai, having dragonfish meat as its main meal and eating until it was stuffed every time, had already grown to a body length of over 5 meters. Manhwa, on the other hand, remained in its kitten form, still looking adorable. Kiku knows. Danzai and Manhwa. They are master's pets. Kiku nodded, then added shyly, Kiku is too. You are not. Jizang tapped her forehead and corrected her, you are human. And you are the housekeeper of this home. Kiku lowered her head, looking pitiful as she replied. Just as Jizang had expected, Kiku could indeed connect to the vehicle via neural link, with the same permissions as the previous holographic robot. With her here, all daily affairs within the vehicle could be delegated to her. Even the vehicle's autonomous defense and combat could be handed over to Kiku to handle. All right, go make lunch. You know how to cook, right? I do. Kiku's cooking is delicious. Just wait a moment, master. Kiku laughed like silver bells and immediately went to get busy. Jizang let out a slow breath. his eyes narrowing as he looked out the window. This damn survival world. It can even create living people. What exactly is the endgame of this game? He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on this unanswerable question. There was still plenty of time before noon. He planned to go out for a stroll. He had been too busy running around for the past 2 days and hadn't even had the chance to use his 3 daily resource territory raid attempts. He put on his full-body smart armor, took Danzai, and headed out. The rain outside was getting heavier, and the vast mountains, plains, and ancient ruins were shrouded in a thin mist, looking as if they were draped in a light veil. The more water mist there was in the air, the more excited Danzai became. As if its primal instincts had been stirred, it frolicked joyfully through the rain and fog. Sometimes, finding Jizang to slow, it would fly back and forth around him, then nudge his back with its head, trying to help him speed up. Go play by yourself. Don't bother me here. Jizang waved his hand impatiently and glared at it. Remember to come home when you're done playing. If you dare make me go out to find you, you're dead meat. After saying that, Jizang stuck a navigation beacon onto one of Danzai's scales and let it go. Danzai was thrilled. It let out a few *** sounds in response to Jizang, then dove forward and vanished. Next, Jizang flew away from the territory cluster and landed at the intersection of several different trains. Let's try using an active intelligence report. Jizang rubbed his hands together. Since arriving at the super main city, his daily intelligence had accumulated 3 active intelligence uses. This was his first time trying to activate it. He clicked Obtain Active Intelligence. The next moment, a notification sound rang out in his mind. Ding! You have activated 1 active intelligence report. Remaining uses, active intelligence. 78 kilometers away at your 18 o'clock direction, there lies an ancient ruin. In a hidden underground passage on the lower level of the ruins, some kind of mysterious energy fluctuation seems to be concealed. It is said that a treasure hunter once heard the whispers of demons there and went insane on the spot. But what no one knows is that if you press the brick at the 892nd column and 113th row within the passage, it will open a mysterious space that no one has ever stepped into before. If you wish to go there for exploration and treasure hunting, please ensure your spirit stat is above 100 points, otherwise, you may encounter unpredictable dangers. Chapter 187, Ruin Exploration. Triggering Blessing of the Homeland, 78 kilometers Ancient Ruins. Jizang carefully reviewed the intelligence, his eyes narrowing slightly. This is interesting. Not a treasure chest, not a resource territory, but an underground treasure spot in a ruin. And it actually has a requirement for spirit. It's a good thing he had a title that boosted spirit, otherwise, he really wouldn't have met the requirement. Jizang immediately switched his title from Dark Fallen One to Favored by the Homeland. Ding! Obtain title buff Blessing of the Homeland Protection. Spirit Kung Tu. Hearing this unfamiliar notification, Jizang's eyes lit up. The Blessing of the Homeland buff had actually triggered automatically, and he hadn't expected the willpower of the folks from the plains to be so strong. Instead of the minimum 0.1 points, it had jumped straight to 0.9 points of spirit. And this was something he could obtain every single day. Jizang opened his personal status window. Name, Jizang title. Favored by the Homeland Physique Kung 30, Spirit Kung 80, Extra Kill Bonus Kung 0% Physique. Spirit, Extra Kill Bonus 0% accumulated. 0 gold coins can be withdrawn at any time. Bound vehicle. Mobile Doomsday Fortress Modified Level 80 Talents. Daily Intelligence SSS Rank Hidden Unique. Formless Heavenly Thunder Rank Global Spirit God A Rank. Wind Rider B Rank Transcendental Awakening. Eagle Eye C Rank Transcendental Awakening. Basic Movement Technique C Rank Spirit Speech. Endless Life High Tier Life Type. After switching his title, his physique dropped by 120 points, while his spirit increased by 50 points, exactly meeting the requirements mentioned in the intelligence. Jizang controlled the full-body smart armor and decisively flew toward the target location. It took him nearly 20 minutes to cover the 78-kilometer straight-line distance. It seems I need to find a professional mechanic to upgrade this armor to the secret treasure level, Jizang thought to himself. Although the armor's top speed could currently reach over 300 kilometers per hour, as his strength grew, this speed was becoming somewhat insufficient. This was an all-too-common ancient ruin. A dilapidated palace and various broken walls and ruins sat here, with traces of wanderer groups having camped nearby. Jizang retracted the full-body smart armor, changed into the cicada wing treasure armor, and walked into the palace. The thunder magnetic field within his body was released, and combined with the perception of spirit god, every architectural form and energy field in the surroundings manifested in his mind. In an instant, Jizang sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. With his current abilities, he could easily peer into various substances and energy fields. However, the ground level of the palace possessed a mysterious energy that completely blocked his perception. Even the gaps between the floor tiles were impenetrable to his thunder energy. Maintaining his vigilance, Jizang searched the ruined palace and finally discovered a slightly protruding stone brick on the wall in a corner of the inner hall. On that stone brick, there were subtle traces of different energy states. They had been left recently, and they carried the aura of a human. Jizang walked over and pressed the stone brick. A heavy resistance came from his hand as the brick was pushed in. Sure enough, the mechanism was triggered. Rumble, following a low sound of stone bricks shifting. A floor tile about 3 square meters in the corner split apart and slowly unfolded to both sides, revealing a staircase leading underground. A stench of rotting corpses and ancient deathly aura rushed toward him instantly. Jizang frowned slightly. He raised his hand and fired a bolt of thunder into the opening. Boom. The thunder flashed through the stairwell, exploding with a thunderous sound. It took a full half-minute for the echo to fade away. No monsters. Everything remained calm. Jizang stepped down the stairs and entered the lower level. This was a dim and spacious underground passage, filled with a mixture of stifling and murky odors. The most hair-raising part was the corpses here. Thunderlight flickered around Jizang, releasing an active arc of lightning that, like a slithering snake, climbed to the ceiling of the passage and extended forward, illuminating the entire corridor. Ancient, decaying corpses and bleached white bones littered the entire passage. The corpses closest to the front hadn't even had time to rot and stink. They were survivors who had entered recently, carrying modern equipment. They seemed to have died while fleeing. There were no wounds, but their expressions in death were extremely tragic and twisted, as if they had seen something indescribably terrifying before they died. Did they encounter mental pollution? Jizang's gaze darkened. Fortunately, he had intelligence as a safety net, with over 100 points of spirit. He shouldn't be in any danger. He began to walk deeper into the passage step by step. Just a few steps in, an inexplicable series of syllables rang in his ears. It was as if something invisible was whispering and murmuring right beside his ear. The voice filled with endless pain and depravity. Jizang's brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't describe what this voice was, but he could clearly feel that the entity was eroding his inner heart, magnifying human desires, and even stirring the dark side of his soul. If his spirit stat were even slightly lower, his entire soul would likely have been dragged into the dark abyss the moment he heard this voice. With no possibility of survival, he hadn't expected that such a thing would be hidden within the ruins of the main city. Jizang endured the pressure, keeping his mind clear and calm as he continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of the passage. This was a square space, with walls composed of massive stone bricks, all carved with various unrecognizable ancient runes. Underfoot, a large pile of human bones was stacked, some already weathered into fine powder, feeling like soft sand when stepped upon. In the center of the front wall, a rusted bronze sword was embedded into the stone. Ancient rusted bronze sword grade. Evaluation. A line of information appeared. Jizang walked over and attempted to pull it down with his hand, but the moment he applied force, a subtle cracking sound came from the hilt, as if it would snap at any second. Jizang had to abandon the idea. He could feel that the sword seemed to have been corroded by something, and having been there for so long, it had become incredibly fragile. Removing it intact would likely be quite difficult. And at this moment, the nightmarish voice in his mind grew even more intense, was constantly bewitching him, enticing him, trying to make him take down the bronze sword on the wall. Damn it! Who the hell are you calling mom? Chapter 188, Constitution Con 200, Spirit Con 50. A top-tier consumable. Jizang cursed in irritation, and the voice finally weakened significantly. However, He also felt a sense of relief. It seemed this bronze sword was something akin to a seal. He had nearly caused a disaster. Better to get back to business. He immediately entered his eagle eye state. The arrangement and count of every stone brick in the square chamber appeared in his mind like a high-definition 3D model. Column 892, row 113. Jizang's hawk-like eyes scanned the wall, and he quickly locked onto the target brick. It was certainly well hidden. If one didn't know the inside story, an ordinary person would never imagine that the final mechanism was hidden right there. He leaped into midair and struck the stone brick with his palm. Asterisk clack. The brick recessed. The mechanism was successfully triggered. Amidst a rumbling cloud of dust, countless bricks and stones to the side of the bronze sword began to shift and retract, revealing a mysterious, dark doorway. A creepy, foul stench wafted out from within. In an instant, Jizang felt the mental pollution intensify several times over, leaving him momentarily dizzy. It felt as if hellish specters had appeared from all directions, their twisted, ghostly faces wailing as they tried to drag him into the abyss. Jizang gritted his teeth against the pressure and stepped into the dark doorway. Silver-white lightning crackled around his body, releasing supreme destructive energy that dispersed the filthy aura of the place. An unexpected scene appeared before his eyes. This was a small altar. In the center of the altar, a mass of unknown black substance was constantly writhing, with a pale, vertical eye growing in the middle. Thin, long chains ran through the interior of the black substance, connecting to the walls in all directions, firmly suppressing it there. The moment Jizang appeared, the pupil of the vertical eye constricted violently, and countless blood vessels bulged from it like black worms. Countless terrifying nightmare whispers drilled into Jizang's brain, as if trying to tear his soul apart. Jizang focused his attention on resisting this mental pollution, his gaze quickly locking onto the mass of black substance. However, no information appeared. This situation caught him completely off guard. Although he couldn't see specific information for the bronze sword outside, at least it showed 3 question marks. This black substance couldn't be interpreted by the system at all. Jizang bypassed the black substance and began to search the altar chamber, and fortunately, aside from the writhing black substance on the altar, there was nothing else here. The trail of information ended here as well. It seemed he would have to start with this monster. Jizang pushed through the immense pressure and walked toward it. At the same time, he used the active skill of his spirit god talent for the first time. Spirit speech. In an instant, he consumed a massive amount of mental energy and entered the spirit speech state. The nightmare-like whispers around him were suddenly translated into a language he could understand. Lost and fragile human, cast aside your useless shell, abandon your soul, and I can grant you everything. Life is the tragic song of all spirits. The flesh is but grave soil waiting to rot. Only by giving up all that is useless, and embracing the darkness and eternal life, will you find your final destination. The darkness will watch over you forever from the dome of the eternal continent. Asterisk squelch. The blade of moon blood pierced through the vertical eye of the black substance. The creepy nightmare whispers came to an abrupt halt. Jizang. What the hell are you babbling about? Are you done yapping yet? Asterisk squelch. Jizang pulled out moon blood, but no blood or pus flowed from the black substance, and even the wound on the vertical eye slowly began to heal. You cannot kill me, human. You asterisk squelch. Another strike. This strike, carrying dazzling white lightning, acted like a blade of light. After piercing the black substance, it illuminated its body, making it appear semi-transparent. There really was something inside, at first glance. Jizang saw a spherical core inside the black substance. It was about 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter, looking like a saurira, connected to countless blood vessel-like filaments in the surrounding area. Seemingly realizing its vital point had been discovered, the black substance began to writhe frantically. But it had no physical means of attack, and being suppressed by the restrictions here, it could only continue to unleash mental shrieks, attempting to completely pollute the human's mental will. Jizang felt a splitting headache, even with a spirit stat just over 100. It was difficult to withstand this level of attack. Damn it, he cursed angrily, his moon blood stabbing and gouging at the vertical eye repeatedly. Asterisk squelch, squelch, squelch. The black substance was shredded into a mass of rotten tofu. The core was completely exposed. Jizang reached out, grabbed the core, and yanked it out. The black substance acted as if its demonic heart had been pinched. It went completely insane, and its mental shrieks erupted. Wave after wave of mental attacks flooded out like a tsunami. But this process lasted for less than half a second. All the flocculent filaments around the small core were torn away by Jizang, and it was pulled out entirely. Squoosh. All the mental noise vanished. The black substance seemed to have lost something extremely vital. It withered completely, and even the vertical eye nearly closed. But it did not die, it still existed. Jizang panted heavily, looking at the small black sphere in his hand. A line of information appeared. Dark source speed category : consumable function : after purifying it. Consuming it directly will permanently increase constitution by 200 points and spirit by 50 points. Evaluation. The source energy orb is the method by which the Mogu race acquires external energy. By absorbing the mental power of other races over long periods, they accumulate vast amounts of free-floating energy, condensing it into their own sustenance. As a dark race, the Mogu were once subjected to large-scale purges by the Central Plains Alliance during the ancient era. Most of them vanished into chaos, with only a small number of remnants scattered across the lands of the Central Plains. Gentle reminder: the dark source energy orb must be purified before consumption, otherwise it will cause irreversible erosion to the soul. It's actually a consumable. Jizang's eyes lit up as he scrutinized the black orb in his hand. He could feel the immense, dangerous energy contained within it. Compared to the strange fruits and other vegetables found on the plains that increased attributes, the gap was simply too vast. This was truly a potent tonic. 200 points of constitution, 50 points of spirit. However, it had to be purified before it could be safely consumed. He would need to find time to specifically study how to do that. Jizang took another look at the black substance named Mogu. At this moment, it was withered to the extreme, its entire body melting on the altar like a puddle of sludge. Jizang poked it a few more times with the moon's blood, as if prodding a slug. It remained completely motionless, yet the wounds on its body still healed rapidly. It was likely that this thing was immortal, otherwise the master of this palace wouldn't have imprisoned and suppressed it here. Jizang searched the altar space one last time to ensure nothing had been missed, then turned to leave, closing the two mechanisms once more. Chapter 189, A True Tribulation Transcendence. Cultivating by braving the super thunderstorm. After returning to the surface, Jizang had originally thought about using lightning to leave a danger "Do not enter" sign on the ground, but after some thought, he decided against it. Without an inscription, perhaps only 1 out of 100 survivors would trigger the mechanism to enter. Once he carved a warning, 101 out of 100 survivors would probably find a way in. Jizang slowly exhaled and sat down on the spot to rest. Having just withstood the Mogu's mental attack, combined with the activation of the spirit speech skill, his mind was left in a state of extreme exhaustion. Mental power was completely different from physical stamina. It could only be recovered slowly through rest and sleep. It seemed that the priority for increasing this stat would have to be raised. Taking advantage of the short rest, Jizang took out the dark source energy orb and examined it closely. The object had an extremely hard texture, and its internal structure was unknown. Moreover, he was likely the first person to obtain such a consumable item, and he truly had no idea how to purify it. Did he have to go find some race like elves or angels? Let's try electric welding first. Jizang extended a finger, white lightning crackling at his fingertip, and began to apply small-scale lightning strikes to the dark source energy orb. To his utter surprise, this shock actually had an effect. Amidst a sizzling sound reminiscent of electric welding, the dark source energy orb began to emit wisps of black smoke. Jizang was immediately delighted. Thunder and lightning could indeed purify darkness. He continued to try focusing the lightning on a single point. A few minutes later, he stopped and scrutinized the dark source energy orb again. He saw that the small spot he had just struck with lightning had lost much of its blackness, revealing a warm, white hue like mutton-fat jade. It works. A few hours of continuous electric shocks should do the trick. Jizang was very satisfied. This was a massive treasure worth 200 points of constitution and 50 points of spirit. If an ordinary person ate one, they would ascend on the spot. However, An ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a massive boost and would simply shatter. I'll finish it when I get back. Jizang slowly stood up. The feeling of exhaustion and sleepiness had already lessened significantly. Emerging from the ruins, the rain outside had become even heavier. It felt as if the sky were collapsing. Layer upon layer of black clouds covered the firmament, making the day look incredibly dark. Frightening bolts of lightning flashed within the clouds, striking the earth from time to time, causing the world to flicker repeatedly. Jizang had also received intelligence from Li Wei, stating that a super thunderstorm was rapidly approaching and would likely graze the territory cluster within the next few hours. Tell the brothers to make preparations, if necessary. Evacuate the territory. The vehicles are what matter. Jizang ordered. Yes, Boss Ji. Li Wei took the order and hurried off to arrange disaster prevention work. Super thunderstorm. Jizang watched the lightning constantly flashing on the distant horizon. His interest peaked. It was time for him to see what it felt like to absorb lightning energy. Plus, the dark source energy orb was still waiting to be purified, killing two birds with one stone. He switched Homeland Favored One to Darkness's Fallen One. Then, he leaped into the air. Entering the heavenly thunder body state, the powerful magnetic field allowed him to hover in midair. Boom! Two bolts of lightning exploded beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a blur as he flew toward the most terrifying natural disaster. Rumble. The closer he got to the thunderstorm zone, the more restless the energy in the world became. The continuous rolling thunder was almost deafening. Jizang was like a photon moving against the current in the world, streaking through the thunderstorm until he finally reached the highest hill. Rumble. The thunderstorm in the sky was truly terrifying. Looking up from here, the sky seemed to have turned into an inverted purgatory of thunder, with countless bolts of lightning flashing amidst the torrential rain. Upon entering the thunder zone, the magnetic field within Jizang's body clearly felt the connection with the world. Jizang took a deep breath and attempted to use his magnetic field to draw upon the lightning in the sky. In an instant, a thick, massive bolt of lightning violently struck him, maintaining a continuous connection. Hiss! Jizang's entire body stiffened. Even in the heavenly thunder body state, the sensation of facing such a powerful lightning strike head-on was still quite unpleasant. However, in the second after the strike, he felt an incomparably abundant and manic surge of pure energy being rapidly absorbed and accepted by his body. The connection to that bolt of lightning ended. Jizang shuddered as if he had been electrocuted. Wisps of white smoke rising from his body. Holy! He couldn't help but exclaim. This sensation was truly marvelous. He glanced at the status window for Heavenly Thunder Formless. The growth progress had risen from 0.01% to 0. This was astonishing. One had to realize that after upgrading to an ranked talent, a single Thunder Spirit Stone could only grant him about 0.05% progress. The lightning strike he had just endured was equivalent to the energy of dozens of Thunder Spirit Stones. Nature truly is the best source, inexhaustible and boundless. Jizang felt a surge of great joy, and one must make the best use of everything. He took out the dark source energy orb and gripped it tightly in his palm. Following that, he manipulated the magnetic field to draw in the lightning once more. Boom! Another thunderbolt flashed down. The powerful potential energy shattered the ground around Jizang, and the vast energy surged madly into his body. Growth progress Kung 0. Boom! Growth progress Kung 0. Boom! Growth progress Kung 0. Boom! Bolt after bolt of lightning began to fall continuously. Jizang looked like a cultivator sitting alone on a mountain peak, undergoing a tribulation. He allowed the world-shaking wild thunder to baptize him, remaining as steady as a rock. However, he dared not draw into much lightning at once, as his body would struggle to withstand it. Although he possessed over 800 points of constitution after switching titles, the amount of lightning energy he could digest at once was limited. Taking too much in a short time could easily lead to an explosion. Throughout this entire process, the dark source energy orb was also undergoing continuous purification. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. The large swaths of thunderstorm clouds in the sky gradually migrated elsewhere, and the torrential rain weakened into a light drizzle. Jizang sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, his entire body charred black, crackling with residual electricity, and even his clothes had been burned away. Jizang performed breathing exercises for a long time before he finally digested all that lightning energy. He exhaled a long breath of white smoke. Then he fell backward. Thud. Jizang lay there on the scorched earth of the mountain top, not wanting to move a muscle. He was completely exhausted. Heaven knows how he managed to survive that. It was purely like undergoing a lightning tribulation. He glanced at the growth progress of Heavenly Thunder Formless. It had already reached 41. This was roughly equivalent to the amount of 8,000 to 10,000 Thunder Spirit Stones, at the current market price of 70 gold coins per Thunder Spirit Stone. This was worth several 100,000 gold coins. Damn, that was brutal. Jizang slowly crawled up from the ground, his whole body still in a state of numbness. Chapter 190. Constitution breaks the 1,000 mark. Powerhouses from main city No. 1 arrived. Physical strength was depleted, and his energy was nearly gone. It was difficult to deal with sudden threats in this state. It was just past noon. Not the time for sleep. Jizang wondered if he should eat an energy replenishment fruit first, but just then, he discovered that his strength had actually increased by a bit. He immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Sure enough, his constitution had risen by a full few dozen points. How? This thing can actually be used for cultivation, Jizang said in surprise. He had discovered the gateway to a new world. Could it be that all elemental talents, when absorbing their corresponding elemental energy, could help increase one's constitution? That works. When the time comes, he would have Li Jiangwo and the others form a team to study this aspect thoroughly. They might actually be able to come up with some kind of cultivation method. Afterward, Jizang looked at the dark source energy orb in his palm. The dark source energy orb now had nothing to do with darkness anymore. All the black impurities had been completely purified. The entire orb was now as exquisite as polished jade, and within its translucent, crystalline depths, a brilliant light flowed slowly. He would eat this first and see what the effect was. Come on. Jizang licked his lips, then tossed it directly into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Gulp. The moment the source energy orb entered his mouth, it dissolved into a pure liquid of light, flowing down his throat. In an instant, Jizang felt a cool sensation seep from his throat into his internal organs, gradually spreading throughout his entire body, before transforming into a warm, cozy feeling. He couldn't help but let out a long breath, feeling extremely comfortable. There was no violent boost like the blood of the moon, nor the scorching heat of the plains fruits. It was purely a feeling of a gentle, steady stream nourishing his body. This enhancement process lasted for a full half-hour. Once all the energy was digested, Jizang felt his entire body flowing freely and his spirit brimming with vitality. His entire state had been completely restored. Holy! The effect of this thing is actually this good. Even Jizang was stunned. He glanced at his personal attribute panel. Title: Fallen One of Darkness. Constitution Kung 150. Spirit Kung 30. Extra kill bonus Kung 50%. Constitution 1095 point to Spirit. Constitution broke 1,000. Spirit broke 100. He was taking off. Jizang's lips curled upward. Now, he was truly steady as can be. After tidying up on the spot, he entered the Heavenly Thunder Body state once again, and flew back in the direction of his territory. The thunderstorm zone had gradually moved away from the territory cluster. The rain had lessened significantly, and the sky had become much brighter. On the other side, Danzai was particularly excited in this kind of stormy weather and had run straight into the lake to fight a king-level monster. As it turned out, that king-level monster was much stronger than the previous Hell Toad. It didn't win, and several of its scales were shattered. He was both angry and aggrieved. But upon seeing Jizang return, he immediately let out a howl and ran over. Did you get beaten up? Jizang was both annoyed and amused. It was about time this kid learned a hard lesson. If you don't want to get beaten, then eat your meals properly. Go back and beat them back later. You're a dragon, after all. Patting Danzai on the head, Jizang brought him back into the Doomsday Fortress. Master, dinner is ready. Kiyu was wearing an apron, holding a steaming dish in her hands with a joyful expression. At this moment, the dining table was already filled with a spread of food, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Even the portions for Danzai and Hua had been prepared. Ji Zhang was starving by now, and seeing this table full of delicacies, he could almost feel his mouth watering. However, since he was covered in dirt, he went to take a shower and changed into clean clothes first before sitting down to eat. It really pays to have a housekeeper. Everything was kept in perfect order. The key was that her culinary skills were superb, a whole grade better than the chef robot belonging to Chen Xiaonuan. Ingredients from the refrigerator that usually tasted mediocre became incredibly delicious under her hands, especially the dragon fish meat, which she had prepared in 5 different ways: pan-fried, sautéed, deep-fried, steamed, and boiled. Each one was at the level of a star-rated chef, and the portions were generous. Not bad, QQ. This skill is invincible. Ji Zhang's eyes gleamed as he ate, wishing he could swallow his own tongue in the process. Hua Huai and Dan Zai, each at their own small dining tables, were also eating with great relish, nearly burying their heads into their food bowls. QQ stood to the side watching this scene, feeling very happy. Ji Zhang looked at her. You sit down and eat too. Master, it's fine. QQ has already eaten just now. QQ was a bit shy at first, fidgeting and reluctant to take a seat. In the end, she was pulled down by Ji Zhang to eat together. A warm lunch came to an end. Ji Zhang went to the sofa, intending to take a nap. But just then, Argent intelligence came in from Long Yucheng and Li Wei. They reported that a fighter jet was crossing the outskirts of the main city and approaching rapidly. Its specific identity unknown. Master Ji. That is 9 times out of 10 someone sent from main city No. 1. According to previous intelligence, Chuang, one of the 3 helmsmen of main city No. 1, possesses such a secondary vehicle. Should we send people out to intercept it now? Long Yucheng said nervously. Wait, let me see. Ji Zhang received the footage transmitted back by the Sentry Eye. Displayed on it was the silhouette of a military aircraft cutting through the thunderclouds. Although the distance was great and the outline somewhat blurry, one could still recognize its highly exaggerated shape. A supersonic fighter jet. A secondary vehicle of a Tier 4 extreme grade vehicle. It seems a truly formidable figure has arrived. Ji Zhang curled his lips into a smile. No need to intercept. Let him come through. Long Yucheng understood, ending the call. Ji Zhang opened the world channel to take a look. After main city No. 1 sent envoys to various main cities today. The entire super main city was already filled with panic, with everyone fearing for their own safety. An atmosphere of fear and unease had permeated almost every corner. Did you guys pay up to paid? What are we supposed to do now? I don't know what those higher-ups are thinking. How is this any different from just surrendering our weapons? Sigh. The higher-ups probably want to trade resources for temporary peace. Everyone knows what happens if you don't pay. The gap in strength is right there. The problem is, will paying ensure our safety? Can it guarantee it for a day or a month? Once those jackals from main city No. 1 are fattened up, they'll swallow us in one gulp. Do you think they'll even bother negotiating then? SHH, brother, are you crazy? You dare to say that out loud? What's there to be afraid of, at worst? I'll just stop hanging around the super main city, damn it. And last night, who told them to go ambush main city No. 6? Master Ji finally raised a banner, asking everyone to go over and discuss forming an alliance. And now look, the relationship is completely broken. There isn't even a shred of room for maneuver left. I agree. I was so pissed off when I heard the news this morning. A group of the strongest people from various main cities went to launch a midnight ambush, and they ended up getting beaten back by Master Ji. Now they've run off to be dogs for main city No. 1. I'm truly impressed. It's such bad luck to be in the same main city as these things. If you ask me, everyone should just buy a territory relocation talisman and go to main city No. 6 to seek refuge with Master Ji. I heard that the wanderer groups over there have all joined Master Ji. Now their safety is guaranteed, and they can even go work for those survivors who have territories. Damn, can we wanderers from other main cities go to? Your information is too slow. Since yesterday, many people have already gone to main city No. 6. Master Ji is now famous abroad. Last night, the powerhouses of the major main cities were beaten back. Zhenghu, Wanzhenjiang, Tapao, and even Zhongwusheng people are cursing them. But have you seen anyone dare to badmouth Master Ji? Latest news. The envoy from Main City No. 1 has also gone to Main City No. Chapter 191. Major main cities pay tribute, massive resources and fiefdoms. Holy crap, is that for real? It's true. Many people have seen the military aircraft from Main City No. 1 in the wilderness. The military aircraft from Main City No. That's Huang's secondary vehicle, a real fighter jet. There must be a big shot on board. Damn, something huge is really going to happen now. Is this for negotiations? Will Master G agree? With the appearance of the military aircraft from Main City No. 1, the entire world channel fell into chaos. The only two left who had not yet yielded to the authority were Ji Zhang and Shangzhuan of Main City No. Once they were broken, then no one else could play. They would only be waiting to be swallowed up by Main City No. As that military aircraft rapidly approached the territory cluster of Main City No. The entire defense system and intelligence system of District 5631 entered a state of high tension. Whoosh! The sonic boom of the military aircraft flooded the air, echoing with the sound of the rain and thunder. Inside the warplane, a young man with a cold expression wore a confident, faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze looking down with disdain at the various territories on the land below. Not far away lay the 30 square kilometer super territory that belonged to Ji Zhang. Yuan Shaoshan could already clearly see the mobile Doomsday fortress parked beside the territory. Deputy Commander Yuan, shall we find a place to land here? It has vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. The crew member turned back to ask. No need, just open the hatch. Yuan Xiaoyan's expression was arrogant. Yes, sir. The pilot pressed the switch for the rear windbreak hatch. Whoosh. The powerful airflow at high altitude instantly sucked Yuan Xiaoshan out. The entire fighter jet began to shake violently. The pilot, who had only been learning aircraft techniques for 2 days, looked at the empty rear seat and the snapped safety belt, then silently closed the windbreak hatch. He thought to himself that Deputy Commander Yuan's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, Yuan Xiaoshan was spinning wildly in the high-altitude rainstorm, like a high-speed rotating top. It took him a great deal of effort to activate the maneuvering equipment on his body, barely managing to stabilize his form. While he cursed fully in his heart, damn it, with vertical takeoff and landing, couldn't he have waited for a hover before opening the hatch? Is he a moron? Cursing was one thing, but there was still business to attend to. He had come on an important mission for Zhuang this time, and he had to properly display the majesty of Main City No. Yuan Xiaoyan's entire body gave a jolt. A powerful aura erupted, shaking off all the rainwater from his body. Following that, he released an invisible domain. The heavy rain in the surrounding area froze in place at that moment, and he channeled and gathered it, transforming it into a staircase beneath his feet. Segments of water-based stairs connected all the way down from the high altitude. It was as if a god were about to descend, with the wind and rain of heaven and earth obeying his call. This scene caused a stir among the people in District 5631 below. He's here. Look, everyone, what are those stairs? An elemental talent. Who is that guy? A water-type talent. That must be Yuan Xiaoshan, the second in command to Zhuang of Main City No. 1. I heard his combat power is top tier. Damn, he actually dared to come here all by himself. Brothers, fire the anti-aircraft guns and kill him. Let's see if he dares to keep acting so high and mighty. Everyone, don't move. Master Ji gave the order to let that grandson come down first. Damn, are we just going to watch that guy show off? A son of AB*TCH with a water-type talent, daring to put on a descent of the gods act. Has he ever seen Master Ji's lightning? Damn it! The crowd below was noisy, with curses erupting from time to time, and some even threw leftover vegetable scraps toward the sky. But Yuan Xiaoshan couldn't hear any of it. He assumed it was the shock of the people. Yuan Xiaoshan lifted his chin slightly, his gaze slanted, and his pace slowed down even further. Ji Zhang, come out and meet me. His voice was deep and resonant, rolling out from the sky, full of PRETNTAOUSNESS. At this time, Yuan Xiaoshan had already arrived above the territory. Countless defensive towers and armed turrets were all aimed at him. But he remained as steady as Mount Tai, his eyes cold and indifferent. The number of wanderers near the District 5631 territory cluster was very high, And the scene of Yuan Xiaoyan's appearance quickly caused a massive uproar on the World Channel. Some even used special devices to transmit the live footage to the channel for paid viewing. Holy crap, brother, you're awesome. You actually set up a live stream. 5 gold coins to unlock viewing access. These streaming devices can be bought from the mysterious merchant in the main city for 500 gold coins each. Can you actually make money off this? Is it too late for me to go over there now? Damn, thousands of people have already unlocked viewing access. I see it. I see it. It really is that Yuan Xiaoshan. Wow, what level of water-type talent is this? He can even control the weather. Is he here to negotiate with Jizang? Why does it feel like he's here entirely to apply pressure? The sense of oppression is off the charts. I wonder how Master Ji will respond. Does he really dare to storm main city? No. 6 all by himself. Are you kidding? Yuan Xiaoyan's strength ranks in the top 5 among all the super main cities. He's at least on the same level as Jizang, maybe even stronger. And behind Yuan Xiaoshan is the entire main city. No. 1. If Jizang wants to make a move on him, he has to weigh whether he has the strength to do so. That's true. Now that all the major main cities have basically leaned toward main city. No. 1. No matter how strong Jizang's faction is, it's hard to stand alone. At this moment, almost all the factions in the entire super main city were watching this symbolic confrontation and clash. Yuan Xiaoshan descending from the sky was a move to exert extreme pressure on main city. No. Either submit, or one side would be completely destroyed. There were only these 2 outcomes, however. After Yuan Xiaoshan shouted that line with the air of a great emperor, the only response he received was a chorus of curses from below. Yuan Xiaoyan's eyebrow twitched, and he shouted in a deep voice, "What? Are you too afraid to come out and see me?" Meanwhile, inside the Doomsday fortress, Jizang sat on the sofa, watching Yuan Xiaoyan's performance outside with an expression like he was looking at an idiot. At the same time, he used the back end to contact Li Jianguo and Yi Xingzhou. "Master Ji, we got it." Yi Xingzhou's tone was incredibly excited. Those guys were quite honest. They didn't dare to pull any tricks. "We've taken over main city. No. 3 and no. 4 completely. The price main city. No. 1 offered them was 2/3 of all resource fiefs, which is about 70%. Following your instructions, we collected 60%. In total, there are now 11 S rank, 24 8 rank, and 55 B- rank. Li Jianguo also said, "I've finished collecting from No. 5, No. 7, and No. 8 on my end as well." Just like old Yi's side, there were no accidents. "And we are already on our way back, Jizang. Good. You all head back first." The call ended. The Pledge of Allegiance was already in hand, confirming this fact. Jizang then walked and hurriedly toward the 3rd floor of the Doomsday Fortress. That fly outside needs to be swatted away. Chapter 192. Swatting a top-tier expert away with a single slap. Authority of the king activated. "What? Are you really too afraid to come out?" At this moment, Yuan Xiaoshan was completely immersed in his own performance. His cold tone was filled with mockery toward Jizang and main city. No. Recorded by the live streaming device. This arrogant display of intimidation was enough to deal a major blow to the prestige and image that main city No. 6 had just established. As long as this goal was achieved, whether main city No. 6 submitted or not was no longer important. However, Yuan Xiaoshan did not dare to make a move directly. Jizang's tier 4 ultimate loadout vehicle was sitting right there, and below, a crowd of experts from District 5631 were aiming at him. His confidence wasn't high enough to dare take on main city No. 6 single-handedly. Tonight was all about psychological warfare. HMTH, you don't even dare to invite me in. You only dare to let these stray cats and dogs bark down there. It seems that you, this Master Ji, are nothing more than a coward hiding in his shell. Opportunistic and timid as a mouse, Yuan Xiaoshan sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below before looking toward the mobile Doomsday Fortress. "Hand over 4/5 of your resources and territory, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, you will all die." Hearing these insults and threats that were arrogant to the extreme, the crowd below was nearly bursting with rage. Damn it! Where did he get the nerve to come to main city No. 6 and act so brazenly? If it weren't for Master Ji's orders, the brothers would have already taken care of this pretentious piece of trash. At the same time, almost all survivors in the major main cities were closely monitoring the situation. Various speculations and discussions arose, and a tense atmosphere permeated every corner of the ruins. The situation that might unfold next would cause a major shift in the landscape of the entire super main city. Main City No. 3 Territory Cluster. Zhang Wusheng smoked a cigarette, watching the group of figures in a distant camp who were drinking, shouting, and acting with unbridled arrogance. Those people were the envoys sent by Main City No. They had already made themselves at home here, acting as if they were imperial envoys from the Celestial Empire, treating all the other survivors here like servants. Each one of them was so wild they didn't know the meaning of heaven or earth. The surrounding survivors of Main City No. 3 tried their best to squeeze out flattering smiles, fawning over them. The vice leader felt his teeth itch as he watched, and he turned to ask leader regarding Master G. Zhang Wusheng's gaze toward the group of envoys from Main City No. 1 gradually turned cold. We have already received the reply. Prepare to move. At this moment, other main cities, upon receiving the message from Jizang, were also, for the first time, revealing the blades hidden beneath their sleeves against the backs of the envoys from Main City No. Above Jizang's territory, Yuan Shaoshan remained in that posture of looking down on everything with contempt. In one round, he had truly maximized the prestige for Main City No. 1, fully displaying the majesty of an envoy from a superior power. But his good days were over, because Jizang's figure had already appeared on the 3rd level of the Doomsday Fortress. The young and handsome figure was seen with white lightning shimmering beneath his feet. His entire body hovered in the air under the influence of a magnetic field, detaching from the vehicle and slowly flying toward Yuan Shaoshan. The appearance of this scene instantly caused a sensation on the World Channel. Master G is out. It's happening. It's happening. Holy crap. Master G can fly too. So cool. Is that Jizang? He's actually so young. Finally, the king meets the king. Yuan Shaoshan isn't a king. Huang behind him is. But after all, he is one of the big shots of Main City No. 1. So he is indeed qualified to be compared with Jizang. Now, we just have to see how they negotiate. Damn, those 5 gold coins were well spent. To be able to see a live broadcast of such a scene, Yuan Shaoyan's gaze remained contemptuous and cold, but his spirit slowly tightened. Jizang was not an ordinary survivor. There was still no concrete intelligence on his strength. Facing him head-on, maintaining a certain level of vigilance was necessary. Yuan Shaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the water elements around him stirred invisibly, forming an invisible, high-density water breath domain. The strength of an S-rank elemental talent was fully revealed at this moment. This was a super strong domain that even bullets couldn't penetrate. Even missiles could be intercepted by it. However, Jizang's figure seemed to invade Yuan Shaoyan's domain without encountering any resistance, until he flew right in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh. In midair, wind and rain intertwined. Yuan Shaoshan kept his expression unchanged, but his heart was in a massive shock. Could it be that Jizang had some method to bypass the energy of the domain? Steadying his mind, Yuan Shaoshan spoke coldly again. What have you decided, if you? Before he could finish his sentence, a lightning-fast slap swung toward his face. It was lightning in the truest sense. The wind and thunder that erupted instantly from the opponent's palm carried a monstrous force, whizzing as it struck. Yuan Shaoyan's pupils shrank violently, but it was already too late to react. He felt as if the entire world was crushing down on him. That indescribable, overwhelming pressure seemed as if it were going to grind him into dust. Slap. The bow landed. Lightning exploded and splash. As if Jizang had casually swatted a fly, he knocked Yuan Shaoshan out of the sky. The terrifying, indescribable force caused Yuan Shaoshan, who possessed 200 points of constitution, to suffer instant facial fractures and a slightly broken cervical spine. His entire body, like a high-speed missile, shot straight toward the ground. Boom. Yuan Shaoshan slammed into the ground, causing even the ridiculously durable floor tiles of the super main city to crack. What? He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face, already twisted from the slap, was a bloody mess, looking like a ghost. In just an instant, the great general of Main City No. 1 who had been acting so arrogant in the sky, had turned into a pathetic pile of dog shit. This scene happened too suddenly. Almost no one could have predicted it beforehand. Even the survivors watching the scene through live streaming devices had not yet processed what had happened. Only Yuan Shaoshan, lying on the ground, managed to endure the heart-wrenching pain as his adrenaline surged to its peak, a sharp, piercing light flashing in his eyes. His S-rank water element talent domain erupted instantly. The water mist in the air churned, condensing into countless sharp water spikes. However, these water spikes were not aimed at Jizang, but at the large circle of survivors from District 5631 surrounding them. Yuan Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with endless rage and killing intent. Yet he had not lost his sanity. His combat intelligence was extremely high. The moment Jizang made his move, he knew that he was no match for his opponent in a direct confrontation. This was merely a simple act of retaliation. If he couldn't kill Jizang, he would kill a crowd of people to serve as a backdrop for the humiliation and injuries he had suffered. As for escaping, how could he not have a backup plan? The cicada wing treasure armor he wore was the dream of these low-class people for a lifetime. At the same time he activated his talent, Yuan Shaoshan moved his consciousness, intending to trigger the etherealization of the cicada wing treasure armor. However, the next second, the figure in the sky had already locked his cold gaze upon him. On Jizang's index finger, the black gold king's ring flashed with a soul-capturing light. The active skill of the Ring of King's Authority. Activate. Chapter 193. A total rebellion of the main cities. Main city No. 1 has been completely sold out, driven by the foundation of over 100 points of spirit attribute. The supreme ruling power from the King's Ring instantly enveloped Yuan Shaoshan. Disarm. Seal magic. Physical imprisonment. The power of authority transformed into a solid black circular cage, causing Yuan Shaoshan to lose all his abilities in an instant. His entire body jerked to a halt, as if his very soul had been gripped by the throat by an invisible giant hand, leaving him unable to move a muscle. He couldn't even activate the etherealization skill of the cicada wing treasure armor. At this moment, Yuan Shaoshan felt fear to the extreme. He had never experienced such an overbearing, all-encompassing suppression. Even Sun Wukong could at least breathe while pinned under the Five Fingers Mountain, but he couldn't even breathe, let alone control his own thoughts. What kind of ability is this? Pop, pop, pop. The water spikes that had been gathering around him, having lost their power source and control, shattered into nothing more than ordinary rainwater. A large-scale bloodbath was stopped just like that. The clash between the two top-tier experts had occurred in a mere second. The thrill and the tactical maneuvering involved far exceeded everyone's ability to comprehend. All they saw was Yuan Shaoshan, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, slapped to the ground by Master Ji and then trapped by that translucent black cage. This battle between top experts was so plain and simple that it made people's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. The entire scene remained silent for a full few seconds before erupting into a fierce cheer. Yuan Shaoshan, a top-tier big shot from Main City No. Taken down just like that, on the World Channel. There was an unprecedented sensation. Holy crap, what just happened? Damn. Did I see that right? Knocked out with one slap, not dead. But Yuan Shaoshan has been suppressed. No way. Is Jizang already this overpowered? Good heavens. What kind of ridiculous strength is this? 300 points of physique. Or 400. I actually believe now that Jizang could take on the powerhouses of several main cities alone last night. This is just too damn broken. I actually want to ask, with this kind of strength, how did those powerhouses escape last night? Wouldn't it be one punch per person? They just held on with their vehicles. Last night was a vehicle battle. I bet Master Ji didn't even use his real strength. He was holding back. Damn, Yuan Shaoshan has been taken down. A major war is truly unavoidable now. Next up is Main City No. 6 versus everyone else. Brothers who have ideas, hurry up and jump ship. I'm already preparing to defect to Master Ji. That dogshit coward in our Main City No. 7 just kneels the moment he's pressured. Defecting come 1. I've already bought a territory relocation token. At this moment, the entire super main city was plunged into a state of boiling excitement and heated discussion. The most shocked of all were the 3 giants of Main City No. 1, who were closely monitoring the scene. Inside the ruins palace. Seeing the scene where Yuan Shaoshan was suppressed by the mysterious power used by Jizang, Chuang nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yuan Shaoshan lost, and he was captured alive. Chuang had anticipated that Jizang might take the opportunity to launch an attack and surround Yuan Shaoshan, which was why he had given him the life-saving artifact, the cicada wing treasure armor. Now it was completely useless. Not only had he lost a great general, but he had also handed over the priceless cicada wing treasure armor to the opponent for free. Bang! Chuang was so angry that he smashed the round table in front of him. His old eyes bulged like a demon's, and the veins on his wrinkled skin throbbed wildly. Lu Bangbang and Shen Qian also had expressions that looked terrible to the extreme. They knew Yuan Shaoyan's strength better than anyone. That Jizang could handle him so easily was enough to prove just how terrifying Jizang's strength had become. This wasn't a vehicle that could be rapidly upgraded through resources. Personal strength required a massive accumulation of foundation. They never expected that main city No. 6, which had been completely silent before, would produce such an exaggerated top-tier powerhouse. Send a letter to Jizang. If he doesn't release a Tian immediately, I Chuang will immediately lead the entire army of main city No. 1 and all other main cities to slaughter main city No. Ji Huang stood up, his voice trembling with rage. Also, notify all the main cities to prepare to send troops to main city No. Having lost his right-hand man, the old guy was truly going insane. Lu Bangbang and Shen Qian exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Inside the conference hall, everyone began to scramble, but immediately, even more shocking news came back. All the envoy teams that had been dispatched were completely unreachable. The only message that made it back was a half-edited final testament. They are going to kill. A mere 4 words, ending abruptly. Yet, it was deafening. This news was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's minds with a thunderous crash. The major main cities had defected. With trembling pupils, they opened the World Channel, and sure enough, they saw the latest announcements from the high-level authorities of the major main cities. All survivors of main city No. 7 announced their allegiance to Jizang of main city No. 6 and declare war on main city No. Main city No. 3 announces its allegiance to Jizang and declares war on main city No. Main city No. Main city No. Main city No. Except for main city No. 2, which had been destroyed earlier. The ruling powers of all the main cities at this moment had clearly and unequivocally sided with Jizang. In the blink of an eye, main city No. 1 had become the target of everyone's arrows. At this moment, all the high-level officials present were plunged into unprecedented shock and rage. They had been played. All that talk about auditing resources and fiefdoms was clearly just an excuse to stall for time. The people they had sent out had all become the pledge of loyalty for the major main cities to defect to Jizang. This had been a trap set from the very beginning. Chuang let out a hysterical roar. The terrifying aura that erupted from him caused the entire palace to tremble, shaking loose the dust from the crevices of the stone tiles. Lu Bangbang and Shen Qian also had expressions as dark as could be. The situation had completely reversed. Main city No. 1 was now likely to be forced into a passive position. The most critical factor was Jizang. This man's strength was simply too terrifying. Among the top-tier combatants, it was estimated that only Chuang could contend with him. Notify everyone. Prepare for battle. Chuang commanded in a deep voice, his gaze as if he wanted to devour someone. Aldrich, main city No. 6 is currently at the height of its power. If we go there, there is no guarantee we won't risk having our home base raided by other main cities. Shen Qian's eyes dimmed slightly, expressing subtle opposition to Chuang's irrational decision. Chuang merely glanced at her coldly. Did I say we were going to attack main city No. Lu Bangbang? What do you mean, Chuang? Tomorrow night, send a large-scale force to main city No. 6, disguised as our main army, to draw all of their attention. Then, use a convoy teleportation scroll to disengage from the battle. The rest of the elite forces will come with me to raid main city No. Chapter 194. The Justice Alliance is formed. The birth of the Soul Behemoth. The proposal of this battle plan immediately made all the high-level officials present straighten up. Lu Bangbang and Shen Qian exchanged a look and nodded. Soon, following the order to prepare for battle. An incomparably heavy, suffocating pre-war atmosphere spread rapidly throughout main city No. And after the declarations from all the major main cities were released, the World Channel was in a state of complete frenzy. What the hell is going on? A collective defection. 666. Why didn't you say so earlier? Should I still be moving? Damn, a collective defection. This must have been planned in advance, right? Everyone was cursing so hard before. But it turns out we were all just part of Master Ju's game. Good heavens. It really has become part of the plan now. Brothers who curse their own regional leaders are in luck. Hurry up and send a private message to apologize to your boss. Hello. It's the main city No. 6 Dynasty now. I bet main city No. 1 is about to explode right now. Being played so hard by Master G. The upcoming war might be terrifying. Top-tier big shots like Chuan and Lu Bang Bang are definitely going to go crazy. Now it just depends on how Master G handles it. The strength of main city No. 1 is still a mystery. There's just too little intelligence. Any brothers from main city No. 1 willing to spill the beans? Haha. Are you trying to get them killed faster? Hey, why did the live stream cut off at this moment? As this dramatic conflict came to an end, the wanderer who had been making a fortune through the live stream not far away was also called to a halt by Long Yucheng and his men. This live stream was only meant to go with the flow. It had already served its purpose. Continuing to broadcast would inevitably leak some intelligence. Meanwhile, Jizang's figure slowly descended from the sky. He stood before Yuan Shaoshan. Jizang lifted his chin slightly, and the people beside him immediately understood. They stepped forward and stripped away all the defensive equipment on Yuan Shaotian's body. He was left half naked, suppressed on the ground like a dead dog without any dignity. His eyes filled only with fearful trembling as he looked at the young figure before him. Not bad. You even used the cicada wing treasure armor. Jizang took the treasure armor handed over by someone nearby and couldn't help but marvel. This thing was a god-tier item for running away. You all step back first, Jizang said to the others. After all, this guy was still a dangerous individual with an S-rank elemental talent. There was no guarantee he wouldn't launch a desperate counterattack before dying, posing a threat to the others. Soon, everyone retreated to a safe distance. The domain of the Ring of Kings was also lifted at this moment. Yuan Shaoshan took a sharp breath, then panted heavily as if relieved of a burden, his whole body trembling uncontrollably from fear. That kind of pain, where even his soul was imprisoned, was something he never wanted to experience a second time in his life. Don't kill me. Half of the teeth in his mouth had already been shattered, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Jizang no longer held the arrogance and defiance from before, leaving only pleading and terror. If you want me to spare you, what is your value? Jizang slowly squatted down and asked with interest. Yuan Shaoshan dared not hide anything and spilled everything he knew, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. This included intelligence regarding the abilities, equipment, and vehicles of key figures like Chuan, Lu Bang Bang, and Shen Qiuyan. However, there was so much information that Jizang couldn't finish listening to it all at once. He grabbed Yuan Shaoshan by the hair and yanked him upward, delivering a sharp hand blade strike to the back of his neck. Crack! With a crisp snap, Yuan Shaotian's eyes bulged. He let out a short, wheezing gasp before his entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground like a ragdoll. His cervical spine had been shattered, and all the nerves were severed. He had lost all sensation from the neck down. Even with an S-rank elemental talent, without any physical sensation, he couldn't manifest even a shred of power. Jizang turned to Li Wei and said, Li Wei, he's yours. Dig out all his intelligence. His method of death will depend on the quantity and authenticity of the information he provides. With that, he turned and walked back to his territory without looking back. Understood, Boss Ji. Li Wei, brimming with excitement, took his subordinates and took custody of Yuan Shaoshan, who lay on the ground with hollow, vacant eyes. A brief but strategically significant confrontation had thus come to a temporary close. Heavy rain poured down, merging the sky and the earth into a gloomy, dim, and shifting canvas. Time flowed by slowly. By the time evening approached, the two teams led by Li Jiangwo and Yi Xingzhou finally returned in triumph, bringing back a massive amount of resource territories. Following Jizang's earlier demands, these resource territories had been surrendered by the high-level powerhouses of the major main cities. Combined, main cities No. 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8 had contributed a total of 19 S-rank, 37 8-rank, and 100 to B-rank territories. Jizang took the 19 S-rank resource territories, plus 5 S-rank gold mines synthesized from the B-rank and rank ones. Among those 19 original S-rank territories, 3 were S-rank gold mines, bringing his total to 8 S-rank gold mines. When adding in the gold mines he already possessed, he finally met the requirements to synthesize an SSS rank 1. As for the remaining resource territories he didn't pick, Jizang had Li Jiangwo and the others incorporate them all into the public assets of District 5631. Now that the organization had grown to this scale, it was indeed time to establish a proper overall structure so that future resource distribution based on contributions would have a clear set of rules. Jizang simply called a general meeting, allowing the high-level leaders of the major main cities to participate online as non-voting members. In this regard, Li Jiangwo and Yi Xingzhou were experts. They both had experience leading large organizations. So Jizang let them handle the planning on the spot while he took responsibility for final approval. Soon, an organization based on a collectivist system was rapidly established. It was named the Justice Alliance. Within the entire Justice Alliance, aside from Jizang, who served as the general consultant, everyone from the management down to the rank-and-file members followed the same set of management, reward, punishment, and resource distribution systems. This minimized internal friction and inefficiency, forming a tightly knit group. Li Jiangwo was responsible for overseeing defense operations. Yi Xingzhou was responsible for coordinating distribution and external resource extraction. Long Yucheng and Li Wei were responsible for intelligence and internal affairs. Under them, various departments were established, such as the logistics department headed by He Di, the medical department headed by Bai Zhang, the machinery department headed by Wang Chen, the industrial smelting department headed by Gu Qingyu, and the personnel organization department headed by Gu Qingyu, among others. And fortunately, Jizang had declined the position of leader. It was therefore decided that Li Jiangwo, Yi Xingzhou, and Long Yucheng would serve in a rotating capacity. Beyond this, the other participating main cities joined the Justice Alliance camp as affiliates. Affiliated forces retained a certain degree of autonomy, but in all joint operations, they were required to be under the leadership of the Justice Alliance. Chapter 195. The first SSS rank gold mine in all main cities, territory range skyrockets. Then there were the Wanderers. All individual Wanderers and groups were required to pass an audit by the Defense Department and be issued a pass before they could enter the territory cluster of District 5631. Wanderers with passes could engage in mining, labor, and free trade as long as they complied with all the regulations of the Justice Alliance, and they would simultaneously receive the protection of the Justice Alliance. As for Jizang himself, it went without saying. Although he only held the title of General Consultant in the Justice Alliance, any title was merely superficial to him, as the primary core figure of the Justice Alliance. As long as he existed, the Justice Alliance existed. It was the greatest banner of the super main city. The meeting concluded. Jizang had Li Jiangwo immediately publish this joint declaration on the establishment of the Justice Alliance on the World Channel, followed by the signatures and reposts of the leaders of the major main cities. It instantly sparked a massive wave of discussion. Holy crap, major event. The efficiency is insane. They just took down Yuan Shaoshan. And now they've already formed an alliance. Haha, witnessing a historic moment. Can only Wanderers enter the Justice Alliance headquarters? Can we, the territory owners of other main cities, join? I want to work for Boss G. I'm a beast at mining. Didn't it say above? Just pass the audit and get a pass. Awesome. The chaotic era is finally coming to an end. Yeah, once this announcement is out, we won't have to live in fear anymore. Now we just need to pull out that big tumor. Main city No. 1. And we can welcome a peaceful era. Boss G is mighty. After the meeting dispersed, Jizang returned directly to his territory. The 30 high-level resource territories he had just acquired were already shining with dazzling light within his domain. not to mention the other types of resource territories. Just the gold mines alone had increased by 8 S-rank ones. This was truly gold covering the ground. TSK. Jizang's eyes flickered, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. He temporarily withdrew all the robots from his original SS-rank gold mine, S-rank gold mines, and all other resource territories. Then, he began the super synthesis. Ding! Successfully synthesized SS-rank gold mine X3. With the 3 brand new SS-rank mines and his previous one, he now had a total of 4 SS-rank gold mines. Next were the others. Ding! Successfully synthesized SS-rank iron mine alloy X2. Successfully synthesized SS-grade oil field heavy oil X2. Successfully synthesized SS-grade elemental mine X2. Successfully synthesized SS-grade lumber yard by 1. After a massive round of super synthesis, Jizang, filled with excitement, re-examined his territory stele. Territory stele owner, Jizang total territory area 30 square kilometers current resource fiefs. Gold mine, SS-grade X for oil field, SS-grade heavy oil X3 iron mine, SS-grade alloy X3 elemental mine sad face sill SS-grade X3 lumber yard sad face sill SS-grade super timber X1. Mithril mine, S-grade X2 crystal mine, S-grade X1, a grade X1 ore mine, a grade X1, B-grade X2, D-grade X1 vibranium mine, D-grade X2 obsidian mine, E-grade X2 defense construction mall teleportation. Looking at the neat and eye-catching list, a sense of satisfaction washed over Jizang. Now, there were 4 resource types that could be synthesized into SSS grade. Time to go all out. Click to synthesize. SSS grade gold mine. Synthesis failed. Friendly reminder. Please ensure there are no other survivor territories within a 100 square kilometer radius of your territory. How? Jizang paused for a moment. He hadn't expected that the expansion of an SSS grade territory would require so much surrounding space. However, this was easy to solve. Either make others relocate or buy a territory relocation talisman and move himself. Jizang glanced at the map and ultimately decided to move himself. The surrounding area was filled with territories from District 5631. To clear enough space for himself, he would need at least 20 territory relocation talismans, which wasn't worth the cost. Moreover, according to the prompt on the territory stele, after obtaining 10 SSS grade resource fiefs, the territory would expand once more. He might as well do it once and for all. Jizang decisively spent 2,0 gold coins to purchase a territory relocation talisman. He informed Li Jianguo, the first rotating leader, of his plan. Then, holding the territory relocation talisman, he took flight alone, beginning to search for a suitable site along the vast, flat lakeshore. Night was falling. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the clouds in the sky with a magnificent and grand crimson glow. On the boundless lake nearby, the water rippled with light, and occasionally, a few lush, vibrant small islands could be seen. The terrain along the shore was flat, with vast stretches of velvet-like grass. A sandy beach in the middle separated the lake water from the grassland. The 3 colors coexisted like a spread-out oil painting, bringing a sense of peace to anyone who looked upon it. One had to admit, the scenery of the Central Plains was truly peerless. The sky here seemed higher, and the earth more vast. The ancient ruins symbolized the accumulation of history and time. It was hard to imagine just how prosperous and flourishing the human civilization here had once been. Not long after, Jizang discovered an excellent location. It was a wide stretch of grassland also adjacent to the lake, with higher terrain and a vast radius, leaving plenty of empty space on all sides. Furthermore, this area belonged to the edge of the District 5631 territory cluster, so he wouldn't be too far removed. Jizang made a prompt decision, placed the territory relocation talisman here, and clicked Activate Relocation. The territory relocation talisman emitted a burst of light, then began to gradually split into a large teleportation array. The entire teleportation process took a full 10 minutes. After the teleportation array fully formed, the spatial ripples in the surroundings instantly twisted, swished, the super territory, covering 30 square kilometers, complete with its iron Great Wall and numerous high-grade mineral veins, was instantly transferred over. The corners of Jizang's mouth curled up slightly as he directly clicked to synthesize this SS-grade gold mine. The next moment, the three SS-grade gold mines rapidly merged together, finally forming a supergiant gold mine about 3 meters high, covering nearly 5 acres of land. A massive amount of glittering gold piled up into a small hill, shimmering with an alluring luster under the setting sun. Successfully synthesized SSS-grade gold mine by 1. Congratulations on successfully synthesizing your first SSS-grade resource thief. Unlocked level 3 mall purchase permissions. Detected an SSS-grade resource thief within the territory. Territory area expanded from 30 square kilometers to 100 square kilometers. The next moment, the entire territory expanded rapidly, the iron walls pushed outward, and the 4 defense towers were now so far away that only their general outlines remained. The shock tower placed in the very center also triggered an out-of-range prompt because it was too far from the city walls. It seemed that the current defense towers were completely insufficient for the defense needs of a 100 square kilometer territory. Jizang simply moved the shock tower to the top of the city gate. Once he had more funds later, he would need to upgrade several more defense towers. Afterward, he cast his gaze toward the SSS-grade gold mine SSS-grade mining slots. Output per slot, 2,500 gold coins. H-base efficiency. Total output, 0 gold coins. Evaluation, the highest quality super large gold mine, possessing the highest output and highest efficiency. A top-tier existence. Chapter 196. Over 6 million gold coins daily. The birth of a unique titan. 8 slots, 2,500 gold coin efficiency. Jizang couldn't help but feel excited. Although in terms of overall efficiency, the total of 3 SS-grade mines was slightly higher than 1 SSS-grade mine. But after all, high-grade robots were limited, and concentrating power to accomplish great things was the correct approach. He currently only had 5 nuclear-powered robots, still lacking 3, which meant a gap of 600,000 gold coins. It was already past 5 p.m. The resource thieves had yielded him nearly 800,000 in new revenue throughout the day, excluding the 200,000 already spent. He now had a little over 600,000 left on hand. Time to offload some goods. Jizang rubbed his chin and immediately opened his inventory. Gold coin 632,000. Weapons v armor. Cicada wing treasure armor rare grade X2. Wisdom covering armor rare grade. Ring of kingship secret treasure grade. Flame prison heavenly spear legendary grade. Deep sea treasure armor legendary grade set tools. Iron pickaxe legendary grade X1. Secret treasure grade X4. Rare grade X40. Materials v items. Parts X 10,221. Steel sheets X 6,021. Leather X1. 211. Alloy X 1,844. Heavy oil X 1,955. Mithril X 367. Superwood X 197. Crystals X 62. Shining Gold X 24. Vibranium X 5. Obsidian ×2. Level for chip X 1. Disposable forging device by 100. Food energy replenishing fruit by 6. King grade dragon fish meat X 12. 200. Rare food gift pack X 88. Top tier bread by 282. High-end instant food by 97. Energy drink X 32. Energy bar X to 1. Talent shards. C grade shard by 1. A grade shard by 6. S grade shard by 3. Jizang scanned through the various materials and items, ultimately deciding to liquidate everything he didn't currently need. He listed various alloys, heavy oil, mithril, and other materials on the exchange. Because the resource territories were producing a massive amount of gold coins, the prices of these high-tier materials had risen slightly. Of course, as more high-tier resource territories appeared that could directly produce heavy oil, alloy, superwood, elemental ore, and so on, the price of materials would certainly drop significantly in the future. But that time was still far off. Selling them now was the most cost-effective move. With a flurry of operations, Jizang quickly converted all these materials into cash, netting another 100,000 plus gold coins. His gold coin count broke through to over 700. He waved his hand and immediately purchased 3 more nuclear-powered labor robots, spending another 80 gold coins to equip them with secret treasure-grade iron pickaxes. Following that, 8 nuclear-powered robots holding high-tier tools went directly into the work slots of the SSS-grade gold mine and began mining. Clang, gold coin revenue count to 135. Clang, gold coin revenue count to 135. Over 200 gold coins every 3 seconds. Jizang felt a surge of excitement and turned his gaze to the gold mine's brand new panel. Gold mine SSS grade mining slots. Output per slot, 2,500 per hour's base efficiency slot 1. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count to 150% slot 2. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count 120% slot 8. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency count 500%. Tool efficiency count 120%. Total output, 283,000 gold coins. Evaluation. The strongest quality super large gold mine, possessing the highest output and highest efficiency, a top-tier existence, 280,000 per hour. Over 6 million gold coins a day. Thinking of this almost insane number, Jizang was so happy he could practically feel bubbles of joy rising in his nose. It felt absolutely amazing. However, this was also the result of his accumulation over this period. Not to mention that the 8 nuclear-powered robots, plus the high-tier tools, cost around 2 million gold coins. This SSS grade gold mine was the only one of its kind at this stage, synthesized only by pooling resources from multiple main cities. Looking at the gold coin revenue constantly popping up before him, Jizang was filled with deep emotion. Compared to the SSS grade gold mine, this super money printing machine, the yields from other low-tier robots mining in SS grade resource territories no longer held any appeal for him. Jizang simply had all the small labor robots, ordinary labor robots, and those low-tier tools on hand turned over to the organization. He kept only 7 enhanced labor robots paired with rare-grade iron pickaxes. He had them plugged into charge while simultaneously sending them to work in the remaining SS-grade gold mine he had synthesized. As for the other SS-grade resource territories, he didn't plan on synthesizing them into SSS-grade for the time being, without nuclear-powered robots. Synthesizing them into SSS-grade would be a bit of a waste. Besides, since he had plenty of manpower now, everything other than the gold mine could be handled by manual labor. Jizang shouted in the organization, "Bring your own tools to mine here, and we'll split the profits 50-50. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused a sensation. People were practically fighting to sign up. Me, Boss G. I'm coming. My constitution is 110 points. My constitution is 80 points. I can endure hardship and work hard. Please give me a chance, Boss G." Because there were too many applicants, Jizang had to ask ED, who was in charge of logistics, to help select the best candidates. He prioritized those with high constitution and good tools. In fact, as long as one's constitution reached around 100 points, they were already comparable to an enhanced labor robot. The super main city was full of experts, and after these few days of growth, there were quite a few top-tier powerhouses with over 100 points in constitution. Soon, all 10 SS-grade resource territories and other rare mineral veins were fully staffed. However, the only slightly unsatisfactory part was that humans couldn't maintain stable output for long periods. They basically got exhausted after a few hours and needed to rest. Therefore, Jizang specifically had ED set up a logistics rest area in the territory for people to take shifts. At this moment, the sky had completely turned dark. In Jizang's vast territory, the lights were bright and shadows were flickering. Everyone was working in full swing. Tonight, there were no substantial actions from the first main city side, making it the most peaceful night for the 5,631 district territory cluster since entering the super main city. However, Jizang wasn't idle either. He went to find Gu Qingyu and asked her to continue forging the moon's blood for him. On the other side, he began purchasing Thunder Spirit stones in bulk at a price of 70 gold coins each, preparing to push his Heavenly Thunder formless skill to S rank. As his cultivation realm rose, his spending had become like flowing water. Fortunately, the SSS rank gold mine continued to perform, acting as a super cash cow that provided him with a constant stream of support, so everything remained manageable. The night was calm and slow. This was the first night that Jikang had truly laid flat and spent in idle relaxation. He hadn't done anything at all, just lounging on the sofa watching television. holding a small fox cat in his arms while a well-behaved and sensible maid occasionally fed him sweet, delicious grapes. When he grew tired late at night, he returned to his spacious and comfortable bedroom to sleep soundly. The next morning, the morning sun, filtering through the gaps in the window curtains, gently stirred him awake. Ji-Kang opened his eyes, and naturally, the first thing to greet this beautiful day was the countless new digits in his account. Chapter 197. Upgrading to Level 5 Outer Armor, Alloy War Bulwark. After the SS rank gold mine, and the SS rank gold mine had produced throughout the entire night, the figure in his account had reached a level he previously wouldn't have dared to imagine. Total gold coins to 0.687 million in addition to this. The other 9 SS rank resource territories, after splitting half of the output with the miners, had provided him with nearly 600 gold coins worth of materials. It was invincible. Ji-Kang went downstairs to wash up and eat. Following his daily plan, he first switched his title to Homeland and arrived at the territory. People were bustling about, and the atmosphere was lively. Seeing Ji-Kang appear, everyone quickly stopped their work and greeted him excitedly. He ran over with a laptop, which recorded attendance and account distributions. Reporting to him with a spring in his step, Ji-Kang sat down imposingly at the logistics station. Long Yu-Chang, who was in charge of intelligence, had also been waiting there for a long time. Ji-Kang sipped his coffee while listening to his subordinates' reports. The current intelligence was focused entirely on Main City No, because they had completely sealed off the entry points and arranged anti-aircraft defenses in the surrounding area. Reconnaissance planes basically couldn't get through. They could only rely on remote devices, special talents, and tools to conduct espionage. However, the opposition had long been on guard, and the results obtained were extremely limited. But for now, it seemed that Main City No. 1 had no obvious strategic movements. Continued. Ji-Kang replied indifferently. The situation had already reversed, and he no longer relied on intelligence. Main City No. 1 was strong, certainly, but given the current scale and the gap between them, the most the opposition could do was employ tactics like feigning an attack in the east while striking in the west, or sneaking across under the cover of darkness. Ultimately, it all came down to hard power. Ji-Kang returned to the Doomsday Fortress, drove out, and found a deserted, secluded spot, ready to begin upgrading his vehicle. He intended to push for a Tier 5 vehicle today. The vehicle's total level was still stuck at 88, and the remaining 12 levels, along with the advancement costs, would require a massive amount of gold coins and resources. He had to be meticulous with his calculations. The primary upgrade target was naturally the most practical and high-impact Thorn armor. He cast his gaze toward the outer armor module, and a piece of information immediately appeared. Thorn armor level 4 can be upgraded to Alloy War Bulwark level 5. Alloy War Bulwark level 5 evaluation. After upgrading, all Thorn armor modules will be upgraded to Alloy War Bulwarks. The Alloy War Bulwark uses super alloy as its primary material, reaching a thickness of 1.5 meters. It possesses super wave absorption and super rebound capabilities, capable of absorbing and reflecting almost all types of thermal weapon attacks. It has powerful defensive effects against energy attacks, elemental attacks, and wave attacks. Compared to the Thorn armor, the Alloy War Bulwark increases defense by 1000%, toughness by 400%, and single-part durability by 800%. Upgrade requirements: 350,000 gold coins, 150,000 parts, 300,000 steel plates, 5,000 alloy. Friendly reminder: after upgrading, this part reaches its limit. You must advance to a Tier 5 vehicle to unlock the level cap further. What simple and unadorned upgrade materials! Ji-Kang sighed slightly as he looked at the line of required materials. Things weren't like before. The massive devaluation of gold coins had already begun. Materials like parts and steel plates, which super main cities couldn't produce directly, had seen their prices rise significantly. Parts were now at 1.5 gold coins each, and steel plates were 0.5 gold coins each. Alloy was slightly better, remaining at around 35 gold coins. With a slight pang of heartache, Ji-Kang gathered the latter 3 materials, spending over 500 gold coins in total, plus the 350 0 gold coin upgrade fee. He clicked upgrade. The next moment, a dazzling white light enveloped the entire mobile Doomsday fortress. Under the infusion of the white light, the original Thorn armor modules rapidly condensed and grew, finally setting into their final form. Finally, the white light shattered into dust. It revealed a layer of extremely thick, super bulwarks. Those metal bulwarks were composed of countless 1 square meter modules. The beveled edges were neat, like blocks of tofu with their corners trimmed. The matte metal surface radiated an unparalleled sense of softness and toughness. These fully articulated bulwark modules covered the entire vehicle body. It was as if the steel beast had donned heavy armor, further highlighting its domineering, kingly aura. Moreover, the weight of this brand new outer armor was astonishing. The moment the upgrade was completed, the chassis and tires were instantly pressed down significantly, as if they were struggling to bear the weight. Ji Kang stood on the extended balcony, watching the changes in the armor on the vehicle, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It was truly fierce. A 1.5 meter thick super alloy bulwark, with reflection, wave absorption, and various attack resistances. Compared to the previous Thorn armor, the improvement was truly unimaginably large. To say nothing else, the 10-fold increase in defensive power alone was already worth more than the price paid. With the attribute bonus from the alloy war barrier, the current territory walls were so sturdy that even if you just left them there for people to attack, they wouldn't budge. This thing should be able to last until the mid to late stages of Tier 5 vehicles. Ji Zhang stroked his chin. Afterward, he looked at the other parts available for upgrade. He only had a little over 1 million gold coins left on hand, and the weapon and defense components were too expensive. So, he would have to leave those for later consideration. For now, he needed to focus on leveling up. Thus, the engine, chassis, wheel hubs, refrigerator, and air conditioner, these 5 filler components became Ji Zhang's targets. He quickly purchased all the necessary materials and upgraded them all by 1 level. The engine was upgraded to a 30-cylinder, 1.5T super engine, supplemented by 8 hybrid electric motors to provide extra power. This boosted the steel behemoth from a top speed of 180 km/h to 220 km/h. Of course, the fuel consumption also increased by more than double. Now, 1 unit of fuel could only cover 15 kilometers. The chassis also received a massive reinforcement, with improvements not only to its strength and performance, but it also gained the super hydraulic maneuvering suspension. Once activated, the vehicle could complete a jump within 1 second, as long as the road surface was hard enough. The jump height could reach up to 5 meters. Combined with the ultra-high speed, it could easily leap over a mountain stream. It truly achieved the feat of being both massive and agile. As for the wheel hubs, refrigerator, and air conditioner, there was no need to elaborate. They provided the usual performance enhancements. Although there was nothing flashy about them, they had the advantage of being cheap. The total cost of gold and materials for these 5 parts combined was only around 300. After this round of operations, the vehicle's total level finally reached 94. Now, everything left was a tough battle. Ji Zhang turned his gaze toward the power generation device. He spent nearly 200 gold coins directly to upgrade it to level 5. Chapter 198, Vehicle Living Themes. Shocking environmental changes. The level 5 power generation device was completely integrated into the outer armor module. Not only could it collect solar energy with high efficiency day and night, but it could also absorb the kinetic energy from external attacks and convert it into electrical energy. In other words, if someone were to walk outside now and punch the outer armor a few times, it would indirectly supply power to the vehicle. Moreover, the power storage capacity was greatly improved, increasing by an entire order of magnitude. Even a massive power-hungry facility like the Light Prism Tower could be continuously powered by it. As for the power supply for other facilities and secondary units, there was no need to worry at all. He could just build to his heart's content. Immediately after, he looked at the targeting radar. Cost gold X 120,000, parts X5. 0. Level for chip by 1. He upgraded it to level 5. The radar range increased from 2.5 kilometers to 4 kilometers, and it now supported advanced detection like energy fluctuation sensing. Whether it was the vehicle's own armaments or the various energy and elemental attacks from monsters, As long as they appeared within the radar's range, they would be rapidly analyzed. They would then be uploaded to the built-in database, where the vehicle's combat AI would determine how to respond. This was a significant boost to the vehicle's hidden strength. Next was the central control console. Cost gold X 150,000, Mithril X1. 0. Shining gold X 700. Level for chip X1. Level 5 chip X1 after the upgrade. The original intermediate AI was promoted to an advanced AI. The main vehicle, secondary vehicles, and all defenses, armaments, and turrets achieved a major algorithmic upgrade. It was no longer just a simple combat AI, but a fully intelligent, interconnected combat system. This could be considered a massive improvement to the vehicle's combat capabilities. Following that was the full vehicle interior. Cost gold X 150,000, parts X20. 0. Leather by 35. 0. Level for chip X1, super wood by 300. This was quite interesting. First of all, the entire vehicle's interior decoration and various electrical appliances and furniture underwent a major upgrade, significantly increasing living comfort. The cultivation room unlocked in the previous level also became sturdier and more functional. The highlight of this upgrade, however, was the addition of a living theme purchase option inside the vehicle. Jizang was quite curious and opened the options to take a look. Forest Kingdom permanent after purchase. The entire vehicle interior will change to the Forest Kingdom theme, growing various harmless green plants, making you feel as if you are living in a magnificent midsummer forest, filled with birdsong flowers and fresh, oxygen-rich air. Theme attached BUFF status blessing of the forest spirit. Permanently increases wood element affinity. Permanently increases mental power 0 point to points. H closing parenthesis. Purchase cost. Gold X 1 million. Super would buy 10. Dreamy Ocean 3 months after purchase. The entire vehicle interior will change to the Dreamy Ocean theme, with all decorations and scenery transforming into an underwater world, allowing you to truly experience the beautiful seaside scenery, with gorgeous marine life accompanying you to sleep every night. Theme attached BUFF status blessing of the Deep Sea Lord. Permanently increases water element affinity. Water spirit stone absorption efficiency increased by 200%. Purchase cost. Gold X 2 million. Water spirit stone X 50. Autumn leaves falling 1 month. Heavenly thunder roaring 7 days. Ice and snow world 7 days. One living theme after another was laid out, dazzling to the eyes, especially the ones further down. He didn't even have the qualifications to purchase them. They required the full vehicle interior to be upgraded to level 6 to unlock. Moreover, the prices were terrifying, especially for Heavenly Thunder Roaring and Ice and Snow World. For a mere 7-day duration, they cost several million gold coins. That is absolutely ridiculous. Jizang couldn't help but complain. Moreover, if it isn't unlocked now, one cannot see its specific functions and effects. It's just sitting there, teasing the appetite. But it must be said, this life-themed feature is truly top tier. It can provide various rare buffs and can be changed at any time according to one's needs. However, he really cannot afford it right now. After coveting it for a while, he closed the dialog box. But just as he clicked close, a prompt actually popped up above. Please do not close. Here is a 3-day trial voucher for Forest Kingdom for you. Damn, they're even using marketing tactics now. Jizang chuckled instantly. He clicked to claim it, then chose to use it immediately. Successfully used a 3-day trial voucher for Forest Kingdom. The next moment, the surrounding environment began to undergo a fundamental change rapidly. The walls and floor transformed into trees covered in tender green moss. Vines meandered, and new buds sprouted. Green leaves and flowers filled the entire interior space of the vehicle. Dreamy fluorescence flickered in the foliage, turning into fine, shimmering dust. As far as the eye could see, there was a scene full of vitality everywhere. One could even smell that refreshing and faint fragrance in the air, as if truly placed in an elven forest. There were no mosquitoes, rodents, or pests, and not even a speck of dirt. Everything was the most authentic nature. Damn! Jizang exclaimed, looking at the extremely comfortable environment before him. With a thought, the 2 wooden windows at the back, covered in green vines, opened. Outside the windows were blue skies and white clouds, birds singing, And the lake and grass connected like a painting. Just looking at it made one feel relaxed and happy. Isn't this the fantasy world elven cabin he longed for most when he was a child? Ji-Zhang walked around the vehicle and discovered that this life theme wasn't just a superficial change. All the plants and scenery were real. Flop. Ji-Zhang lay down on the sofa made of that super large green leaf. It was cool, soft, and had excellent support. There were even soft vines on both sides acting as armrests. It felt absolutely amazing. Danzai and Huahu were even more excited. After the theme changed, they happily ran around the house, looking everywhere with curious eyes. Clearly loving this new home, with element affinity, plus a spirit growth buff. This theme is truly excellent. Ji-Zhang was truly tempted now, but there was definitely no rush. After all, there were still 3 days of the trial left. By then, he might have made a fortune and could buy whichever one he wanted. For now, the total level of the vehicle had finally reached level 98. It was very close to a tier 5 vehicle. However, he only had a little over 1 million gold coins and resources on hand. He definitely couldn't force the upgrade. He would have to let the gold mine work for another day to barely scrape enough together. Taking advantage of some free time today, Ji-Zhang simply acquired an active intelligence report. You have activated one active intelligence report. Remaining uses: active intelligence. 458 kilometers to the southeast of your territory, there is a desolate ruin rarely visited by humans. Deep beneath those ruins, there exists an underground cavern that has never been discovered by anyone. Every night, a mysterious golden figure appears there. If you intend to capture the golden figure, remember not to expose your tracks in the slightest, otherwise, you will never see it again. Ji-Zhang carefully read the content of the intelligence, and his eyes lit up slightly. Chapter 199. Full Body Smart Armor upgrades to Super Body Armor. A golden figure must not expose any tracks. This intelligence didn't seem to have any particular danger. The only thing to watch out for is not exposing his tracks, which is easy enough to handle. A Phantom Beast Windbreaker would take care of that. It's just that the journey is a bit far. A full 400 kilometers. I need to find someone to upgrade the Full Body Smart Armor. Ji-Zhang pondered to himself. The Full Body Smart Armor is very practical, but its current rare grade is starting to struggle to meet his needs. Ji-Zhang went directly to He, the Minister of Logistics, and Wan Chen, the Minister of Machinery, asking them to help gather talent with expertise in this area. He wanted them to help him modify and upgrade the Full Body Smart Armor into a secret treasure grade item. The efficiency of the two ministers was indeed extremely fast. Soon, they gathered all the powerhouses with mechanical talent from the entire territory group and began researching how to upgrade Ji's equipment. After this group of mechanics assembled, Wan Chen, as the Minister of Machinery, took only a few minutes to successfully analyze the upgrade blueprints using his talent. Gee, the cost required for this armor upgrade might be a bit high, Wan Chen said with a wry smile. Just the 5-level chips alone required too, and besides that, it needed mithril, glittering gold, vibranium, and super energy stones, all top-tier materials. The total valuation came out to 300,000 gold coins. It's fine. Just go ahead and do it. How long will it take? Ji-Zhang said directly. He could still afford that amount of money. Wan Chen glanced at the dozen or so top mechanics in the room. Ji, provided the materials are sufficient, we guarantee to complete the task within half an hour. All right. I'll leave it to you. Once finished, everyone will get an additional bonus of 2,000 gold coins. Ji-Zhang laughed. Wow. Ji is generous. Haha. Ji is mighty. Get to work. Get to work. The crowd cheered and became excited, immediately starting the equipment upgrade and modification without a moment's rest. Ji-Zhang stood by, smoking a cigarette while replenishing the materials they needed at any time. Finally, after more than 20 minutes, the square metal module that had been set up radiated a brilliant light. Upgrade complete. As the light dissipated, a smaller, more sci-fi looking metal module slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Omni-Intellect Armor Modification and Upgrade complete. Omni-Intellect Armor Rare Tier Hyperbody Armor Secret Treasure Tier. A notification sound echoed in Ji-Kang's mind. Hyperbody Armor. Just the name alone sounded incredibly badass. Boss Ji, hurry up and try it out. Wan Chen and the others were brimming with excitement. This was their first time collectively participating in the modification of such high-level equipment, especially while serving a titan of a figure like Boss G. This sense of accomplishment was something that could never be matched by any other task. Alright, Jikang walked over, and a brand new information panel appeared before his eyes. Hyperbody armor. Level Secret Treasure Tier Special Electric Energy Fuel 5% Evaluation. A perfect intelligent armor born from a vibranium core, fused with various ultra-high-strength materials and advanced technology. The hyperbody armor possesses immense defensive capabilities and endurance, capable of executing extreme environment missions such as combat, deep-sea diving, deep space, high temperature, extreme cold, and long-distance flight. The armor features 32 particle jet thrusters, achieving the pinnacle of mobility. Its maximum cruising speed can exceed 1,000 km per hour, and its maximum instantaneous speed can break through 3,000 km per hour. The palms and eyes of the armor can fire laser beams. The higher the voltage during charging, the more powerful the laser beams become. Friendly reminder: this is a special piece of armor under the modification of a top-tier talent mechanic. It can be upgraded to legendary tier maximum. It can actually be upgraded further. Jikang scanned the details, his eyes flickering with excitement. He had assumed secret treasure tier was the limit, but he never expected there to be another level beyond it. Moreover, this performance was absolutely explosive. Before heading out, he had fully replenished the armor's electric energy and fuel. Now, after the upgrade, only 5% remained. This meant that armor's energy storage had increased by a full 20 times. The endurance was off the charts. This is great. With a surge of excitement, Jikang placed his palm onto the metal module. *click-clack-clack. A series of mechanical movements echoed as the entire module rapidly deformed, layering over his palms like scales, then extending until it covered Jikang's entire body. A matte gray, cold, and stylish metal armor was now worn upon him. This armor was less bulky and heavy than before, appearing more streamlined and futuristic. Yet it lost none of its kingly dominance, especially when the faint light in the eyes flickered on. It gave people the feeling of being watched by a mechanical reaper, sending a chill down their spines. With the neural connection established, Jikang attempted to take control. Boom. Accompanied by a sonic boom, the armored figure instantly soared into the sky, rapidly initiating high-speed flight maneuvers. Holy crap, so cool. The crowd on the ground looked up, their hearts shaken by the sight. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by such top-tier mechanical armor? Jikang tested it out for 2 laps, feeling extremely satisfied. However, with energy running low, he had to return to replenish it. He transferred 30 gold coins to Wang Chen as a bonus for the mechanical engineers before heading back to the Doomsday Fortress. Arriving at the final storage compartment, he found the super fast charging socket with the highest voltage output and plugged it in. Afterward, he injected all 150 units of fuel. 10 minutes later, the armor's fuel and electric energy both reached 100%. Only then did Jikang put on the armor, leave the Doomsday Fortress, and head straight for his destination. Boom. The armor's spiral thrusters ejected particle streams, pushing his speed to the limit. The armor's instantaneous burst speed had already reached the level of a supersonic fighter jet. Even in long-distance cruising mode, it could maintain 1,000 km per hour. It felt amazing. Whoosh. Jikang's figure was like a bird, drawing a white contrail across the sky. When crossing lakes and streams, he would deliberately lower his altitude, using the airflow to kick up long waves of water. Awesome. Jikang was having the time of his life. At high speeds, the scenery on the ground changed rapidly. In less than half an hour, he was already approaching the destination mentioned in the intelligence. To avoid alerting the enemy, Jikang stowed away the hyperbody armor and switched to the Phantom Beast windbreaker 10 kilometers away from the destination. Infusing his mental energy, his body instantly entered a camouflage state, perfectly assimilating with the surrounding environment. Next, Jikang began to proceed on foot. Chapter 200, Huge Harvest. S-tier Overlimit Gem Kung Spirit Gem. These ruins were located deep within the mountains and forests, spanning a massive area. It was unclear what kind of terrifying destruction they had endured, as only remnants of broken walls remained. The scene was similar in every direction, and there was no sign of what could be called an underground cave. He began to explore cautiously. At the same time, he released a faint magnetic field, slowly permeating the ground. After a dozen minutes of carpet searching, Ji-Kang finally discovered a pit buried several meters underground. It's hidden deep enough. Ji-Kang raised an eyebrow slightly. However, this pit was actually quite difficult to enter, as there was no opening on the surface, just a flat, barren stretch of land with no signs of any mechanisms. If he forced his way in, he might alert the other party. I'll have to use phasing. Ji-Kang decisively swapped the Phantom Beast Windbreaker for the Cicada Wing Treasure Armor, then activated his phasing ability, instantly sinking into the ground. Passing through the soil and rock layers, Ji-Kang entered the pit. It was a tunnel with smooth edges, extending downward, and many footprints could be seen on the ground. And these footprints were goblins. Ji-Kang's eyes narrowed slightly. After the ethereal state dissipated, he switched to the Phantom Beast Windbreaker, entered a disguised state, and began to explore beneath the pit. Before long, he saw a faint glow emanating from the corner of the tunnel ahead. It was the distinct luster emitted by gold and silver treasures. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ran over. Sure enough, after passing the final corner, he saw a spacious underground chamber. It was piled high with all sorts of gold coins, ores, and curiosities. Shimmering and bright, it was filled with the alluring luster of wealth. This was actually a massive treasure vault. Ji-Zhang's heart was filled with sudden joy. He never expected that there would be such a hidden treasure spot beneath the main city. Gold coins, mithril, radiant gold, crystals, and all kinds of rare minerals. Moreover, there were even several brilliant gemstones inside. Ji-Zhang leaned in to take a closer look, and information about the gemstone immediately appeared before his eyes. Talent over limit gemstone S rank. Description: after use, allows an S rank talent to undergo an over limit awakening. Excludes growth type talents. Holy crap! Upon seeing the information, Ji-Zhang couldn't help but feel his heart leap. He had hit the jackpot. A talent over limit gemstone was one of the rarest items in existence. They could only be obtained from high-level treasure chests. Their drop rate was ridiculously low, and the higher the rank, the harder they were to acquire. And now, he had just stumbled upon an S-rank one. Ji-Zhang immediately picked up the gemstone and tucked it into his inventory. He turned his gaze toward the other gems: Elven Diamond Fire category, and Ley Gemstone. Grade Epis effect. Fire element affinity increased by 500%. Fire type talent ability enhanced by 150%. Fire type resistance increased by 200%. Description: a perfect gemstone crafted by the elven race using the power of divine wishes, sealing within it the purest fire elemental energy. It is a rare and precious treasure. When inlaid into the socket of equipment epic grade or higher, its effects can be triggered. Epic grade and inlaid gemstone. Ji-Zhang's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that this trip would yield such massive gains. Furthermore, this inlaid gemstone revealed a crucial piece of information. Equipment of epic grade or higher could have gem sockets opened. Gemstone effect: elemental affinity 500%, talent strength 150%, elemental resistance 200%. Epic grade equipment was already top tier, and with this kind of gemstone effect, it would be absolutely insane. I really want to get my hands on an epic grade item soon. Ji-Zhang couldn't help but sigh. His only epic grade item currently was the portable wormhole beacon, a utility type tool. Actual equipment was still a long way off. A fire attribute gemstone will do for now. Ji-Zhang put the gemstone away. Like the overlimit gemstone, this item could be traded offline. Even if he didn't pursue a fire attribute path in the future, he could definitely sell it for an astronomical price if he decided to offload it. As for the last gemstone, there wasn't much to say. It was just a common C-rank talent over limit gemstone. Once he had time to go back to the plains and search for low-level treasure chests to roll a decent C-rank talent, he could put it to use. After pocketing these 3 small items, Ji-Zhang turned his attention to the rest of the loot. Unfortunately, aside from a large amount of gold coins and resources, there were no other treasures worth noting. He was now certain that this was the secret treasure cache of that golden shadow. He didn't know exactly what the creature was, but since the intel didn't mention any danger, he shouldn't have to worry too much. Ji Zhang didn't pack away all the gold and resources. Instead, he decided to wait here for the owner to return. He still had plenty of free time today, so waiting until dark wouldn't be an issue. He really wanted to see the mysterious existence capable of collecting an S-rank overlimit gemstone and an elven diamond. Time ticked by, second by second. At noon, Ji Zhang even had a quick meal inside the underground cavern. He had to admit, the atmosphere of eating next to a pile of gold and jewelry was quite interesting. It felt a bit like being a dragon guarding its hoard. After that, Ji Zhang stayed until nearly 4 in the afternoon. The subtle magnetic field he had spread outside finally sensed a sneaky, living creature. Ji Zhang immediately retracted the magnetic field, entered a disguised state using the Phantom Beast Windbreaker, and moved to the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, a rustling sound came from above the cave entrance. He saw a stream of golden quicksand slowly leaking down from a crack in the cave wall. Once the golden sand hit the ground, it rapidly coalesced into a thin, small golden figure. It was a golden goblin with a cunning look in its eyes, a large head, a small body, and long pointed ears and nose. It wore a tattered loincloth and carried a bulging sack over its shoulder. Gigi. The goblin let out a shrill, high-pitched laugh. It seemed to have had a fruitful day. Humming a strange tune, it hopped along toward its treasure vault. And before Ji Zhang's eyes, its information panel appeared. Golden Goblin Grade, Elite Monster Description. The Golden Goblin is the most unique and rare existence among the goblin race. Because of their weak constitution, they are abandoned by their tribe from birth. During their long and lonely struggle for survival, the vast majority die of hunger or disease. Only a tiny fraction of these wandering goblins awaken the special abilities hidden within their bloodline, allowing them to absorb energy by consuming gold and minerals. Over time, their physical bodies are almost entirely transformed by gold and minerals, granting them near-permanent lifespans and even the ability to decompose their bodies to pass through various obstacles. Because of the Golden Goblin's super-sensitive nose for resources and treasures, as well as their extreme, obsessive nature, many high-level powerhouses from other races enjoy keeping them as treasure hunting pets. Gentle reminder, the Golden Goblin is a rare find. Once it escapes, you may never see it again. Chapter 201, Subduing the Golden Goblin. The first treasure hunting pet. Upon seeing this information, Ji Zhang's eyes lit up instantly. A treasure hunting pet. No wonder this guy could find so many resources and treasures. It turns out it has this kind of talent. Take it, I must take it. However, Ji Zhang did not want to alert the enemy. This guy has the ability to decompose its body, so it could slip away at any moment. Moreover, it was far too fragile. If he used force, he might accidentally kill it. He opened the exchange and immediately began searching for relevant items. He quickly found several types of one-time use items capable of capturing wild monster pets. Some were for forced confinement, some for paralysis and sedation, and others were professional tools that could make the target completely submit to the user. Naturally, Ji Zhang chose the best one, the Spirit Suppressing Contract, valued at 30,000 gold coins. Spirit Suppressing Contract Grade, Rare Artifact Category, One-Time Consumable Descript. A magic contract personally inscribed by a beast-taming master. After use, it can forcibly subdue any non-human creature, making it a pet that remains forever loyal only to the user. Gentle reminder, the rare artifact grade Spirit Suppressing Contract can only be used on creatures of super monster rank and below. Gentle reminder, the Spirit Suppressing Contract can only be used if the user's strength is higher than the target's. It requires the consumption of a large amount of mental energy. Individuals with a mental stat below 30 points cannot use it. Ji Zhang's figure hid behind the Golden Goblin, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. At this moment, the Golden Goblin was already humming a tune as it walked into its little treasure vault, then swung the large sack on its back and appended it over the small mountain of gold. Clatter, clatter. A large pile of gold and mineral treasures poured out right there. The Golden Goblin spun around happily, dancing and gesturing with squeaks and rattles. But soon, it noticed that the few brilliant, magnificent gems it had placed at the very top of the small gold mountain were all gone. The Golden Goblin let out a sharp shriek and frantically rummaged through the pile of gold coins and mineral ores. Just seconds into its search, it sensed something and whipped its head around. It saw a smiling human figure that had appeared behind it at some unknown time. In an instant, the golden goblin was terrified to the extreme. It let out a piercing screech, and its body immediately decomposed into a pile of fine golden sand, attempting to sink into the ground to escape. But the next second, a force from an unknown source suddenly interrupted its body decomposition process. The golden goblin felt as if its soul had been clamped by a mysterious power, and it found itself completely unable to control the feelings of submission and fear rising toward the human before it. Gaga! It made a trembling sound. Jizang stood there with his arms crossed, watching it, while simultaneously entering the spirit speech state. The harsh syllables coming from the creature's mouth transformed into a language Jizang could understand. Human master, please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything for you. What is your name, human master? Goblin. Goblins do not have names. From now on, you are called Gaze. Gaze. Yes, from now on I am called Gaze. The golden goblin crawled up from the ground in terror, not daring to move a muscle. Next, Jizang asked it a few more questions. Only then did he learn that this seemingly frail and timid-looking goblin had actually lived for over 300 years. After being driven out of a goblin nest in an ancient forest, it had wandered all the way until it settled in these ruins of an ancient human city. The vast amount of resources here was the nest egg it had accumulated over these years. Gaze, do you want to eat meat? Jizang squatted down and asked it, meat. Hearing this familiar yet foreign term, Gaze's large eyeballs brightened slightly, but quickly dimmed again. No, eat. Gaze is fine eating gold and ores. Jizang didn't waste any more words. He took a large piece of dragonfish meat directly from his inventory and threw it on the ground. Seeing the meat of this king-rank creature, Gaze began to drool, looking at Jizang with eyes full of immense longing for permission. Eat. Upon hearing this command, Gaze immediately pounced on it, gnawing at the dragonfish meat, trembling continuously from excitement and agitation as it ate. Listen well, Gaze. From now on, you are to specialize in helping me collect gems and treasures, like these. Understand? Jizang took out the few gems and tossed them in his palm. Yes. Human master, Gaze nodded repeatedly. It could not defy any of Jizang's orders, instinctively obeying its master. Work hard. I will come to bring you food from time to time. If you find anything good, you can notify me at any time. Jizang took out a simple communicator. Press this button, and I will be able to receive your call. Yes, Gaze understands. Thank you. Human master. Gaze held the communicator carefully, as if it were holding a precious treasure. Afterward, Jizang left it 20 units of dragonfish meat as a welcoming gift. As for the creature's small treasury, Jizang simply waved his hand and took away the more precious minerals, crystal, glittering gold, vibranium, and obsidian. The total value reached about 100,000 gold coins. As for the rest, which were mainly gold ores, a rough estimate put them at a few tens of thousands of gold coins. He left those for Gaze to eat slowly. After all, if it didn't eat these things periodically, its innate abilities might weaken, and it might even degenerate into an ordinary goblin, which would be meaningless. Having finished these matters, Jizang did not linger. With a phase shift, he returned to the surface. He then put on his super body armor and headed back to the territory cluster. By the time he returned to the territory, it was already nearly 5 o'clock. Night was about to fall once again. However, what was surprising was that throughout the entire day, main city no one had maintained an eerie silence, with no movement whatsoever. Despite this, everyone could still feel the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of a coming storm, as if a great battle were imminent. After listening to a brief battle report, Jikane left his territory and turned to head toward the Doomsday fortress parked in the distance. After a full day of production, combined with what remained from the morning, the amount of gold coins in his possession had reached 3.5 million, and his material resources had also surpassed a production value of 1 million gold coins. Immediately, he could start going all out. Jikane opened the vehicle panel once again and began to study it. Now, aside from upgrading the turrets, there were only the 2 major items unlocked at Tier 4 left. They were 1. War Mother Nest unlocks 1,000 drones. 2. Fortress War Form Module requires the prerequisite base vehicle module deployment Chapter 202. Fortress Warform Module. The behemoth deploys. The upgrade costs for these two were both around 1 million gold coins. G-King considered it for a moment and ultimately chose the Fortress Warform Module. This upgrade component had been available since the Tier 3 base vehicle, but because there had been no need for passive defense, he had ignored it until now. Now, it was time to upgrade both levels at once. Action followed thought. G-King gathered the materials on the exchange. He then spent 30 gold coins, 4,000 parts, 3 super energy stones, and 1 intelligent module to upgrade base vehicle module deployment. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the upgrade was complete. Deploy. G-King focused his mind. The next moment, the entire mobile Doomsday Fortress emitted a sound of mechanical operation as the chassis module moved and pressed downward. All the tires were retracted, and the outer armor modules were reassembled and stacked. The entire vehicle settled firmly into place on the spot. It looked like a steel beast crouching on the ground, silent and dangerous. However, this was merely a special component of a Tier 3 vehicle and was not enough to display sufficient threat and deterrence. What followed was the main event. G-King checked the specific description of the Fortress Warform Module. Fortress Warform Module Level 2 Evaluation. After upgrading, the Doomsday War Fortress is equipped with a Warform. When the Warform is fully deployed, the vehicle's interior space becomes a single entity. All outer armor is fused and reassembled, and it enters its strongest defensive combat state. Outer armor defense increased by 200%. Rebound power increased by 100%. All turret power increased by 100%. And all turret range increased by 50%. Friendly reminder: the Warform can last for a maximum of 1 hour, during which it will continuously consume a large amount of electricity. Upgrade requires 500,000 gold coins, 150,000 parts, 500,000 steel plates, 500 mithril, 100 brilliant gold, 10 super energy stones, 5 intelligent modules TSK. After reading the description, G-King couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Paired with the majestic force field mode, this thing was simply too fierce. He opened the exchange, purchased all the missing materials, and clicked to upgrade directly. Another dazzling flash of white light passed. The mobile war fortress returned to its appearance before deployment. Although there were no obvious changes on the outside, the entire internal structure of the fortress had undergone a brand new upgrade. G-King focused his mind once again. Warform deploy. As the command was issued, the entire mobile war fortress instantly emitted the sound of numerous mechanical axles rotating. Countless modules moved rapidly. Even the floor and walls beneath his feet were dismantled and reassembled like moving building blocks. The entire process took only 2 seconds. Everything around G-King had completely changed. It had transformed into a huge, spacious semicircular space, with a dome 3 stories high. Various turrets were mounted on the walls in an exaggerated fashion, extending their muzzles outward with an imposing air. Below, it was divided into a command area, living area, storage area, secondary unit area, and so on. The large amount of greenery from the Forest Kingdom living theme still existed throughout the ultra-large space, filled with vibrant, lush green everywhere. It had truly become a giant treehouse now. G-King looked at everything around him with novelty and used his mind to open the door. In the Warform, the way the Doomsday Fortress opened its doors was also different from before. It lowered like a lotus petal, full of the sci-fi feel of a futuristic vehicle. G-King stepped down the stairs to the outside and looked back. The entire Doomsday Fortress had become a giant steel fortress firmly stationed on the earth. The layered outer armor modules and the murderous, imposing turrets demonstrated an unparalleled level of deterrence. Damn, that's cool. G-King couldn't help but exclaim. It was a pity that it wasn't at its full tier for form yet. The Light Prism Tower, Land Shield 3000, Flamethrower Turret, and Surface-to-Air Missile Nest, these armed turrets as well as the War Mother Nest, that massive weapon with 1,000 secondary units, had not been upgraded yet, but those would have to wait for a bit. In any case, his current money-making speed was fast, and the progress of these armaments would soon catch up. The most urgent matter now was the Tier 5 vehicle. G-King looked at the gold coins and materials required for the vehicle advancement. 1 million gold coins, 500,000 parts, 2 million steel plates, 30,000 allies, 50,000 heavy oil, 3,000 brilliant gold, 1,000 vibranium, 100 super energy stones, 3 war fortress machine souls, 1 heavy-duty synthesis platform machine soul TSK. Ji Zhang rubbed his chin, calculating the cost of these materials one by one. Unit price for parts is 1.5, requiring 750. Unit price for steel plates is 0.5, requiring 1 million. Unit price for alloy is 35, requiring 1,050,000. Unit price for heavy oil is 28, requiring 1,400,000. The unit price for shining gold is 200, and for vibranium is 500. The two combined require 1,100,000. Unit price for super energy stones is 15,000, requiring 1,500,000. The unit price for the war fortress machine soul is 50, and for the heavy-duty synthesis platform machine soul is 500,000 combined. They require 650. The more Ji Zhang calculated, the more his head ached. It was just like a kid with online loans calculating debts across various platforms. He didn't even dare to add them all up. At first, seeing the gold coins by 1, 0 at the very front, he felt like a few million would solve it. He hadn't expected that after adding it all up, the total consumption would be around 5 million gold coins, nearly 10 million. This ultimate loaded vehicle is truly, damn it, not something meant for humans to play with. With the gold coins and materials he currently had on hand, he could barely scrape together 5 million at most. He was still short by nearly half. Looks like I'll have to wait a while. Ji Zhang sighed helplessly. If Main City No. 1 suddenly launched a war tonight, and he had to use this tier 4 vehicle to face them, it would really be a bit underwhelming. Although the result would certainly be a win, it wouldn't be an easy one. After all, the strength hierarchy was set in stone. Main City No. 1 possessed the top 100 powerhouses out of the 1,0 districts in the entire super main city. Every survivor there possessed immense comprehensive strength. If placed in any other main city, they would undoubtedly be at the very top. To win this battle, he would have to fight in person the entire time, using his strongest posture to quickly achieve a decapitation strike, while simultaneously coordinating with the main forces dispatched by the various main cities to launch an all-out bloody battle to secure victory. Without a tier 5 ultimate loaded vehicle, he definitely couldn't pull off a total crushing victory. According to current intelligence, Main City No. 1 had at least 10 or more tier 4 ultimate loaded vehicles. Originally, Yuan Shaoshan also had one, but his people were still in his own hands, so it posed no threat. Ji Huang, Liu Bangbang, Shen Qian, and the generals under their command, combined with their tier 4 ultimate loaded vehicles, were still quite thorny. He wasn't the only peak powerhouse. However, in terms of vehicles, he still maintained an absolute advantage. Promoting to a tier 4 ultimate loaded vehicle was easy. The advancement conditions only cost a few 100,000 gold coins, but upgrading the components was difficult. Each one required a pile of heavy investment. The same went for armed turrets. It was hard enough to stack one up to a high level, let alone develop them comprehensively like he was doing. Better head back for now and see what happens tonight. Ji Zhang retracted the war form of the mobile Doomsday fortress and returned to his territory. Chapter 203. Moon's Blood promoted to legendary grade, Falling Moon Heavenly Might. At this moment, the entire territory was brightly lit. The various powerhouses working into shifts were digging for ore with great enthusiasm. Ji Zhang was not stingy either. He immediately invested 10,000 gold coins. Had he deranged a sumptuous buffet, and brought out 500 units of dragonfish meat to reward his brothers with good food and drink. A burst of incredibly enthusiastic cheers erupted throughout the territory. Although the atmosphere was relaxed and happy, as night fell, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. As long as the massive tumor that was Main City No. 1 remained unremoved, all peace and tranquility were only temporary. A massive war that would sweep through the entire super main city could break out at any moment. Ji Zhang had dinner with the top brass of the Justice Alliance in the territory and took the opportunity to summon the leaders of the various main cities for an online meeting. He demanded that all main cities dispatch all their reconnaissance forces to be stationed at all strategic points around Main City No. 1 and Main City No. They were to monitor every move of the enemy throughout the entire night. After arranging these matters, Jizang arrived at the industrial smelting department. This was located in the heart of the territory cluster. Dozens of high-level blacksmiths were swinging their hammers, clanging away at the iron. A scene of intense activity. Gu Qingyu was in her exclusive forging room, sweating profusely and panting for breath. To help Jizang complete the weapon advancement, she hadn't slept for a day and a night and was nearly exhausted. The forging workload for Moon's Blood was simply too massive. After more than a day of high-intensity continuous forging and the input of a large amount of high-level forging materials, the forging progress of Moon's Blood finally approached 100%. It was only one final step away from success. Jizang kept cheering her on from the side, watching as the progress bar inched closer to the critical value. Finally, with the completion of the last strike, the system's heavenly prompt sounded in Jizang's mind. Ding! Forging successful. Blacksmith. Gu Qingyu consumable. Split heart. Moon's Blood forging progress come 1.1%. Total progress 100. Forging advancement triggered. Secret treasure grade legendary grade. It finally succeeded. Jizang's eyes immediately burned with excitement. Gu Qingyu threw her large iron hammer to the side, slumped to the ground as if drained of all strength, and panted without any regard for her image. It's done, my chief consultant. Sister Gu is awesome. Jizang praised her and immediately transferred 100 gold coins to Gu Qingyu as payment. 50,000 of it was her forging wage, and the other 50 was a bonus for working overtime through the night. Gu Qingyu's eyes brightened, and her weak voice carried a hint of joy. Wow, thank you, boss. She wanted to stand up to thank him, but her body swayed, and she almost lost her balance. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, no, I can't hold on anymore. I need to go get some sleep quickly. Hard work, hard work. I'll treat you to a big meal once you've rested. Jizang smiled and saw Gu Qingyu out the door before returning to the forging room, his eyes excitedly fixed on the divine weapon wrapped in brilliant light inside the furnace. Moon's Blood, legendary grade. With a heart full of excitement, he slowly reached out, gripped the scabbard, and slowly withdrew it from the forging furnace. The brilliant radiance on the blade's surface slowly shattered, and this peerless divine weapon once again revealed its form, reborn through fire, flowing. Ornate gilded red patterns intertwined and converged, resembling a cold crimson dragon coiled upon it, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty and dominance. Jizang held the scabbard in one hand, his thumb pushing the crossguard open. Clang! A crisp, resonant sound rang out, and the hidden sharpness was revealed in an instant. The blade light, born from the blood moon, descended upon this world like a dark goddess who could not be looked upon directly. An intangible domain of blade energy expanded, causing the surrounding space to undergo subtle distortions, as if from intense heat. Everything within the forging room felt like a taut piano string, as if it would be severed by an irresistible blade of light in the next second. This was the locking of killing intent. Any existence that looked directly at the blood moon blade would be marked by death. Jizang felt this blade energy domain, which was powerful to the extreme, and a storm of shock could not help but rise in his heart. This was simply too exaggerated. At the same time, a brand new weapon panel appeared before his eyes. Blood Moon Growth Weapon Grade, Legendary Durability, Infinite Forging Progress, Exclusive Skill, Light Thirst Passive. Killing an enemy with this weapon has a 1% chance to gain 0.1 to 5 points of Constitution. Each hit on an enemy stacks 1% critical strike rate, which resets after a critical hit is triggered. Exclusive skill Blood Spirit Awakening active. Upon use, the blood spirit attached to the blade awakens, causing the wielder to enter the blood spirit state. Weapon attack range increases 5-fold, and speed increases 10-fold. The blood spirit state lasts for 30 seconds. During this duration, the second stage skill Moon Slash can be unlocked. Using Moon Slash will instantly end the blood spirit state. Cooldown 6 hours. Exclusive skill Falling Moon Heavenly Might active upon activation. Consumes a large amount of stamina to project a massive red moon, dealing devastating, powerful strikes over a wide area. Recommended for use only with over 1000 Constitution. Otherwise it will cause a massive backlash to one's own physical body. Reaching epic grade unlocks Weapon Gem Inlay. Evaluation. A gift from the Goddess of Night. a divine artifact forged from extraterrestrial iron and blood moonstones, the ruler of the bright moon and the vast sky. It will eventually return to this ancient land with blood-red light and sharpness. Friendly reminder: growth weapons of legendary grade and above are not compatible with modification devices. Looking at this information, Jizang could not help but feel a jolt in his heart. The new legendary grade skill, Falling Moon Heavenly Might. No cooldown, purely dependent on stamina, and it is limited to those with over 1,000 points of stamina to use safely. Although the skill description was brief, one could imagine just how exaggerated its power would be. Furthermore, there were two key points: the weapon gem available after upgrading to epic grade, and the invalidation of the cold weapon modification device. As expected, by the mid to late stages, early game items lose their utility. Jizang mused to himself. This damn thing didn't give a heads up beforehand either. It was fortunate he hadn't invested too much cost into the modification device. It would have all been a waste. Jizang weighed the blood moon in his hand. After the lightweight modification device became ineffective, the blood moon had returned to its original weight. It weighed nearly 1,500 jin. It was only because his current constitution stat was high that he could wield it, otherwise, it would have been a struggle. Jizang sheathed the blade and tucked it into his belt. With a major task completed, he felt relaxed and strolled leisurely back to the Doomsday Fortress. There was nothing else to do for the time being. He just had to wait for the gold mines to earn enough money for his advancement. Chapter 204. Promoting to Tier 5 Vehicle. Heavy-duty synthetic war platform. Jizang wandered around the vehicle for a while and simply decided to turn on the game console. Following the upgrade of the entire vehicle's interior, the game console had also received an extraordinary upgrade. Whether in terms of game variety, quantity, or quality, it could be said to be a massive next generation improvement. Jizang randomly selected a modern urban gangster game similar to GTA. He put on their device and connected his neurons. A gaming experience with nearly 100% sensory realism unfolded just like that. The bone-crunching hand-to-hand combat, the exhilarating vehicle shootouts, and the passionate scenes shared with the heroine after successfully rescuing her were truly addictive. Time passed in such enjoyment. By the time Jizang took off his helmet, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Damn, that was awesome. Jizang couldn't help but exclaim. This thing was just too fun. He really had to find time later to play it for 3 days and 3 nights straight. At this moment, TQ had already prepared a sumptuous midnight snack. While eating, Jizang reviewed the intelligence summary that had been transmitted to his backend. The enemy still showed no obvious unusual movements, but that was normal. Even if they were going to attack, they would likely adopt a strategy of a late-night sneak attack. The early morning hours were the critical time to watch out for. Jizang immediately ordered all major cities to prepare for troop deployment, while simultaneously mobilizing their elite forces to secretly deploy to Main City No. Main City No. 3 was the closest to Main Cities No. 1 and No. He had to prevent the enemy from pulling a fast one. After finalizing these arrangements, Jizang went to the territory, treated everyone to a late-night snack, and began to handle resource-related matters. Today, many of his brothers had paid off their previous debts. After distributing the miners' shares and adding the output from the 2 gold mines, the pure gold coins on hand had reached nearly 5 million, and material products were also approaching 3 million. It was barely enough to meet the requirements for a Tier 5 promotion. Finally, it's about to begin. Jizang suppressed the excitement in his heart, drove the Doomsday Fortress to an uninhabited spot by the lake, and then began purchasing the materials needed for the advancement. After half an hour of intense bargaining, the territory had also produced enough resources. Finally, all the Tier 5 advancement materials had been gathered. When the upgrade button lit up, Jizang's eyes became incredibly fervent. Vehicle upgrade conditions met. Do you wish to proceed with the vehicle upgrade? He clicked yes without hesitation. The next moment, that familiar confirmation prompt appeared before his eyes. Upgrade Route Heavy-Duty Synthetic War Platform Tier 5 Evaluation. The war platform is the pinnacle of super-armed vehicles. A steel behemoth equipped with triple threat capabilities across land, sea, and air. On any battlefield where it exists, all enemies shall bow beneath the throne named Destruction. New parts will be obtained immediately upon upgrade. 1. Terminator Crossbow Enhanced version of the Judgment Crossbow, consumes 100 units of alloy per shot. 2. Super Majesty Field Device Enhanced version of the Majesty Field Device, possesses a larger range and stronger effects, exerting powerful interference on all approaching vehicles, attacks, and living organisms. 3. Holographic Skin Coat allows the vehicle's appearance to change to confuse enemies, consumes 50 units of Vibranium Kung 1 Super Energy Stone per use, lasting for 1 hour. New parts will be unlocked upon upgrade. 1. Defensive Turrets adds 3 defensive turrets and unlocks a brand new upgrade route. 2. Outer Armor unlocks the Iron Mountain Outer Armor upgrade route. 3. Maglev Airship adds a secondary vehicle with powerful long-range strike capabilities. 4. Heavy-duty synthetic drone troops adds a sea, land, and air mechanical unit capable of devastating attacks on enemies, consumes 20 units of armor core per use, with a 1-day cooldown. Requires the prerequisite War Hive to be unlocked first. 5. Mecha adds the Shanghai-class Mecha, a powerful secondary unit with battlefield dominance capabilities. 6. Level caps for all components increased. Jizang carefully reviewed all the upgrade details. His eyes unable to hide their glow. This is seriously damn powerful. It even includes heavy-duty synthetic troops and mechas. He couldn't wait to press the confirm upgrade button. The next moment, his entire body was lifted by an invisible force. Everything around him instantly melted into a vast ocean of white light. This upgrade took an unprecedented amount of time. He waited for nearly half an hour before the misty white light finally finished growing and gradually dissipated. Vehicle upgrade successful. Mobile Doomsday Fortress tier for heavy-duty synthetic or platform tier 5. As the notification sound faded, all the white light vanished completely. Jizang looked at the drastically changed environment around him, unable to suppress his shock. The living area he was currently in had become incredibly spacious. It featured a dual-level wraparound design, with a massive central living room boasting an astonishing 7-meter ceiling height. 2 enormous floor-to-ceiling windows were flooded with sunlight. The sofa, coffee table, TV background, carpets, and wood carvings were all arranged with such coordinated elegance that one could truly feel the ultimate luxury and style. Jizang continued walking out of the living room. What surprised him even more was that the vehicle now had 2 brand new areas. They were the sports area and the entertainment area. The sports area was incredibly impressive, featuring an indoor sports field and a swimming pool. The indoor sports field could be converted into a tennis court, badminton court, basketball court, ping pong table, or even a small golf course or bowling alley, depending on the need and the consumption of corresponding materials. The swimming pool was fully enclosed and could adjust water flow and pressure to simulate various extreme environments. You could even surf inside it or experience various storms and tsunamis. However, it only had basic functions for now. He would need to upgrade the entire vehicle's interior to unlock the advanced features of these sports facilities, which would be the real highlight. The entertainment area was simple and straightforward. KTV, bar, private cinema, a center. Anything you could think of, it could satisfy. This is truly decadent. Jizang muttered to himself, shook his head, and decisively walked out of the entertainment area. These 3 major areas were located on the 2 floors in the middle section of the vehicle, while the rear housed the storage area and the secondary vehicle area. These 2 had more than doubled in size, with more comprehensive functions. For instance, the secondary vehicle area now featured wireless charging throughout the entire zone. All secondary units, equipment, and tools that required charging could achieve rapid wireless charging just by entering this area, which was quite convenient. Jizang made his way to the front control room. Compared to the previous vehicle-style cockpit, it had now completely transformed into a massive, inverted bowl-shaped space. Privacy glass with extremely high clarity surrounded him on all sides, equipped with holographic projections. It looked exactly like the bridge of a giant space battleship from a sci-fi movie. The field of vision from here, as well as the amount of battlefield information he could control, were incomparable to before. The emotional satisfaction of feeling like he could overlook the world just by glancing out was simply incredible. Chapter 205. What it means to rule the world. This is what it means to rule the world. Jizang sat on the large, central single-seater sofa. gazing at the vast and deep night sky and land ahead, unable to help but feel moved. Sitting in this super cockpit, filled with imperial aura, was completely different from sitting in a cramped vehicle driver's seat. The spirit it cultivated was entirely different. Jizang left the control room and headed up to the second floor. The second floor had been upgraded to include 3 bedrooms, all with master bathrooms and walk-in closets, plus a super-sized bathtub with an unbeatable view. It even came with hot spring, massage, and electronic fish therapy functions. The level of luxury was simply breathtaking to decadent. In addition, there was the cultivation room. The space had also become larger, but it would still require upgrading the vehicle interior to truly unlock new functions. After finishing his tour of the second floor, Jizang took the elevator directly to the third floor. That was the war zone, the core of the vehicle's armament. As the elevator doors slid open, Jizang felt an intense, overwhelming aura of dominance rushing toward him. The entire war zone was devoid of any flashy or unnecessary decorations. It was nothing but an expanse of steel, armed to the teeth and symbolizing destruction and slaughter. The massive crossbow of termination was mounted in the very center of the war zone. Like a cold guardian presiding over the world's justice and righteousness, it silently watched over all the sins of the world with the sharp, lethal tips of its giant bolts. Crossbow of termination rating. The core armament of the heavy-duty synthetic war platform. It is a superkinetic heavy bolt thrower capable of easily destroying the enemy's most critical targets from beyond visual range. The initial velocity of the bolt reaches 3,000 meters per second, with a synthetic loading speed of once per minute and an effective lethal range of 20 meters. The tail of the bolt is equipped with a detonation thruster. The moment the tip of the bolt strikes the enemy, the detonation thruster releases a massive amount of energy. Each synthetic bolt requires 100 units of alloy to craft. Incredible. Jizang looked at the exaggerated, super heavy ballista before him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The crossbow was 8 meters wide, and the bolts were 12 meters long. The thick, composite material bowstring was pulled to its limit by the winch, storing a terrifying amount of kinetic energy that was hard to fathom. It might not have the power to destroy the heavens and earth, but it could easily take out any vehicle below Tier 5 with a single shot. This was the true definition of a generational gap. Jizang looked up above the crossbow of termination. A massive ceiling-mounted device was indeed suspended from the steel plating above. Super Majesty Field Device Rating. One of the core devices of the heavy-duty synthetic war platform. Once activated, it can release an enhanced version of the Majesty Field with a radius up to 0 meters. Within the enhanced Majesty Field, all vehicles, attacks, and biological entities marked as enemies will be subjected to powerful interference from the field. The intensity of this interference is 150% higher than that of a standard Majesty Field. Activating the Majesty Field consumes fuel at a rate of 15 units per second, compared to the crossbow of termination, which added a detonation thruster to the tail of the bolt. This brand new Super Majesty Field device was a pure numerical upgrade. A vehicle domain with a 2.0 meter radius. Who else could compete with that? The only drawback was that the consumption to activate the field was a full 15 times higher than before, which was indeed a bit excessive. Fortunately, he was still quite wealthy for now and could afford the cost. In addition to these two basic configurations, a holographic skin coat had also been added this time. However, this configuration was not on the 3rd floor, but on the 4th floor rooftop. Jizang shifted his intent, and the mobility module beneath his feet rose like an elevator. Simultaneously, the modules on the ceiling above unfolded, revealing the space leading to the roof of the vehicle. This was one of the benefits of the Tier 5 vehicle war zone. All modules on the 3rd floor and the roof could be freely maneuvered and assembled. Every turret could be moved to any position according to his will, which was extremely convenient. Arriving at the roof of the vehicle, everything around him suddenly opened up. Besides the light prism tower and the surface-to-air missile nest, there was a huge circular device on the roof. Jizang cast his gaze toward it, and a stream of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Holographic skin coat rating. All outer armor modules of the heavy-duty synthetic war platform are made of holographic smart skin material. Not only does it possess far superior performance in terms of strength, wave absorption, rebounding, and aerodynamics, but by activating the holographic device. It can also perform mimicry camouflage and radar stealth for the vehicle. Activating the holographic device requires 100 units of Vibranium Kung-1 Super Energy Stone. Friendly reminder: mimicry camouflage can transform the vehicle into the shape of any vehicle, but the true form of the vehicle still exists. Please be careful to avoid collisions with friendly forces. This is interesting. Ji-Zhang rubbed his chin, a surge of genuine interest rising in his heart. Radar stealth was a common topic. It was indeed crucial for fighter jets. But for land vehicles, it was often more of a luxury than a necessity. After all, most combat took place within visual range, where the difference between seeing something on radar and seeing it with the naked eye wasn't significant at all came down to firepower and defense. But adding this mimicry camouflage on top of it made it seem almost heaven-defying. It could directly change the visual appearance of the vehicle. It was a perfect tool for playing the pig to eat the tiger and infiltrating under disguise. I can definitely try this when attacking main city. No. The corners of Ji-Zhang's mouth curled up slightly. With that, he had finished reviewing most of the advanced changes inside the vehicle. With a leap, he jumped from the rooftop, dozens of meters high, onto the ground outside. He turned back to look, his pupils slightly constricting. The visual impact of this heavy-duty synthetic ore platform was truly staggering. It was massive and majestic, filled with an extreme sense of power and the aesthetic of a sci-fi creation. The visual tension was simply maxed out. It was 80 meters long, 45 meters wide, and 50 meters high. The entire physique of the vehicle had undergone a fundamental change. It had transformed from a vehicle that leaned toward being a truck into a truly massive, armed mobile platform. And the biggest change in appearance after this upgrade was undoubtedly the chassis. The previous 32 sets of 3-meter-high wheel hubs had all disappeared. In their place were 8 massive mechanical legs. They utilized a 3-stage structure modeled after arthropods, with thick hydraulic pumps and oil pipes connecting the joints of the mechanical legs, all covered by smart outer armor modules. The whole thing looked like a giant steel spider, crouching on the earth with an incredibly domineering posture. Holy! Ji-Zhang's heart trembled uncontrollably. This design was simply too exaggerated. It was a complete super dash evolution. At the same time, a brand new vehicle panel appeared before his eyes. Chapter 206, The Sudden Invasion. The War of Unification begins. Heavy-duty synthetic ore platform Tier 5 speed limit, 160 km per hour, 30.0 Tcon8 motors. Durability, remaining fuel, 240 for units range, 240 for kilometers. Upgraded components. Full module shooting bay, Wheel of Fate, Super Majesty, Force Field Device, Crossbow of Termination, Smart Butler, Holographic Skin Coat, Motorcycle, Mechanical Wolf, Small Armed Helicopter, Sentry Robot cannot be upgraded. Tires, Seats, Bed, Sofa, Headlights replaceable. Engine level 7, Wheel hub level 7, Chassis level 7, Air conditioning level 7, Refrigerator level 7, Power generation device level 5, Center console level 5, Full interior level 5, Targeting radar level 5, Fortress War Form module level 2, Armor turrets, Allo War Rampart level 5, Land shield 3000 level for Purgatory, Fire pump level for Surface to Air missile nest level for Prism tower level 4. Total level. Vehicle advancement requirements: 30 million gold coins, 12 million parts, 50 million steel plates, 300,000 alloy, 500,000 heavy oil, 3,000 shining gold, 10,000 vibranium, 500 super energy stones, 100 obsidian, 50 spacetime stones, 50 war fortress machine souls, 10 heavy-duty synthetic platform machine souls, 1 super body bionic core. Advancement unlocks when parts reach level 150 or higher. Evaluation and ultimate. Extreme armed platform covering sea, land, and air combat ecosystems. With a vast range of deterrence and strike capabilities and peak defensive power, it is the undisputed emperor of the battlefield. Looking at the information before him, Ji-Zhang exhaled, a slow curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Tier 5 extreme load vehicle achieved. Next comes the long and arduous battle of upgrading. After entering Tier 5, the difficulty of stacking levels will surely be many times greater than before, especially for the armed turrets. Ji-Zhang didn't even dare to imagine how expensive they would be. Choosing the extreme heavy-duty vehicle upgrade path means the further one goes, the harder it becomes. An extreme heavy-duty vehicle that cannot be leveled up is not even worth a single hair compared to others' ghost vehicles or combat vehicles. Ji-Kang returned inside the vehicle. With increase in vehicle level, the Wheel of Fate obtained from a treasure chest earlier was finally starting to show its true utility. He checked the panel for the Wheel of Fate. Wheel of Fate special function. After use, spin the Wheel of Fate. 70% chance to increase any vehicle part by 1 level. 30% chance to decrease any vehicle part by 1 level. Cooldown. Today's stores up to 3 uses. Current storage uses. Evaluation. Accept the gift of fate, whether it be good or bad. Friendly reminder. 15 hours remain until the next cooldown. Please use the wheel before the cooldown expires. Not bad. Ji-Kang rubbed his chin. However, to maximize the benefits of the Wheel of Fate, he still needed to upgrade all the low-value parts first. He didn't want to succeed in a spin only to have it land on a trash component. That would be a huge loss. There are 15 hours left. He would deal with it tomorrow. Now that Tier 5 is achieved, he could get a good rest tonight and wait for the battle to unify the super main city tomorrow. Ji-Kang returned to the living area. After the vehicle advanced, the theme living had reset to its original state. He opened the full interior settings and re-equipped Forest Kingdom. Swish! Everything in all directions instantly transformed into a vibrant, pristine forest ecosystem. And because the space had become larger, the charm and comfort displayed by Forest Kingdom had seen another massive improvement. So comfortable. Ji-Kang lay down on a soft, large green leaf and let out a long breath. At this moment, Doomsday and Manhwa were already running around everywhere. The little maid Kiku was chasing them, her laughter ringing out. As a smart butler, Kiku had sensed and understood all the changes in the vehicle beforehand, so she wasn't surprised. Only Doomsday and Manhwa were incredibly excited. The new home was so big and so much fun, it felt like living in an elven forest. The two little ones ran and jumped for a long while before Kiku sent them back to their rooms to sleep. Kiku then walked over to Ji-Kang, resting her elbows on the green leaf. Her delicate and cute face tilted against her arms. With eyes full of tenderness, she whispered softly in Ji-Kang's ear, "Master, it's very late, time to sleep." Ji-Kang squinted his eyes and responded lazily, seeing that Ji-Kang was slightly drowsy but didn't want to move. Kiku sensibly began to tell a bedtime story. Her voice was soft and carried a warm, magnetic quality, naturally possessing a sleep-inducing effect. Enjoying the girl's ASMR-like soothing voice, Ji-Kang slowly drifted into dreamland. Once her master fell into a deep sleep, Kiku revealed a cute smile, secretly kissed Ji-Kang on the cheek, and then returned to her own room. Deep night. Quiet. In the entire No. 6 main city territory cluster, only the Defense Department and the Intelligence Department remained on duty through the night. Intelligence Department camp area. Busy figures were working tensely, with reports and urgent calls ringing out one after another. In the main command tent, Long Yu-Chang remained in a state of high tension, monitoring the summary of information coming in from every intelligence line across the main cities. Tonight, the early morning hours were critical. There was no room for even the slightest negligence. Time ticked by until 2:30 a.m. Suddenly, an urgent telegram arrived, startling everyone in the Intelligence Department. Urgent telegram from Main City No. A large-scale force has suddenly appeared in the direction of Main City No. 1. They are rapidly approaching the urban area of Main City No. As this message was transmitted, the entire Intelligence Department was thrown into an uproar. Long Yu-Chang rushed toward the person receiving the call at top speed, while simultaneously using his communicator to wake Li Wei, ordering him to report this matter to Master Ji immediately. The moment he took the phone, Long Yu-Chang heard the voice on the other end, which was filled with extreme tension. "Hello, is this Director Long? Main City No. 1 is attacking us." Long Yu-Chang's gaze darkened slightly. "Don't panic, explain clearly." The Intelligence Director of Main City No. 3 then elaborated on the detailed situation. Just 1 minute ago, the sentry eyes of Main City No. 3 suddenly detected the tire tracks of a large number of ghost vehicles. They immediately dispatched a reconnaissance unit to investigate. To their surprise, contact was completely lost the moment they arrived, and the sentry eyes in that area were also wiped out by the enemy using unknown means. Main City No. 3 urgently scrambled fighter jets and reconnaissance planes, flying toward the scene at maximum speed. They finally confirmed that an astonishing number of armed vehicle units were rapidly charging toward the core territory of Main City No. Things had escalated significantly. Chapter 207, Super Alloy City Wall, 400,000 defense points. This was a situation that no one had anticipated, because the main exit of Main City No. 1 had long been under close surveillance by the Justice Alliance. It was impossible for them to dispatch troops suddenly without being detected. The enemy had used fleet teleportation vouchers on a massive scale, navigated through complex terrain to avoid the eyes and ears of all the major cities, and finally used the fleet teleportation vouchers a second time at the edge of the hidden city walls, invading Main City No. 3 without any warning. This crossing the sea under the cover of darkness tactic was truly devious, leaving almost no room for defense. Now, all the garrison troops in Main City No. 3 were in a state of total panic, preparing for battle. Although Main City No. 3 had elite troops stationed from various major cities, they were still no match for the main force of Main City No. 1, which consisted entirely of top-tier combatants. That was why they had hurriedly requested reinforcements from Main City No. Long Yucheng said with a solemn expression, "Maintain your composure for now. Do not panic. Wait for Master Ji's orders before taking any action." On the other side, Ji Zhang had also just been woken up by Li Wei's urgent report. As soon as he heard the opening, the corners of his mouth curled up. Those guys, they couldn't hold back after all. Ji Zhang immediately set up a conference call in the background, with the high-level officials of Main City No. 6 and the leaders of all the major cities joining the meeting. Everyone was incredibly nervous. The final decisive battle of the super main cities had begun so abruptly. "Master Ji, their army is already about to close in on Main City No." "Yes, Master Ji. Let's send out our troops, otherwise it will be too late." Everyone was anxious. This surprise attack by Main City No. 1 was far more ferocious than their previous invasion of Main City No. 2. They were clearly aiming for an overnight annexation. If they succeeded, the shift in power would be disastrous. Only Master Ji had the capability to stop this crisis. However, compared to the others who were acting as if facing a great enemy, Ji Zhang remained calm and composed. Ji Zhang, has the true situation of the enemy been investigated clearly? Zhang Wushan, who was in charge of Main City No. 3, immediately replied nervously, "Master Ji, the reconnaissance planes we just sent out were all shot down. We haven't been able to obtain core intelligence for the time being, but judging from the information sent back by the reconnaissance planes before they were lost, the enemy army has at least 10,000 vehicles, and they have dispersed into many small units." Ji Zhang, did you see the vehicles of the 3 leaders of Main City No? Zhang Wusheng paused. Ji Zhang, what about the vehicles of their high-level officials? Did you see any Tier 4 ultimate equipment vehicles? Zhang Wusheng, it seems. No, there was no mention of them in the intelligence for now, though several Tier 5 combat vehicles were marked. Ji Zhang, then it's not a big problem. They are likely trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Their real target is Main City No. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's pupils constricted as they realized the truth. It was true. Although the enemy's attack was massive in scale, it did seem that no heavyweight figures had appeared in person. This was indeed quite abnormal. The main forces of Main City No. 4 and Main City No. 5 are to be fully deployed to support Main City No. 3. Everyone else is to come to Main City No. Li Jianguo, Long Yucheng, you are responsible for scouting every trace of activity within the range of Main City No. 6. If any unusual movement occurs, sound the alarm and mark the enemy. The rest of you, lead your troops and follow me into battle. We are going directly to flatten the home base of Main City No. Ji Zhang's voice rang out. Especially when the last sentence landed, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in their hearts. Master Ji was truly Master Ji. This move to pull the firewood from under the cauldron was ruthless. In such a critical situation, to still think of launching a direct counterattack and forcing the enemy to fight on their own terms, it was truly bold. Yes, with the orders issued, everyone responded one after another and began to take action. Ji Zhang flew directly back to his own territory. Because of the sudden incident, all mining work had been temporarily suspended. and everyone had returned to their original units to await combat orders. The territory was now empty, with only Hidi, the logistics director, and 2 attendants remaining on duty. Master Ji. Hidi trotted over nervously. Ji Zhang waved his hand. It's fine, you all go back. Just listen to the orders from your superiors later. Yes. The few of them stood straight and saluted, then withdrew from the territory one after another. Ji Zhang looked at the territory stele and opened the defense construction tab, selecting city wall. Iron wall level for defense, 3000 cum 315. 40% bonus from level 5 LO or barrier evaluation. An indestructible iron wall capable of withstanding the attacks of most monster lords. It is a powerful guarantee for the safety of the territory. Upgrading to Super LO wall requires 100,000 gold coins. After he upgraded the LO war rampart to level 5 and advanced his vehicle to tier 5, the defensive bonus of the city walls also saw a terrifying, massive boost, reaching as high as 300,000 points. This was definitely a level that other lords could only look up to in despair, but it still wasn't enough. Ji Zhang clicked directly to upgrade to the Super LO wall. The next moment, all the iron walls surrounding the territory were instantly enveloped in white light, growing rapidly. Soon, a highly textured metallic luster gradually emerged from the dissipating white light. It was a massive circle of city walls, 8 meters high and 3.5 meters thick, heavy and majestic, like a ring of steel great wall. It tightly enclosed the entire mineral-rich territory. Super LO wall defense, 18,000 cum 393. 50% bonus from level 5 LO war rampart evaluation. A sturdy city wall cast from Super Alloy, sufficient to withstand the invasion of beast lords and various low-level abyss monsters. It is a powerful safeguard for a survivor's territory. Upgrading to Diamond Wall requires 1 million gold coins, 10,000 diamonds. Upgrading to Hellfire Wall requires 2 million gold coins, 100,000 Fire Spirit Stones. Friendly reminder: both city wall upgrade paths can be upgraded and switched at will. Please consider which type of wall you need to avoid wasting excessive resources. Seeing the upgrade prompts that followed, Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected that a brand new upgrade path would be unlocked. However, this stuff was not cheap by any means. Fire Spirit Stones currently had a market price of 20 each, 100. 0 of them would cost 2 million gold coins, plus the 0 gold coins for the upgrade, totaling 4 million. That is freaking ridiculous. Ji Zhang shook his head. As for the defensive towers, he wasn't considering them for now. There was no need to upgrade them. Firstly, the level of his vehicle's turret was just average, and upgrading it would only increase the number of defensive towers without providing a fundamental improvement. Secondly, the strength of the city walls was already sufficient. Even if the one main city launched a surprise attack, they would absolutely be unable to do anything against a Super LO wall with 400 defense points. After finishing the upgrades, Ji Zhang returned directly to the heavy-duty synthetic war platform. He immediately began heading toward the front line of the territory cluster. Chapter 208. The debut of the Tier 5 Ultimate Vehicle. The Great War begins. At this moment, the entire front line had already gathered a large number of high-tier vehicles. All the powerhouses of the 6 main city were assembled, waiting for orders from the highest command. Rumble, accompanied by a roar of the earth coming from the distance. The previously tense and noisy scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone subconsciously looked back. When they saw the massive shadow appearing on the horizon, everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. What kind of monster is that? The heavy-duty synthetic war platform, resembling a steel behemoth, crawled across the land on 8 domineering mechanical limbs. Every time the mechanical limbs shook the earth, it struck people's hearts like a beating drum. If it weren't for the 5631 district code identifier floating above the vehicle, everyone would have almost mistaken it for a terrifying creature above the king level. That's Boss G's vehicle. Holy crap. A Tier 5 Ultimate Vehicle. As the distance closed, everyone was shocked beyond measure, especially high-level figures like Yi Xingzhou, who were among the very few to possess ultimate vehicles, felt their scalps go numb. They knew better than ordinary survivors just how many resources a Tier 5 ultimate vehicle required to consume. Boss G had truly reached the heavens in one leap. When the figure of the young leader appeared on the third level of the war platform, the entire scene erupted into excited and enthusiastic cheers, and morale soared instantly. Jizang crossed his arms, his majestic gaze sweeping over the army in the field. Tonight is the moment we unify the super main city. I won't waste words. Reinforce the no. 3 main city battlefield and take down those wolves and tigers. Everyone, let's feast. His voice, amplified by the magnetic field, spread across the entire front line, instantly igniting the flame of fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. Whoosh! Nearly 10,000 vehicles at the scene roared their engines, sounding like continuous rolling thunder across the earth. Afterward, led by the heavy-duty synthetic war platform, they began to march in a mighty forced-out target no. 3 main city. This great march unfolded in such a grand and spectacular manner. The intelligence department of the No. 6 main city did not rest either, continuing high-intensity patrols to locate the true main force of the enemy. Meanwhile, Yi Xingzhou, Li Jianguo, and others expressed their concerns about Jizang's extremely risky and aggressive plan. Boss Ji, if we send out our entire army like this, what if the main force of the No. 1 main city takes the opportunity to attack our territory cluster? That's right, Boss Ji. Should we leave some forces behind to defend? Jizang said, no need. Even if they come, they will have to scramble back in a panic immediately. The war zone will definitely not be at the No. 6 main city. The high-level officials were confused. Boss Ji, what do you mean by that? Jizang, it is enough for me to be stationed there alone. Didn't you bring us out? Jizang smiled. Who told you I was inside the vehicle? At this moment, Jizang was sitting on the edge of the Super Elo wall, drinking an iced beer, his gaze leisurely watching the rolling horizon in the distance. After the battle speech earlier, he had returned to the territory all by himself. The guests had already arrived, and if he were to go out to fight as well, he truly wouldn't be at ease. But since they had to push the enemy's crystal, and he, the strongest leader, had to be there to oversee it, Jizang decided to split his forces from the vehicle, with Kikyu controlling the heavy-duty synthetic war platform. It was enough to handle any situation. Once he finished handling his side of things, he could use the portable wormhole beacon to teleport back into his vehicle at any time. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Time to put on another empty fort strategy performance. Jizang muttered with a faint sigh, taking a long, refreshing gulp of ice-cold beer, as the main force of main city No. 6 began to march out of the city. The terrifying power lurking in the shadows, capable of overturning everything, finally began to emerge. At this moment, within the top-secret channel of main city No. Aldrich leaders, according to intelligence from our reconnaissance aircraft, Jizang has already led his team toward main city No. 3 to provide reinforcements. They've fallen for our trap, Commander Zhao, one of the high-ranking officials of main city No. 1, reported with immense excitement. Upon hearing this news, the eyes of the high-ranking powerhouses in the channel gleamed with greedy, murderous intent. It had actually worked. Lu Bangbang laughed heartily. Aldrich, your luring the tiger away from the mountain strategy is truly brilliant. Jizang is now completely dancing in the palm of our hands, Shen Qiaoyan added. Once we take down Jizang's territory, even if his personal strength is formidable, he will be completely out of the game. His so-called alliance will fall apart. Amidst the heated and ecstatic atmosphere, only Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Everything was going too smoothly. Jizang was a genuinely ruthless character. Last time, he had single-handedly incited the major main cities to turn against them, causing main city No. 1 to suffer such a bitter loss. A cunning mastermind like him shouldn't have left himself without a backup plan. Don't be careless. Continue tracking the movements of Jizang's army. We won't make our move until they are at least 200 kilometers away from main city No. Chuang's gaze was somber. He suppressed the eager battle intent of the others, choosing the most conservative approach. Aldrich, is that really necessary? With so many of our top powerhouses, are we really afraid of failing to take down Jizang's tiny and man territory? The reason Deputy Commander Yuan fell into Jizang's hands last time was simply because he lacked a vehicle and was too careless. Now, we are massing our troops in the shadows, all equipped with top-tier vehicles and top-tier combat power. We will strike directly at the heart of District 5631. The opponent won't even be able to react. That's right, Eldridge. As long as we flatten District 5631, their fighting spirit will collapse instantly. Then, we can have the Decoy Army exert pressure, directly flattening main city No. 3. We can win this battle in one fell swoop. In the channel, the various high-ranking powerhouses were extremely agitated, itching to jump into the battle immediately. But Chuang still rejected their opinions. Do as I say, maintain your concealment. Also, every squad leader must prepare at least 5 vehicle fleet teleportation vouchers in case of emergencies. Hearing this, the others stopped arguing, though they felt a bit resentful, thinking Chuang was making a mountain out of a molehill. Just go in and get it done. He really was getting less bold as he aged. Time passed in this anxious waiting. In fact, it wasn't just the super main cities. Every survivor in the Plains region was nervously watching this earth-shattering war. Although the super main cities were the stage for the current top powerhouses, they would be open to everyone after the second wave of monster invasions ended. This battle concerned the future fate of everyone across the 10,000 districts. Main City No. 1 was undoubtedly a dark cloud hanging over the heads of all survivors. As the leader with the most hope of resisting the hegemony of Main City No. 1, Ji Zhang's name had already spread through countless powerhouses and wanderers to all the subordinate regions of the main city sequence. Therefore, after the alarm of an invasion sounded in Main City No. 3 tonight, the movements of the army led by Master Ji immediately tugged at the heartstrings of everyone. Chapter 209, Divine Soldiers Descend. The home swapping plan begins. The chat channel of the super main cities was relatively quiet. Under such tense circumstances, few people dared to speak. But the Plains region was in an uproar. The World Channel had already erupted into a heated debate. So what's the situation now? Did Master Ji lead his team out to provide support? They've already started moving. This time it's truly the entire army. They're going to have a decisive battle at Main City No. Main City No. 1's move is truly sinister. They snuck over without anyone noticing. And they avoided all our eyes and ears the whole way. Who could defend against that? Do you think it's possible that Main City No. 1's real target is Main City No. 6? This time it's just luring the tiger away from the mountain. Bullshit. If it were luring the tiger away from the mountain, wouldn't they do it openly and with great fanfare? Why go through the trouble of sneaking around to steal their home? And with so many heavy troops, how could it be a feint? This is definitely a main force attack. Latest intelligence. The front line of Main City No. 3 has already engaged in battle. The army led by Master Ji has also left the city. As the battle situation changed rapidly, the World Channel fell into a state of sensation and heated discussion. Meanwhile, in the remote, rarely visited mountain forest area of Main City No. Massive vehicles with exaggerated designs rapidly emerged from the darkness. This force consisted of 150 vehicles. And whether in terms of armament or vehicle tier, they belong to the absolute top-tier configuration currently available. They were led by the 3 supreme leaders Huang, Liu Bangbang, and Shen Qiuyan, each commanding 50 elite high-ranking members. They formed a terrifyingly powerful surprise attack squad. Their only goal tonight was to steal the crystal of District 5631 for a lord of Main City No. 6 to be treated with such a despicable, focused tactical effort by the strongest Main City No. 1, it could be considered giving him quite a lot of face. Teleport. Chuang's gaze was cold as he issued the order. The next moment, the 3 squads simultaneously used their vehicle fleet teleportation vouchers, instantly closing a vast distance from far away and appearing in the vicinity of the District 5631 territory. Rumble. The strongest surprise attack squad of Main City No. 1 began to rush toward the District 5631 territory at maximum speed. Now that Ji Zhang had left the city, they no longer considered concealment, directly bearing their most vicious and insane fangs. Beep 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 beep. A series of urgent alarms blared within the vehicle cockpit of the 6th main city's high-ranking officials. The terrifying scene suddenly captured by the sentry eyes caused every territory owner who had installed them to feel their scalps tingle and their pupils constrict in an instant. A surprise attack. The territory cluster is issuing a danger warning. It's Chuang. And those people like Lu Bang Bang. They've all come. Quick, notify Master G. Hurry. A chorus of panicked reports erupted in the channel. At this moment, everyone felt a chill seep from their spines down to the soles of their feet. And their heads even felt a sense of weightlessness. They never expected Chuang to be this devious, attacking the third main city. It was all a damn smokescreen. But now, the main army had completely left the city and was still a full 2 hours away from the territory cluster. Even if they rushed back, it would be too late. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Those old schemers. I'll curse their ancestors. This is truly life-threatening now. 150 vehicles. All of them top-tier elites. Holy crap, Master G. We must use the teleportation scrolls immediately to send a portion of our forces back. Otherwise, everything will be over. Everyone was shouting reports and offering suggestions all at once. Even the vehicle convoy fell into a brief state of chaos, nearly causing collisions on the spot. As this bombshell news spread, all the major cities and every survivor in the Plains region were plunged into unprecedented panic. The enemy's target was actually Master G's territory. Moreover, this surprise attack was clearly meticulously planned. It had even deceived the high-ranking officials of the sixth main city. They had descended like divine soldiers without any warning. Who the hell could defend against this? It's over. It's going to be blown to bits. Is there still time to rush back now? How could there be? We've already left the city. Unless we use the convoy teleportation scrolls to send a small detachment back first. The convoy teleportation scrolls aren't omnipotent. The maximum range is 200 kilometers. And there's a cooldown period. We're already out of range. And even if we teleported back, apart from Master G, the strength of the others is simply not on par with Chuang and his men. Those are the 150 strongest people in the entire super main city. Then what do we do? Just watch helplessly as the sixth main city is razed to the ground. Just as the entire chat channel was completely exploding. The sixth main city's army, which was the focus of the situation, also fell into a brief, chaotic panic. In the end, it was Yixingzhou who stepped forward and issued a military order that caught everyone off guard. Continue advancing. Once this order was issued, the entire scene was in an uproar. Everyone turned their eyes toward Yixingzhou, filled with confusion regarding this command. The leaders of the other major cities also bit the bullet and spoke through the public channel, demanding that President Yi explain himself clearly. To Pow President Yi, forgive my bluntness, but everyone only follows Master G's orders. Why are you the one issuing commands? And why hasn't Master G come out to speak? Yixingzhou, this is Master G's order. Furthermore, the goal of our operation this time is not to reinforce the third main city, but to raise the first main city. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The first main city was invading the sixth main city, and the sixth main city was going to invade the first main city. Were they swapping homes? Zheng Hu asked nervously. But why isn't Master G coming out to speak? Where is he? Li Jianwo's voice sounded in the channel. Master G never came out at all. He has been guarding the territory the whole time. He told us to continue advancing. As for the territory, having him there alone is enough. Good grief. Now everything made sense. What a brilliant move to counter a scheme with another scheme. It turned out Master G had been playing at a much higher level all along. Even they had been kept in the dark, which explained why they hadn't heard a whisper of this beforehand. His fifth-tier ultimate vehicle was still here. After all, who could have guessed that he hadn't left at all, and that everything was done to lure Chuang and his men into the trap? But the most critical link in the entire grand plan was that it required Master G, without a vehicle, to face the 150 top-tier combatants led by Chuang all by himself. Realizing this, everyone could hardly imagine what would happen next. Master G's territory only had a mere 5 defense towers. Although his personal strength was extremely high, the opponents were not the powerhouses from the bottom-tier cities like Tapao or Zhenghu. They were the first main city, the first echelon of the first sequence. Does Master G really not need us to go back and support him? The high-ranking officials couldn't help but feel uneasy. Continue advancing. This is Master G's order. Yixingzhou shouted in a deep voice. Following this ironclad order, everyone quickly regained their morale. The engines of the vehicle convoy roared. They headed straight toward the direction of the first main city, Chapter 210. You dare to guard the territory alone without even a vehicle. At the same time, the elite legion led by Chuang had already brazenly invaded the territory cluster of District 5631. They did not stop at any other territories at all. Even when they passed by and were attacked by defense towers, they didn't pause, heading straight for the core, the Jikong territory. When that circle of metallic-clustered walls appeared on the horizon, everyone couldn't help but let out beast-like, excited howls. Behind that wall lay the most fertile land in the entire super main city. It was also the biggest stumbling block on the first main city's path to unification. Prepare for an all-out attack. Chuang's raspy voice was filled with the thrill of a veteran warrior who still had his edge. Kill! Ha 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 ha! Tear the hell out of them! The powerhouses revealed bloodthirsty, excited glints in their eyes, nearly flooring their accelerators. 150 high-tier vehicles all revealed their murderous armed turrets, rushing toward that circle of super elo walls with the speed of a thunderous lightning strike. But the next second, an alarm for magnetic field anomaly blared inside Chuang's cockpit. At the same time, the vehicle's ecological radar scanned a red energy dot on the city wall. That was a person. The expression on Chuang's face froze at that moment. The others, through their respective vehicle detection methods, also discovered the anomaly of the figure on the wall. Their faces changed in shock, one after another. Jikang. It's Jikang. He didn't leave. Eldridge, it's a trap. Amidst the chorus of exclamations echoing through the channel, the young figure on the city wall slowly stood up. He crushed the beer bottle in his hand, tossed it aside, stretched his arms and neck, and said coldly, "Hey, you bastards. Don't say I didn't leave you a way out. Cut off one leg and one arm yourselves. Then carve out your demon pills and shove them up your own asses. And I might spare your lives." The slightly chilling and impatient voice, amplified by the thunderous magnetic field, spread with absolute clarity for several kilometers. It fiercely stung the nerves of Chuang and the other top-tier powerhouses. As high-ranking, powerful figures, they had never encountered such vicious humiliation from an opponent. Anger flared up in everyone's hearts, and even the corners of their eyes twitched slightly. Lu Bangbang, his gaze gloomy, stared at the screen in front of him, picked up the microphone, and said, "Confirmed. No ambush. There is only Jikang in the entire territory. He doesn't even have a vehicle." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions instantly turned ferocious. One person. "How dare you be this arrogant alone?" Subsequently, the intelligence team began to report various pieces of information rapidly. No anomalies detected within a 5-kilometer radius. Territory area is 100 square kilometers. 5 defense towers, level 5 walls. Holy shit. This grandson really has an SSS grade gold mine. And about 10 SS grade ones. Confirmed, no danger. Listening to the intelligence team's battle report, Chuang couldn't help but sneer, his eyes filled with mockery and killing intent. Not even bringing a vehicle. Daring to stay and guard the territory alone. He didn't know if this was sheer arrogance or if the guy was truly tired of living. Chuang issued the order directly, "Prepare to focus fire." As his voice fell, the 150 top-tier vehicles on the field aimed their respective turrets at the small figure on the city wall ahead. On the city wall, Jikang narrowed his eyes slightly. Entering the eagle-eye state, every detail of the vehicle legion ahead was captured in his vision. 8 Tier 4 ultimate fitted vehicles, over a dozen Tier 5 combat vehicles, and the rest were Tier 3 ultimate fitted, Tier 4 combat, and Tier 5 ghost vehicles. The level of armament was uneven. The ghost vehicles were upgraded to the max, while the combat vehicles were standard. The key was those 8 Tier 4 ultimate fitted vehicles. They belonged to the top powerhouses of main city No. 1, and their armament levels were not low. Among them were many level 5 turrets, just like his own Land Shield 3000 and Purgatory Fire Pump. And fortunately, because the opposing side lacked the unified control of a main city, their resources were relatively scattered, so they hadn't been able to stack up a single high-tier vehicle. Chuang's strongest super heavy tank was likely only around level 85 at its highest. The others didn't even reach level 80. He wondered if they had poured all the gold coins they earned into their resource fiefdoms. HMPH. Jikang sneered and directly entered the heavenly thunderbody state, within his deep pupils. Two clusters of thunder fire ignited, slowly flickering to the corners of his eyes. Countless fine white thunder arcs sprouted and leaped around his body, then rapidly condensed into a thunder flame robe that billowed from his shoulders and back. He gripped the scabbard of Moon's blood with one hand, his aura erupting violently at this moment. Thick arcs of thunder, some stretching slowly, others flashing with extreme speed, released a vast white thunder field centered on him. It was like an angry dragon baring its fangs. Bang, 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 sizzle, rumble, at the same time. The terrifying focused fire from the strongest squad of Main City No. 1 had arrived ferociously. The dazzling web of firepower illuminated the earth until it was translucent. Artillery, missiles, lasers, electromagnetic cannons, firepower that could be described as world-destroying struck toward Ji Kang's position with the most vicious posture. Simultaneously, aircraft took off from their vehicle bays, fully fueled and armed. They began their bombing mission on Ji Kang's territory. This was not a close-quarters skirmish. It was a one-sided steamrolling. The light of the war fire reflected in the pupils of the powerhouses from Main City No. 1, filled with excitement and madness. However, the next second, the thunderous figure standing on the city wall instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the night sky and flew into the air. A massive amount of attacks slammed into the city wall, exploding into large clouds of smoke and fire. The first strike missed, but no one was surprised. It seemed that, just like the intelligence reported, Ji Kang possessed a high-intensity thunder-type talent. But if he thought he could deal with 150 powerhouses driving vehicles with just this trick, he was being far too naive. Lock onto him. Pursue, Chuan roared. All vehicles moved in response, locking tightly onto the figure in midair. The firepower web intertwined and roared mightily in the night sky. Anyone else would have been unable to survive under such extreme firepower coverage. But just a moment before Ji Kang was about to be surrounded and annihilated, his figure suddenly vanished. It's the cicada wing treasure armor. Chuan couldn't help but cry out in pain. That was his most important treasure. He had given it to Yuan Shaoshan, lending it to him to save his life in a crisis. He never expected to lose the battle and the girl. And now it had fallen into Ji Kang's hands. Damn it! Chuan growled with a hoarse, wolf-like voice. Lu Bang Bang. Once your third team finishes the 10-second intangibility cooldown, lock onto him immediately. Kill him the moment he appears. I want to see how many times he can use it. Squad 1, Squad 2. Follow me and attack his territory. Under Chuang's deployment, the entire vehicle convoy began to move rapidly. The firepower of Squad 1 and Squad 2 shifted directly toward the territory's super elo wall, beginning a most frantic bombardment. However, the scene of the wall collapsing and being destroyed, as they had imagined, did not occur. Chapter 211-1 versus 150. Supersized wind and thunder hell. Under such terrifying concentrated fire, the super elo wall remained stable, forcefully tanking every single attack. 1 second into seconds. As time ticked by, the No. 1 Main City Legion, which had been full of confidence and high morale at the start, was now completely dumbfounded. What is going on here? How is this possible? 5 or 6 seconds had already passed, but the super elo wall still stood there, without the slightest sign of being shaken. The only damage was perhaps some twisted, mangled craters and indentations in the area that had been hit by the concentrated fire. But this thing is 2 meters thick, for God's sake. Although a level 5 wall is extremely formidable and belongs to the top tier of current city wall defenses, it shouldn't be so tough that it can't even be dented. Just how much defense value did he stack into this? 100,000 points. Or 200,000 points? Everyone on the scene couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. No wonder Ji Zhang dared to pull this stunt, leaving his entire territory undefended and inviting them to attack. It turns out he left it there because even if they attacked it themselves, they couldn't even make a dent. They couldn't even break the defense. An unprecedented sense of fear shrouded everyone's hearts. They were all top-tier powerhouses, and their understanding of vehicle levels and territorial defense far exceeded that of ordinary survivors. To stack the defense of a level 5 city wall to this degree, only a tier 5 ultimate equipped vehicle, combined with level 5 external armor bonuses, could possibly achieve it. Tier 5 ultimate equipped vehicle. At the thought of this concept, Chuang, as well as Lu Bangbang and Shen Qian, who had also followed the ultimate equipped route, felt their heads throb. That was a level of resource consumption they didn't even dare to imagine right now. Jizang, a dark horse who started from the No. 6 main city and was previously unknown, had achieved this so easily. The voices of the high-ranking members trembled slightly. Eldritch, what should we do? Attack, keep attacking. Chuang was practically roaring, his eyes turning bloodshot. 150 vehicles continued their most frantic assault. In this moment, which was enough to make anyone lose their sanity, no one noticed a figure wreathed in lightning appearing in the middle of the vehicle formation. Jizang took a lotus flower, held it to his lips, lit it with a snap of lightning arcs, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. He walked over to Shen Qian's vehicle, stepped on the pedal to reach the cockpit window, and knocked twice. Did you not eat today? Shen Qian had been frantically operating her vehicle's armaments, her expression bordering on hysterical. Hearing the voice from outside, she turned her head and was so terrified her soul nearly left her body. Shen Qian let out a soul-piercing shriek and grabbed the microphone, screaming, "He's here!" Jizang's sudden appearance was truly terrifying. In an instant, the entire convoy fell into chaos. Countless gun barrels aimed at Shen Qian's vehicle, and in their haste, they opened fire immediately. Shen Qian's beautiful eyes widened instantly. The next moment, her vehicle was already submerged in terrifying artillery fire. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the sound of gunfire, that figure flashed away at extreme speed, completely unharmed. The entire scene descended into total chaos. Cease fire. Spread out. Don't hit your own people, Lu Bangbang shouted anxiously. But Chuan did the exact opposite, issuing a death order. Do not stop firing. We must kill him here. Jizang's strength was too terrifying. If they didn't take this opportunity to finish him off, there would be no future for the No. 1 main city. That was a Tier 5 ultimate equipped vehicle. Who could possibly fight that? Rumble. The previously orderly convoy was now like ants on a hot pan, scurrying everywhere and firing wildly. Various drones, robotic dogs, combat robots, and a large number of secondary units were poured out, all frantically chasing Jizang's figure. Some of the more fragile Ghost-class vehicles didn't even have time to dodge before being submerged in friendly fire, turning into a lump of scrap metal wrapped in cooked meat. The lightning-wreathed figure moved like a gale, constantly blinking through the vehicle formation. He had finished gathering his momentum. Swoosh. Jizang leaped into the air, several lightning flashes stacking beneath his feet, and he blinked downward, landing on the roof of Lu Bangbang's vehicle. He slammed a palm onto the roof armor, instantly denting it into a crater. Wind and thunder hell, Jizang said with an arrogant smile, then added a few more words, extra large size. The next moment, a vast amount of lightning energy, centered on Lu Bangbang's vehicle, spread outward. Massive white lightning arcs sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, and under the guidance of a hurricane, they instantly swept through everything in the vicinity. This scene happened too suddenly. Even Chuan didn't have time to react before everyone's vehicles were completely covered by the terrifying wind and thunder domain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The vast wind and thunder energy swept out frantically. The hurricane and lightning tore at everything, transforming into a supersized wind and thunder vortex of unimaginable scale. Activate stationary mode, Chuang roared. Almost instantly, every vehicle except for the Tier 4 ultimate equipped ones was swept into the air, becoming like duckweed in the wind and thunder vortex. The most fragile Ghost-class vehicles were already being twisted like pretzels. Our president, save me. Quickly save me. This terrifying scene was simply despair-inducing. The energy field of the wind and thunder vortex was far too powerful, even though these powerhouses all possessed elemental talents to varying degrees. They still had no way to contend with Jizang's wind and thunder energy. Ice coffin. Chuan let out a deep shout. He frantically channeled the ice-type talent within his body, which seeped out from the exterior of his vehicle and rapidly spread, invading the wind and thunder vortex. He froze the outer shells of all his side's vehicles into a single massive, solid ice coffin, attempting to use this to resist the wind and thunder vortex. Jizang's figure hovered slowly in midair, lightning crackling around his body like a god ruling over thunder. his cold gaze fixed on everything below. Ice-type old man, you've still got a few tricks up your sleeve. His gaze fell upon the heaviest vehicle below, which had already been transformed into a block of eternal ice. And a hint of coldness curled the corners of his mouth. Then, he raised one hand and slowly clenched it into a fist within his palm. The cluster of lightning that served as the core of the entire wind and thunder hell domain was crushed to pieces by him. Boom! The giant vortex sweeping across the earth exploded at this moment, shattering into vast clouds of lightning dust. All the ghost vehicles were completely pulverized in this blast. Survivalists with stronger constitutions could barely manage to survive, while those who were slightly weaker had already been torn into shreds of flesh and blood. Whoosh! As the wind and thunder energy field completely dissipated, the scene was left in utter ruin. Everyone looked on, still shaken, at the vehicle durability that had been shaved down by a massive chunk, and at the charred earth outside the window filled with wreckage. They truly found it hard to believe their eyes. This single strike alone had wiped out nearly a quarter of the vehicles in their team. Chapter 212 Hunting Time. Is this even human? This terrifying killing move, which combined wind and thunder elements, was something they had never heard of, nor ever seen before. But even with two rare talents, it shouldn't be possible to reach this level, right? Just how much constitution must he have? At this moment, no one doubted Ji Zhang's strength as the top one in the entire region anymore. He was undoubtedly superior to the three great leaders of Main City. No. Gulp. Lu Bangbang slowly swallowed his saliva, his horrified gaze fixed on the figure lingering in midair outside the window. As he muttered, "Damn it, how can such a monster exist?" No wonder the elites who had launched the night raid on the various main cities, including Main City No. 6, had suddenly defected to his command. With this kind of strength on display, who could refuse to submit? But now, the outcome had yet to be decided. Lu Bangbang's gaze gradually turned ruthless. He's used his ultimate move. Let's see what other tricks you have left. At this time, Chuang's grim voice also rang out in the channel. Everyone, spread out and form a formation. Keep wearing him down. The Dragon Slaying Squad. Get ready. We'll initiate close quarters combat in a moment. The Dragon Slaying Squad was the strongest combat unit that Main City No. 1 had selected just yesterday. Chuang served as the squad leader himself, with 10 other powerhouses possessing the strongest talents and the most robust physical constitutions as members. This was specifically to deal with this kind of peak-level battle. Now, the plan to attack Ji Zhang's territory had completely fallen through. They couldn't break through. If they wanted to take the opponent's territory, the only path left was to kill him outright. Aldrich, should we divert some of our forces to attack the other territories in District 5631 to force him to reveal a flaw? Shan Qiuyan said, her face looking slightly pale. Her vehicle had suffered the most severe damage, and she now had a lingering fear of Ji Zhang. No need. He is definitely not the type of person who would fall into a panic just because his subordinates' territories were captured. Chuang's gaze remained fixed on the surveillance screen on the center console as he spoke slowly. Why don't you guys say that a little louder? Ji Zhang's laughter drifted down from the sky. Hearing this mocking voice, Chuang's blood pressure spiked. The opponent could actually monitor the sounds inside the vehicles. Chuang gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Open fire, damn it. Bang 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 bang. A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted. Ji Zhang flashed downward again with the speed of lightning, the moon's blood in his hand unsheathed. Clang! The legendary Great Moon's blood revealed its cold gleam in front of others for the first time. The moment he landed, Ji Zhang had already entered the blood spirit state. Countless red patterns extended from the center of his brow, spreading across his entire body, exuding an eerie aura. The blade energy domain carried by the moon's blood was also fully released at this moment. Swish! All the vehicles within a 100-meter radius felt as if their outer armor had been fiercely scraped by something sharp, sending sparks flying everywhere. So you're all cowering inside and don't dare to come out. Ha! Then I'll come and find you. After saying this, Ji Zhang's figure flashed, once again dodging the incoming fire. With the heavenly thunder body and the blood spirit state, his speed had reached a level that transcended the limits of the physical body. Survivalists with slightly weaker spirit stats couldn't even track him with the naked eye, seeing only ghosts-like after images streaking past. The rotation speed of the armed turrets couldn't keep up with the figure sprinting across the ground. Even the so-called fastest laser cannons, aided by target-locking radar, couldn't land a single hit, as Jizang easily dodged them every time. This scene reminded everyone of the feeling they had when they first encountered the mad zombies. Now, the only thing that could protect them was this large iron shell of a vehicle. No matter how strong Jizang was, he couldn't possibly break through so many steel fortresses, right? But the second this thought surfaced, the fantasy was ruthlessly shattered, as that figure flashed past. A blood-red blade light suddenly appeared in the cockpit of a Tier 5 combat vehicle that was racing across the ground. Screech! The sound of metal being torn apart rang out sharply. A thin, long blade mark appeared on the vehicle's outer armor and the front windshield. The survivalist in the driver's seat was still frantically steering the wheel. But as they fought, an arm suddenly fell off, and the world before their eyes split in two. A massive black chasm seemed to appear in the center of their vision. It was as if a photograph had been torn in half. Blood gushed from the fissure, splattering the entire cockpit. The appearance of this scene made everyone's eyes glaze over in shock. But the scythe of the Grim Reaper would not stop for that. Jizang's figure was fast to the extreme, sweeping across the land. Wherever the blade of Moon's blood passed, it was guaranteed to stir up a blinding crimson spray. The combat vehicles on the field, regardless of whether their external armor grade was maxed out, were as fragile as paper shells in the face of a legendary grade growth weapon. There was no need for the blade to actually strike. The blade aura field inherent to Moon's blood alone was enough to inflict fatal wounds on any survivors inside the vehicle who weren't wearing armor the moment it breached the hull. And wearing armor didn't matter either. After all, below the secret treasure grade, wearing it was the same as wearing nothing at all. He's coming. He's coming. Don't kill me, in the channel. Screams and cries for help rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation had been completely reversed. It had turned from a grand encirclement by the strongest elite forces into a one-sided slaughter of a flock of sheep by a lion. Hold the line, damn it! There's only one of him. Watching his subordinates attacking wildly and falling into a state of panic, Chuang shouted. His composure shattered. The entire scene had descended into total chaos. Some were so mentally broken by fear that they had abandoned their formations without orders, scurrying about like dogs and beginning their flight. Aldrich, what do we do? Shen Qiaoyan's heart was filled with immense terror. She had already put on all her armor and was hiding deep inside her cabin. The strength Jizang had displayed was simply too terrifying. These were high-tier vehicles. After all, he was cutting through them like chopping vegetables. And his speed was at such an insane level. She couldn't see any hope of suppressing him at all. Perhaps if everyone engaged in hand-to-hand combat, utilized their various talents with perfect coordination, they might be able to win this battle. But that required immense courage and resolve. Shen Qiaoyan didn't think she had that kind of courage. She was afraid of death. It wasn't just Shen Qiaoyan. High-level leaders like Lu Bangbang and Commander Zhao were also panicked to the core, fearing they would be the next target of Jizang's gaze. Because just a moment ago, a battalion commander's Tier 4 ultimate grade vehicle had its entire front end sliced off by a single strike from Jizang. A Tier 4 ultimate grade vehicle, level 4 external armor, destroyed in one hit. Is this guy even human? Hold the line, damn it. No one was more anxious than Chuang right now. The battlefield was too chaotic, and the situation was changing too fast. Forget about formulating effective tactics, he couldn't even get them to follow orders. He had no other choice but to keep shouting for them to hold. Chapter 213. You like to play rough. Have you tried electric shock? Watching Jizang bloodbath the battlefield without any obstruction, Chuang was burning with anxiety and shouted until his voice grew hoarse. All units, prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Today is our best chance. We must eliminate Jizang, otherwise, main city no one will cease to exist. Chuang's voice, filled with desperate fighting spirit, rang out in every surviving vehicle. His words were not wrong in the slightest. Now was indeed the best chance to eliminate Jizang. The opponent had no vehicle, no reinforcements, and had just gone through a massive expenditure of physical stamina. But was it really possible to do it? Looking at that figure, who was harvesting lives as casually as a Yama King checking off a list, everyone instinctively began to tremble. Ceasefire, Prepare to disembark. Whoever takes Jizang's head gets half of all the resources in the territory. Chuang played his trump card, fully armed and ready to open the cabin door. But at that very moment, a piece of earth-shattering, disastrous news came from the headquarters intelligence department. The army from Main City No. 6 was not reinforcing Main City No. 3. They were heading straight for their home base. They were attacking Main City No. Upon hearing this news, Chuang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He urgently contacted all the units currently invading Main City No. 3, ordering them to return for defense immediately. They had to block the army of Main City No. 6 outside the city. The territory was the foundation of everything. If that was taken, they would truly have nothing left. Prepare to use the vehicle fleet teleportation scroll. We are retreating, this time. Chuang didn't dare shout from inside the vehicle. He spoke directly in the system's back-end channel. Hearing the news of the retreat, everyone felt as if they were being released from hell. They could finally run. Under Jizang's frantic pursuit, of the original 150 vehicles, fewer than 50 remained. They had been utterly defeated. Chuang immediately bound all the vehicles and activated the vehicle teleportation scroll. *com, accompanied by the sound of spatial vibrations. Spatial ripples appeared around all the vehicles. They had entered the teleportation state. You think you can just leave? Jizang sneered, pulling his blade handle out of the driver's seat of a Tier 4 ultimate grade vehicle, his figure flashing out once more. This time, he aimed directly at the vehicle of one of the 3 leaders closest to him. Shen Qiaoyan, what? The moment the radar on the center console sounded the alarm, Shen Qiaoyan let out a scream of pure terror, frantically activating every defensive measure she had. But the vehicle was in a pre-teleportation state and could not move at all. She could only put on every piece of armor she had as fast as she could and pull out every weapon she could use. *bang! The blade of Moon's blood pierced through the vehicle's deck. The chilling edge, wrapped in a vast field of blade ore, poured directly into the entire vehicle cabin. Shen Qiaoyan was sent flying by the sheer force of the ore, slamming hard against the opposite armored wall. *screech. The blade of Moon blood erupted with sparks, like an electric welder, forcibly slicing through the 50 centimeters thick level for armor plating, carving out a door-shaped hole from top to bottom. *Bang! An entire slab of heavy armor fell away. Its edges turned into molten, glowing iron due to the high-temperature cutting. Alert! Alert! Vehicle breach detected. Red lights flashed wildly inside the cabin. A young figure, his skin covered in eerie, supernatural patterns, stepped brazenly into the vehicle of one of the 3 great leaders of Main City No. As an intruder. At this moment, Shen Qiaoyan slumped on the floor, her face as pale as paper. Although she was a femme fatale who had climbed to the top by relying on vehicles and schemes, she was also a formidable powerhouse in her own right. But now, facing this ruthless man who had fought his way all the way from Main City No. 6, she couldn't muster a single thought of resistance. The only action she took was to unbutton her collar. I can give you. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. I can be your resident. You can ravage me however you like. Shen Qiaoyan wept as she spoke, her face tear-streaked, looking exactly like the pitiful and delicate Lin Dayu. Are you a masochist? Jikang raised an eyebrow. You like things a bit intense, right? Have you ever tried electrocution? No, but if you want it, little brother, then I can do that to. Shen Qiaoyan's eyes shimmered, and she deliberately let one of her shoulder straps slip, revealing a fair, smooth shoulder, filling the cabin with a seductive atmosphere. Jikang smiled and raised his hand toward her. Then let's begin. Boom! Terrifying lightning engulfed the entire vehicle cabin. The femme fatale, who had been so graceful just a moment ago, was instantly reduced to a charred corpse. As expected, she couldn't withstand the electric shock. Jikang sighed in disappointment and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the army of Main City No. 6, marching far outside the city, was also in a state of absolute uproar and excitement. The battle situation in the territory cluster was being broadcast to the public channel in the background, recorded entirely by the Sentry Eyes. It left countless people in shock. Master Ji, all by himself, was taking on the strongest combat team of Main City No. 1, composed of 150 high-tier vehicles. At first, everyone had been extremely worried. That was until they saw the terrifying power displayed by the Wine Thunder Purgatory, and the exaggerated scene of Jikang, with nothing but his own flesh and blood, chasing down a group of peak-tier vehicles with a blade. It drove everyone to the peak of excitement. Holy sh*T. Master G is a beast. Invincible, 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 invincible. Broadcast it to the whole country. Shen Kyoyan is finished. Damn, Master G's too overpowered. He actually carved the outer armor off a level 4 extreme grade vehicle with a knife. Ha 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 ha. Kill those bastards. The news that Chuang and other top powerhouses were being slaughtered like dogs had already spread to every corner of the super main city via the World Channel. It instantly ignited an unprecedented wave of discussion. But this was merely the opening ceremony for tonight. The true large-scale Legion War was yet to come. On the battlefield at this moment, the vehicle teleportation was entering its middle to late stages, and the spatial ripples were becoming more violent. After killing Shen Kyoyan, Jikang stopped wasting time on the small fry and turned his attention directly to Chuang's super heavy tank. His figure transformed into a long rainbow of intertwined white and red light, sweeping across the earth and kicking up a turbulent trail of dust. Seeing that even a top-tier bigwig like Shen Kyoyan had been easily executed, the survivors of Main City No. 1 were already filled with extreme terror. It was no exaggeration to say that every second felt like a year. They were now praying for their teleportation scrolls to take effect quickly so they could leave this hell immediately. At this moment, Chuang was more nervous than anyone else. Because Jikang was now heading straight for him, whoosh, that figure sped across the ground, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters, rapidly approaching the super heavy tank. The blood spirit state had only a few seconds left. Jikang did not hesitate and immediately activated his second stage skill, Noon Slash. In an instant, the mark on his forehead and the black patterns covering his body dimmed and vanished. The blade of moon blood was then covered in a layer of intense black-red light. Clang! A distant, metallic chime rang out. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to suppress all the agitation in the area, allowing one to hear the ultimate silence of the second before death. Chuang's murky pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Chapter 214 Chuang. Cut in two. The Peak Squad completely defeated. An intense sense of crisis forced him to react immediately. Ice Coffin, Ice Wall. Chuang frantically unleashed his ice element energy, releasing two major defensive skills at once. The outer shell of the super heavy tank instantly solidified into a block of extremely hard, 10,000-year-old ice. A large, thick circle of super ice walls also appeared around the perimeter. As the ice coffin and ice walls formed, Jikang's lightning-clad figure flashed past. He held Moonblood horizontally, the light at the tip of the blade carving a long trail through the space he traversed. A simple horizontal slash. The blade light bloomed like a black moon, turning into a dense ocean of black-red energy that surged directly into the ice walls. The mighty blade energy tore through the ice walls and the ice coffin like a hot knife through butter, cutting into the level 4 outer armor of the super heavy tank. Swish! The entire super heavy tank was sliced in half by this single strike. The tracks, the wheel hubs, the embedded turret, the entire slab of heavy armor. Even Chuang, who was standing fully armed in the most heavily protected cabin, was split in two. Wah! Chuang's body flew backward from the momentum, a massive spray of blood erupting from his mouth as his upper and lower torso shifted horizontally. His eyes were filled with endless terror and a desperate desire to survive. His constitution, reaching over 200 points, allowed him to react instantly. He instantly reached out to grab his lower body, aligning it with his waist while simultaneously channeling his ice element talent to freeze the exterior of the wound. Clang! Squeak! 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 As the black moon slash swept across, the super heavy tank's durability dropped straight to zero. The upper and lower sections separated, throwing off a massive shower of sparks. Before the vehicle could explode, Chuang opened the hatch, and the powered armor on his body initiated an ejection sequence, thrusting his body out of the vehicle. Following that, he pushed his ice element talent to its absolute limit. With an intensity that nearly cost him his life. In an instant, he generated an infinitely extending pillar of ice. In the incredibly short span of less than 0.2 seconds, his mangled torso was propelled over 1,000 meters away to where Lu Bang Bang was located. Open the hatch, quickly! Chuang screamed in a voice filled with hoarseness and terror. Lu Bangbang also hurriedly opened the hatch and quickly sealed it shut. Chuang's mangled torso slammed into the vehicle. Because the kinetic energy was so great, it knocked the ice layer off his wound, causing his body to split once again into a gruesome sight. "Give me emergency aid, quickly." Blood bubbles gurgled from Chuang's mouth. He was in an utterly wretched state. The dignified, most powerful king-level figure of Main City No. 1 had, at this moment, been reduced to a parasite who had lost all his dignity. And at this incredibly perilous moment, that fleet teleportation ticket finally took effect. The remaining dozens of vehicles on the field were all teleported to 100 kilometers away together. Looking at the completely changed scenery outside the window, the survivors of the Main City No. 1 combat team were almost on the verge of tears. This sneak attack and sniping operation against Main City No. had ended in failure, marked by the most miserable of escapes. Chuang lay wretchedly on the armor plating. After being stabilized by a top-tier first aid kit, he finally managed to catch his breath and immediately panted, Quickly use the next fleet teleportation ticket." Slap. Lu Bangbang slapped him across the face. "Damn it. Do I need you to teach me, you?" Chuang took a resounding slap, his eyes widening in disbelief and shock. Slap. Lu Bangbang's baby face twisted into a ferocious expression as he struck Chuang's left cheek hard again. "What about me, you old fart? You're nothing but trash. You only know how to act high and mighty all day. Never thought you'd see a day like this. Did you? If you aren't dead yet, get up and mop my floor clean. And transfer all your money to me. I need to upgrade to level 5 outer armor. If you keep whining, I'll kick you into pieces. Damn your mother." Faced with such insane humiliation from a junior, Chuang was completely stunned. His parched lips trembled, and he pointed at Lu Bangbang with a shaking finger, unable to speak for a long time. It wasn't until Lu Bangbang actually kicked his wound, causing blood to splatter everywhere, that Chuang erupted into a wail of extreme agony. Don't hit me. I'll give it. My waist is going to break." On the other side, the battlefield at Main City No. 6 had also returned to tranquility, slipped away pretty fast. Jizang wore a look of disdain, slowly sheathing moonblood and deactivating his heavenly thunderbody state. Looking at the wreckage of the vehicles around him, he shook his sore and swollen hand. It seems that in the future, when dealing with vehicles, he should try to let other vehicles handle it. Otherwise, with high-end vehicles like Chuang's, once the outer armor is upgraded to level 5, it would be very difficult for him to break the defense with his bare hands. He had been hacking at iron for so long that his hand was aching. Jizang let out a long breath. With the battle over, it was time to go collect his debts. He directly activated the portable wormhole beacon. The next moment, endless spatial ripples wrapped around his body, as if creating a human-shaped outline of black and white ripples around him. Whoosh! His figure vanished instantly. The world before his eyes flashed with a dreamlike, brilliant ray of colors. When he appeared again, he was back inside the heavy-duty synthesis war platform. Jizang looked at his hands and the surrounding scene with curiosity, feeling delighted. This thing is really damn convenient. At this time, a grand march was still underway outside. The situation on the battlefield was changing too fast. With the movements of the Main City No. 6 army exposed, Main City No. 1 had already begun a tactical retreat to defend their home. All legions that had invaded Main City No. 3, including the garrison forces distributed along the route to Main City No. 6, had all withdrawn. Meanwhile, the defenders of Main City No. 3 had begun a massive counter-offensive. They successfully rendezvoused with the Main City No. 6 army on the road, forming a super army of nearly 50,000 vehicles. Rumble, rumble. Dust billowed across the earth, and the army's momentum was like a dragon. This was the first truly significant battle for the Super Main City. By now, of the million survivors qualified to enter the Super Main City, less than 1/3 remained. Of that 1/3, nearly half had lost their territories and become wanderers. The remaining territory owners, almost all of them had participated in this final war of unification. And with the strongest figures like Chuang suffering a crushing defeat at Main City No. 6 and fleeing in disgrace, the scales of victory in this great war had tilted completely toward the Justice Alliance. Charge, 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 kill them all. Wipe out those bastards from main city no. Ha 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 ha. After today, the super main city will completely belong to the G family. The Justice Alliance will prevail, brothers. Step on the gas. The scene of the march was fiery, with morale at an all-time high. Even a large number of wanderer groups had joined the ranks. On one hand, they wanted to seek revenge against people like Chuang and Lu Bang Bang. On the other hand, it was a disguised way of pledging allegiance to Master G. The future was the dynasty of Main City No. 6. If you didn't sit on the right side, how would you make a living in the future? Chapter 215. Upgrading Heavy Vulcan Cannon Kung War Mother Nest. After returning to his vehicle, Ji Zhang did not immediately show himself. An important trump card like the portable wormhole beacon could not be revealed easily. He deliberately waited an extra hour before flying up into the sky using his cicada wing treasure armor. He then switched into his super body armor, feigning that he had just arrived from Main City No. When the figure of Master G descended from the sky, tens of thousands of vehicles across the field sounded their horns in unison, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The rolling sound of horns and cheers surged outward like a mountain landslide or a tsunami. Master G is invincible. Welcome back, great king, on your triumphant return. Ha 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 ha. Master G is peerless. Amidst the fervent tide, Ji Zhang landed on the top deck of the war platform. High-ranking officials from various factions and the intelligence department immediately rushed over to report the latest combat situation to him. Ji Zhang approved the visitor requests from the group of high-ranking officials, allowing them to come onto the deck of the war platform to hold this meeting. The content of the meeting was to plan the war zones. Invading a major main city and attacking tens of thousands of territories was a massive undertaking, especially for an alliance like the Justice Alliance, which had started halfway through the game. Aside from District 5631, everyone had their own separate strongholds. Achieving perfect coordination and cooperation would require a significant amount of effort. Ji Zhang did not have the time to personally plan and formulate tactics. He simply had Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, and Long Yucheng divide into 3 separate routes to lead the army in the attack. As for the distribution of spoils, it would still follow the rules of the Justice Alliance. Whoever contributed the most would receive the most. He Di, the Minister of Logistics, and Gu Qingyu, the Minister of Organization, were jointly responsible for coordinating war merits and distributing resources. As for Ji Zhang himself, he was naturally independent of the algorithmic coordination. The territories of the 150 high-ranking elites who had just attacked District 5631 were all his. After concluding this pre-war meeting, everyone returned directly to their respective vehicles. Ji Zhang also arrived at the 3rd level war zone. He planned to take a gamble on the fate roulette now to see if he could pull a high-quality component. He took a glance at his inventory. After several hours of production, the gold coins on hand had reached nearly 1 million. The only pity was that due to the initiation of the war, except for the 2 gold mines, the other resource thieves had no miners working, and production had temporarily ceased. What should I upgrade? Ji Zhang rubbed his chin, his gaze sweeping across several armed turrets in turn. The cost to upgrade a level 5 armed turret started at a minimum of 500. The most expensive ones, such as the surface-to-air missile nest and prism tower, would cost 1 to 2 million. As for the originally most common and cheapest parts, such as the engine, wheel hub, and refrigerator air conditioner, they had also become expensive now. A single upgrade would easily start at over 1 million gold coins. It seems that starting from Tier 5 vehicles, every part is a major upgrade. Even upgrading a wheel hub costs 7 or 800,000. Ji Zhang sighed inwardly. However, it was no wonder. These items were being upgraded to the vehicle's limit. As the vehicle level increased, its intrinsic value also began to change. Let's just get the cheapest Land Shield 3000 done first. Ji Zhang cast his gaze toward the Land Shield 3000. He then spent 150,000 gold coins, 25,000 parts, 50,000 steel plates, and 1,500 alloys. Click to upgrade. The entire base and barrel of the Land Shield 3000 began to grow rapidly, bathed in a white light. When the light dissipated, a large-scale artillery piece, several times larger than before, appeared in front of him. This was a heavy rapid-fire artillery piece, -1 meters in length and width. The entire body featured a camouflage coating, with sharp edges and distinct contours. The 11-meter-long, 7-barrel 450mm terrifying cannon barrels extended from the base like 6 massive black pillars bundled together, looking extremely domineering. Behind the artillery, a phaser radar combined with a biological radar to form a brand new automated combat system. An information panel unfolded before Ji-Zhang's eyes. Heavy Vulcan Cannon Level 5 Type, Defensive Threat Evaluation. A super land-based close-in defense system from the Vulcan series, utilizing 7-barrel 450mm large-caliber tungsten armor-piercing shells, with a triple belt feed system, reaching a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. The Vulcan cannon possesses terrifying kinetic lethality. The 450mm caliber high rate of fire cannon is enough to bring devastating blows to all carbon-based lifeforms. Upgrade requires 1.2 million gold coins, 300,000 parts, 500,000 steel plates, 50,000 alloys, 3,000 shining gold. It's certainly fierce enough. Looking at the exaggerated data above, Ji-Zhang nodded repeatedly. Although the firing rate and the number of barrels had decreased, the shell caliber had been maxed out. 450mm super invincible and huge. However, the next upgrade would be a bit painful, totaling over 3 million gold coins. It's truly terrifying. Ji-Zhang sighed slightly. With several 100,000 gold coins remaining, he didn't plan to upgrade the other land shield 3000. He decided to get the War Broodmother set up first. Ji-Zhang opened the detailed panel for the War Broodmother upgrade and locked. War Broodmother upgrade and lock type, Secondary Unit Factory Evolution. A mechanical factory capable of automatically producing combat drones. Initially equipped with 1,000 drones, the drones possess powerful individual combat capabilities. They're equipped small electromagnetic cannons and built-in self-destruct thermobaric bombs can cause terrible damage to enemies. On a complex battlefield, it is the Grim Reaper hanging over the heads of all ground troops. After a drone is lost, one can be automatically replenished every 10 seconds, consuming 1 unit of alloy. Unlocking component requires 250,000 gold coins, 50,000 parts, 100,000 steel plates, 1,000 mithril, 300 shining gold, 3 intelligent modules, 1 super energy stone. Friendly reminder: drone charging requires a large amount of electricity. Please equip at least a level 4 or higher power generation device. Warm reminder: the combat effectiveness of secondary units can be researched and improved through the War Research Institute, which can be built by purchasing it from the level 3 shop at the Territory Stele. Interesting. Ji-Zhang read through it carefully from beginning to end. The preceding parts were not beyond his expectations, but the second warm reminder at the end piqued his significant interest. War Research Institute. He hadn't had a chance to look closely at the level 3 shop, which was indirectly unlocked when he upgraded the SSS grade gold mine last time. He didn't expect there to be architectural items like the War Research Institute. I'll have to study this carefully later, Ji-Zhang thought to himself. Afterward, he purchased the missing materials on the exchange. The total cost this time was around 600. Combined with the materials he already had on hand, it was just enough. He clicked to upgrade immediately. The next moment, the entire secondary vehicle bay on the first and second floors suddenly glowed with a brilliant white light. Chapter 216. The Wheel of Fate High-Stakes Gamble. The Victory of a Gambler. Ji-Zhang hurried over to inspect it. He saw that the previously empty area had now transformed into a small automated factory. As he walked to the side, the heavy bay doors opened directly, revealing the dense, modular machine bays inside. Thousands of drones were parked there, each half a meter in diameter, featuring alloy rotor designs with a small electromagnetic cannon suspended beneath their bellies. The pitch-black metallic texture exuded a cold, murderous intent. Ji-Zhang nodded in satisfaction. If these were released, they would be a proper swarm of killer bees. They could even perform suicide attacks after finishing their ammunition. It was insanely powerful. Ji-Zhang exited the vehicle bay and walked toward the Wheel of Fate. Everything was ready, and it was about time to place a bet. He had already planned it out in his mind. If he failed once, he would treat it as a stepping stone and bet a second time. If he lost twice in a row, he would continue to a third time. If he succeeded on the first try, he would stop immediately. No greed. He walked up to the Wheel of Fate. Jizang rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and clicked use. The next moment, the wheel, which resembled a ship's helm, began to spin. The black and white light on the wheel's surface converged rapidly, growing increasingly intense. Various vehicle components flashed across the surface in quick succession: wheel hub, purgatory fire pump, prism tower, targeting radar, refrigerator, alloy or barrier engine. Jizang stared intently as the components flew by, feeling his nerves tighten. Give me something fierce. Give me something fierce. Outer armor. A prism tower or Vulcan cannon would work too. I'm not picky. Jizang clenched his fists, his face taut. Finally, the frame that had been rapidly cycling through the parts came to a halt. Fate component confirmed. Looking at the four bright, shining characters that appeared, Jizang was so excited he nearly jumped up. Warbrood, holy crap, super takeoff. Jizang suppressed his excitement, opened the Warbrood panel, and looked at the upgrade costs in the final column. Upgrade requires gold coins X for 0.3 million, parts X 1 million, steel sheets X 5 million, mithril by 120, 0, shining gold by 5, 0, intelligent modules X 100, super energy stones by 30. Holy crap. Jizang's heart hammered like a drum. How much would this cost in total? It must be worth nearly 7 or 8 million gold coins, right? A brand new part just unlocked for a Tier 5 vehicle. And now there was a 70% chance to get it for free. The vehicle component frame turned into a colorful mist, and the black and white light from the wheel continuously poured into it, making its glow grow even more intense. Succeed, make it succeed, go all out. Jizang danced and cheered, staring fixedly at the increasingly brilliant colorful mist. Finally, after the mist's light reached a critical point, it rapidly dissipated, and a brilliant gold border was inlaid around the frame. Congratulations! You have received the gift of fate. Vehicle component Warbrood has received a level upgrade. Warbrood level 1 heavy-duty synthetic drone army level 2. It actually worked. Holy crap! Jizang was so excited he nearly leaped into the air. A massive profit this time. Following the notification sound, the Warbrood nearby, which had just been upgraded, suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling white light, beginning an unprecedented major upgrade. This time, not only the secondary vehicle bay but even the surrounding open space was enveloped within the white light of the upgrade. The upgrade process lasted for several minutes before it finally stopped. When the light faded, a massive, imposing metal bay appeared in the original spot. How? It's this big? Jizang was stunned. This giant metal bay occupied nearly 2/3 of the entire rear space. With the remaining storage area pushed into the corner, Jizang walked over, filled with excitement. Kiss. The two massive bay doors opened. The secondary vehicle bay had a ceiling height of several dozen meters, equivalent to a normal 10-story building, and it was now packed with a vast armored force. The lowest area had been converted into a sunken storage bay. This was a new containment design added after the upgrade, sinking the entire bay into the space beneath the vehicle's belly, similar to an architectural overhang design which created a massive amount of extra space. Furthermore, this section featured an elevator-style design, housing mechanical wolves, motorcycles, and small armed helicopters, all secondary vehicles. They could be deployed for operation at any time. In the front of the bay, a large area was left suspended, presumably reserved for the yet-to-be-unlocked mechs and maglev airships. Looking further up, it was a bit terrifying. There were 10 full rows of mechanical modules, packed with a massive number of mechanized drone troops, filling the entire space. A piece of information appeared. Have a loaded synthetic and manned mechanical cores level to category, subunit factory evolution. A super-intelligent mechanical factory capable of producing unmanned units such as drones, robo-dogs, and steel vipers amphibious, covering combat ecosystems across sea, land, and air. When the torrent of steel pours out in full force, the battlefield will be dominated by black shadows. The factory can store a maximum of 5,0 units of mechanical troops. Depending on the degree of damage, it consumes 1 to 20 units of armor cores for replenishment, with a maximum replenishment time of 1 day. Upgrade requirements: 15 million gold coins. 3 million parts, 10 million steel plates, 500,000 mithril, 100,000 shining gold, 5,000 vibranium, 1,000 intelligent modules, 300 super energy stones. The current level has reached the vehicle limit. The vehicle level must be increased to continue unlocking component upgrades. Friendly reminder: mechanized troop operations require high-level combat AI or a human commander to direct them, otherwise it will be difficult to unleash their true combat power. Awesome! Ji Kang finished reading all the descriptions above, his heart unable to stop trembling. 5,000 units of sea, land, and air forces, all ready in one go. One must know that the outer armor and mobility of these subunits are all linked to the main vehicle. With the support of the heavy-loaded synthetic core platform, a Tier 5 ultimate vehicle, this would undoubtedly be an invincible iron army. It's just that the replenishment cost is a bit expensive. Currently, one armor core costs about 10,000 gold coins on the market. If all are damaged, a single full replenishment costs 200,000 gold coins. That's equivalent to the price of a nuclear-powered robot. After finishing all this, Ji Kang slowly exhaled. As for the remaining to fate roulette spins, he would wait until they were almost full in a couple of days. One cannot be greedy. Now, there were still a few hours of travel left until main city No. Taking advantage of the remaining rest time, Ji Kang went straight to the luxurious large bathroom on the first floor. Stripping off his clothes, his slightly fatigued body slowly sank into the slightly hot, pure hot spring water. Chapter 217. The final battle for the super main city arrives. The clash of two armies. The extremely luxurious large bathtub activated its hot spring spa mode. Powerful water jets were slowly soothing his body. No. Ji Kang leaned comfortably against the edge of the tub. With a thought, the entire glass curtain wall module extended and slid open. The previously fully enclosed hot spring bathroom instantly transformed into an open-air bath. Ji Kang had specifically asked Kiku to bring him red wine and a cigar. For the time that followed, he just soaked in the bath, drank wine, and watched the vast, boundless land outside, as well as the starry sky, passing the time leisurely. Just as Ji Kang was relaxing on his vacation, the entire main city No. 1 was already shrouded in the dark clouds of an impending war. In the past, only they could make others experience this kind of anxious feeling. Now, it was their turn. Following the crushing defeat of Chuang and the other big shots, the halo and deterrent power of main city No. 1 had completely vanished. All the armies sent out had retreated, and morale was at an all-time low. After several consecutive teleports, Lu Bangbang had also returned with fewer than 50 elite vehicles. Shen Qian was dead. Chuang was heavily injured and had become his parasite. Lu Bangbang had logically become the current supreme ruler of main city No. This dream, which he had had many times before, had now come true in such a bizarre way. But Lu Bangbang couldn't feel excited at all, because the next one to die might be him. The first thing he did upon returning to the main city was not to range defenses or summon the powerhouses for a meeting. Instead, he immediately seized all the resource territories of Chuan, Shenqian, and other fallen subordinates. In a very short time, Lu Bangbang became the territory tycoon second only to Ji Kang in the entire region. Afterward, he secretly bought a territory relocation talisman. Only then did he summon all the high-level officials to hold a pre-war mobilization meeting. During the meeting, Lu Bangbang frantically tried to pump up the attendees, touting how favorable the current war situation was for main city No. 1, and trying his best to boost team morale, attempting to keep everyone's attention focused on the upcoming battle. But while everyone agreed on the surface, in reality, almost no one was listening to him anymore. Especially the powerhouses from the other two factions. Seeing Lu Bangbang seize the resource territories of their fallen teammates, they harbored resentment in their hearts. Though they hadn't acted on it yet, the meeting ended. Lu Bangbang quickly returned to his territory and immediately used the territory relocation talisman and a fleet teleportation voucher. He prepared to teleport to an escape anchor point he had preset long ago. In that place, there was an extremely hidden location where he could place his territory, making it very difficult for others to discover. He had already prepared to abandon the entire main city No. 1, as long as he could hide away and develop in secret. There might still be a chance for a comeback in the future. But just as Lu Bangbang made his move to flee, a large number of high-level vehicles had already surrounded his territory. Chairman Lu, are you planning to move house by using a territory relocation talisman now? Commander Zhao, who held extremely high prestige in the main city, spat out these words with icy coldness between his teeth. Hundreds of high-level armed vehicles in the area all aimed their guns at Lu Bangbang's vehicle, which had just emerged from the territory gate. Zhao Baishan, what are you doing? The enemy is at the gates. Are you trying to rebel? Lu Bangbang's mental state was on the verge of collapse, and he shouted in a fit of rage. He hated it. He hated that old bastard Zhuang for not having enough money on hand to let him upgrade his outer armor to level 5. And he hated that dog Zhao Baishan even more. He was just one step away from escaping successfully. So why was he still staring him down? Did they really want to go and fight that monster Jikane to the death? Wasn't that just asking for death? President Lu, the enemy is coming soon. Go to the front line and command. Our brothers are all watching you, Zhao Junjing said, enunciating each word. All right, all right, all right, all right. Lu Bangbang could only grit his teeth and interrupt the selected state of the territory transfer talisman, stepping on the accelerator and leaving the territory. This battle, he had to fight it whether he wanted to or not. If he, the commander-in-chief, didn't go to the front line, hundreds of powerful individuals here would tear him apart alive. If he had level 5 external armor, he could have just charged out and escaped with his life. But right now, he damn well didn't. At this moment, the sky was already dimly lit. The morning sun on the horizon gradually rose like a torch, dispelling the darkness on the land. Outside main city now, large numbers of vehicle legions had already begun to assemble. As the most powerful main city in the sequence, main city No. 1, even after losing some top-tier powerhouses, still possessed a formidable foundation that other main cities could hardly match. Over 20,000 vehicles were deployed outside the pass, and their surging momentum alone was enough to overwhelm everything. Lu Bangbang's vehicle was positioned at the very front, fully displaying the might of a Tier 4 Ultimate Gear vehicle. However, this temporary Supreme Commander, who in everyone's eyes possessed the momentum of a dragon and led from the front, was now drenched in cold sweat, unable to even breathe properly. He knew that once the battle started, he would definitely be the first to die. But he had no choice. Zhao Junshang's supervisory squad now had their muzzles pointed at his back, making it impossible for him to run even if he wanted to. Boom, rumble, rumble, accompanied by a tremor that shook the earth. On the distant horizon, a rolling haze of smoke appeared. Immediately after, massive vehicle silhouettes began to gradually emerge. The army of over 40 vehicles led by main city No. 6 had arrived. What filled everyone with the most despair was the unimaginably massive steel behemoth leading the charge. 8 enormous mechanical limbs crawled across the ground. Each time it stepped on the ground, it would crack the earth's crust into large spiderweb patterns. Various menacing armed turrets, bristling with killing intent, exuded boundless deterrence. Upon seeing this vehicle with their own eyes, everyone on the front line couldn't help but stare blankly, slowly swallowing their saliva. That was Ji Zhang's personal vehicle, a Tier 5 Ultimate Gear vehicle. The reason this concept popped into their minds wasn't because they had seen a Tier 5 Ultimate Gear vehicle before. Rather, it was because Tier 5 combat vehicles and phantom vehicles simply couldn't achieve such an exaggeratedly massive size. Prepare for battle. Lu Bangbang's voice trembled slightly, even cracking and breaking as he shouted at his command. The army of main city No. 1 also began to move amidst an atmosphere of extreme tension and apprehension. Countless vehicles roared their engines and drove forward. Boom, rumble, rumble. The vehicle legions of both sides rapidly approached each other. Various ultra-long-range attacks erupted first. Fighter jets swept across the sky. Secondary vehicles were released in large numbers, and a mighty barrage of firepower transformed into a golden stream of light. This climactic battle, the first of its kind to be staged by super main cities, officially began. This was a true grand campaign, facing the enemy army's surging and majestic momentum. Every participant felt immense psychological pressure, and their adrenaline surged rapidly, especially the powerhouses of main city No. 1, who were in the core region. As the distance between them and Ji Zhang's Tier 5 Ultimate Gear vehicle grew shorter, They felt an increasingly instinctive fear. Even though the opponent hadn't officially opened fire yet, the sheer, overwhelming momentum of their advance was enough to crush everything. It was like an unarmed ordinary person facing a terrifying prehistoric behemoth alone, truly feeling the disparity in their levels of existence. Odd kill, fire, fire. Countless battle cries echoed through both sides' communication channels. Chapter 218, Shocking the Battlefield. This is the true steel flood. Boom, rumble, rumble. Two terrifying steel floods violently collided on the ground. A surging network of firepower intertwined and bombarded each other, with smoke and flames soaring into the sky. After the initial collision, both sides entered the most intense state of engagement. Main City No. 1's army was highly armed and individually powerful. Main City No. 6's army was individually weaker but greater in number. At the very beginning of the grand battle, both sides surprisingly maintained a relatively balanced situation. The only thing that could break this balance was Jizang's Tier 5 Ultimate Gear vehicle. The heavily armored composite war platform, upon entering the battlefield, was like a ruthless sharp blade, directly tearing open Main City No. 1 single quotes S front line. The terrifying colossal shadow abruptly smashed through large sections of the vehicle defense line. Even without opening fire, its sheer impact and the stomping of its mechanical limbs destroyed a large number of vehicles. As the war platform brazenly invaded, wails of agony erupted across the entire front line. Focus fire. Everyone! Focus fire on Jizang. He's here. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. Holy crap. His vehicle has a rebound. Stop attacking. Ah, thump, 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 thump. The mechanical limbs rapidly crawled across the ground, leaving the main army of Main City No. 6 far behind as it single-handedly charged into the heart of the enemy's front line. For a moment, the war platform was besieged by a massive amount of firepower, with every external armor module enduring heavy fire suppression. However, this level of attack was merely a drizzle for a Tier 5 Ultimate Gear vehicle equipped with Level 5 external armor. The wave-absorbing rebound of the external armor modules alone caused a terrible backlash for a large number of surrounding vehicles. Wherever the war platform went, it left behind a trail of vehicle wreckage and smoke. But this was only the beginning. Jizang drove the war platform to the critical section of the enemy's front line. Then, he directly initiated module deployment, clack, cuckoo, accompanied by the sound of heavy mechanical wheel axles rotating. The 8 mechanical articulated limbs of the war platform slammed into the ground with a thunderous boom. The entire vehicle chassis sank and compressed, while a massive array of external armor modules shifted rapidly, reconfiguring and stacking into place. The mobile war platform had instantly transformed into a colossal fortress of steel. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelming. It was like an iron mountain, firmly anchored into the heart of the front line. Multiple exaggerated vehicle-mounted weapon systems extended their pitch-black muzzles. They immediately unleashed the most terrifying barrage upon the surrounding area. Bang, 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 bang. The first to kick off this frantic prelude was the heavy Vulcan cannon with its 450mm caliber. Blazing, oversized tungsten gold armor-piercing shells, like crimson high-speed fireballs, tore through the air and bombarded the enemy forces not far away. No vehicle's external armor could withstand the assault of the Vulcan cannon. Anything touched by the shells was instantly shredded into a pile of scrap metal. Furthermore, the response speed and sensitivity of the Vulcan cannon's base were an entire tier above the Land Shield 3000. The heavy rapid-fire artillery was being operated like high-response sniper cannons. It was firing in precise, controlled bursts, boom, 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 boom. Clusters of explosive fire erupted continuously. Meanwhile, the Land Shield 3000s, the Purgatory fire pumps, the surface-to-air missile nests, and the prism towers within the war zone also launched a fierce offensive. The Purgatory fire pumps, needless to say, were weapons of mass destruction for area of effect damage. After the vehicles advanced to Tier 4 and Tier 5, the attack power of all turrets had increased significantly. The current Purgatory fire pumps could almost wipe out a massive area in a single sweep. Every splash of liquid fire caused immense trauma to the vehicles within its range, and those with slightly weaker external armor were even burned through entirely. The surface-to-air missile nests were responsible for the entire battlefield's air defense, specifically targeting large aerial threats one shot. One kill, with pinpoint accuracy. The attack efficiency of the prism towers was much slower, as they were tasked with handling the highest tier-armed targets on the field. The moment they were activated, they locked onto Lu Bangbang's tier for elite-equipped vehicle. That kid was cunning. When the armies collided, he immediately activated his external armor's defensive mode, taking advantage of the chaos to try and slip away unnoticed. Ji Kang had been watching him the whole time. After a brief charge up, the prism tower fired a laser beam. Boom! The scorching beam spanned several kilometers, piercing directly through Lu Bangbang's super-large armored vehicle as it fled in a panic. The expression of frantic delight on Lu Bangbang's face, born from the belief that his escape was about to succeed, froze in that instant. Beside him, a thick, destructive beam of light had streaked past. Time seemed to enter a 0 point, everything moving as if in slow motion. The majority of Lu Bangbang's body had its armor shattered, and his flesh was being stripped away at a visible rate, the result of the high-temperature energy carried by the destructive beam. His physical body was too fragile. Even just being grazed by the beam was a force he could not withstand. Lu Bangbang instinctively looked back, only to see that his prized vehicle had been burned through, leaving a massive, gaping hole with edges dripping with molten, glowing red iron. The vehicle's core had been completely destroyed, and its durability had instantly plummeted to 0%. On the ground, the aged, mangled remains of Chuan lay there, his entire upper body incinerated, with only his lower half still encased in ice, likely the result of a defensive skill he had activated before death, which had ultimately failed to protect him. He was completely dead, and there was no dignity to his death whatsoever. I got. Lu Bangbang was practically screaming. Whether from pain or terror, it was unclear. Now that the vehicle's durability had hit 0, the terrifying residual heat inside the cabin had ignited the remaining fuel in the tank, and a massive explosion was imminent. Lu Bangbang immediately triggered the cabin ejection, detaching from the vehicle. The scorching heat of war and the thick smoke rushed toward him instantly. This was a terrifying battlefield of over 60. 0 vehicles. The overwhelming hail of bullets and artillery fire was enough to completely pulverize any carbon-based life form. Lu Bangbang used every trump card he had, attempting to escape from this place. But as the supreme leader of Main City No. 1, his every move was under the intense scrutiny of the Main City No. 6 army. Lu Bangbang is trying to escape. Focus fire. Li Jianguo roared over the public channel. The search radars on the surrounding battlefield locked onto that tiny figure in an instant. A torrent of firepower poured down upon him. His constitution stats were not high to begin with, and he lacked any talent for high-speed movement. In almost the blink of an eye, he was completely engulfed by the terrifying firepower, and amidst his desperate screams, he was utterly pulverized into a mist of blood. Main City No. 1 had lost its commander before the front lines. The morale of the Justice Alliance army surged instantly. At this very moment, the scales of victory for the entire battlefield had finally tipped completely in favor of Main City No. Chapter 219, and mechanical troops attack, sweeping through the ranks. Commander Lu has been killed in action. What? It's over. It's completely over now. No, we can't win. It's impossible to win. As the news spread, the entire army of Main City No. 1 fell into endless despair. Ji Kang's strength was simply too terrifying. If not for him, perhaps Main City No. 1 could have gained a significant advantage and ultimately secured victory. But as long as this big boss was on the field, there was almost no possibility for Main City No. 1 to turn the tide. The defeat was like a collapsing mountain. Once feelings of cowardice and retreat appeared within the ranks, the battle was effectively lost. Even the only remaining army commander, Zhao, was still shouting for everyone to hold their ground, and even led a disciplinary squad to execute several deserters. But he still couldn't control the situation, and an even more tragic situation occurred. Less than a few seconds later, a destructive beam from a prism tower struck, piercing army commander Zhao straight through. The last remaining high-ranking figure of prestige from Main City No. 1 was reduced to ashes along with the explosion of the vehicle. From this moment on, the entire army began a complete, collapsing retreat in defeat. Run quickly. We've already lost. Get back to the territory, hurry. Amidst the chaos, Ji Kang took the opportunity to retract the deployment mode of the war platform and began to pursue the vast sea of fleeing soldiers ahead. He could not allow these top-tier survivors to escape back to their respective territories. Either they surrendered on the spot to be processed, or they had to be completely annihilated. Once they were allowed to return, they would not only have the wall defenses of their massive, scattered territory clusters to mount a final, stubborn resistance. Even if those were breached, they could still use the teleport function of their territory stells to flee back to the plains region. The sheer volume of powerful individuals from main city No. 1 was too great. It was a massive catastrophe waiting to happen. All units, pursue. We must wipe them all out here. Following this order issued by Ji Kang in the channel, the morale of the entire army surged once again. Engines roared, and turrets unleashed their fire. A grand, spectacular drama of beating a drowning dog was playing out. As the sharpest and most powerful blade in the army, Ji Kang also displayed terrifying battlefield dominance. The secondary vehicle bay was fully released. A small armed helicopter equipped with a land shield 3000 soared into the sky, beginning its aerial hunt. Mechanical wolves, motorcycles, and sentry robots, all equipped with various weapons, quickly entered the battlefield. Under the powerful augmentation of the Tier 5 vehicle's various attribute bonuses, the combat effectiveness of these secondary units was boundless and terrifying. They were reaping the enemy forces on the battlefield with an almost overwhelming, crushing momentum. The most significant force, however, was the heavy synthetic and man-mechanical cores. However, because there were too many secondary units, even Kikyu, who was acting as the commander, felt a bit of pressure. With Kikyu's current abilities, she could only exert the strongest coordinated combat capability when controlling fewer than 2,000 secondary units. Now, with a full 5,000 secondary units, plus large units like the armed helicopter and mechanical wolves, Kikyu was starting to struggle. It's fine. Just control what you can. If you really can't handle it, leave it to the automatic combat. Ji Kang gave her his word. Even if the attrition rate was high, it didn't matter. He had the money to replenish them anyway. Currently, one armored core only cost a little over 10,000 gold coins. So even if they were all lost, the replenishment cost would only be a few 100,000 gold coins. He could earn that back in less than an hour. The most pressing matter right now was to ruthlessly purge this massive crowd of rooted soldiers and deserters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the secondary vehicle bay doors opened, at dark, swarming mechanical legion filed out one after another. 2,000 combat drones transformed into a pitch-black swarm, carrying a chilling wind as they dispersed across the battlefield. Following them were 2,000 waist-high mechanical dogs, each carrying a heavy machine gun with infinite ammunition, as well as 3 armor-piercing heavy shells. The armor-piercing heavy shells could easily penetrate the outer armor of Tier 3 and Tier 4 vehicles. Even if they couldn't penetrate the outer armor, they could burrow into the bottom of the vehicle to carry out a suicide sneak attack, destroying the vehicle's chassis. Finally, there were 1,000 steel vipers. These were the most powerful amphibious bionic mechanical snakes, each 3 meters long with a torso diameter of 50 centimeters. In terms of defense, mobility, flexibility, and aggression, they were far superior to the previous 2 types of mechanical units. Not only did they possess a top speed of 400 km per hour on land, but they were also equipped with various high-tech armaments. Their eyes could fire laser beams. Their mouths were equipped with a 1-meter-long ultra-high-frequency particle blade. Their backs featured 20-centimeter-long nanospine blades, and the scales on their bodies could open to release jets, achieving instantaneous bursts of speed. They were truly armed to the teeth. For the enemies on the battlefield, the deployment of such an army was nothing short of a nightmare. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With the war platform as the center, the dark, swarming legion of secondary units instantly scattered to all corners of the battlefield. The drones dominated the sky, firing and bombing frantically. Once damaged, they could activate a self-destruct program, turning directly into precision-guided missiles to fly down and perish with the enemy. The mechanical dog army began large-scale armor demolition. Once their 3 heavy shells were spent, they would rush at top speed to the underside of nearby enemy vehicles and self-destruct to destroy the enemy chassis. The The Steel Vipers were the most exaggerated. They moved through the battlefield like a group of agile ghosts at incredible speeds. The spine blades on their backs were razor-sharp, capable of easily slicing through the outer armor of ordinary vehicles. When encountering high-tier vehicles, they could use their laser beams and particle blades to violently cut through the chassis armor, invading the interior of the vehicle to kill the survivors inside. Even if the survivors were extremely strong and could kill a Steel Viper inside the vehicle, they would still face the risk of the Steel Viper self-destructing. The power of such an explosion in a confined space was terrifyingly strong. Even a Tier 5 combat vehicle would find it hard to withstand. What kind of monsters are those? Run! My vehicle has been breached. Someone come save Boom. Don't block the road. Don't fucking block the road. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. The battlefield was in total chaos. The few remaining high-tier vehicles were also being precision-struck by the Steel Vipers one by one, coupled with the frantic fire from the war platform and the pursuit of the army from the rear. This retreating force from Main City No. 1 was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The terrifying scene unfolding ahead left all members of the Justice Alliance stunned. Chapter 220. Sweeping through Main City No. 1. Massive resources and territories secured. Holy shit, look, everyone, damn. Are those all of Master G's secondary units? Is that for real? Is this the true power of a Tier 5 ultimate load vehicle? Can someone tell me how many gold coins and resources Master G has spent on this vehicle so far? At least 5 million, right? You think 5 million gets you this kind of power? It's at least tens of millions. Holy cow. Everyone, don't go on a killing spree, Master G said. No killing those who surrender. These grandsons are still useful. We need them for the trials later. As for those who still dare to run, hunt them down without mercy. The entire world channel was filled with excited discussion, led by Ji Zhang and other frontline commanders. The Justice Alliance advanced like a hot knife through butter. Finally, after pushing 50 kilometers into the territory of Main City No. 1, they successfully routed the entire legion of Main City No. As the last enemy vehicle was destroyed, the entire scene erupted into thunderous, ecstatic cheers. Countless sirens blared in unison, echoing through the sky. Survivors excitedly opened their vehicle doors, letting out hysterical cheers toward the heavens. We won. We took down Main City No. Ha 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 ha. Tonight, we drink and eat meat. Master G is mighty awesome. Ha 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 ha. For everyone, this was their first time participating in such a thrilling, large-scale battle. Following Master G in a total crushing victory like this was simply exhilarating. The entire operation took less than 2 hours, destroying over 20,000 enemy vehicles. And this was the previously arrogant and invincible Main City No. In contrast, the Justice Alliance only lost a few thousand vehicles, with casualties numbering less than 1,000. This kill-to-death ratio was already a heaven-defying, massive victory. However, the real main event was yet to come. That was to harvest all the resource fiefs of Main City No. In this battle, the Justice Alliance captured thousands of survivors from Main City No. The vehicles of those captives were destroyed on the spot, and they were made to kneel with their hands on their heads. All taken into custody by the intelligence department led by Li Wei and Long Yucheng. Under the intense interrogation of the intelligence department, the prisoners quickly handed over an accurate map. On it were the locations of all the territories belonging to Main City No. Perfect. However, the Justice Alliance was now a formal, large organization. The spoils of this war could not be snatched up in a chaotic, disorganized manner. They had to be distributed according to established reward and punishment rules. Under Ji Zhang's arrangement, the Justice Alliance was divided into 3 armies, entering the heart of Main City No. 1 to begin harvesting all the resource fiefs one by one, consolidating them for later distribution. Ji Zhang took it upon himself to handle the resource fiefs of the 3 leaders and their high-ranking subordinates. This was a big piece of meat, and it was a piece of meat already prepared by Lu Bangbang. Before the battle, that guy had already gathered the resource fiefs of fallen powerhouses like Chuang and Shen Qian into his own pocket. He had essentially packed up the feast for him. Half an hour later, Ji Zhang finally crossed the mountain ruins of Main City No. 1 and arrived at the location of Lu Bangbang's territory. As soon as he arrived, He used his armed helicopter's reconnaissance to see the specific situation within the enemy's territory. His eyebrows immediately arched. The highest level resource fief in the area was SS grade, with a territory spanning 10 square kilometers. But there were quite a few resource fiefs inside. There were 5 SS grade ones alone, and over a dozen S grade ones. It was only slightly inferior to his own. Although Lu Bang Bang had been executed, the territory's defenses were still active. To harvest it, he first had to take down these defenses. A surrounding circle of level 4 iron walls and 6 level 3 defense towers. It was the standard level for a top-tier powerhouse. Ji Zhang couldn't be bothered to fight slowly. Besides, he hadn't tested the power of the endgame crossbow since upgrading it. He might as well use Lu Bang Bang's territory as a target to test it out. Consider it a ribbon-cutting ceremony for this big gift box. Ji Zhang directly activated the endgame crossbow and aimed at the iron wall of the territory. Click, click, click. The massive turret base emitted the rhythmic sound of mechanical gears engaging, quickly completing the aim. And then the crossbow fired. Whoosh, a 12-meter-long steel bolt, carrying terrifying momentum, instantly pierced through the vast space ahead, carving out a cavity like a giant white dragon. The sonic boom sounded like a thunderclap hitting the ground, violently tearing apart all the sand, dust, and turf in its path, pulling out 2 nearly solid semicircular wind walls. Almost instantly, the bolt crossed a distance of over 1,000 meters and slammed fiercely into the iron wall. The arrowhead tore through it like a knife through tofu, unstoppable. The excessive damage was immediately transmitted to the entire iron wall, causing it to twist completely and its defense to plummet, and at the moment it encountered resistance. The shockwave thrusters at the end of the bolt directly released massive energy. Exploding with a roar, boom, a terrifying blast wave erupted at the end of the bolt, and the already powerful kinetic energy was pushed to its absolute limit. The bolt fiercely tore through the iron wall, its potent lethality clearing the defense values of the entire 10 square kilometer perimeter wall to zero. Bang! A series of tremors echoed all around. The entire iron wall, along with the defense towers on it, crumbled into dust. The kinetic energy of the endgame crossbow had not yet been exhausted. It swept across the entire territory with its momentum before disappearing from view. Taken, that shot cost 500 gold coins worth of power. Ji Zhang sighed slightly. Reloading the endgame crossbow once required 100 units of alloy. It was a true money-burning machine. However, with this kind of power, it was certainly worth the price. He had urgently wanted to test the combat capability of the Super Majesty field, but unfortunately, the Legion of Main City No. 1 was a bit too weak. No vehicle could even get close to his war platform. He would have to wait until he encountered a strong enemy next time. Ji Zhang stepped down from his vehicle, used a lightning flash to leap high into the air, and landed steadily in the center of the territory. The surrounding area was a sea of brilliant, shimmering gold, with resource territories radiating an alluring luster. Ji Zhang lifted his foot and stomped directly onto the territory monument. Bang! The territory monument was instantly shattered into pieces. This entire expanse of resource territory was also unlocked, becoming ownerless property that could be annexed. Successfully annexed. SS grade gold mine by 1. SS grade oil field heavy oil X1. SS grade iron mine alloy X1. SS grade elemental mine thunder spirit stone X1. SS grade mithril mine X1 successfully annexed. S grade gold mine X2. S grade oil field heavy oil X1 successfully annexed. A grade gold mine X2. Ji Zhang only collected the resource territories of a grade and above. The others were too low level, too miscellaneous, and too numerous. So, he left them to be confiscated by the public. After leaving Lu Bang Bang's territory, Ji Zhang sent a marker to Yixing Zhou and then drove his vehicle to the territories of Commander Zhao and other high-ranking officials. It was another round of harvesting. By the time all resource territories of a grade and above and the high-ranking officials' territories had been harvested, this feast of resource annexation could finally be considered over. That feels good. Looking at the dense list of resource territories on his own territory monument panel, Ji Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Chapter 221. Unlocking 10,000 Races Hegemony. The establishment of Radiant City, a brand new stage. With the removal of the major malignancy that was Main City No. 1. It was time to enter a period of stable development. He could now safely invest a massive amount of resources and gold coins into nuclear-powered robots to let money beget more money. Things are going to get crazy from here on out. The corners of Ji Zhang's mouth curled up slightly. He couldn't wait to return to his own territory and start a new round of major expansion for Ji's mining industry. By this time, the three teams led by Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, and Long Yucheng had also completed the cleanup of other territories, while capturing a large number of survivors and wanderers. These people would need to undergo trial and screening processes later, so they were currently being held in centralized custody. With these matters settled, the high-ranking officials of main city No. 6, along with the leaders of other major cities, gathered at a relic hall in the center of main city No. This place had once been the exclusive conference hall for Zhuang and his associates. Now, in the blink of an eye, the regime had changed, and it had become the conference room for Ji Zhang and his people. A brand new, prefabricated Justice Alliance flag rose slowly in front of the relic hall, symbolizing the change in ownership of this main city. Ji Zhang, along with a group of high-ranking leaders and a massive number of Justice Alliance members and wanderers, stood in front of the hall watching this scene, their hearts filled with deep emotion. Ji Zhang hadn't urgently wanted to make it so formal. But in the end, under the urging and strong demands of the crowd, he had to take the stage to speak. Brothers, I won't say any more nonsense. From now on, we'll drink, eat meat, and fight monsters together, Ji Zhang said with a cheerful smile. A burst of hearty laughter immediately erupted from the crowd, and the atmosphere became pleasant and relaxed. Master Ji, that doesn't count. That's right, Master Ji. Today is such a joyous occasion. The brothers are waiting for you to officially announce the victory. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Haha. Exactly. And there's the victory banquet. You can't be stingy, Master Ji. The brothers haven't had enough of that dragonfish meat from last time, Master Ji. Hurry up and announce the victory. These few words aren't enough. We've even got the salute cannons ready. Announce it. Announce it. Announce it. Announce it. Many of the old brothers from District 5631 teased him, even starting a rhythmic chant. Ji Zhang smiled helplessly, reached out to suppress the noise in the arena, and then spoke seriously into the microphone. I announce, from this day forward, this super main city is unified under the Justice Alliance, and it is officially named. As he said this, Ji Zhang slowly turned his head to look at the top of the relic hall, at those two ancient characters that had long been covered in dust. They were the iconic characters of this super main city, and they could occasionally be seen in high-spec halls within relic clusters elsewhere. While in the spirit god state, Ji Zhang had understood the meaning of those two characters' radiance. He slowly turned back and loudly recited 3 words, Radiant City. As his voice fell, the entire venue erupted into a continuous wave of applause and cheers. The momentum gathered by tens of thousands of people was like a tsunami and thunder, resounding through the clouds. More than a dozen rows of pre-arranged firework cannons fired into the sky, and colorful confetti danced in the air, beneath the fluttering flag. This historic moment was etched into the heart of everyone present. And just after Ji Zhang made the official announcement, a system notification suddenly rang out in everyone's minds. Detected that this super main city has achieved nominal unification. Successfully unlocked super main city entry referendum. Successfully unlocked Grand World Channel. Successfully unlocked 10,000 Races Hegemony Preview. Successfully unlocked Chaos Ancient Domain. Super Main City Entry Referendum Ovation. After the super main city is unified, the city lord can decide whether to initiate a nationwide referendum. If the referendum passes with over 90% of the vote, all survivors in regions 1100 can spend 3.0 gold coins to directly purchase super main city entry permit. Friendly reminder, the city lord can choose to enable or disable the referendum at their discretion. Grand World Channel. Evaluation. A true world channel that only city lord level powerhouses of super main cities can enter to communicate and trade with the top powerhouses from every region of the Eternal Continent. Friendly reminder, if you are not confident in your own strength, do not expose your trump cards and location. 10,000 Races Hegemony Preview Valuation. The city lord can spend 10 million gold coins to unlock the 10,000 Races Hegemony Preview to learn relevant information about the upcoming 10,000 Races Hegemony. Once the City Lord opens the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview, the barrier of the super main city will be unlocked in advance, ushering in unknown risks and opportunities. If you do not choose to enable the Myriad Races Hegemony preview, it will automatically activate after the second wave of survival. Abyss Invasion includes. Friendly reminder: the Myriad Races Hegemony is the most important future path following the super main city. The earlier it is enabled, the greater your control over the future. But the risks you must bear will also be greater. Chaos Ancient Realm Evaluation. This is the most important public area during the Myriad Races Hegemony period, containing a vast amount of unknown mysteries. Once the City Lord enables the Myriad Races Hegemony preview, all survivors may enter. If you do not choose to enable the Myriad Races Hegemony preview, it will automatically activate after the second wave of survival. Abyss Invasion includes. Friendly reminder: it is not recommended for survivors whose strength has not reached the standard to enter. It is an extremely dangerous place. After this massive influx of information appeared, everyone was stunned. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. And it wasn't until a dozen seconds later that an uproar erupted. What the hell? What is going on? No. The amount of information is too huge. I need to digest this properly. It wasn't just those currently staying in the super main city. Even all the survivors in the Plains region had this information appear in their minds. The entire world channel was in an uproar. Holy crap! Is this a direct jump to a new phase? It hasn't started yet. Everything depends on Master G. That national referendum and the Myriad Races Hegemony preview can only be enabled by Master G. Oh my goodness. Are we playing for such high stakes? Everyone, look, a new super main city option has appeared on the system panel. Damn, it's true. People immediately discovered the new addition to the panel, and after opening it, a whole new set of information was displayed. Radiant City Sequence, not yet obtained. Divine Willpower, not yet unlocked. City Lord, Gizang Unique. No. 1 Main City Sub-City Lord. No. 2 Main City Sub-City Lord. No. 3 Main City Sub-City Lord. No. 10 Main City Sub-City Lord. Friendly reminder: all Sub-City Lords of the super main city can be appointed by the City Lord and can be replaced at any time. The City Lord can receive a Kung 15 Constitution, Kung 15 Spirit Growth buff daily, while Sub-City Lords can receive a Kung 3 Constitution, Kung 3 Spirit Growth buff daily. Friendly reminder: the sequence of the super main city will determine whether special rewards and buffs are obtained. It requires exploration by the City Lord. Friendly reminder: the divine willpower of the super main city will determine the fate of the future. It requires exploration by the City Lord. Chapter 222. Appointment of the 10 Sub-City Lords. The national referendum begins. This was the main city panel. However, the brand new functions and information above were basically irrelevant to ordinary survivors. To put it bluntly, this was almost an exclusive panel for Master G. Everyone else was just looking at it out of curiosity, just to get an idea of the general trend. The only person who could truly influence the future fate of the entire super main city was Master G himself. What everyone cared about most right now was the national referendum. This was a real, tangible opportunity that could allow commoners to enter the super main city ahead of schedule. If it were the no. 1 main city in power, there would be basically no hope for a national referendum. Those bastards would want to hoard everything for themselves. But Master G was different. Judging by his style of conduct, it was truly possible that he would let everyone have a share of the meat. At this moment, Gizang was also digesting this information in his mind. As the supreme helmsman of the current super main city, the amount of information he had to process was far greater than anyone else's. He had originally thought that after unifying the super main city, he could enter a period of peaceful development. Unexpectedly, so much new information regarding the future had appeared. Could this be considered an early version update? Gizang narrowed his eyes slightly. The new information that appeared this time seemed vast, but in reality, there was only one key point. That was the Myriad Races Hegemony. Other things like the Grand World Channel and Chaos Ancient Realm were actually content belonging to the Myriad Races Hegemony version. Simply put, those strong enough to unify the super main city before the Abyss Invasion version were granted an opportunity for a closed beta of the new version. The progress was accelerated. The unknown risks had also increased. Let's take it one step at a time, no need to rush, Ji Zhang thought to himself. The first things he needed to do now were the sub-city lord appointments and a national referendum. However, Ji Zhang did not make arrangements immediately. He still had to give everyone some time to digest this information. By the way, he should also arrange the victory banquet. Having just won such a great battle, it was time to reward everyone. Ji Zhang summoned Li Jiangwo and the other two, plus ED from the logistics department, and asked them to organize a grand banquet funded personally by him. And so, an incredibly enthusiastic super victory banquet was laid out in the one main city. It was just approaching noon, and everyone was starving. Large tables were set up on the spot. Those with cooking talents began preparing hearty dishes in temporary tents. Others helped out, purchasing various vegetables, meats, and drinks. Master Ji had already given the word. Everyone should eat their fill today, and it was all on him. Ji Zhang also took advantage of the spare time to lead a dozen top-tier experts with combat talents into the mountains to hunt. They successfully harvested 20,000 caddies of fresh meat from super-grade and king-grade monsters, all of which were brought back for the chefs to cook. Combined with 1,000 units of dragonfish meat as the main course. In our later, 5,000 tables of incredibly sumptuous feasts were fully prepared. All the brothers who participated in the battle, including those from the drifter groups, were seated. At Ji Zhang's announcement of "Let the banquet begin," the scene was bustling with activity, the atmosphere electric. Good wine and fine food, eat to your heart's content. Indulge as much as you like. By the time this fiery banquet came to an end, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Yet, no one had dispersed, because Master Ji had already decided to take advantage of everyone being present to hold a general assembly right on the spot. What was about to be announced next were major matters that would affect every single person. Ji Zhang walked to the front of the hall and turned his gaze toward He, who was standing to the side. Little He, make the arrangements. Have one person from each main city broadcast this live to all the survivors in the plains regions. Yes. He nervously accepted the order and immediately went to make the arrangements. Soon, representatives arrived, carrying the necessary equipment. Under the broadcast of these devices, the scene was transmitted to the world channel of the plains regions. Originally, everyone had been using their own information channels to keep a close eye on the latest developments of the super main city. Now, it was even better. The news station was open. Everyone could watch it directly, in an instant. Tens of millions of survivors flooded into the live stream, watching this historic announcement with bated breath. Is that person Master Ji? Damn, he's so handsome. Is he actually this young? I thought he was a middle-aged man. I really love this. Is Master Ji still single? Begging Master Ji to open a public referendum. I dream of entering the super main city. Begging come one. Even if a referendum opens, not everyone can get in. The ticket alone costs 3,000 gold coins. We small fries should just honestly stay in the plains. The super main city is a stage for the big shots. It's starting. The live stream began, and Ji Zhang officially commenced this announcement. A faint, invisible magnetic field of heavenly thunder expanded, covering the entire venue. His clear and resonant voice reached the ears of everyone. Next, I will announce the appointments for all the small city lords. Because this is the first round of appointments, I have decided based on my own personal standards. Those who did not receive an appointment need not belittle themselves or harbor resentment. There will be opportunities in the future. Those who did receive an appointment should not get carried away, thinking they are firmly seated on their thrones and looking down on others. Because from now on, the Justice Alliance will establish a set of evaluation criteria. Small city lords will be re-evaluated every week. The capable will rise, and the mediocre will step down. It's as simple as that. As his voice fell, the atmosphere in the venue became tense, especially for those high-ranking powerhouses. Their palms were sweating with excitement, hoping that their names would appear on the list Master Ji was about to read. Main City No. 1, Li Jianwo. Whoosh! A burst of cheers erupted at the scene, followed by thunderous applause. Li Jianwo was one of the most important founders of the Justice Alliance. He was upright and held in high regard. Getting this position was truly what everyone expected. Following that, Ji Zhang's announcements rang out one after another. Each time his voice fell, It triggered a wave of enthusiastic applause. Main City No. 2, Yixingzhou. Main City No. 3, Zhangwushan. Main City No. 4, Jiaozhuan. Main City No. 5, Zhenghe. Main City No. 7, Tapao. Main City No. 8, Yuangang. Main City No. 9, Shanzhuan. Main City No. 10, Longyucheng. As the final spot was confirmed, a wave of enthusiastic cheering erupted in the venue, especially for the leaders of the other main cities. They all breathed a huge sigh of relief in their hearts. Master Ji had still shown them respect and had not stripped them of their positions, except for No. 1, No. 2, and Main City No. 10, which had no one stationed there to develop it because the region had disappeared. The other main cities continued to use their previous top leaders as city lords. However, this was not set in stone, because according to what Master Ji said, small city lords would be evaluated every week based on the criteria. If they performed poorly, they could be removed at any time. After the city lord appointments concluded, another major matter that everyone cared about was about to have its results announced. The tens of thousands of people at the scene, as well as the countless survivors in the plains watching via the live stream, could not help but hold their breath. Next, I will directly announce the next resolution. That is the decision on whether to open a public referendum. This decision is open. Chapter 223, Grand Carnival. Ji Zhang's reputation reaches the peak of the 10,000 region area. As his voice fell, a wave of enthusiastic murmurs erupted in the venue, and a great deal of discussion broke out. Although everyone had long anticipated this decision from Master Ji, the moment it was officially announced, everyone still felt as if the wheels of history had been pushed forward a step. Some were excited by this push of historical progress, while others were worried. No one knew what kind of changes would be brought about by such a massive influx of survivors into the super main city. In contrast, all the survivors in the plains regions were completely plunged into an unprecedentedly grand carnival. Holy crap, it's open. Master Ji is awesome. Master Ji is the eternal king. Damn, this is great. We can enter the super main city too. Master Ji really has guts. He actually dared to open a referendum. This is what a true main city leader is. District 313 swears to follow Master Ji to the death. District 8212. Fall in line and follow. District 6687 is here. District 3623. District 1237 is present. On the World Channel, a massive amount of bullet comments drifted by like snowflakes, filled with immense joy and excitement. Even the survivors from villainous regions like Main City No. 1 had reached the peak of their reverence for Master Ji at this moment. At this time, Ji Zhang's voice rang out once again. I know that among you who are currently in the main city, some brothers might feel imbalanced, thinking that we fought for this territory, so why should we share it with others? And my survivor friends in the plains regions might also feel that they have picked up a huge bargain, thinking that they can come to the super main city to strike gold and have their resources skyrocket immediately. But what I want to say is that the super main city is vast, and it is also fraught with danger. This is a path leading to strength, but it is absolutely not a shortcut. I will offer one piece of advice. After the national referendum passes, those who are not confident in their own abilities should observe for a while before deciding whether to come. Otherwise, spending 3 gold coins only to end up working for someone else's territory would be putting the cart before the horse. As for the brothers already in the main city, there is no need to worry about resources being spread too thin. The Justice Alliance will do its best to safeguard the interests of every brother. Furthermore, defending against future risks and conquering high-level resource thieves also requires a sufficient number of strong individuals. I hope everyone will not exclude newcomers, but rather cooperate sincerely and respect one another. This is the essential foundation for sustainable development. Of course, the new personnel management regulations will subsequently be incorporated into the Justice Alliance's charter. This is also the specific work that the small city lords will need to carry out next. That is all. I announce. The national referendum is officially open. As the final words fell, Ji Kang directly activated the national referendum button on the main city panel. The next moment, a voting panel appeared before everyone. It started. It's open. It's open. Brothers, charge, charge. Charge, vote in favor. It feels like the new year. This vote did not display the specific number of votes, only the percentage of approval and opposition. Almost immediately, the approval rating hit 99. The passage of the referendum was a foregone conclusion. When the 10-minute voting period ended, the approval rating remained at an absolute lead of 99%. The referendum passed successfully. The entire world channel was filled with jubilation, with survivors celebrating joyfully everywhere. Now, the purchase of access tickets to the super main city had been opened. A large number of survivors with funds on hand rushed to buy tickets and flooded toward the portals. Today was destined to be an exceptionally lively day, and this assembly in Main City No. 1 was also officially declared over. Things would be very busy from here on out, with a mountain of tasks waiting to be handled. Ji-Kang let out a slow breath. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Managing such a massive operation was truly exhausting. If it weren't for this damn system forcing the position of City Lord upon him, he wouldn't want to do it at all. Once the people behind him grew capable enough, he would just become a hands-off manager. He summoned the various city lords for a small meeting. Old Li, Xiaolong, your burdens are going to be a bit heavy from now on. Be mentally prepared. Ji-Kang said. Yes, the three responded solemnly. Although the main city units were now divided, the overall structure of the Justice Alliance remained the most important entity. They were essentially holding dual roles now. With the unification of the major main cities and the explosive growth in the number of outsiders, these rotating chairmen would not only need to perfect the Justice Alliance's regulations and systems as soon as possible, but also promote talent capable of taking on major responsibilities. Every department must expand as quickly as possible to absorb more capable personnel. Ji-Kang discussed this with the small city lords present. City Lord, I suggest we immediately establish a law enforcement team. Otherwise, with so many people, things will easily descend into chaos, leading to conflicts or even large-scale infighting. Li Jianguo, who had the most experience in personnel management, suggested immediately. Approved. Old Li, I leave this to you. Ji-Kang nodded. During the subsequent discussion, the meeting also decided to expand the Justice Alliance with several brand new, important departments. Hunting Squad, responsible for systematically recruiting strong individuals to conquer high-difficulty resource feats. Resource Management Department, an upgraded version of the Logistics Department, responsible for recording contribution points and providing resource feats, cash, materials, etc. that can be exchanged with those points. Trading Department, responsible for various offline transactions, ensuring safety. Territory Planning Department, all relocation and expansion of individual territories must be approved by the Planning Department. Defense and Intelligence Department, responsible for the defense and intelligence work of all main cities. After finalizing these, Ji-Kang also took the opportunity to appoint the heads and deputy heads of each department. Once finished, Ji-Kang specifically urged, as for the spoils of this great battle, try to complete the distribution within the next 2 days. Don't keep the brothers waiting too long. Also, I will have Hiji set up a petition channel, with dedicated personnel responsible for collecting reports from all main city members, which will then be handled by the law enforcement team. I will conduct random checks. How well you do your jobs is something I can see. Keep that in mind. Everyone responded solemnly. Yes, City Lord, that's all for now. Let's adjourn. If there are any issues later, just report them directly to the rotating chairman. With that, Ji-Kang dismissed the meeting. Returning to the war platform, Ji-Kang set the route back to Main City No. 6 and lay down on the sofa to rest for a while. It was already 4 in the afternoon. There were less than 2 hours left until nightfall. This also meant that the second wave of the Abyss invasion was about to arrive. According to the precedent of the first wave of the Corpse Tide, the intensity of the monsters would increase exponentially. He wondered what kind of scene it would be tonight. Chapter 224, Great World Channel. Upgrade nuclear-powered engine. However, for his current strength, the monster invasion no longer posed a threat to his survival. At most, it would just be a matter of going back to upgrade a few defensive towers. Ji-Kang lay on the green leaf sofa and checked his system backend panel. 3 new items had appeared on it. They were Super Main City Radiant City New Great World Channel New 10,000 Races Hegemony Preview New Not Yet Opened. He had already looked at the main city panel just now. This time, he tried opening the Great World channel. The scene shifted, and a chat channel completely different from the previous one suddenly appeared before his eyes. In the top right corner, there was an exclusive special trading channel, and to his surprise, this special trading channel actually allowed for the trading of restricted trade items. In other words, aside from items bound to individuals like Moonblood or Talon Shards, all other weapons, materials, and props that would normally require offline trading could be traded through this channel. However, the transaction fee was also extremely high, reaching as much as 20% of the product's value. It was practically daylight robbery. G-King shook his head slightly, but for now, it seemed he was the only one online in the entire world channel. The public screen was completely empty, and there was no one online in the private chat area either. Could it be that I am the only one who reached the City Lord rank first? G-King muttered to himself. However, he didn't spend too much energy pondering this matter. He closed the world channel and began to examine the details of the final 10,000 Races Hegemony announcement notification. This thing was the true highlight after the unification of the super main city this time, and as the only City Lord qualified to trigger the announcement. The information he saw was far more detailed than what ordinary survivors could see. Although the specific content was still unknown for the time being, he could judge the general situation from the clues within. For instance, the current super main city was surrounded by a barrier that protected it from interference by external creatures and the environment. Once the announcement was triggered, the barrier would disappear. No one knew what unknown risks would be ushered in at that time, but if he didn't trigger it, it would be equivalent to giving up this preemptive right, making it impossible to gain an advantage in the future. G-King thought it over carefully. He decided to wait a few days for the situation in the super main city to stabilize before choosing to trigger it. Of course, the most critical reason was still a lack of money. Triggering this B-level announcement actually cost a staggering 10 million gold coins. It was truly absurd. However, having arranged what needed to be done next, G-King's mind finally relaxed. He glanced at the map. There was still quite a distance to go before reaching main city. No, the current Tier 5 vehicle was too massive, and the fully equipped Tier 4 engine was indeed struggling to keep up. Running at full speed the entire time, it only reached 160 km per hour, which was far worse than those same tier ghost vehicles or combat vehicles. I should just go ahead and upgrade the engine level first. G-King opened the upgrade panel for the engine component. Engine level 7 can be upgraded to nuclear engine level 8. Nuclear engine level 8 evaluation. After upgrading, the engine abandons the original fuel con electric drive and adopts a small nuclear reactor as a brand new method of energy acquisition. The thermal energy generated by the small nuclear reactor will drive 5 sets of steam turbine generator units, providing the vehicle with lasting and powerful propulsion. The nuclear reactor requires the consumption of nuclear fuel containing fission materials such as uranium-235. This material can be extracted via obsidian or refined through heavy oil. The upgraded nuclear engine can provide the current vehicle with a cruising speed of 300 km per hour and a maximum speed of 500 km per hour under the mechanical frenzy state. Upgrade requires 600,000 gold coins, 100,000 parts, 200,000 steel plates, 10,000 heavy oil, 10,000 alloys, 20 nuclear fuel. Friendly reminder: the mechanical frenzy state consumes a large amount of nuclear fuel and can last for a maximum of 30 minutes. It actually uses nuclear power. G-King's eyes lit up slightly. A cruising speed of 300 km per hour was a direct doubling of his previous speed. What was even more terrifying was the bonus mechanical frenzy state, which could push it to a maximum speed of 500 km per hour. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the sight would be of a vehicle as large as a war platform racing across the ground at 500 km per hour. G-King immediately opened the trading house to stock up on the missing materials. With the output from the more than 10 hours since last night, he already had 4 million gold coins on hand, so making up for these materials wasn't much of a problem. The only thing that made his heart ache was the nuclear fuel. There were only a few units of this item on the trading house, and the price was astonishing. 1 unit cost 50,000 gold coins. However, no one was buying it right now, so it was likely just listed to inflate the price. Ji Kang went directly to Gu Qingyu and asked her to help him collect nuclear fuel and see if she could find any talent capable of refining this material. In less than 10 minutes, Gu Qingyu had helped him collect dozens of units of nuclear fuel. According to her, many top-tier alchemists had already refined this material, but because no one was buying it and it wouldn't sell on the trading house, they had just been hoarding it. Now that someone wanted it, they were willing to sell it at the cost price of 6.0 gold coins per unit, waiving the labor fee. Ji Kang directly bought out all the nuclear fuel at a price of 10.0 per unit. Afterward, he clicked to upgrade. A minute or two later, the entire upgrade process was complete. Ji Kang extracted all the remaining 290 units of fuel from the vehicle's fuel tank and then loaded 10 units of nuclear fuel into it. Click. Accompanied by the sound of electrical power starting up, the small nuclear reactor located under the belly of the cabin began to operate. Following that, the vehicle's previously somewhat sluggish speed suddenly increased, and he even felt a slight push against his back. The speed is finally back. That's more like it. Ji Kang curled his lips into a grin. However, the energy consumption of this new engine was not low at all. He checked the vehicle panel. The range for 10 units of nuclear fuel was only 400 kilometers. 400 kilometers of travel would cost him 100,000 gold coins, without a solid fortune. One really couldn't afford to drive this vehicle. However, that is only because the price of nuclear fuel hasn't come down yet. I expect it might get better in the future. Over half an hour later, Ji Zhang finally piloted the war platform back into his territory, finally home. Stepping through the gates of his territory and looking at the vast expanse of golden mineral wealth before him, Ji Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. A massive synthesis session, one that would be impossible to stop once started, was about to begin. Ji Zhang rubbed his hands together and opened the territory stele. Chapter 225. Millions of gold coins daily. Breaking limits once again. Territory stele owner, Ji Zhang. Total territory area, 100 square kilometers. Current resource fiefs, gold mine, SSS rank X1, SS rank X2, S rank X4, oil field SS rank heavy oil X4, S rank heavy oil X2, iron mine SS rank alloy X4, S rank alloy X1, elemental mine, SS rank X4, S rank X3, lumberyard, SS rank super timber X1, S rank X2. MITHRIL mine, SS rank X1, S rank X2. Crystal mine, S rank X2, rank X1, glittering gold mine, S rank X1, rank X1, B rank X3, C rank X2, D rank X1 vibranium mine, C rank X1, D rank X2 obsidian mine, O rank X3 defense construction market teleportation. Ji Zhang took bold action, beginning a frantic synthesis spree. Successfully synthesized SS rank gold mine by 1. Successfully synthesized SSS rank gold mine by 1. The second SSS rank gold mine was in his hands, looking at the brand new, massive gold mine that had appeared in his territory. Ji Zhang felt a surge of excitement. Following that, he began synthesizing other SSS rank resource fiefs. Successfully synthesized SSS rank oil field heavy oil X1. Successfully synthesized SSS rank iron mine alloy X1. Successfully synthesized SSS rank elemental mine thunder spirit stone X1. He got a thunder spirit stone mine. When Ji Zhang saw the last 3 characters of the elemental mine's name, he couldn't believe his eyes. Holy crap! This was a massive leap forward. He had achieved freedom from the scarcity of thunder spirit stones in the territory. A large area of treasure, or emitting a faint blue glow, had appeared. Countless strands of pure thunder energy were drifting within the ores, flickering with a subtle, faint lightning light. A piece of information appeared before his eyes. Thunder Spirit Stone Mine SSS rank mining slots, output per slot. 50 Thunder Spirit Stones H base efficiency total output, 0 Thunder Spirit Stones evaluation. An extremely rare Thunder Spirit Stone mine among elemental mines. Combined with its top-tier quality and reserves, its value is immeasurable. Requires a diamond pickaxe to mine. 8 slots. With a base efficiency of 50 Thunder Spirit Stones per hour. At the current unit price of 70 gold coins each, that was 500 gold coins. That was about 1/3 higher than the 2 500 gold coin output value of the SSS rank gold mine, truly fierce. Jizang couldn't help but exclaim. By comparison, the SSS rank iron mine alloy and SSS rank oil field heavy oil were significantly inferior. The SSS rank iron mine had a base efficiency of 50 units of alloy, which, at the current unit price of 35 gold coins, amounted to only 750 gold coins. The SSS rank oil field was even worse, with a base efficiency of 50 units of heavy oil at a unit price of 30 gold coins, totaling only 1,500 gold coins. Next, I need to arrange the robots and tools. Jizang checked his inventory. He had spent a portion on upgrading the engine earlier, and now he had over 2 million gold coins left, along with material resources worth several 100,000 gold coins. The first priority remained the SSS rank gold mine. Although the Thunder Spirit stones had a high output value, they couldn't be listed on the exchange, making them slow and troublesome to liquidate. Besides, he intended to keep them for his own use, so a slower development pace wasn't a big issue. He spent a massive sum of 1.6 million gold coins to purchase 8 more nuclear-powered labor robots. Then, at a price of 38,000 to 40,000 gold coins each, he acquired 8 secret treasure-grade iron pickaxes. After equipping the nuclear-powered robots, he sent them into the gold mine to work. Gold mine SSS rank no. Mining slots. Output per slot, 2,500 gold coins, each base efficiency slot 1. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120% slot 2. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120% slot 8. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120%. Total output, 264,000 gold coins. Evaluation. The highest quality, super large gold mine, possessing the highest output and highest efficiency, a top-tier existence. As the robots began their labor, delightful numbers began to pop up. Now, with the No. 1 and No. 2 SSS rank gold mines combined, the hourly output reached over 500,000 gold coins, allowing him to harvest an astonishing 10 million plus gold coins every day. It just feels great. It's a pity that tools are becoming increasingly expensive, especially after the national referendum was initiated. Even low-efficiency tools like common, fine, and rare grades were being frantically snatched up and wiped clean from the market. The rare tier and secret treasure tier items were slightly better, and there was still some stock left, but their prices had also risen significantly. As for anything legendary tier or above, there was still not a shadow of one to be seen. Jizang couldn't be bothered to collect them anymore. When he had some spare money later, he would just buy those high-grade tool gift packs and top-tier tool gift packs from the territory shop and try his luck with a few gambles. He currently had less than 1 million gold coins on hand. He didn't plan on buying more robots. He would upgrade his territory's defenses first. Jizang opened the Defense Tower tab on the Territory Stele. Defense Tower current quantity. Shock Tower by 1, Arrow Tower by 2. Cannon Tower X to quantity limit. Evaluation. Rapidly construct defense towers to repel various incoming powerful enemies, allowing you to leave your territory without any worries. Constructing Arrow Tower requires gold coins x 1000. Constructing Cannon Tower requires gold coins x 1000. Constructing Frost Tower requires gold coins by 50. 0. Ice Spirit Stone by 500. Constructing Ghost Tower requires gold coins by 100. 0. Soul Stone by 20. Constructing Shock Tower requires gold coins by 200. Constructing Purgatory Blood Tower requires gold coins x 2 million. Purgatory IX1. Friendly reminder: after upgrading a defense tower to level 1, it will stack 10% of the average attack power of all armaments on the main vehicle, and so on. At the maximum level of 10, it will stack 100% of the main vehicle's attack power. Jizang stroked his chin. After promoting to an SSS tier territory, the number of defense towers had increased to 20, and brand new defense towers had been unlocked. He opened the upgrade details for the Purgatory Blood Tower. Chapter 226, Upgrading Territory Defenses. The second wave of Abyss invasion arrives. Purgatory Blood Tower Level 1 Attack Power, 100,000 42. 10% bonus from main vehicle attack range, 10,000 meters fire rate, 5 rounds minute area of effect attack coverage, 200 meters. Passive skill Purgatory Blood Infection. The attacks of the Purgatory Blood Tower can continuously adhere to enemies, causing massive, sustained burning damage. Evaluation. The Purgatory Blood Tower is an extremely powerful top-tier defense tower, possessing ultra-long range, ultra-high lethality, and ultra-large damage radius, and sustained damage effects. Constructing Purgatory Blood Tower requires gold coins X to million, Heart of Purgatory X1. Friendly reminder: the Purgatory Blood Tower can also deal damage to monsters with special statuses, such as spirit form, magic immunity, or physical immunity. It's actually this overpowered. Ji Zhang thought to himself. This defense tower was practically omnipotent. All its stats were maxed out, and it had almost no weaknesses. If there was one drawback, it was that it was expensive. The first level alone cost an astronomical figure of 2 million gold coins, plus an unknown high-grade material, which was truly a bit frightening. Ji Zhang closed the panel. He couldn't afford this defense tower yet, so he would leave it for later. The current priority was to build the other defense towers. Otherwise, with the current area of 100 square kilometers, it was inevitable that some areas would be left undefended. He directly constructed 3 arrow towers and 3 cannon towers, adding the 4 he already had. He now had a total of 10 basic towers. Ji Zhang spent over 1 million gold coins to upgrade them all to level 4. Arrow Tower level 4 attack power 3000 kung 168. 40% bonus from main vehicle attack range 3000 meters fire rate 5 rounds a second. Evaluation. A high-speed arrow tower with higher attack power, faster fire rate, and longer range. Within its domain, it can deal massive damage to any single target. Upgrading to level 5 arrow tower requires gold coins by 300. Cannon tower level 4. Attack power 10,000 kung 168. 40% bonus from main vehicle attack range 1,500 meters fire rate. 6 rounds minute area of effect attack splash radius 40 meters evolution. A powerful high-grade cannon tower. Every shell can deal massive damage to enemies over a large area. It is a powerful tool for dealing with groups of monsters. Upgrading to level 5 cannon tower requires gold coins X 500. Not bad. Looking at the stats of the 10 upgraded defense towers, Ji Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Now that he had advanced to a tier 5 vehicle and added the upgrades to the main vehicle's defensive armaments, the attack power bonuses for these defense towers had nearly doubled. Coupled with the stacking percentages, they looked even more formidable. There were still 9 empty slots for defense towers, but he had no money left to upgrade them, so he would deal with that next time. Ji Zhang placed all the defense towers at regular intervals along the super elo walls. Mission accomplished. By this time, Ji Zhang finally had some free time. There was half an hour left before nightfall. He returned to the war platform and began to enjoy the sumptuous dinner that the little maid Kikyu had prepared for him. Where did those 2 little ones go? Ji Zhang asked while eating. Master, Danzai took his little sister out to play. I just called them to come back. They should be on their way now. Kikyu used a tissue to carefully wipe the corner of Ji Zhang's mouth, then opened the map location and the first-person camera on the screen. The camera device was hanging on Danzai's back, and he could see Wahua hugging its dragon horn. The big one and the small one were soaring over the forest sea, which was bathed in the sunset glow. Where did you 2 run off to again? Hurry up and come home, Ji Zhang shouted in a stern voice. Wahua used her 2 short legs to hug the dragon horn, looking back at the camera pitifully, and let out a meow. It's okay, Wahua. Daddy wasn't talking to you. Ji Zhang softened his tone, speaking gently. Only when Danzai also turned his head back did he viciously scold the little guy. Danzai has now grown to a length of 8 meters, and with the increase in its strength, it has become increasingly lawless out all day long. It only knows how to go out and pick fights with wild monsters. Ruru. Danzai mimicked its younger sister's appearance, letting out a few aggrieved, whimpering sounds. Unexpectedly, it only got scolded even more severely, so it had to hang its head in dejection and carry Wahua home. Ji King enjoyed this meal immensely. This could be considered a benefit of his increased physique, a larger appetite, a good craving for food, and everything tasting delicious. Coupled with the fruits and vegetables brought back from Yuan, he felt a warm, glowing sensation throughout his entire body after eating, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Afterward, he switched his title to Homeland Favored 1 to claim the mental attribute points from the willpower buff. Ding, triggered Homeland's protection buff, obtained Spirit Kung 10. This really gave him quite a surprise. He hadn't expected that after the great battle at the super main city, the willpower he carried had been completely maxed out, and now he was receiving the capped value of 10 spirit points. He opened his personal status window and took a look. Name, Jikang Identity, Lord of Radiant City Title, Fallen One of Darkness Physique Kung 150, Spirit Kung 30, Extra Kill Bonus Kung 50% Physique, 1130 to 0.5 Undercity Lord BUFF Bonus, 133.4 Undercity Lord BUFF Bonus, Forest Kingdom BUFF Bonus, Homeland's Protection BUFF Bonus, Extra Kill Bonus 50% accumulated. 38.2 gold coins can be withdrawn at any time. Bound vehicle, heavy-duty synthetic or platform modified level 105 talents. Daily Intelligence SSS rank hidden unique. Heavenly Thunder Formless A rank. Global Spirit God A rank. Wine Walker B rank. Transcendental Awakening. Eagle Eye C rank. Transcendental Awakening. Basic Body Movement C rank. Word Spirit. Endless Life No grade. Life type TSK. This growth rate. Jikang looked at the increase in his spirit value, feeling incredibly satisfied. City Lord Kung Title Kung Life Theme Kung Fruits and Vegetables, calculated daily. This guaranteed at least 30 points of spirit increase. At this rate, wouldn't he become a god? Jikang imagined the future with delight. At this moment, Danzai flew back from the distant sky, carrying Huahua, and the fearsome night finally descended quietly at this very moment. Because the intensity of the first wave of monsters was truly terrifying, most survivors chose to return to the plains to defend when the second wave arrived. Only a handful of top-tier powerhouses remained in the super main city. In the World Channel, feelings of unease and panic gradually permeated everyone's hearts along with the arrival of the darkness. Chapter 227. New King-level monster Faceless Ghost appears. The great battle begins. I wonder what the situation will be like tonight. It definitely won't be easy, that's for sure. Everyone had such a hard time with the first wave, let alone the second. Didn't the first round of the Corpse Tide have this kind of difficulty stacking? The Corpse Tide was truly miserable. 90% of the survivors in our district didn't even make it past the 7th day. It's a good thing we have Lord G and the Justice Alliance now. Everyone isn't divided and carving out territories like before. That's right, if nothing else. At least everyone can pull together now. And our collective strength is much stronger than before. It's here, it's here. Damn, I'm so nervous. Whoosh. In the vast darkness, a nauseating, fishy stench drifted over. Gurgle, gurgle. In the distance, giant shadows wriggling on the ground began to appear slowly. Sounds similar to the vibration of a chest cavity connected densely. And combined with that dense mass of figures, it made one's scalp tingle. Roar. Danzai had already sensed the danger and let out a low growl, its pair of golden slit pupils staring fixedly at the darkness outside the window. Master. Kiku also came down from upstairs, her expression solemn. It's fine. Relax. Jikang stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes narrowing slightly as he ordered Kiku. You are responsible for the vehicle and territory defense later. Yes, Master. Danzai. Come out with me to kill monsters. Wahua, stay at home. Roar, roar, meow. After speaking, Jikang put on his super body armor and flew out from the floor-to-ceiling window with Danzai. A few seconds later, he arrived above the territory, his gaze focused, and he immediately entered the Eagle Eye state. Although he could see the images and numbers of the monsters from the radar and the sentry eye, he was still accustomed to observing the battlefield with his own eyes. They were crawling monsters with a body length of 10 meters, featuring long necks and tails, short limbs, and bodies covered in dark blue mucus, resembling giant slugs with atrophied limbs under their bellies. There was a huge sac. The liquid inside stretched the skin until it was almost transparent, as if it would explode at the slightest prick. The figures of these monsters appeared all over the mountains and plains, crawling rapidly across the ground. The gurgling sound grew louder and denser, causing a sense of physical discomfort. A line of monster information appeared. Black Mountain Blood Leech Level, Super Monster Evolution. The Black Mountain Blood Leech is one of the most toxic dark races with the highest defense at the same tier. Their skin possesses toughness beyond human imagination, and kinetic weapons can barely penetrate them. At the same time, Black Mountain Blood Leeches can release highly toxic solutions that can dissolve almost any metal, causing massive damage to city walls. Therefore, never let them get close to your territory. Friendly reminder: using non-kinetic weapons to attack them might have miraculous effects. Poison monsters. Ji Kang's eyes remained calm and unruffled. He no longer cared about these super-grade monsters. The only issue was that it might be a bit disgusting when he had to go out and kill them in a moment. Besides the Black Mountain Blood Leech, an old friend he had seen last time, the demonic prison three-headed dog, had also arrived. Combined, the number of these two types of monsters was visibly several times higher than the previous wave. A king-grade monster had indeed appeared. Ji Kang's gaze focused on a slightly slender figure in the distance. It was a humanoid monster, only about 1.5 meters tall. Even the Black Mountain Blood Leeches wriggling nearby were taller than it. Yet, the aura it radiated was so powerful that it was impossible to ignore. Patter, patter. The humanoid monster moved with a slightly stiff gait, taking steps forward. It had no arms. Its entire body was a stark, hairless white, and the features on its face seemed to be covered by a thick layer of skin, revealing only a vague outline. Did a big catch arrive? Ji Kang was also a bit surprised. He had assumed tonight would just bring a larger quantity of super-grade monsters. He hadn't expected a king-grade one to show up as well. And this monster. When he saw the specific information about the opponent, Ji Kang's eyes narrowed slightly. Faceless Ghost Level, King-grade Monster Evolution, and a known dark race. Every faceless ghost seems to carry a mysterious curse, which has continuously driven them to act throughout the long, dark ages. Although the faceless ghost is small in stature, it possesses immense power and harbors astonishing hostility and hatred toward living beings. Any living creature that appears within their perception range will be subjected to their relentless, never-ending pursuit. What kind of thing is this? Ji Kang was lost in thought. Seeing this faceless ghost, he was reminded of the Corpse King he had encountered on the plains back then. For some reason, he felt there were certain similarities between the two. Could this also be a human who had once fallen into darkness? Just as he was pondering, the dark, menacing mass of figures on the ground had already approached the territory from all directions. The 11 defensive towers opened fire almost simultaneously. Asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk boom, asterisk bang, with the attack power bonus from the Tier 5 vehicle. The current defensive towers possessed terrifying destructive power. The artillery towers and shock towers displayed overwhelming dominance, taking out a large swath with every shot. Only the arrow towers performed slightly worse. There was no need to mention the demonic prison three-headed dogs. They were still splitting frantically. As for the newly appeared Black Mountain Blood Leeches, their skin was absurdly tough. When arrows struck them, the immense kinetic energy would send their entire bodies flying 100 meters into the air. But once they landed, their skin remained undamaged, and they continued to crawl toward the city walls. Kinetic weapons were almost completely ineffective against them. The artillery towers performed much better. The high-temperature flames produced by the explosions could quickly burn away their skin, stripping them of their greatest defensive advantage. The shock towers were even more exaggerated. Every shot resulted in mass instant kills, regardless of whether they had tough skin or the ability to split. They were killed instantly upon contact. Successfully kill the Black Mountain Blood Leech. Gold coins come 100. Blood Leech skin come 2. Super Main City bonus doubled. Successfully killed a demonic prison three-headed dog. Gold coins come 100. Super Main City bonus doubled. Successfully killed a Black Mountain Blood Leech. Gold coins come 100. Super Main City bonus doubled. A long list of kill notifications began to appear continuously. However, because the territory was so large and had attracted so many monsters, the 11 defensive towers were starting to feel insufficient. and the safety buffer was being continuously eroded. Is the defensive pressure of an SSS grade territory really this high? Ji Kang rubbed his chin, but it wasn't surprising given the sheer number of enemies. Everyone in District 5631, including Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, and the others, had returned to Twilight Canyon to assist in the defense. Now, he was the only one in Main City No. 6, and the monsters had all gathered here, drawn by the scent. Looking out from here, he estimated there were tens of thousands of super-grade monsters. Let's begin. Ji Kang stretched his shoulders and neck. Chapter 228. The Might of Heavenly Thunderstrike, Instant Annihilation. He moved his mind. The super alloy gate of the territory below rumbled open. A massive tide of monsters immediately surged toward the gate. The war platform, which had been prepared long ago, instantly unleashed its most ferocious firepower. At the same time, secondary vehicles like the mechanical wolves, along with the mechanical synthesis troops, began to charge out in a grand formation, sweeping through everything. Nearby, Danzai was already eager to join the fray. After receiving Ji Kang's nod, Danzai flew down with an asterisk whoosh asterisk, its tail whipping through the air with a loud sonic boom. The power of the dragon bloodline within Danzai had begun to manifest gradually, and its combat strength was increasing day by day. One must remember, this little guy was still only in its infancy. Its status window still described it as a super-grade monster, but its strength was already at the upper middle tier among king-grade monsters. If it were to truly evolve into its growth stage, it would likely be able to challenge creatures even higher than king-grade monsters. Ji Kang drew the moon's blood from his waist, swapped out his super body armor, and entered the heavenly thunder body state. White arcs of lightning shimmered around his body. Asterisk sizzle. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of brilliant light that tore through the night sky, directly intervening in the battlefield on the ground below. The mighty power of thunder, combined with the sharpness of the moon's blood, harvested the dark creatures on the ground at an incredible speed. However, it was only when he reached the melee stage that Ji Kang truly felt the terror of the Black Mountain Blood Leech. This creature had extremely high resistance and counter attributes against cold weapons and other melee methods. Its skin was incredibly difficult to pierce, even if one managed to break through its defense. The strong acidic venom splashing from the leech's wounds could inflict massive damage. That venom was truly like a maggot in the bone. If you get even a drop on you, unless you immediately slice away the flesh and skin where it touched, the wound will be burned through, creating a gaping hole within a second or two. Unless one's physique is powerful enough to be tougher than super alloys, one must absolutely avoid close quarters combat with them. This was also the most disgusting and troublesome super monster Ji Kang had ever seen. Fortunately, he possessed an outer armor condensed from thunder energy, which could completely withstand these toxins. But the other survivors were not having such an easy time. Ji Kang took a glance at the world channel. Following the passage of the national referendum, the world channels for the plains regions and the super main cities had now been interconnected. Above was a scene of visible, widespread misery. Feelings of fear and panic permeated the skies over every region. Ah, save me. You must not get contaminated by the Black Mountain Blood Leech's venom. Retreat, retreat quickly. Everyone use elemental attacks. Only elemental attacks are effective against the Black Mountain Blood Leeches. Help! Requesting support. We can't hold on much longer. Support my foot. Who can provide cross-regional support? Besides, in a situation like tonight, everyone is barely able to look after themselves. A king-level monster has appeared. As the second wave of monsters reached its peak, a large number of plains regions had already begun to face an unprecedented survival crisis. Those factions without top-tier experts to support them were wiped out from the very beginning, their entire regions mercilessly devoured by the dark races. But this was only the beginning. The moment that pale, thin, humanoid figure appeared, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That is, what kind of monster is that? It's here, it's here. Everyone, keep your distance from that faceless ghost. It will turn into a skin to eat people. It's no use. Our firepower isn't working at all. We can't kill it. Everyone with elemental talents, focus your fire on the faceless ghost, otherwise, we're all finished. Meanwhile, Main City No. This intense battle had already entered a white-hot stage. Successfully killed a demon prison 3-headed dog. Gold coins come 100. Doubled for Super Main City. Successfully triggered the Moon Blood Kill passive. Visit Con 2. Successfully kill the Black Mountain Blood Leech. Gold coins come 100. Blood Leech skin come 2. Doubled for Super Main City. Before Jizang's eyes, a large number of kill notifications kept popping up. Under the frantic clearing by the defense towers, or platforms, and the duo of him and Danzai, 1 man and 1 dragon, the monsters around the territory began to decrease rapidly. And at this moment, the faceless ghost, which had been slowly advancing on the ground, finally made a move. Click, click. Its neck was as stiff as a zombie's, emitting the sound of grinding bones as it turned. After its head twisted violently back and forth several times, it finally turned its gaze toward Jizang's direction. Click. Its waist and back bent in a bizarre posture, arching backward nearly 180 degrees, before it suddenly sprang up. Whoosh. The faceless ghost flew up like a cannonball, crossing a distance of over 1,000 meters in an instant, and smashed toward the position where Jizang stood. Jizang had just finished harvesting a large area of super monsters, surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He looked up and saw a terrifying white figure in the sky descending toward his location. Jizang narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the dual perception and analysis of his spirit god and eagle eye, he judged the opponent's strength in an instant. Not bad. To think it's on par with the Corpse King from back then. Jizang was somewhat surprised. Although the strength of monsters was doubled when defending a super main city, the Corpse King was considered top tier even among king-level monsters. For this faceless ghost to match the intensity of the Corpse King while in a doubled state was enough to prove its strength. It was at least several streets ahead of things like the Hell Toad or the super giant dragonfish. Perfect. I use you to test my blade. Jizang sneered and held the moon blood horizontally, charging up his strength. The energy of his heavenly thunder body surged wildly across his skin, condensing onto the edge of the moon blood. Whoosh, whoosh. The faceless ghost's figure descended rapidly, but at the very instant the two were about to clash, the faceless ghost's pale body suddenly tore open, transforming into a giant white skin that directly shrouded and covered Jizang's figure. But before that giant white skin could close, Jizang's figure had already flashed out. Shing, a blade of light, accompanied by dazzling thunder, instantly tore the entire bizarre white skin apart, piercing straight through it. The terrifying thunder energy combined with the sharp blade or domain caused this king-level faceless ghost to explode instantly. That white skin, which had much higher resilience than a Black Mountain Blood Leech, was shredded into a sky full of rags. But the faceless ghost did not die. Its remains, which had turned into flying debris, were rapidly gathering back toward a central point. It seems this thing really is quite similar to the Corpse King from before. Jizang watched with great interest. Is this a native undead, or a cursed human? There was no way to answer that question for the time being. Within just a few seconds, the faceless ghost's body had finished regenerating. Only, compared to before, the ore within its body was clearly much weaker. Click, click. The faceless ghost's mouth quickly split into a blood-red, jagged seam. The seam stretched to its maximum, nearly splitting its entire head in two. The next moment, it spat out a terrifying beam of blood-red energy, striking straight at Jizang's face. Just like the Corpse King, indeed. Jizang had been waiting for this for a long time. After confirming this attack method, he no longer hesitated. He released the astonishing, vast thunder that had been condensing above his head. Heavenly Thunder Strike. A massive wave of white lightning erupted like a tsunami, flooding down frantically toward the ghastly, sinister shadow on the ground. Even the energy beam fired by the faceless ghost was swallowed whole within the mighty thunder's punishment. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the entire surrounding landscape and sky were illuminated by the brilliant glare of the lightning. The thunder vanished as quickly as it had arrived, leaving behind only a vast expanse of scorched black earth and a pile of white powder and ash in the center, barely recognizable as what had once been a creature. Successfully killed a faceless Ghost King level monster. Gold coins come 4,000. Ghost Skin come 2. Doubled by Super Main City. A kill notification appeared before his eyes. It signified that this monster had been completely eradicated. Chapter 229. An unknown and mysterious great era, approaching soon. However, Jizang did not feel particularly happy. A monster of this caliber could definitely be considered a super boss for the Plains region, although a final king-level boss had appeared in every region during the first wave. The difficulty levels varied. Not everyone was lucky enough to encounter an existence on the level of a corpse king. Most were relatively ordinary king-level monsters. Now, forcing them to face a king-level monster with such extreme traits as the Faceless Ghost and more than one at that meant the difficulty was unimaginable. Jizang sighed. Even though he was now the city lord of a super main city, there were so many people across all the regions that he couldn't possibly protect them all. Being able to safeguard District 5631 was already a feat in itself. For other places that required crossing regions, he was essentially powerless. In the end, this was still a cruel survival game. Everything was governed by the cold law of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest survive. Fortunately, under the joint defense of top powerhouses like Li Jiangwo and Yixingzhou, District 5631 had quickly brought the situation under control. Getting through tonight unscathed shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, with the dual coordination of Tier 5 vehicles and defensive towers, the minor monsters on the battlefield had been mostly cleared out. Only a few scattered figures remained on the periphery, continuing to gather toward the territory. But their numbers were no longer significant. Jizang cast his gaze toward the outermost perimeter. There were still 3 faceless ghosts there, one of which was trading blows back and forth with Danzai. Jizang didn't hold back this time. He flashed over and swiftly executed them one after another, leaving only the last one for Danzai to practice on. The territorial defense battle thus came to an end. The peak of the monster outbreak had passed, and the sporadic monsters that wandered over later could be easily handled by the defensive towers. Jizang had Kiku drive the vehicle outward to continue clearing monsters and farming for gold coins and forging materials. As for himself, he took Danzai in another direction, using sonic guns to lure and slaughter another wave of monsters. This great battle lasted until nearly 12 o'clock. When he returned to the territory, the surroundings were already piled high with monster corpses, the stench filling the air. Fortunately, these corpses would slowly disappear on their own. Otherwise, if they were all left here to rot and stink, it would be impossible to live here at all. Upon entering the territory, Jizang checked on the situation of the various main cities. According to the summarized intelligence, more than 2.0 districts had been completely wiped out tonight, a far more tragic outcome than the first wave. A pessimistic and desperate atmosphere permeated everywhere. Jizang sighed. Let's hold a major meeting tomorrow to discuss countermeasures. Otherwise, if we just wait until the 10th wave like this, I'm afraid everyone will be dead. The various minor city lords looked solemn. Yes, city lord. After ending the call, Jizang began to tally the spoils of the night. This battle had yielded over 2 million gold coins and a large quantity of forging materials. The passive effect of Moon's Blood had also triggered nearly 40 times, granting him a gain of 89 points in Constitution. It could be considered a bountiful harvest. However, he had been in a state of repeated, high-intensity combat since early yesterday morning. Now that he had finally stopped, a wave of exhaustion inevitably washed over him. Jizang returned to his bedroom and took a hot shower. He didn't even have the energy to spend his gold coins before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. The super main city, having gone through successive battles, also welcomed a moment of tranquility. The night was peaceful. The next morning, the dawn rose from the east, and vibrant life began to recover across the land. Everything returned to its original state. Jizang woke up groggily from his bed and stretched, his bones cracking with a satisfying, stress-relieving sound. Refreshing. He sprang up from the bed in one fluid motion, feeling full of energy and completely rejuvenated. As expected, sleep was the best way for the body to recover. He changed his clothes and went downstairs. After washing up and eating, he switched his title, and his spirit and constitution saw another small boost. By the time Jizang emerged from the war platform, many high-ranking officials who had just returned from the plains were already gathered in the tent at the entrance, waiting for him. Compared to Jizang's vigor, everyone else looked somewhat exhausted. their eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, and some even bore injuries. After the great battle yesterday, they had returned to the plains to defend their positions, and then rushed to the super main city overnight. They were absolutely worn out. City Lord. Seeing Jizang appear, everyone stood up to greet him. Everyone, sit. You've all worked hard. Jizang nodded. He had prepare some fruits, vegetables, and consumables that restored spirit and physical strength to help everyone replenish their energy. Afterward, he immediately convened a meeting. The minor city lords of the other major cities, as well as officials at the captain level and above, participated via an online connection. The purpose of gathering these powerhouses was primarily to decide the future development direction of the entire super main city. First was the issue of personnel. Currently, the number of survivors in many regions was too low to continue surviving in their original areas. Therefore, merging districts had become a critical topic of discussion. Jizang decided that all areas with fewer than 1,0 people must be merged to better consolidate their strength, ensuring they would not be quickly crushed in the next round of the Abyss invasion. Cross-district relocation would be managed internally by each main city and must be completed within 2 days. Furthermore, during the process of merging districts, a large number of defensive lines were to be constructed at the core gathering points. Twilight Canyon already had a ready-made template, so they could simply copy the answer. Then came the issue of development. Starting today, the super main city would enter the era of pig farming. Since the resources in the resource feats were inexhaustible, the more they extracted, the better. This was crucial for preparing for the future. After more than half an hour, the entire plan was finally finalized, waiting only for specific execution. Finally, there was the matter of the 10,000 races hegemony announcement. This was the most significant item on the agenda after unifying the entire super main city. It concerned the future fate of Jizang, the city lord, and the millions of survivors in the super main city. If activated, uncontrollable and unknown risks would immediately emerge. If not activated, while they could enjoy a period of stable development, Radiant City would lose its first-mover advantage in the future Great World struggle. After a period of intense discussion, Jizang set the date for 3 days later, the day after surviving the third wave of the Abyss invasion, to activate the 10,000 races hegemony announcement. The reason for choosing a date 3 days later was, firstly, to minimize the risks of the third wave of monsters, and secondly, to give himself and the other survivors a period of rapid development. After all, no one knew what would happen in the future. If the outer barrier of the super main city were to be lifted, and they were immediately met with a massive crisis that wiped everyone out, that would be disastrous. The people in the room looked at each other. An unknown and mysterious great world was about to arrive, leaving them feeling both excited and anxious. But with Master G at the helm, they remained full of confidence in the future. Chapter 230. The closest time to mythical grade. A multi-million gold coin gamble. Immediately following this, Jizang posted an announcement directly on the World Channel. It instantly sparked heated discussion and debate. "Oh, we're merging districts, please. Let's do it quickly. Last night felt like the sky was falling. It's a miracle we survived. Master G's efficiency is already fast enough. He only unified the super main city yesterday afternoon, and he's already set the general direction this morning. The third wave is definitely in the bag. The point of this announcement isn't the district merger, is it, right? The real point is the super main city's great pig farming era, and an even bigger bombshell. The 10,000 races hegemony version. Holy crap, I'm so excited. It's finally coming. No way. My super main city hasn't saved enough money to enter yet, and they're already launching a new version. This is an inevitable process. Only by seizing the initiative now can we gain the upper hand in future competition. The 10,000 races hegemony isn't easy to start. The startup capital alone is 10 million gold coins. I bet even Master G will have to save up for a while. I wonder what stage the other super main cities are at now. Forget about others. Focusing on your own development is what matters most. It's not that hard to get into a super main city now. Just finding a bronze chest yields enough loot to easily sell for a few thousand gold coins. If you open a high-level tool, you're set. That's right. The harvest in the plains is actually quite good now. My buddies and I go into the mountains to find chests every day. We make at least several hundred gold coins daily. Haha. I can only say you haven't experienced how awesome resource thieves are. Get a few gold mines, buy some robots, and you can make money just by lying around. Sigh. I just want to join the Justice Alliance. That's the real path to success. It's not that easy. The entry standards for the Justice Alliance are very high now. Tier 3 vehicles. Elemental talents, support talents. 30 points of constitution, 20 points of spirit. You need to meet at least one of these to have a chance. You're wrong, joining is easy, but getting promoted is hard. I thought I was a genius too, but after joining the Justice Alliance, I realized, damn, the heroes of the world are as numerous as carp crossing a river. If only I could find a gold chest, I'd ascend instantly. Forget being a small city lord. Even being a captain or department head would be fine. Hey, that's absurd. You'd be better off dreaming about winning the lottery. Do you know what level of monsters guard the spawn points of gold chests? You think you can just pick one up easily? Ha ha ha. The meeting concluded, and the various high-level officials went off to attend to their duties. Jizang returned to his territory and opened his inventory to take a look. From 6:00 p.m. last night until now, the 2 SSS grade gold mines had produced over 7 million gold coins for him. Added to the 2 million plus gold coins obtained from killing enemies last night, along with what he had on hand, his total amount had exceeded 10 million. Damn. This was the first time Jizang had seen such a long string of numbers on his back-end panel. The impact was truly overwhelming. One had to realize that many survivors today would call it a takeoff just to earn a few hundred or 1,000 gold coins. But he was already able to add 1 million unit to his total. Jizang felt a surge of heat in his heart and walked over to the territory stele. It was time to go all out on robots. He still had 4 SSS grade resource fiefs: oil field, iron mine, thunder spirit stone mine, and lumber yard. Each resource fief required 8 workstations, totaling 32 nuclear-powered robots, which came out to 6.4 million gold coins. Do it. Jizang cleared the purchase in one go. A long row of cool-looking nuclear-powered robots appeared before his eyes. However, tools were a bit tricky. Secret treasure-grade tools were very expensive now, especially the adamantine pickaxe needed for mining the Thunder Spirit stone mine. Not only were they rare, but the price was also ridiculously high. A single secret treasure-grade pickaxe could actually sell for 100,000 gold coins. At the same grade, the iron pickaxe for mining gold and iron mines cost 55,000 gold coins. The drilling rig for mining oil fields is 60,000 gold coins. The woodcutter's knife for logging forests is 40,000 gold coins. Prices have generally risen by over 50%. I'll start by getting some gift packs to open, and then I'll buy the rest from the exchange to fill in the gaps. Jikang thought to himself. He opened the territory stele's shop and examined the gift pack section. Basic tool gift pack category. What time consumabulation? Can yield 1 to 3 tools of all types, ranging from common to rare grade. Purchase cost 800 gold coins. Intermediate tool gift pack category. What time consumabulation? Can yield 1 to 4 tools of all types, ranging from fine to secret treasure grade. Purchase cost 5,000 gold coins. Advanced tool gift pack category. What time consumabulation? Can yield 1 to 5 tools of all types, ranging from rare to legendary grade. Purchase cost 30,000 gold coins. Top tier tool gift pack category. What time consumabulation? Can yield 2 to 6 tools of all types, ranging from precious artifact to mythical grade. The ultimate tool gift pack, which even contains mysterious, heavy-hitting rewards like epic and mythical grade items. Do you have a dream? Purchase cost 2 million gold coins. Friendly reminder: the current market price for epic grade tools ranges from 10 million to 20 million gold coins, while mythical grade tools are priced at over 50 million gold coins. Both types of tools will continue to rise in price over time, so please pay attention to the timing of your trades. Holy crap! The top tier tool gift pack is this expensive. Jikang was a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, so he didn't expect the price to be this outrageous. However, it was truly worth the price. After all, it contains super grand prizes like mythical grade tools. Currently, Legendary grade tools were basically out of stock. Based on the price hikes of other tools, the true value of a legendary item had likely already climbed to around 500,000 to 800,000 gold coins. If he pulled two legendary items, he would basically break even. If he pulled an epic item, he would make a huge profit. If he pulled a mythical item, he would hit the jackpot and soar to million. This is truly a high-stakes gamble. Ji Kang rubbed his hands together and decided to start with a few advanced tool gift packs to test his luck and see if the drop rate for high-end tools was high. Over the past 2 days, quite a few people have been trying to open various gift packs, but the situation was rather grim. Most were crying out about their massive losses. Ji Kang spent 150,000 gold coins to buy 5 advanced tool gift packs. He clicked to open them immediately. Ding! Obtained rare grade iron pickaxe X1. Obtained rare grade drilling rig by 1. Are you kidding me? The first wave was a total loss, but 30,000 gold coins was just a minor sting. He continued to click open. Ding! Obtained rare grade woodcutter's knife X1. That's it. Ji Kang was getting annoyed, so he opened 3 in a row. Ding! Obtained rare grade drilling rig X1. Obtained precious artifact grade iron pickaxe X1. Ding! Congratulations on a massive gift pack critical hit. The quantity and quality of the current gift pack's output have been upgraded. Please manually click to open this gift pack. Ding! Obtain precious artifact grade drilling rig X1. Ho! What's going on? Did I hit it? Ji Kang felt a sudden jolt of excitement. Of the last 3 gift packs he opened, only the middle one didn't open immediately. Instead, it was shrouded in a 7-colored mist, with special effects swirling around it. It was like a surprise egg containing a massive reward, waiting for someone to unveil its mysterious veil. Ji Kang clicked on that gift pack. The 7-colored mist suddenly glowed brightly and gradually dissipated, leaving only the frame in the center etched with shimmering gold. Obtain secret treasure grade drilling rig X1. Obtain precious artifact grade diamond pickaxe X1. Obtain legendary grade iron pickaxe by 1. Ji Kang's eyes went blank. Did he really hit the jackpot? A legendary grade iron pickaxe, damn it. Ji Kang slapped his thigh hard, feeling his heart ache. Why did you have to drop this now? Wouldn't it have been better to drop it when opening the top-tier gift pack later? Isn't this just wasting his luck on a stepping stone? Ji Kang didn't dare to open the top-tier gift pack immediately. He bought 10 more advanced gift packs. He opened them one by one. Ding! Obtained rare grade drilling rig X1. Obtained rare grade diamond pickaxe X1. Ding! Ding! This time, he opened 5 or 6 in a row, all of which were common rewards. Ji Kang felt his intuition getting better and better. He had a strong feeling that a big item was coming. Then, when he reached the 8th one, Ji Kang suddenly felt something was off. In the middle of opening it, he instantly cancelled. He then quickly opened the shop and immediately spent the sky-high price of 2 million to purchase 1 top-tier tool gift pack. He clicked to open it immediately. Chapter 231, Supreme Treasure. The Descent of the Mythical. Ding! Upon hearing the opening sound effect, Ji Kang's heart couldn't help but race. His eyes fixed intently on the gift pack. Change, change, change. Give me the colors. Give it to me, damn it. However, there were no special effects. The gift pack opened directly. Obtain precious artifact grade woodcutter's knife X1. Obtain secret treasure grade diamond pickaxe by 1. Obtain legendary grade iron pickaxe X1. Holy crap. After seeing those tools clearly, Ji Kang slapped his thigh hard again in anger. It was fortunate that he got a legendary item, otherwise, this wave would have been a total bloodbath. But even so, this move had cost him nearly 1 million gold coins. It made his heart ache terribly. Ji Zhang did not stop there. Taking advantage of the momentum from the previous wave, he immediately went all in again, spending the remaining 2 million gold coins in his possession on another top-tier gift pack. Directly open. Ji Zhang, give it to me, damn it. Obtained rare grade iron pickaxe by 1. Obtained secret treasure grade drill X1. 2 short lines of information floated before his eyes. It was enough to make one almost lose their composure. A massive, bloody loss. Ji Zhang sat where he was, stunned for a good long while, unable to accept the reality of the situation. He was truly getting carried away now. He prepared to gamble one last time. If I lose this, I will never touch another gift pack for the rest of my life. Ji Zhang's eyes were almost bloodshot. He knew that continuing to pull like this was a bottomless pit, but the sunk costs were already too high. He wasn't willing to stop just like that. But right at this moment, a long-lost notification sound suddenly rang out in his mind. Today's intelligence triggered. Do you wish to receive it? Intelligence. He hadn't triggered a single passive effect since arriving at the super main city. Now that he was just staying in his territory, it suddenly appeared. Could it be intelligence regarding the gift packs? Ji Zhang decisively clicked to receive it. Today's intelligence. Go ahead and let go. The dawn is already not far away. This time, the intelligence consisted of only a single short sentence. Yet, it instantly made Ji Zhang's mind feel clear. That's it. There really is something good coming up. And it might only be a few pulls away. Ji Zhang's originally restless heart immediately calmed down. Afterward, he listed all his other tools, except for the legendary Great Iron Pickaxe, on the exchange at market price. Immediately following that, he purchased rare grade tools for all 32 of the brand new nuclear-powered labor robots in his territory. Sending them into the resource fiefdom to work earning money first was the priority. Next came the long wait. He stubbornly waited inside his vehicle for an hour. He produced over 500 gold coins. And by listing the produced resource materials on the exchange, he scraped together another 600. Adding that to the money he already had on hand and the money from selling the tools, he had exactly 2 million. Click to purchase, then click to open. Ji Zhang closed his eyes, refusing to look at the gift pack panel in front of him. Obtained rare grade diamond pickaxe by 1. Obtained legendary grade iron pickaxe by 1. Obtained secret treasure grade woodcutter's knife x1. Hearing this sound, a chill ran down Ji Zhang's spine. Sure enough, another 2 million wasted. It was a good thing he had the intelligence hint, otherwise, he definitely would have stopped right there, as the previous few pulls were a pure, bloody loss. For the time that followed, Ji Zhang continued to patiently wait for the gold coin and resource production. Since he had the safety net of the intelligence hint, he wasn't panicking at all now. At worst, he would just pour all of today's resources into it. He was bound to get a gold tier item eventually. More than 2 hours later, Ji Zhang once again gathered 2 million. And it was another all-in, no surprises. This time, he only got a secret treasure grade iron pickaxe and a secret treasure grade woodcutter's knife. The 4th top-tier gift pack had fallen as well. After eating lunch, Ji Zhang gathered another 2 million and decisively opened it. Congratulations on triggering a great critical hit on the gift pack. The quantity and quality of the current gift pack's output have been increased. Please manually open this gift pack. Upon hearing this sound, Ji Zhang's hand trembled slightly, and a surge of immense surprise welled up in his heart. It popped. It really popped. A miracle after 12 consecutive failures. Ji Zhang suppressed the overwhelming excitement in his heart. As he opened the gift pack, it was instantly enveloped by a vast, brilliant, 7-colored mist. The special effects were even more dazzling than those of the high-level tool gift packs. With effects like these, it had to be a mythical grade item. Ji Zhang took a deep breath and clicked on the cluster of 7-colored mist. The next moment, the mist gradually dissipated. It transformed into 5 gold-rimmed slots. Ji Zhang's eyes were burning with intensity. 5 tools. That would do. Soon, the first slot lit up, flashing with an orange light. The tool hidden within was revealed. Congratulations. Obtained legendary grade iron pickaxe by 1. I give up. Why is a legendary grade item flashing so brightly? Ji Zhang felt a bit disappointed. Afterward, he closed the legendary grade iron pickaxe dialog box, and the second slot lit up. It was the same orange light. Congratulations. Obtained legendary grade drill x1. Another legendary. Ji Zhang closed the dialog box, and the third slot lit up. Congratulations. Obtained legendary grade woodcutter's knife by 1. 3 legendaries in a row. Couldn't you give me something more powerful? Ji Zhang took a deep breath and closed the dialog box again. Finally, the 4th slot appeared in a different color, and the entire opening process was much slower. It was a brilliant golden light with a much richer hue. The light flowed from left to right, flashing in a beautiful arc. Ji Zhang immediately held his breath. The main event had finally arrived. Cling, accompanied by a crisp sound effect of flashing light. The golden glow finally revealed its true form. It was a tool shaped like a pickaxe, featuring an incredibly exquisite outline and sharp edges. One look was enough to tell it was no ordinary object. Congratulations! Obtained epic grade diamond pickaxe X1. Holy crap! It's actually a diamond pickaxe. Jizang was incredibly excited and immediately clicked to open the diamond pickaxe page. Diamond pickaxe grade, epic grid evaluation. An incredibly powerful top-tier tool, specifically designed for mining high-strength special mineral veins such as elemental ores, shining gold, vibranium, and obsidian. Increases tool efficiency by 500% when mining. 0.50% efficiency. Awesome! This item alone was worth at least 10 to 20 million. This pull was a direct return on investment plus a massive profit. Although this price certainly cannot be cashed out right now. I do possess an SSS grade Thunder Spirit Stone mine after all. If I use it for my own long-term needs, the benefits generated will only be even greater. Awesome! Jizang felt incredibly exhilarated. But it wasn't over yet. There was still one last slot left. He had a faint premonition. The real, supermassive haul was still to come. Jizang spent a good while mentally preparing himself before closing the dialog box. When the fifth slot lit up, Jizang's heart skipped a beat instantly, because this time, what appeared was not orange or golden light, but a beam of incomparably brilliant, supremely noble purple light. The gradient halo surrounding it expanded completely until it occupied his entire field of vision. The radiance emerging from all four directions swirled and drifted like a sea of stars, guarding the existence at the very center. It was a tool radiating endless divine brilliance. Dang! Congratulations! You have successfully unsealed a supreme, noble treasure. Obtained mythical grade iron pickaxe X1. My first mythical item. It dropped. Chapter 232. Lucky Gambler. Epic grade title appears. The special effects this time were far too magnificent. Jizang's breathing almost came to a halt. Everything before his eyes was occupied by the dazzling, brilliant light. In the early stages of a super main city, a super heavyweight item worth over 50 million gold coins was displayed so nakedly before him. Jizang could hardly bear to click on it, simply intoxicated by the ocean of brilliant radiance. These special effects were truly peerless, as expected of a mythical item. If there were no existences stronger than mythical, then he had already seen a top-tier item in the true sense of the word. Just at this moment, a notification sound rang out in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new title Gambler. Lucky Gambler epic grade title attributes. Physique Kong 0. Spirit Kong 0 special attribute. After equipping this title, when opening treasure chests, you gain the lucky buff enhancement. All items within the treasure chest have a 10% chance to be upgraded by 1 level. When opening gift pack type items or synthesizing talents, you gain the Gambler buff enhancement, increasing the chance of obtaining gold tier items by 3%. Evaluation. All in. Going all in is a form of wisdom. Can be obtained by the first person among all 1 million survivors across all regions to receive a mythical grade piece of equipment, tool, or item from a gift pack. It actually even dropped a new epic grade title. Jizang's mouth nearly split from grinning so wide. This wave was simply taking off. Although this was a buff type title similar to Homeland Favored One, he would be able to use this thing in the future when opening various treasure chests and gift packs, including talent synthesis. Its invisible value was immeasurable. Jizang closed the title notification box and clicked on the mythical grade iron pickaxe. Iron pickaxe grade. Mythical grade a special attribute. Mythical blessing buff cannot be stacked. A powerful territory buff that provides a 10% bonus to the total output of all resources within the territory. Evaluation. Utmost nobility. An incomparable masterpiece of heavenly craftsmanship. Can be used to mine iron and gold ore. Increases tool efficiency by 2000% when mining. 2000%, 20 times, and this was multiplicative. Jizang was instantly dizzy with happiness. No wonder this thing was worth 50 million, and it would continue to rise in value later on. If I let the nuclear-powered robots use this to mine the SSS grade gold mine, a single workstation would produce over 300 gold coins per hour. That's equal to the sum of all other SSS grade gold mines. So satisfying. Jizang took out the mythical grade iron pickaxe, and only then did the entire special effect disappear. This round of super lucky draws was now complete. Next, it was time to put them into production. In this round, he had obtained a total of 3 legendary grade iron pickaxes, which, added to the one he already had, made a total of 4. He also got 1 each of other legendary grade adamantine pickaxes, drills, and wood-chopping knives. Beyond that, there was 1 epic grade adamantine pickaxe and 1 mythical grade iron pickaxe. The profits were immeasurable. Afterward, Jizang sold off a portion of the materials on hand, spent over 1 million gold coins, and replenished all the other nuclear-powered labor robots with secret treasure-grade tools. Only then did he have them all return to the resource fiefdom. Ding, ding, ding. Listening to the crisp sounds of mining and watching the lines of income appearing before his eyes, Jizang felt incredibly delighted. He checked the several SSS grade or veins one by one. Gold mine SSS grade no. Mining workstations, output per workstation, 2,500 per hours. Base efficiency workstation no. 1. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 2,000% workstation no. 2. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 250% workstation no. 3. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 250% workstation no. 8. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120%. Total output 609,060. 900 gold coins each. Mythical blessing 10% income bonus evaluation. The highest quality super large gold mine, possessing the highest output and highest efficiency at top tier existence. Gold mine SSS grade no. Total output 264,000 26,400 gold coins each. Mythical blessing 10% income bonus. Thunder Spirit Stone Mine SSS grade mining workstations. Output per workstation 50 Thunder Spirit Stones H. Base efficiency workstation no. 1. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 500% workstation no. 2. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 250% workstation no. 8. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120%. Total output 6,810 681 Lightning Spirit Stones H. Mythical blessing 10% yield bonus evaluation. A rare lightning spirit stone mine among elemental ores. Combined with its top-tier quality and reserves, its value is immeasurable. You will need a diamond pickaxe to mine it. Iron or alloy SSS rank mining workstations. Output per workstation 50 alloys each. Base efficiency workstation no. 1. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120% workstation no. 2. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120% workstation no. 8. Nuclear-powered labor robot efficiency 500%. Tool efficiency 120%. Total output 5,280 528 alloys H. Mythical blessing 10% yield bonus evaluation. Top quality iron ore that can directly produce finished alloys. Oil field heavy oil SSS rank. Total output 5,670 567 units of heavy oil H. Lumberyard super timber SSS rank. Total output 5,670 567 units of super timbered H. Adding all of these together, daily output is gold coins 960,000 lightning spirit stones. Alloys, heavy oil, super timber, converted entirely into gold coins. The hourly production capacity directly exceeds 2 million gold coins. Over the course of a day, that's over 20 million gold coins. This is what it truly means to take off. Phew. Jikang sat on the sofa, watching the constantly jumping revenue figures before him, his eyes filled with joy and satisfaction. As for the other scraps below SS rank, he didn't care about them at all anymore. Putting in the effort to manage them would only be icing on the cake, a minor bonus at best. Even if he maxed them all out, it would only add another 100 or 200,000 per hour. And it would require investing a massive number of nuclear-powered robots. It wasn't worth it. He simply decided to outsource them all to others for mining, following the previous ratio. From now on, He would focus exclusively on SSS rank resources. Throughout the entire day, Ji-Kang drifted in an ocean of money, watching the gold coins and resources in his inventory rise steadily. Chapter 233. A big shot dressed in divine gear. Returning to the novice village. Today is the first day of the server merge. The entire Plains region is in the midst of a massive, roaring migration. Countless convoys, loaded with vast amounts of supplies, are traveling across mountains and rivers, heading toward assembly points in nearby areas, preparing to launch a new round of large-scale base construction. As the city lord, Ji-Kang only oversees the major strategic policies. The specific tasks are left to his subordinates. This has finally given him some rare free time. Taking advantage of this truce, Ji-Kang sent Moon's Blood to the industrial smelting department, having Gu Qingyu and other high-level blacksmiths forge it 24 hours a day without interruption. Now that Moon's Blood has reached the legendary rank, the forging materials required are 100 times those of the previous level. Without higher-grade forging materials, this is the only way to slowly accumulate the forging progress. For the rest of the afternoon, Ji-Kang lounged comfortably in the war platform, watching movies, eating snacks, and relaxing his body and mind. By the time night fell, the gold coins and resources in his possession had reached tens of millions. Ji-Kang looked at the long strings of numbers in his account, falling into a brief contemplation. He needs to plan carefully for the upcoming 10,000 races: hegemony, vehicles, equipment, and personal attributes. These three main channels for improvement must still be developed steadily and simultaneously. Vehicle parts can be upgraded at any time, so there's no need to over-prepare for that. The main focus remains on equipment and personal attributes. Equipment is the most difficult, especially in terms of armor. So far, he only has one legendary rank deep-sea treasure armor, and it's just a single piece. The others, like the super body armor and cicada wing treasure armor, are mainly functional and auxiliary, not very suitable for actual combat. However, these items can only be obtained from treasure chests, and trading is restricted, so there's no rushing it. Now that the super main city has been pacified, it's time to restart the path of farming treasure chests. The same goes for personal attributes. Aside from unlimited growth fruits like the strange fruit found in the plains, most other rare fruits and vegetables cannot be stacked. Having Chen Xiaonyuan, an S-rank talent high-level cultivator, provide him with a steady supply of fruits and vegetables is already enough. Besides that, dungeons are actually a very good path for improvement, but the output of dungeon quest scrolls is far too low, and the areas are too scattered. As the city lord, he can indeed access quest scrolls from survivors in other regions through the super main city. There are plenty of C-rank and B-rank ones, and even 1 or 2 rank ones, but he can't get there. The teleportation portal can only transport him to his original region. Those quest scrolls are often hundreds of thousands, or even over 1,000,000 kilometers away. Even if he rushed there at top speed, it would take at least 10 days or half a month. Where would he find the time? I'll head back to the plains tomorrow, clear a few large maps, and get those low-level talents first. Ji-Kang thought to himself. Afterward, he sent a message to Hidi, asking him to help collect overlimit gems, 1 C-rank, 1 B-rank, and 2 rank. Overlimit gems are no longer rare, especially C-rank and B-rank ones. Basically, every major region has a stock of at least 10, although rank gems are relatively rare. With the regions he currently controls, collecting them would be a matter of minutes. Items above S-rank are basically non-existent. Even if they did exist, the owners would likely be too afraid to make it known. Such items are far too precious and fall under restricted trade categories. There is no guarantee that others wouldn't be tempted to make a move. After putting the word out, Ji-Zhang quickly collected 1 C-rank and 1 B-rank overlimit gem. He spent 10,000 gold coins and 80,000 gold coins respectively. He kept them both in reserve. Ji-Zhang currently had a large amount of gold coin resources on hand, but he wasn't particularly desperate to upgrade his vehicle. There was still 1 day left before the Fate Roulette reached its maximum stat count. He would just wait until he returned tomorrow to focus on pushing the vehicle's level. For now, he would just save his money. For the rest of the night, Ji-Zhang spent most of his time inside the war platform. During this period, He held a routine meeting with the various city lords and high-level officials. After dinner, he took advantage of his free time to take Danzai out for a few laps. Killing several king-level monsters, he harvested 1 S-rank and 2-rank resource fiefs, along with a large amount of meat. He returned fully loaded. A calm and slightly leisurely day had passed just like that. The next morning, Jizang woke up early. After finishing his usual routine and holding a morning meeting with Li Jiangwo and other high-level officials to arrange the day's work, he drove the heavy-duty synthetic war platform and headed straight for the plains. Past 8 o'clock, the war platform had already passed through the portal and returned to the plains area once again. The weather today was excellent, with very high visibility. Jizang stood on the balcony and looked out. A vast expanse of rolling green connected with the sky, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. After a full day of major construction yesterday, Twilight Canyon had already completed a portion of its expansion, with plans to gradually build it into a massive city capable of accommodating a population of over 1 million in the future. However, due to time constraints, Jizang didn't plan to go over for an inspection this time. He would just go over to cut the ribbon once the base was built. After coming out of the portal, he stopped by the Starry Sky Forest on his way to have breakfast with Chen Xiaonuan, leaving her 1 million gold coins as an initial fund for the fruit and vegetable production area. Then, he left the small canyon with a large pile of produce harvested recently. The war platform, like a massive steel beast, crawled rapidly across the plains. All the wild beasts and monsters along the way scattered like birds and beasts from far away. Jizang sat on the large sofa on the balcony, his gaze fixed on the endless grassland ahead. He had Kiku control the heavy-duty synthetic mechanical troops, spreading them out into a large fin shape to begin a carpet-style search. A massive number of drones, robotic dogs, and steel vipers turned into a dark, swarming shadow, sweeping across the entire land. They killed any monsters they encountered and brought back any treasure chests they found. In less than half an hour, a giant deck extending outward on the second floor of the war platform was piled high with treasure chests, dozens of them. The vast majority were wooden treasure chests, with only the occasional black iron treasure chest to be seen. Jizang had nothing better to do anyway, so he treated it as a game, just listening to the sound of them opening. However, the black iron treasure chests were still worth something. Occasionally, he could open them to find some fun little gadgets and C-rank talent fragments. The main force continued to advance in this manner. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the sea of grass in the central area of the plains. Seeing this scene, many memories surfaced in Jizang's mind. He remembered that when he first crossed the plains to find Chen Xiaonuan, he had accidentally wandered into this sea of grass. As a result, he had nearly lost his life and was chased out by a massive swarm of locusts. I was so pathetic back then. Jizang sighed inwardly, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Now, the situation was completely different. Fully geared in max-level divine equipment, he was returning to the newbie village. Today, I'm going to see exactly what kind of things are hidden inside. Jizang waved his hand, full speed ahead. Flat in this sea of grass for me, brothers. My head hurts a bit today, so I'll update 1 chapter first and make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 234. Trampling the sea of grass. Harvesting hundreds of treasure chests. Rumble. A massive mechanical force marched majestically into the sea of grass. Not long after they broke into the grass, a dense, swarming mass of figures was startled from the depths of the sea of grass ahead. It was the very same swarm of locusts that had chased him away before. Those locusts were like a giant black net pulled up from the sea of grass, stretching for tens of kilometers ahead. Their numbers so vast they almost blotted out the sky. This place had always been a forbidden zone for humans. Many survivors had ventured in here to hunt for treasure, only to be gnawed and swallowed by the locust swarm. Only a small few managed to escape. The locusts in this sea of grass were not like those on Blue Star. Each one was the size of a palm and could bite through ordinary metal, which was quite terrifying. If an ordinary person stood in an open area, they would likely be picked clean to the bone in a matter of seconds. What's more, besides the locusts, there were even more terrifying things here. However, for Jizang, these were no longer within the scope of threats. When he came here before, he only had one heavy machine gun with infinite ammo. But now, he possessed an invincible mechanical legion, following Jizang's order, the Super Legion, consisting of 5,000 subunits, charged into the sea of grass with a thunderous roar. At this, the wild monsters that had been hiding in the grass could no longer hold back. Ferocious monsters with bodies exuding the luster of green armor emerged from the dense, towering grass, emitting sharp and dense insect chirps. They were a large group of elite and super monsters belonging to the corpse mantis tribe. They had dominated this place, and never had any foreign creature dared to intrude rashly. But today, they faced an unprecedented catastrophe, accompanied by the violent trembling of the earth. The entire sea of grass turned into a terrifying battlefield. The firepower from the mechanical legion was crazily baptizing everything in sight. The war platform moved as if entering an uninhabited land, brazenly trampling directly into the territory of the corpse mantis swarm and pushing steadily toward its interior. Massive numbers of locusts and corpse mantises swarmed toward the war platform in a frenzy. However, they were unable to shake the war platform in the slightest. Activate the Majesty Field device. Jizang issued this command. The next moment, in the third-level combat zone, a pitch-black, massive device instantly activated, accompanied by the sound of energy being channeled. The space surrounding the entire war platform rippled outward in an instant. That ripple, like a thin membrane, transformed into a Majesty Field with a radius of 2,000 meters. All the locust swarms and corpse mantis monsters located within the field were subjected to powerful interference from the force field almost instantly. As if drained of all their strength, they fell to the ground one after another. The dozens of adult corpse mantises, acting as super-grade monsters, still possessed some resistance and could barely move under the interference of the field. But the juvenile corpse mantises were not so lucky. They were pinned firmly to the ground. As for the massive swarms of locusts, the moment they touched the Majesty Field, they were forcefully obliterated, turning into a thick layer of corpses on the ground. Successfully killed a juvenile corpse mantis elite monster, Gold Coins Kung 2, Mantis Blade Kung 1. Successfully killed an adult corpse mantis super monster, Gold Coins Kung 50, Giant Mantis Blade Kung 1. Successfully killed a juvenile corpse mantis elite monster, Gold Coins Kung 2, Mantis Blade Kung 1. The kill notifications flashed continuously before Jizang's eyes. It was a pity he didn't have the moon blood with him. Otherwise, if he went down there to clear the monsters himself, he could have gained at least 20 or 30 points of constitution. This great sweep of the sea of grass proceeded in such a grand and spectacular fashion. Not long after, a giant shadow appeared in the depths of the sea of grass ahead. It was a colossal behemoth, 20 meters tall and 50 meters long, capable of crossing several kilometers with every leap. It was the sovereign of this sea of grass, a king-level monster, the Corpse Mantis King. Jizang didn't even lift an eyebrow, directly using his consciousness to control the Terminator crossbow and firing a single shot at it. Bang! The super alloy arrow, over 10 meters long, was aimed and fired instantly. The kinetic energy that erupted in an instant tore a massive vacuum belt through the grass below, traversing several kilometers and piercing directly through the Corpse Mantis King. Squelch! The terrifying kinetic energy of the arrow shredded the Corpse Mantis King's incredibly hard armor like dry wood, forcibly shattering it into pieces. Killed in one hit. Successfully killed the Corpse Mantis King King-level monster, Gold Coins Kung 2000, Mantis King Great Blade Kung 1. Another conspicuous kill notification appeared. The corners of Jizang's mouth curled up slightly. Using a Tier 5 ultimate load vehicle to farm this kind of dungeon was simply a dimensional strike. It didn't take any effort at all. With the Corpse Mantis King eliminated, the rest would be even easier. The heavy-duty synthetic mechanical troops pushed forward all the way. It took less than half an hour to clear this sea of grass completely. The towering grass, which had originally reached heights of 10 to several dozen meters, had been leveled over a vast area, looking like a large field of corn stalks that had been trampled flat. During this process, the 5-0 dispersed subunits also discovered a large number of treasure chests and brought them back. There were over 200 wooden treasure chests alone, 5 black iron treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest. It was definitely a bountiful harvest. Jizang had Kiku recall the man mechanical troops, then drove the war platform to continue toward the next special terrain. For the rest of the journey, Jizang was frantically opening treasure chests. He had already tested the drop rate of gold from wooden treasure chests. After switching to the Lucky Gambler title, he could get some relatively precious items after opening about 80 wooden treasure chests. However, even those precious items were just trash worth 100 to 500 gold coins. They were optional for him. So he just treated it as playing for fun. The focus was still on the black iron grade chests and above. These were the good things that could drop talent fragments. Jizang lined up the 5 black iron treasure chests and opened them all at once. Clang, clang, clang. The lids of the 5 chests were flipped open one after another, revealing the alluring luster of gold coins and items. Obtained gold coins by 87, parts by 300, steel sheets x 710, war fines by 50, universal bullets x 5000. Obtained firearm modification, infinite ammo x1. Obtained firearm modification, super barrel cooling x1. Obtained energy replenishment fruit by 1. Obtained C-grade talent fragment x18. Obtained B-grade talent fragment by 3. Not bad. Not bad. 2 out of the 5 chests dropped talent fragments. Looking at the series of item fragments appearing before him, Jizang was quite satisfied. He put away the few useful items and threw the rest onto the trading floor to be sold. Immediately after, he placed the 2 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest in front of him. He opened them all together. Clang, clang, clang. 3 flashes of light flickered before his eyes in succession. Chapter 235. Landing on the World Channel again, the masses, a newcomer has arrived. Obtained gold coins by 580, parts x 1000, steel sheets x 350, alloy x 20, super timber by 5. Obtained black iron sword rare grade x1. Obtained clear spring ring rare grade x1. Obtained disposable forging device x10. Obtained B-grade talent fragment by 8. Obtained a grade talent fragment by 1. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the resource and item notifications before him, Jizang's eyes brightened slightly. Another talent fragment drop, and 2 pieces of rare grade weaponry and equipment. The black iron sword among them had fairly average attributes, with a value of approximately 5,000 to 8,000 gold coins. The clear spring precious ring that followed was a bit interesting. Clear spring precious ring. Grade, rare artifact description. A common accessory of the elf race. Crafted from mithril and infused with the source energy of the spring of life, granting it extraordinary effects. Exclusive skill clear spring purification upon activation. The energy stored within the clear spring precious ring will nourish the physical body, dissolving and purifying any negative status effects. Skill cooldown. 30 minutes. Each use consumes 1 unit of Spring of Life. Friendly reminder. The Spring of Life can be purchased through the exchange or obtained within the settlements of the elf race. It actually has a purification skill. Jizang slipped the mithril ring onto his finger, clicking his tongue in wonder. Accessory type equipment could be worn in layers. With 10 fingers, one could wear a total of 10 rings, but only 1 of each attribute could be equipped. The clear spring precious ring did not conflict with the ring of kingship, so both could be worn simultaneously. Jizang opened the exchange and searched for Spring of Life. It would have been fine if he hadn't searched, but the results gave him quite a shock. In the entire exchange, there were fewer than 20 units of Spring of Life available, and every single one was priced at over 100,000 gold coins. Are they insane? How dare they sell it for that much? Jizang grumbled and closed the exchange immediately. He wasn't in a hurry to use it anyway. He would deal with it later if the need arose. He certainly wasn't going to be a sucker at that price. After emerging from the sea of grass, Jizang passed through the plains where he had first spawned. This area was very close to the swamp and the dwarf pine forest. It was right here that he had killed his first elite monster, the giant terror centipede. Revisiting the old site, he was filled with nostalgia. However, a polite visit was out of the question. The war platform simply crushed everything in its path. He flattened these to small, special terrains directly. Any ferocious beasts or poisonous insects were scared out of their wits, scurrying away in a panic. By the end of this trip, he had harvested nearly 100 wooden treasure chests, 3 black iron chests, and 1 bronze chest. For the better part of the next day, Jizang headed to the Black Mountain mining area, as a core region of the Shuyu Plains. This trip was not as easy as the previous ones. The level of danger along the way far exceeded that of the previous small terrain dungeons. Just as he entered the depths of the mines, the commotion caused by the war platform immediately alerted all the super-grade and king-grade monsters in the vicinity. This made the vehicle's progress extremely difficult, and Jizang had no choice but to engage in an encounter battle right there. The battle was earth-shattering, causing the mountains to crumble. In the end, it took nearly an hour to annihilate all 8 king-grade monsters, hundreds of super-grade monsters, and nearly 10,000 wild monsters deep within the mountains. It shouldn't have been this strenuous, but among those 8 king-grade monsters, 3 had strength approaching the peak of the king-grade, and they possessed unusual special abilities, which made the situation somewhat intense. Ultimately, it was only after Jizang personally intervened that they were completely wiped out. However, the spoils of this battle were unprecedentedly rich. The mechanical troops scoured the deep mountains, discovering a total of 400 wooden treasure chests, 13 black iron chests, 4 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, and 1 gold chest. In addition, the mechanical troops found over 200 strange fruits in the mountains, all of which were harvested and transported back to the warehouse. This haul was a massive profit. However, Jizang did not continue deeper into the mines. He had a vague premonition that if he continued forward, he might encounter unpredictable risks. Although his Tier 5 ultimate grade vehicle was very powerful, he had not yet encountered anything beyond a king-grade monster and did not know how terrifying the strength of monsters at that level might be. It was better to play it safe. Retreating from the depths of the mines, the war platform made a trip to the sunken moon lake, sweeping through the area where the outskirts met the depths, and obtained a large number of treasure chests. By now, the sky had turned completely dark. The night of the plains had arrived. Jizang rested for a while, allowing the mechanical troops to recharge and replenish their energy, while he sat on the deck, opening treasure chests one after another. However, opening too many inevitably became a bit boring, especially the wooden treasure chests. There were simply too many of them. They were all small fry, and only the occasional gold drop provided a hint of novelty. Moreover, this task couldn't be delegated to others. He had to open them one by one. He even started to regret bringing all this junk back. The starry night was brilliant, and the cool breeze was refreshing. Jizang had Kiku set up a large barbecue grill, arranged electric stoves and charcoal, and set out a few tables. They had barbecue for dinner right there on the spot. The ingredients for the barbecue were, naturally, fresh meat from various parts of the king-grade monsters, with various seasonings and spices sprinkled on top. The meat was golden, dripping with oil, crispy, and tender, paired with ice-cold beer. It was simply divine. Danzai and Huahu even abandoned their own dinners, running over to mooch off Jizang's barbecue. The relaxed and pleasant barbecue time passed slowly. Jizang finally finished opening all the wooden treasure chests on the deck, leaving the black iron and higher grade chests to be opened for a thrill tomorrow. After eating and drinking his fill, Jizang held a routine meeting with the senior members in the Justice Alliance's back-end channel to arrange work. Then, he found himself idle again. He didn't plan on running around tonight. Thin Man mechanical troops had suffered quite a few losses today, and recharging and repairing would take time. So, he decided to rest for the night. Tomorrow, he would go to the Starry Forest for one last sweep before returning to the super main city. Sitting on the sofa with nothing to do, Jizang logged into the Grand World channel for the first time in a long while. Ever since he unified the super main city, he had only logged into the Grand World channel once, but there hadn't been a single living soul there, so he had forgotten about it afterward. He wondered if there was anyone there now. As soon as Jizang opened it, he saw the number of online users in the top right corner and immediately raised an eyebrow. It displayed a number that caught him off guard: 22 people. The public channel, which had been silent, was now scrolling with a stream of chat logs. "Ha! Master Jun is still the best. He even collected the legendary set. This little brother bows to your superiority. I can't compare. I really can't. Master Jun is the third survivor to open the Great World channel. It's only natural he's this badass. It's a pity Elder Lu isn't online. He is the true peak top one. Our Ascension Club was established by his own hands. Oh, look. HMM. Is that a newcomer? Chapter 236. Great World War of Words, a City Lord Level Jiahao. When Jikang's avatar frame lit up, many of the online city lords turned their attention toward him. There have been quite a few newcomers these past 2 days. And Jikang, is it? The old rules. Tell us about your main city and your personal situation. At this moment, the city lord known as Master Jun, whose ID was Ma Jun, spoke up directly on the public channel. This caught Jikang completely off guard. Jikang buddy, who are you? As soon as these words appeared, the public channel fell silent. However, no one was particularly surprised. After all, anyone capable of unifying a super main city is a hegemon who looks down upon the world. It is only natural for them to have a bit of arrogance. It's just that, as the early rivals and being greater in number, they naturally held a sense of haughtiness and scrutiny toward those who came later. This was the top-tier circle. Joining this circle was equivalent to gaining recognition from peers or even higher-level powerhouses, which brought a sense of belonging and superiority. This made them fond of pressuring newcomers whenever they appeared, using it to flaunt their seniority and the confidence of their established strength. Just report what you're told to report. Why so much nonsense? This isn't your super main city. Look around you. Who here isn't a city lord? While most remained silent, only the person with the ID Huan Tiankai spoke up to snap at Jikang. This Huan Tiankai was the same city lord who had been kissing up to Ma Jun just a moment ago. Throughout the entire public channel, his messages were the most frequent, and his words carried a subtle hint of forming cliques and sucking up to the powerful while stepping on the weak. Especially Ma Jun and Elder Lu, these 2 key figures were frequently mentioned by him. Looking every bit the sycophant, Jikang glanced at the chat logs above and couldn't help but laugh. A city lord level Jiahao. As soon as this was said, the previously silent public channel exploded. Ha 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 ha. PFFT, I can't hold it in. This newcomer is really something. Ha 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 ha. Old Huan is probably about to blow a fuse, just as others expected. Huan Tiankai lost his composure and cursed, If **** your mother. Who the hell are you calling Jiahao? Are you looking to die? Seeing that an argument was about to break out, the aforementioned Ma Jun stepped in to smooth things over. As the so-called big brother, Ma Jun's tone was much gentler. Brother, don't misunderstand. Everyone here is a top powerhouse who fought their way out of their respective super main cities. We're just getting to know each other. Our Ascension Club was established by Elder Lu. He isn't online right now, but I can represent the Ascension Club. Hey, asking you to report your personal situation and main city status isn't malicious. It's just for understanding. It's not mandatory. Jikang, the Ascension Club. Ma Jun, that's right. It's a mutual aid society founded by Elder Lu Zhedong. We exchange information and resources within it. From yesterday until now, our southern wilderness has produced a total of 42 top-tier powerhouses, and 8 of them have joined our Ascension Club. Oh, what are the benefits of joining you? What are the requirements? Jikang asked with interest. Moreover, he noticed the term southern wilderness that the other party mentioned. He tried tapping on his own avatar and, sure enough, saw a few lines of specific information. ID, Jikang Super Main City, Undisclosed Region. Southern Wilderness Ascension Ladder Points, 0 locked war record, none locked. These items were quite interesting. He hadn't noticed them the last time he logged into the Great World channel. They must only display specific details once the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview is activated. At this time, Ma Jun explained, if you join us, we share information and resources. From then on, we're all on the same side. As you can see, we are currently the largest and strongest collective in the Great World channel. With Elder Lu's golden reputation as the #1 person here, there will surely be a steady stream of powerhouses joining later. If you join now, you'll count as a founding member. Jikang left. Oh, no letter of intent required. Ma Jun, haha. That is of course still necessary, but this is Elder Lu's rule. No one can avoid it, not even me. To join this Ascension Club, you need to report your super main city's location, specific situation, and your personal strength attributes to Elder Lu. This is for the sake of future unified combat. We need specific information. Don't worry, it will absolutely not be leaked. Besides that, you need to pay membership dues, 5 million gold coins. or one piece of rare grade equipment with special attributes, secret treasure grade equipment or higher without special attributes. Jikang Mahjun. No need to be surprised. This isn't mandatory. The Ascension Club isn't a vegetable market. We have thresholds. If your personal strength attributes don't meet the standard, you won't even make it to the payment stage. You'll be screened out during the reporting phase. Currently, out of the 42 powerhouses in the southern wilderness, more than half have applied to join us, but including myself, only 7 have passed Elder Lu's vetting process to become club members. Jikang. Wait a second, let me ask. Just how badass is this Elder Lu? As soon as this question was asked, a burst of laughter erupted in the channel. Little brother, Elder Lu is not on the same level as us, no need to ask. I can tell you haven't opened the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview yet. Your ladder points are empty. Old Huang, why don't you explain it to the newcomer? Huang Tiankai sneered. HMPH. Why bother explaining anything to him? It's obvious he's a loser who wouldn't even pass Elder Lu's screening. It's just a waste of breath. Jikang replied with a chuckle. You piece of trash. Don't let me catch you, or I'll tear your mouth apart. I mean it. Huang Tiankai, fine. I'll be waiting for you. Let's see who ends up destroying whom. F*** your mother. Master Jun. This guy has zero respect for the Ascension Club. Nor for you or Elder Lu. I suggest we blacklist him. We'll launch a crusade against his super main city. Let's see if he can still act so cocky then. Mahjun, enough. Stop arguing here. Huang Tiankai. Mahjun. Jikang. You haven't unlocked the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview yet, so you probably don't have a concept of ladder points. Mahjun, however, I can tell you that there are currently 7 people who have unlocked the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview, excluding a few hidden individuals. The average ladder points of the others is around 30. My ladder points are 39. Mahjun paused for a moment before sending the next message. Elder Lu's ladder points are 102. Jikang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that 7 city lords had already saved up enough to unlock the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview. They were quite bold. However, looking at the situation, it seemed there really wasn't too much risk. Jikang continued to consult Mahjun. Mahjun was not stingy with information and shared the risks of the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview with Jikang. In short, it was indeed a version accelerator. Chapter 237. The threshold of the Ascension Club. Re-entering the Starry Forest. Once activated, the outer barrier of the entire super main city would be automatically removed. Everyone would be free to explore the outside world. By the same token, there might be a risk of invasion by alien races in the future, though this had yet to be verified by anyone. Moreover, everyone had only activated it after the second wave of the Abyss invasion, so it was unclear if the third wave of monsters would have any impact. But they had successfully obtained the entry ticket to the Chaos Ancient Domain. Jikang wanted to probe further for specific information regarding the Chaos Ancient Domain, but Mahjun was unwilling to reveal too much, stating that only by joining the Ascension Club could he share intelligence about the Chaos Ancient Domain. As for the ladder points they mentioned, which were the Ascension ladder points in the status window, they were the system's comprehensive evaluation of an individual, personal attributes, personal talents, vehicle level, reputation, resource feats, cleared dungeons, number of monsters killed, and other key factors served as the evaluation criteria for the Ascension ladder, which could almost perfectly reflect a city lord's true foundation and strength. Looking at it this way, that Elder Lu's 102 points were indeed quite intimidating. He wondered how many ladder points he had himself. Jikang pondered to himself. Mahjun, how about it? Do you want to join our Ascension Club? Jikang, I'll consider it. Thanks, brother. Mahjun, considering it is fine, but you must give me an answer within 24 hours. Our Ascension Club has a threshold. It's not something you can just join because you agreed to. Mahjun, also, if you refuse to join, there won't be a second chance in the future. I hope you think it over carefully. That's all. The latter part of their conversation was conducted via private messages. After the conversation ended, Jikang closed the chat box and continued to monitor the public channel, occasionally private messaging people who seemed agreeable. As for Mahjun's words, he took them with a grain of salt. It was impossible to believe everything the other party said. However, gathering more information was beneficial for his own judgment of the future. Those who could fight their way out of their respective super main cities were no ordinary people. So filtering and protecting information was particularly important. As for that Ascension Club, he would have to be out of his mind to join it. Especially that so-called screening. It was equivalent to handing over his leverage, trump cards, and weaknesses to others as a token of submission. Ji Kang didn't believe the other members had all done so honestly. It was likely just a tactic to intimidate others. I might as well start my own organization later, Ji Kang thought to himself, rubbing his chin. Now that the world channel was becoming lively, he really should put more effort into this brand new information channel. As for the activation of the 10,000 Races Hegemony preview, his plan remained unchanged. He would wait until after the third wave. That night, Ji Kang rested by the shores of Chenyu Lake. The next morning, he set off again, heading straight for the Starry Forest. It had been quite some time since his last deep exploration of the Starry Forest. He wondered if the old ape and that war-ancient ape he had encountered back then were still there. Previously, due to the massive gap in strength, he had only been able to use the cicada wing armor's intangibility function, acting with extreme caution and hiding everywhere. Things were different now. He already possessed the capital to look down upon king-level creatures. Moreover, with the spirit god talent, communication with other races was no longer a problem. Who knew? Maybe that heavily injured old ape could even give him a quest or something. The war platform advanced all the way toward the Starry Forest. Now, only Chen Xiaoyuan lived in the entire forest. Other survivors had migrated to the Twilight Canyon. Ji Kang had asked her to move over with him, but she wouldn't listen. She liked staying in this little world of the canyon. So Ji Kang let her be. Anyway, she had already upgraded to a Tier 5 ghost vehicle, and the entire canyon was fully armed by her. So at least in terms of safety, there was absolutely no problem. Over an hour later, Ji Kang had arrived at the outskirts of the Starry Forest. Here, giant trees grew lush and thick, with roots intertwined. Although the war platform had moved past the wheel-based method of movement, its massive size still made entering the forest difficult. Ji Kang had no choice but to have the vehicle station itself in place. Then he mounted his mechanical wolf and led thousands of subunits, charging into the great forest with a thunderous momentum. This was the benefit of having strength. Back when he had moved through the forest before, he had wished he could walk without making a sound. Now, he was pushing through everything directly. He might as well have been holding a megaphone and shouting that their grandfather had arrived. Compared to places like the Black Mountain mining area or Chenyu Lake, the Starry Forest was far richer in resources. There's an abundance of fruits and vegetables here, and occasionally, in the nests of some super-grade monsters, one can even discover rare fruits capable of enhancing physique and spirit. Furthermore, the number of treasure chests here is the highest. However, this time Ji Kang is not moving wooden treasure chests. He only wants those of black iron grade or higher. A vast, dark mass of mechanical figures swept through the Starry Forest in such an overbearing and unreasonable manner that even the super-grade monsters, who usually acted as tyrants, were as fragile and vulnerable as clay chickens and pottery dogs in the face of the Mechanical Legion. Over 2 hours passed, and the Mechanical Legion led by Ji Kang had already swept through a large area in a fan-shaped formation. They harvested 7 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. During this time, Ji Kang had triggered 2 intelligence prompts, but he had refused to receive them both. Since he had brought such a large army to conduct a carpet search, it would be a waste to consume his intelligence quota. While the Mechanical Legion gradually expanded its search radius, Ji Kang rode his mechanical wolf, wandering through the forest. He casually took down a king great troll that had dominated the depths of the forest for decades and found a silver treasure chest. However, not long after he emerged from the troll's lair, Ji Kang discovered a massive footprint on the ground, in the depths of the Starry Forest. Because giant creatures often roamed about, such large footprints were not rare. The reason Ji Kang stopped to observe it was entirely because this footprint left too deep an impression on him. It was the footprint of a war-ancient ape. It was the very same super-grade monster that had hunted him down back then. At that time, He had to use his cicada wing treasure armor several times in succession just to barely escape from its clutches and successfully bring back the rainbow treasure chest. That's right, the size is basically the same. Jikang became interested immediately. He instantly activated his spirit god talent, carefully probing the ore remaining in the surrounding air. Soon, he completely locked onto the direction the creature had departed in and drove his mechanical wolf directly in pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh! The mechanical wolf's agile and swift figure darted and leaped rapidly through the forest. The giant footprints that appeared on the ground from time to time completely confirmed Jikang's judgment. After tracking at maximum speed for more than half an hour, Jikang finally arrived at the edge of a supergiant forest. This supergiant forest was even more exaggerated than the trees in the depths of the main forest. Each one grew to a height of nearly 100 to several hundred meters. With lush foliage that blotted out the sky and sun, the ground below could barely see a sliver of sunlight. It was completely shrouded in darkness. There is definitely something big in here, Jikang muttered, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Chapter 238. A second purple glazed treasure chest appears. Trouble for the ancient ape clan. Following that, he drove the mechanical wolf and charged into the depths of the dense forest ahead. The terrain of this giant forest was hard, and the footprints of the war ancient ape became much shallower. Coupled with the layer of fallen leaves, it was even harder to track. Fortunately, with the assistance of the spirit god talent, Jikang still successfully found the direction the creature had taken. The ore is surprisingly complex. Jikang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he became vigilant. Something far more terrifying than a king-grade monster had been here. He truly needed to be extra careful. To ensure safety, Jikang simply let the mechanical wolf return, choosing to explore on foot alone, so as not to damage his mount should he encounter a powerful enemy. For the next half hour or so, Jikang crept through the giant forest. The creatures here were of a very high level, generally reaching the level of super-grade monsters or higher. Even king-grade monsters could not reign supreme here. At most, they occupied a small territory, content to stay in a corner. Such intense vitality. Upon stepping into this giant forest, Jikang clearly felt that the surrounding air contained a unique and profound spiritual chi. He estimated that this was what made the creatures and plants here so lush and powerful. As he ventured deeper, Jikang's expression became slightly uneasy. Finally, after passing through a stretch of forest with signs of intense activity, Jikang saw a vast expanse of terrifying ruins. It was the remnants of a horrific battlefield, filled with blood and giant craters everywhere. Trees hundreds of meters tall had been ruthlessly snapped, and the severed limbs and white bones of many giant beasts were scattered about, constructing a terrifying scene that chilled one to the bone. The lingering aura of battle here had not dissipated for a long time, to the point where even the scavengers in the forest dared not come to forage. Jikang walked over to examine the traces of the battlefield. These were left not long ago, as the blood had not been congealed for more than 3 days. This place was clearly the territory of a tribe that had suddenly encountered an enemy invasion. After a fierce battle of resistance, they had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Jikang could find many bloody tufts of fur and severed limbs on the scene, but he could not piece together a single complete corpse. The traces of the war ancient ape also ended here. This is troublesome. Jikang felt a bit distressed. The pheromones here were as numerous as oxhair and completely chaotic. Continuing to track was now entirely impossible. After all this effort, he had ended up with nothing. He might as well have gone back to the war platform to drink tea. Just as Jikang was about to head home, the intelligence notification sound rang out in his mind once again. Triggered today's intelligence. Do you wish to receive it? Triggering intelligence at this time. Jikang's eyes brightened slightly. To be honest, he had already rejected several passive intelligence prompts over the past 2 days because his unmanned mechanical troops were conducting a carpet search, making the intelligence unnecessary. However, there was no harm in trying it now. Let's see if he can hit the jackpot. Jikang decisively chose to receive the intelligence. Today's intelligence. You have arrived at the true depths of the starry forest. The extremely abundant spiritual chi here nourishes many powerful races and creatures, and occasionally, terrifying monarch-grade rulers roam the area. In a dense forest 230 kilometers to your front left, there exists a terrifying ghoul nest. They had just won a great battle against the ape tribe and were still celebrating this bloody victory. If you could exterminate them, perhaps you would gain the ancient and precious friendship of the ape tribe. Beyond that, in a certain cesspit deep within the ghoul nest, a wisp of magnificent purple light had once appeared. Jizang carefully reviewed the intelligence content and discovered two key points. The first was the friendship of the ape tribe, which clearly looked like a side quest. The second point was much more practical, the fleeting, noble purple light. A purple tier treasure chest. There was no doubt about it. He was completely energized now. Ever since he had finished off the Corpse King and obtained that purple tier treasure chest, he hadn't seen such high-level loot again. Now that a clue to another purple tier treasure chest had appeared, how could he not be excited? But it seems like these two things can be done together. Jizang's eyes burned with a hint of fervor. If he did the ape tribe a favor, who knew? They might even give him more good things in return. It was killing two birds with one stone. Action speaks louder than words. Jizang immediately sprang into action. He expanded his spirit god state and magnetic field simultaneously, searching the battlefield for more clues. Soon, at the other end of the battlefield, he discovered a large patch of bloodstains. The blood pooled into a large puddle at the edge before scattering into droplets, extending all the way into the forest in a certain direction. Clearly, some wounded had stopped here before finally retreating in defeat. Jizang followed this trail and, sure enough, discovered traces of the war ancient apes once again. Okay, the paths had truly converged this time. Jizang moved stealthily, discovering more and more relevant signs along the way, whether it was footprints, excrement, or the lingering aura of ferocity. Everything indicated that this was already the territory of the ape tribe. However, Jizang wasn't here for a polite visit. He was going to force his way in. Roar! A giant ape standing atop a tree trunk let out an earth-shattering roar upon detecting Jizang, the intruder. Immediately after, many giant apes swarmed toward Jizang's position, their roars filled with fury. Jizang didn't waste any time. He entered the heavenly thunderbody state and flashed out at extreme speed. Asterisk swoosh. His figure transformed into a bolt of white lightning, flickering rapidly through the mountain forest. He dodged the giant ape's interceptions and successfully arrived at the ape tribe's temporary nest. This was a large clearing that had just been cleared out. Wounded giant apes were resting here, while smaller apes responsible for healing were applying medicinal herbs to them, shattering away. And at the entrance of the massive cave directly ahead, a lean, elderly ape and another massive, elderly ape were sitting opposite each other at a stone table, seemingly discussing countermeasures. Jizang's sudden appearance caused the entire nest territory to fall into a state of panic instantly. Dozens of hostile and shocked gazes turned toward the human figure that had appeared out of nowhere. The atmosphere in the area turned solemn. Then, countless auras from the ape tribe erupted simultaneously, almost threatening to completely drown out the tiny human dot at this critical, hair-trigger moment. The lean, elderly ape let out a sharp syllable, instantly silencing the hundreds of massive figures that were about to charge. Jizang also deactivated his heavenly thunderbody state at this moment, with a few wisps of lightning still lingering in his gaze. He scanned the surroundings before his eyes landed on the elderly ape. Their gazes met once again. Last time, Jizang had been a small shrimp that was let go, but this time, everything was completely different. He had come as a savior. Chapter 239. Spirit Word Endless Life. A miracle descends. The scene fell silent. The man and the ape stared at each other quietly. Before Jizang's eyes, the information panel regarding this elderly ape appeared once more. However, it was vastly different from the last time. Ancient Ape King Remnant Species Level, Monarch Tier newly promoted evaluation. A descendant of the War Ancient Ape Tribe. After the Great Mythical War, the War Ancient Ape Tribe was defeated, and their surviving clans were scattered across the Eternal Continent, becoming wanderers. After years of integration and breeding with other ancient ape races, their bloodline is no longer pure. But among opponents of the same level, they still possess ruling class power. The Ancient Ape King is a rare atavistic remnant. The war consciousness hidden in its bloodline successfully awakened after it was severely wounded and near death last time, allowing it to break through its shackles and ascend to a Monarch Tier creature. Monarch Tier. Upon seeing these three words, Jizang's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered that the last time he saw this elderly ape, it was displayed as a king-tier monster in a severely wounded and dying state, and its evaluation was 3 question marks that couldn't be viewed. He hadn't expected it to be a monarch-tier existence now. But how could a monster of this level be defeated in a war against ghouls? At this moment, the elderly ape began to chant some vague syllables, and this time, it was directed at Jizang. Jizang immediately activated his spirit speech state. Those obscure, blurry syllables transformed into a language he could understand. The elderly ape slowly stood up, a hint of vigilance and confusion appearing in the depths of its eyes. Human, I remember that last time I let you go. The confusion in its eyes stemmed from the powerful aura Jizang possessed. When they encountered each other in the forest last time, Jizang was merely a weak human with a special stealth ability, but it never expected that in such a short time, he would have grown to such a degree. Furthermore, it noticed that this human had already used some kind of ability to bridge the language gap between their 2 races. You guys fought a pretty miserable battle, didn't you? Jizang smiled. He scanned the surroundings. Throughout the entire forest, the sturdy and fierce figures of the ancient apes were sprawled everywhere. Many were wounded, and some were even on the verge of death. The scarlet bloodstains on the withered leaves and mud below were particularly eye-catching. The entire ancient ape tribe was not large in number, all told. There were only about a few hundred of them, aside from 2 old apes, 1 large and 1 small, and a few leaders. The rest were basically at the level of super monsters. They stared at the human on the ground with fierce, vigilant eyes, as if they would swarm him at the slightest sign of overstepping, tearing this reckless intruder into pieces. Human, who are you? And what is your purpose here? Another old ape, massive in size and covered in white fur, spoke up directly, its tone somewhat unfriendly. No need to be nervous. I don't have any ulterior motives. I was just wandering through the forest, ran into an old friend, and came over to take a look, Jikang said with a soft laugh. This large white-furred old ape had strength reaching the peak of the king-level monster tier. Though it was clearly not of the same species as the smaller old ape, an old friend, the white-furred old ape glanced at the monarch-level old ape. Ancestor Kun. Did he come to find you? The old ape addressed as Ancestor Kun slowly shook his head. Regardless of what your purpose is, we do not welcome outsiders right now. Please return. Rest assured, I have no malice, Jikang said with a smile. Last time, when I was in a bad state and stumbled into your territory, you spared me. I consider that a favor I owe you. Now that you are in trouble, I don't mind lending you a hand. What? Having been beaten into this state by your enemies, don't you want revenge? Jikang's clear voice rang out, causing the gazes of all the ancient apes to flicker slightly. You want to help us? There was still a hint of hesitation in Ancestor Kun's eyes. Jikang did not waste any more words. He began to chant a mantra, and a long, drawn-out incantation slowly rippled outward. As the mantra resonated, a ghostly green divine light appeared in his eyes. A mysterious energy contained within the mantra began to generate rapidly around his body, transforming into wisps of pale green fluorescence that spread outward like a gentle spring rain nourishing the world. Word spirit, endless life. This sudden change caused the ancient apes to fall into a brief state of chaos. They did not understand what was happening. Everyone, stay calm. In the end, it was a single sentence from Ancestor Kun that smoothed over the restless emotions of the apes. Those wisps of green fluorescence, containing infinite, vigorous vitality, drifted through the air like sprites, wherever they passed. Grass grew lush and flowers bloomed. Watching this miraculous scene, all the ancient apes were stunned. They saw the warriors who had been lying on the ground, heavily injured and on the verge of death, have their wounds stop bleeding under the infusion of that fluorescent vitality, and begin to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Jikang appeared like a compassionate deity, using divine arts to heal their physical bodies. A full tens of seconds later, everything finally calmed down. The ancient apes that had been critically injured just moments ago were now almost fully recovered. They slowly climbed up from the ground, looking at their healed wounds with astonishment and shock. Oh! Jikang slowly retracted the word spirit technique and let out a long breath, feeling slightly drained both physically and mentally. This was his first time using this ancient technique, and the consumption was indeed quite massive. Fortunately, Most of those injured were only super monsters, so healing them did not require too much energy. If he had to include the king-level monsters, he estimated that his current stamina and mental energy would not have been enough. After this display, the vigilance and hostility the ancient apes had originally held toward Ji Kang vanished completely, replaced by heartfelt reverence and respect. This was nothing short of a miracle. This was the power of a god. The ancient apes gathered around one after another, kneeling before Ji Kang and rose as if they had encountered a deity. The two old apes were also extremely shocked by this scene. They hurried to Ji Kang and knelt on one knee. Gratitude for the divine gift. Gratitude for the divine gift. At this moment, they didn't even dare to meet Ji Kang's eyes, fearing they might show disrespect to a god. Your Excellency, no, great god. Please forgive our disrespect. Ancestor Kun's voice trembled slightly. As a migrant who had lived for 1,000 years, it had the deepest understanding of such ancient divine and demonic powers. Knowing that this was definitely not a feat a human could achieve, this human, even if he hadn't yet ascended to godhood, likely already possessed a portion of divinity. This was a being that a lower-tier race like theirs had to look up to. I am not a god. No need to kneel. Everyone, get up, Ji Kang said, looking around at the surrounding ancient apes with a smile. I said it before. I'm just here to return a favor. Hearing this, Ancestor Kun finally allowed the apes to rise. However, the standard of hospitality that followed was completely different. Ancestor Kun, knowing the etiquette of the human race, immediately invited Ji Kang to take the seat of honor, while simultaneously having the smaller apes retrieve high-quality berries and fine wine from the cave to treat him. Seeing these precious fruits and fine brews placed on the stone table, Ji Kang couldn't help but brighten up. Chapter 240. The Ancient Ape Tribe's Monkey Wine. The War of Revenge begins. Treasure Red Fruit. The treasure red fruit is produced by the treasure red fruit tree, which grows in the giant wood forest deep in the heart of the starry Great Forest. It possesses extremely abundant spiritual energy and nutrients and is one of the most cherished treasures of every forest race. After consumption, it increases constitution by 5 points and spirit by 0.5 points. Monkey wine, an ancient brewing technique passed down by the ancient ape tribe. It is made by storing various rare fruits in black ebony wood and fermenting them for years or even decades. It is extremely precious. Consuming 1 tael of monkey wine increases spirit by 3 points and grants affinity with all elemental types. Although Ji Kang remained calm and composed on the surface, his heart was already churning with waves. The value of these 2 items was truly immeasurable, and they were all unlimited. This ancient ape tribe really had treasures. Next, Ji Kang listened as Ancestor Kun talked about the ins and outs of the tragic battle that had just occurred. Ancestor Kun was indeed not a native ape tribe of the starry Great Forest. The ape tribe it originally belonged to resided in a tranquil place known as the Skypure Forest. However, due to the invasion of the dark races and the outbreak of war, their kin were either killed or forced to flee, causing the entire tribe to fall apart. Kunzu also fled while wounded during that time, traveling through countless mountains and dense forests before finally finding another branch of ancient apes in the starry forest. That is the tribe currently before us. The last time Ji Kang met Kunzu, it was recuperating on the outskirts of the forest, and that supergiant ape was the guard responsible for protecting its recovery side. Since then, Kunzu's injuries gradually healed, and its strength returned to the monarch level. Although it was only at the lowest tier of the monarch level, in the starry forest, it was enough to be called an absolute hegemon of the region. Kunzu had originally planned to lead the starry forest giant ape tribe to settle down and develop peacefully once its injuries were fully recovered. But unexpectedly, disaster struck again. A group of ghouls, appearing from nowhere, invaded the starry forest. After successively swallowing up several forest races, they brazenly slaughtered their way into the territory of the ancient apes. Kunzu immediately returned to the ancient ape territory, but the land was already littered with the dead and wounded. With no other choice, it had to lead the remaining apes in a retreat, arriving here to rest and recuperate temporarily while plotting a plan for a counterattack. After that, Ji Kang appeared. Ji Kang frowned slightly and asked, "Is your encounter an isolated case? Or are most forest races facing the same situation now?" Kunzu replied, "We are already considered very lucky. Many forest tribes were completely wiped out when they encountered the dark creature invasion. Not even a single survivor could escape. The disparity in strength was too great. The crisis that erupted in the Skypure forest back then was the same. Even someone as strong as Kunzu, at the monarch level, could only barely escape with heavy injuries. One can imagine how tragic that great war was. Moreover, according to Kunzu's description, there were also monarch-level powerhouses among the ghouls that invaded the starry forest. Judging from their previous clashes, their strength was even above that of Kunzu. This was the main reason why Kunzu immediately led its tribe to flee. Alright, let's set off now. I'll take you to get your revenge. Jikang had eaten a few precious red fruits and downed several gourds of monkey wine. Feeling a surge of heat throughout his body, he knew he needed to find a target to vent his energy. It had to be said. This monkey wine was truly delicious and potent. It would be great if he could have a long-term supply. Jikang wiped the corner of his mouth, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. However, since he hadn't done any work yet, it wouldn't be right to ask for more empty-handed. He had to deal with the trouble first. My lord, are we going now? Kunzu and the other ancient apes were instantly tense. This human lord was far too decisive. They hadn't even sat for a moment, and he was already starting the counterattack. No time like the present. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can call it a day. Jikang stood up and said. The main reason was that he had been maintaining the spirit speech state for too long, and his mental energy was reaching its limit. He didn't want to end up mentally exhausted just from listening to stories before even getting anything done. Once the counterattack plan was finalized, Kunzu immediately mobilized the tribe. The entire ancient ape tribe, excluding the old, weak, women, and children, participated in the battle. Roar, roar. Sounds of roars filled with fighting spirit rang out one after another. The sturdy giant apes beat their chest muscles, producing a thumping sound, their morale soaring high. With a thought from Jikang, the flame prison heavenly spear appeared in his hand. The war platform could not enter this giant forest to fight, and in-man mechanical troops could not keep up with the intensity of the upcoming battle. So, he decided to fight with his physical body throughout. About to engage with a monarch-level creature, the combat factors in his body began to activate, and his muscles became slightly engorged with blood due to excitement. It was a pity he didn't bring the moon blood. So, he would have to make do with the flame prison heavenly spear. Ever since he killed the corpse king last time, the flame prison heavenly spear had been gathering dust in his inventory. However, Jikang had used fire spirit stones to nourish the weapon along the way, refilling the energy required for the active skill flame prison. Whoosh! Jikang spun the spear with one hand and led hundreds of war-hardened ancient apes, charging toward the ghoul's nest. Rumble! The earth began to churn. The figures of hundreds of giant apes sprinting through the forest were like 10,000 galloping horses, their momentum terrifying to the extreme. In less than half an hour, this powerful giant ape legion, with the force of a landslide, brazenly slaughtered its way to the ghoul's nest. After breaking through the dense forest barrier, a foul, pungent smell of blood rushed toward them. This was an open space beneath a towering, skyscraping tree. Muddy, rotting leaves, mixed with flesh and bones, covered the ground. Giant ghouls were feasting in a gruesome manner on the forest creatures they had just hunted. Their skin was pale, their limbs were long and narrow, their heads were flat, and the rotting flesh on their bodies looked like tattered rags. In some places, one could even see white, ghastly bones. Moreover, there was a huge disparity in the sizes of these ghouls. Some were only 4 or 5 meters long, while others reached dozens of meters. The giant ghoul sitting at the base of the tree even had a massive body of over 100 meters, its skin resembling cast copper, exhibiting a rare metallic luster. Jikang scanned the information on these ghouls as quickly as possible. Adult ghoul. Level, super monster evolution. An evil race from the depths of darkness. Their ancestors were originally a hybrid of magic lizards and crawling beasts, but they became completely corrupted after being seduced by darkness, turning into carrion-eating, brutal monsters. Ghoul King level monster evolution. A vicious monarch born after mutual cannibalism and struggle within the ghoul tribe. It possesses a massive, mutated body and is a brutal existence with greater strength, particularly fond of torturing its prey. Once one falls into the hands of the Ghoul King, A quick death becomes a luxury. Chapter 241, Bronze Corpse Monarch, a monarch-level dark creature. Following this, Jizang cast his gaze toward the supergiant ghoul at the base of the tree. It sat leaning there like a humanoid behemoth, its entire body covered in hideous, protruding blood vessels, with skin that emitted a faint bronze luster. Inside its mouth, hundreds of rows of dense, sharp teeth were continuously chewing on the arm of an ancient ape, creating a chilling sound of bones being crushed. On its flat, elongated head were embedded to bulging, ghostly red eyeballs, with discolored blood-stained markings extending downward from the corners of its eyes, resembling crescent moons. Its distinct appearance made it fundamentally different from other ghouls. It seemed not like a filthy, dark scavenger, but rather a deformed monster that had transcended death and hell. It seemed to have long anticipated the enemy's arrival, yet it remained completely unmoved. It merely shifted those ghostly red pupils slightly, fixing its gaze upon the human figure that stood in such stark contrast to the atmosphere of this place. And within Jizang's field of vision, information regarding the supergiant ghoul appeared before his eyes. Bronze Corpse Monarch level evaluation. The Bronze Corpse Monarch is a terrifying existence among the ghoul race that has transcended the shackles of life and ascended to a higher status. It has received the grace of darkness and become a true high-ranking dark species, possessing immense power that ordinary dark creatures can only look up to. It is an agent of sin, death, pestilence, and cruelty. No low-ranking creature can escape from the hands of this monarch of death. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter it, the hiss of the Bronze Corpse Monarch will be the final funeral bell ringing in your life's journey. Jizang landed steadily on the edge of the forest, his feet treading upon blood-soaked mud and corpses. He stood with his spear on his back, his gaze meeting that of the Bronze Corpse Monarch in the distance. This was his first time facing a monarch-level monster head-on. The majestic aura within the opponent had not yet been fully released, yet it had already almost filled the entire lair, making it impossible for anyone to ignore. At the moment the ancient ape legion arrived at this lair, all the ghouls became frantically restless. The horrifying hissing sounds were like a dense array of steam kettles shrieking in unison. The overwhelming stench of blood and killing intent was enough to make one's scalp crawl. A terrifying, desperate, and bloody battle had begun. For these two mutually intolerant races, there was no standoff before the lines, nor any communication or intimidation. The moment they met, the most intense bloodbath erupted. Roar, hiss-ha. Resounding battle cries erupted in waves as both sides collided violently. The ancient ape race was sturdy in build and fierce in their combat style. They would grab ghouls and pummel them relentlessly, wishing to tear them directly in half. The ghoul side relied on their sharp claws and teeth, as well as their terrifying, extendable barbed tongues, to launch attacks against the apes. In particular, their barbed tongues possessing maximum toughness, strength, and sharpness could easily pierce the defenses of the ancient apes, with every strike drawing a spray of fresh blood. Rumble, rumble. The surroundings instantly descended into chaos, with dust and withered leaves flying everywhere. The battlefield began to expand continuously, spreading from the ground to the branches of the giant trees. Everywhere was filled with deafening impacts and the sounds of flesh colliding. Aside from the super monsters, the battle between the king-level monsters was the most intense. The white-haired old ape and several other ape leaders immediately pinned down those ghoul kings. However, the strength of the white-haired old ape's side was clearly a notch lower. Having just engaged in battle, they immediately fell into a disadvantage, being suppressed by those ghoul kings. On the scene, only the three peak combatants Jizang, Kunzu, and the Bronze Corpse Monarch remained in a state of standoff. My lord, Kunzu stared at the Bronze Corpse Monarch with an extremely grave expression, his entire body beginning to gather momentum. Let's move. Jizang twirled the flame-prisoned heavenly spear in his hand and slowly exhaled a breath. White lightning flashed in his eyes, transforming into two clusters of white flames. The thunder fire robe on his shoulders and back billowed, as he had already entered the heavenly thunder body state. At the same time, Kunzu took the first step forward. Asterisk swoosh. The old ape's thin, small figure erupted with incomparable, extreme speed at this moment, turning directly into an afterimage as he lunged straight at the Bronze Corpse Monarch, who was still eating under the tree. Crunch, crunch. The bronze corpse monarch was chewing on the arm of an ancient ape corpse in its mouth, while its other hand swung out, backhanding Kanzu. It was an incredibly casual movement, like a giant swatting away a fly. It carried the condescension of the strong and an overwhelming sense of suppression. Boom. The moment Kanzu's figure collided with the back of the bronze corpse monarch's hand, his entire body was instantly sent flying by that irresistible, immense force. The cavity created at the point of impact was like a rapidly expanding bubble that exploded once it reached its critical point. The terrifying power erupted, stripping away a large patch of withered leaves and rotting flesh from the ground, revealing the black muddy soil and tree roots. Kanzu's figure slammed into the trunk of the giant tree like a cannonball, tearing open a large crater. When he climbed out of the crater in the tree trunk again, there was already blood at the corner of Kanzu's mouth, and his eyes were filled with gravity. Although they were both monarch-level creatures, Kanzu had only recently promoted to this rank and had just recovered from severe injuries. He was simply no match for this bronze corpse monarch. This scene also took Jizang by complete surprise. It seems the gap between monarch-level creatures is far greater than that of the other tiers. From Kanzu's description earlier, this bronze corpse monarch's strength had not yet reached the high tier of the monarch level, but it was already capable of crushing a low-tier monarch like Kanzu. No wonder Kanzu chose to lead his clan in flight the moment they arrived. In a war where peak combat power is so unequal, the final outcome can only be total annihilation. *********. It was only then that the bronze corpse monarch slowly stood up from the ground, its knotted muscles and blood vessels, set against the bronze-colored luster, fully displayed the terrifying pressure of a high-ranking dark species, and its gaze, from beginning to end, never once looked in the direction of Kanzu. Its attention was fixed on only one target, that human. Good thing I didn't bring the secondary vehicle, or it would have really been wrecked, Jizang muttered to himself. Afterward, he turned his head toward Kanzu and instructed, "Go and support the other clansmen. Leave this one to me." Yes, my lord. Kanzu did not dare to act brave in the slightest. In a battle of this caliber, for a weakling like itself to rashly assist from the sidelines would likely only be a hindrance. It would be better to go to other battlefields and turn the tide. Hiss, hiss. White steam billowed from the mouth of the bronze corpse monarch. When Jizang was speaking to Kanzu just now, he was in the state of spirit speech, so he naturally understood the words of the bronze corpse monarch, human, a mere 4 words. Yet they contained an extremely intense killing intent that pierced straight into the soul. Chapter 242, The Peak Battle Begins, a monarch-level conflict. The one who should die is you, green-skinned lizard. Jizang stared coldly at the bronze corpse monarch in the distance and slowly lowered his body. *****. Arcs of white lightning leaped from his body, stretching and tearing, connecting him to the earth. A vast domain of thunder rapidly gathered its momentum. Under the augmentation of over 1,000 points of constitution, the intensity of heavenly thunder formless far exceeded anything in the past. The mere diffusion of the thunder domain made the entire battlefield feel that manic and overwhelming pressure. At this moment, Kanzu had already intervened in other skirmishes. But when it looked back at Jizang, it still couldn't help but feel a sense of terror in its heart. So this is the true strength of that Lord. As a human, he can even master destructive elements like thunder. Could it be that he also has a connection to the legendary elves? It seems that its own act of kindness at the sanitarium might have indirectly saved the entire ancient ape clan, if it had really let the guardian giant apes hunt this lord down and forge a blood feud. I fear the entire ancient ape clan would have been subjected to this lord's judgment. Just as Kanzu was secretly feeling fortunate, Jizang's figure had already transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the earth, charging ferociously at the bronze corpse monarch. And the bronze corpse monarch moved at this very moment. Although its body was massive, its speed was not the least bit inferior. With a thunderous boom, it stomped to deep craters into the ground, and its colossal shadow, wrapped in heaven-shaking momentum, charged toward the incoming flash of lightning. Boom. The two sides collided with a deafening crash. Two forces, so immense they were difficult to describe, ground against each other and sent shockwaves rippling outward. The instantly erupting shockwave leveled everything in the vicinity. All creatures near the center of the battlefield were forcibly blasted away. A massive vacuum zone appeared in the entire nest, centered on Jizang and the Bronze Corpse Monarch. Both sides were pushed back a certain distance as a result. Son of AB *TCH. You're pretty tough. Jizang narrowed his eyes, his palms feeling slightly numb. This Bronze Corpse Monarch was the strongest enemy he had encountered thus far. Without the blood of the moon, relying solely on the Flame Prison Heavenly Spear, it was indeed quite difficult. On the other side, the Bronze Corpse Monarch was also slightly stunned. It slowly raised the arm it had just used to attack. And on the back of its hand, a massive wound had appeared. The bronze-colored skin was split in two. The flesh was sliced open, and the stark white bone beneath could be faintly seen. Gurgling black blood welled up from the severed vessels, dripping down its fingers onto the ground. This monarch-level ruler had, for a rare occasion, been wounded in the first round of the skirmish. Hiss, grumble. The Bronze Corpse Monarch hissed out a stream of white steam, and as its chest heaved, it emitted a rumbling sound like an engine. This rumbling sound caused even the air to resonate, as if a boiling volcano were on the verge of erupting. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the sound grew more manic, the muscles on the Bronze Corpse Monarch's body began to bulge, like rising mountain ridges, stretching its skin until it was nearly ready to burst. Veins like giant snakes writhed frantically across its body, and the wound on the back of its hand began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just watching this scene was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Roar! The Bronze Corpse Monarch let out a low, muffled growl. Those dark red eyes were filled with a monarch's fury, staring straight at the human figure ahead. Looks like I can't fight here. Jizang glanced around at the surrounding battlefield. Although this ghoul nest had a diameter of several kilometers, if they fought here, the ancient ape clan would likely suffer heavy casualties. He had to shift the battlefield. Whoosh. Jizang's figure flashed out, turning into a dazzling bolt of lightning, augmented by the kinetic energy of several lightning flashes. His speed exploded to the limit. He leaped across the earth, quickly ascending the giant trees, and pulled away in another direction. The Bronze Corpse Monarch no longer had any other enemies in its eyes. Seeing Jizang attempting to flee, it immediately lowered its waist and back, and its entire body exploded forward like a cannonball. Boom. Fully in combat mode. The Bronze Corpse Monarch's speed was terrifying to the extreme. Its massive body, wrapped in gale force winds and carrying heaven-shaking momentum, charged fiercely in the direction Jizang was fleeing. Although the Bronze Corpse Monarch had fierce physical strength, because its body was too large, it still lagged behind Jizang, who was in his heavenly thunder form, in terms of speed. To ensure the efficiency of the kiting, Jizang even slowed down a little. After the two sides chased for a distance, and he had lured it to another battlefield, Jizang's body flipped in midair, and he detonated 10 stacks of lightning flash beneath his feet simultaneously. The explosion of the lightning flash caused his body to twist direction, catapulting him backward right in front of the Bronze Corpse Monarch. This change was far too sudden. Even the Bronze Corpse Monarch could not have anticipated it, and it suffered Jizang's fierce, head-on strike. Boom. The vast momentum of the thunder dyed the Flame Prison Heavenly Spear a shimmering platinum color, and it was driven ferociously into the chest of the Bronze Corpse Monarch. Large swaths of skin and flesh were torn away by force,